Hello, Americans. This is Orson Welles. Tonight, CBS and the Mercury Theater bring you The Alphabet of the Islands. A is for the Americas, North, South, and Central. A is for the Atlantic Ocean. A is for Africa. A is for adventure and adventure in the Antilles. Our great American archipelago, that's the subject of this broadcast. The Antilles are actually the peaks of a chain of great mountains which sank into the southern seas when time was young. I've been to a lot of islands, South Seas, East Indies, the Greek islands, and the Mediterranean. The Thousand Islands, even the Manitous in Lake Michigan, and the Aran Islands off the coast of Ireland. Take my word for it, the islands of the Caribbean, the Antilles, are worth talking about. It's hard to know where to begin, so we're letting the alphabet decide it for us. The alphabet of the Antilles. A is for Arawaks, the eaters of meal. Arawaks were the people Columbus found when he discovered America. Here's what he had to say about them.
The savages are very free from wickedness. So gentle and affectionate are they that I swear there is no better people in the world.
The men of Europe soon changed their good opinion of the first Americans in this early time.
They are a barbarous sort of people. They conceived an incredible odium against us, more especially because they saw us take possession of their kingdoms and dominions.
These are real quotes. One of the early colonists speaking.
The greatest part of these Indians died in caves and subterraneous places of the woods and mountains. We made use of dogs to search for them.
The Arawak language was as soft and no less liquid than Latin, rich in vowels and pleasant to the ear. Columbus again.
Their discourse is ever sweet and gentle, and accompanied with a smile.
The Arawak people left us some words to remember them by. The words:
hammock,
canoe,
potato, guava, tobacco.
The first word spoken to the discoverers by the Arawaks has not survived in our language. It is Taino. That's the first word Europe ever heard from America. After the white men had landed, some Arawak people approached them with that word. Taino. It means peace. A is for armadillos. They have armor. Armadillos are a kind of possum built like turtles. A is for anacondas, big snakes. These creatures live in the countries we're talking about. Angostura bitters come in a bottle from the island of Trinidad. Don't even know whether Frank Morgan or Ralph Morgan, whose family owned the company, know what Angostura bitters are made of. The recipe is a secret and has been for generations. What to do with Angostura bitters, however, is no secret to anybody who can mix a drink. A is for arrowroot, used to make biscuits. Arrowroot is put in baby food. Angostura bitters is not.
Speaking of good things to drink,
Yes?
Curacao, that exquisite liqueur, does not come from the island of Curacao.
Oh, thank you, miss, for the interesting information.
That's my line, interesting information.
Oh.
Curacao comes from Europe. Anyway, it used to. It's made of the peel of an orange. The orange comes from Curacao.
Excuse me, but how did Curacao get into the conversation? This is an alphabet, and we're still on the A's.
Curacao is part of the ABC Islands.
That's right. A is for the ABC Islands. ABC stands for Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao.
The Dutch own the ABC Islands.
Yes, that's right.
Nowadays, Curacao is a big center of oil refining.
Well, that's important in this war.
One of the first governors was Peter Stuyvesant. Later on, he was transferred to another island, an island off the coast of North America named New Amsterdam. The Indians called it...
Manhattan?
Correct.
They paid for that real estate, didn't they? They got it cheap, $24 worth of glass beads. A is for advantage. A gun, for instance. That's an advantage. I once knew a gangster who had a good word for that kind of advantage. He called it an edge. We were sitting in a joint in Chicago in the old days, and I was talking about a famous mobster who had just recently been removed from this life.
Tough.
Tough? Is my gangster friend?
Tough. Ain't no such thing as a tough guy. Ain't no tough guy. Just a guy with an edge. An edge is a rod. An edge is a few inches over the other guy. A couple of more pounds, a longer reach. Being awake when the other guy's sleeping, that's an edge. Being smarter, being earlier, faster. That's an edge. An edge is a mob, an edge is a bankroll. Nah. Ain't no such thing as a tough guy.
For advantage, see edge under E. The men from Europe had something over the men in America. You can pick a word for it. Aeroplanes are a happier kind of advantage. A is for aeroplanes, which are bringing all the Americas closer together. B is for bolero. Not Ravel's bolero, which isn't a real bolero, but the slow, sweet music you hear now.
Tengo ansias locas de sentirte mía, sentir que tus besos retemen mis labios.
In our part of the world, we used to call this kind of a song a ballad. B is for birds. A lot of the ones you know spend their winters in the West Indies, which is nice for them. A lot of birds you don't know like it so much they stay down there the year round. The kiskadee, for instance, which speaks in French and says, "What's he talking about?" And the trogon and the sugar bird. All kinds of hummingbirds. Birds to sing, birds to look at. B is for beaches. A lot of the world's best slope into the Caribbean. One of the prettiest names in our part of the Atlas begins with B, Barbados. I'm going to say that again because I like to. Barbados. And I'm not kidding you. George Washington slept there. He never forgot Barbados because he caught smallpox there as a boy and marked him for life. Barbados is British, and so are the Bahamas. There are 2,000 Bahamian islands. There are 3,000 Bahamian islands. I can't find out which. Chief port is Nassau, and the chief industries are tourists and sponges. Bimini is another island, another nice name beginning with B. Bimini. How do you like Boca Chica and Boca Grande? They're sea channels. Boca means mouth, so that would be big mouth and little mouth. Hitler and Mussolini, or rather vice versa. Let's hear some more B's.
Bananas?
Bandanas.
Bay rum.
Balboa?
Balboa was busy in the islands for some time, but he got into history because he went to the mainland, crossed the mountains, and discovered the Pacific Ocean. Of course, a lot of people had seen it before, unless you don't count the Indians. B is also for bones. Bones belong in any West Indian alphabet. Columbus's bones, to name only a few very well-traveled bones, Columbus's bones. They were buried in Spain, then dug up and moved to Santo Domingo here in the New World, and dug up again, shipped off to Havana.
But they sent the wrong bones. They sent them Diego's bones.
Christopher Son's bones. Also buried in Santo Domingo are the bones of the last of the Byzantine emperors. A quiet citizen named Ferdinando Paleologus. Something. Ferdinando was the last rightful ruler of Byzantium, the Roman Empire of the East, only there wasn't any more Roman Empire by that time. It hadn't been for quite a while. The emperor, who was a vestryman at St. John's, went to his reward in 1678.
B is also for birthplaces.
It goes without saying that a lot of people were born around the Caribbean.
Napoleon's Josephine was born on the islands, and so was Alexander Hamilton.
Alexander Dumas, who wrote The Three Musketeers, had a West Indian grandmother. She was a Negro woman. Any more B's?
Breadfruit, Captain Bligh, and the Bounty.
Go ahead.
They called him Breadfruit Bligh.
Who did?
The slaves on the islands. Breadfruit was slave food because it was cheap. Bligh was on his way from the South Seas with breadfruit when they had that mutiny on the Bounty. Made another try, and nowadays breadfruit plants grow all over the West Indies, as though they always had.
Interesting.
Yes, excuse me, Senor Wells.
Yes, Senor Valdez.
B is for jawbone.
Jawbone? B is for what?
B is for jawbone, no?
Yes, B is for jawbone. Yeah. What jawbone?
The jawbone of a donkey.
Jawbone of a
make
donkey.
a shivering rattle noise. You hear this?
Yes, I certainly do. It's very interesting, isn't it? Samson killed 1,000 Philistines with the jawbone of an ass. Today they use the same jawbone to kill the people.
Babaloo.
I beg your pardon?
Babaloo. That's beginning with a B.
That's right.
Babaloo, like a voodoo. Very queer, very beautiful. It is music from Cuba.
Ladies and gentlemen, nobody sings music from Cuba better than Miguelito Valdez. All right, Miguelito? B is for...
Babaloo. 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 Aye. Babaloo. Aye. Está empezando los velorios. Ay, ¿qué le hacemos a Babaloo? Dame 17 pelas y pa' ponerlo en coro. Dame un cabo de tabaco mayenque y un jarrito de aguardiente. Dame un poco de dinero mayenque pa' que no te la suelte. Yo quiero pedir que mi negra me quiera, que tenga dinero y que no se muera. Que yo le quiero pedir a Papalú y una negra bembona como tú. Es que no tengo otro negro, es pa' que no se fuera. Papalú, ay, Papalú, ay. Papalú, 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 ay, mamá. Papalú, ay, Papalú, ay. Papalú, ay, papá. Papalú, ay, Papalú, ay. Pues mamá, te recuerda cuando que Queremende ya te dice como pa' quinteamos como tipo que yo tengo son manera me conoce mi madre, su poteo, hasta un telego, mi par, su caproca, pa' caja toro. Si viene gallero curvita, mamá, yo rompo la leíta, si viene gallero se quipeño medio horta con si viene gallero bondrón, yo le parto corazón, 3 años como te comes a mi cara, mamá, que si mañana yo me muero, si mañana yo me muero, tierra manga cosa buena, pero suéltame, viste, que tarda, que mamá la más paga, friquía, papalú, papá, papalú, ay, mamá, papalú, papalú, ay,
Remember that song from Treasure Island? Treasure Island was in the West Indies, maybe still for all I know. And B is for Buccaneer. B is for the Brethren of the Coast, the Brotherhood of Pirates, which was the first professional organization in the New World. Their captains were elected by their crews, and no discipline was ever better.
Before the pirates go out to sea, they join together in council to deliberate towards what place they shall go to seek their desperate fortune.
Here are some more real quotes from history.
In this council, the pirates set down what sums of money each particular person ought to have for that voyage. It is the law of the pirates, no prey, no pay. Among themselves, they are very civil and charitable to each other.
The pirate Captain Bartholomew Roberts was particularly strict.
Lights out by 8 p.m. No gambling. Anyone who brings a woman aboard disguised as a man incurs the death penalty.
So went the house rules. Captain Roberts drank only tea. No one contributed more to the lady pirate problem than Miss Anne Bonney, whose name begins with B. She hailed from Ireland, had married some sailor or other and been deserted by him when she caught the eye of none other than Calico Joe Rackham. First thing he did was dress her up in man's clothes. She met Mary Reed on his boat, also in man's clothes. The girls got on well and fought side by side in every battle. When Rackham was captured, the men lost their nerve, but not the ladies. Piracy was a capital offense, but Mary Reed was philosophical.
Hanging? It's no great hardship. Were it not for hanging, every cowardly fellow would turn pirate and so infest the seas that men of courage must starve.
Captain Scarfield, Blueskin, Blackbeard, Redbeard, Cook, and Captain Kidd. There were pirates and pirates. Takes all kinds to make a world. Hawkins and Drake get onto the line as pirates, privateers they were actually, with letters of marque, a sort of hunting license for Spaniards, and it was always open season in the Caribbean. The Dutch pirate Roche Brasiliano hated Spaniards so much he roasted them alive on a wooden spit. As a matter of fact, Spain was always the chief victim of piracy and its chief motive. So, the Spaniard claims the whole New World for himself, does he? Well, just let him try to take it home with him. Think of pirates, and the first name you think of is Captain Kidd. He was an honest Scotch sailor until he was 50. Made only one voyage as a pirate. Peach is best remembered as Blackbeard. He stiffened his whiskers with wires, wove tallow wicks into them, and lighted them to make himself look horrible. He must have succeeded. Francois Lolonaise once cut a prisoner's heart out of his body with his cutlass and then ate it. But Henry Morgan was the worst. Morgan the pirate. Mention a city to Henry Morgan. Say in his presence, Portobello.
Portobello. Is it rich? Then I will relieve it of that yellow sickness that comes of too much Spanish gold.
Portobello was rich. Portobello was Spanish. Henry Morgan loved gold and hated Spain. Well, then.
I have 9 vessels that will float before a breeze, and I have 500 men. The Spanish have gold, and they pat their bellies with complacence. Lads, we have business ahead of us.
Rich Portobello fell easily.
Put them to the torture, every one of them. Man, woman, and child. There is gold here. Squeeze it out of them. Use fire and render it out of them. But get it?
Result. Morgan sailed away with lots of money. 250,000 pieces of 8.
Now then, what about Panama City? She too is rich.
They abandoned their ships on the coast for the march across the isthmus to Panama. The march and its ends were infamous. But the deed was great.
Fever. Devil take the fever. He can have the fever. I'll have Panama. Move. March. Move.
These men had a madness. And there was a devilish method in all of it.
We can take a man of war with a canoe. We can pick off a crew like frigate birds on a rail. We drive under her guns where they can't reach us. We can wedge her rudder and blow the brains out of the seaman who tries to fire at us from a port. We pick off the helmsman. The ship is helpless. We board. Give us 1 to their 3, and the ship's our prize.
In a hollowed-out log, Morgan's men would attack a 45-gun warship and take it. Took a twisted, fever-bitten strip of land to beat them. Heat, the jungle, harassing enemy troops, snakes, starvation, hunger.
Then eat! Eat beef! Leather is beef of a kind, you beggars. Your saddlebags are leather. Eat them! This way, pound them soft in hot water. Pound your leather saddlebags to a pulp. Make a paste of them, then roast the pulp and eat it. And move! March! Get on!
In Panama, the best soldiers and the finest artillery in Christendom waited for Morgan's coming. And thousands of raging, stamping bulls were corralled, ready to be loosed in a living, bellowing avalanche on the little band of buccaneers when they came near enough. Alas, poor Morgan and Morgan's starving band came to the walls of powerful Panama.
Spaniards! Here's your choice. Live and surrender your gold. Or die and surrender your gold. We prefer the latter. We prefer the former. That blustering English dog, come on. Here's butter for you and your starving eating bellies. Eat this.
Assault after assault, the pirates fling at the walls of the city. Again and again, the Spaniard, no less courageous than the pirate, throws him back. Then, a flight of dependable arrows rushes out amid the musketry. A pirate is hit, pierced through from the back.
Beard of a dog, they put a shaft in me.
The point of the arrow stands out from his bleeding chest. Bitterly, he seizes it, tears it point first out of his chest.
Now, Spain, you'll have back your bloody arrow.
The wounded man wraps a bit of cotton around the arrow, places it carefully in his great pistol, aims it over the walls of the impregnable city. The arrow streaks out across the heavy leaden ball. The cotton bursts into flame from the searing powder. It falls on a thatched hut inside the walls. The fire leaps up, spreads, reaches the powder magazine. The walls were breached, then the Spanish juggernaut is loosed. Bulls, thousands of them, terrified, enraged, thunder through the breach, bear down on the pirate force. This was the coup de grace. This would finish them. This would be the end of them. They'd be pounded to a scarlet pulp, no less. Henry Morgan sees them come. His jaw falls open. For a moment, his cutlass hangs limply at his side, and then reaction to the danger.
Look, lads, what bears down upon us. Beef! Fresh beef! Choose your creature, lads, and mind you pick a tender steak. Have at them!
It was a merry barbecue. Morgan and his men ate heartily of roast juggernaut that night. Afterwards, they took the city. Henry Morgan was brave and colorful and shrewd. He was just as efficient and determined and successful a scoundrel as the centuries would produce for some time. His life is proof that if society lets it, crime does pay well. It's a point for all history, and for current history to note and to beware. Finally, Henry Morgan retired from piracy and lived out his days as the governor of Jamaica. His government, grateful for his exploits against Spain, knighted him. He was very useful in the extermination of pirates. Now we come to sea. Sea is for conquest, the conquistadores. Sea is for cannon. Sea is for colonies. Sea is for civilization. For churches and crickets and cockfights. For clothes and casinos and canals. For craftsmanship and corruption. For cities and citizens. For Caracas on the Spanish Main, where Bolivar was born. For Cuba and Columbus, who discovered it. Columbus thought Cuba was Japan. He made a notary fill out a paper swearing it was Japan. Then he figured out it was China. Sent a Jewish scholar who'd come with the expedition as an interpreter into the interior to deliver a letter to the Great Khan.
This place, the natives call Cuba, is somewhere off the coast of India. This I know because the sea comes here in a different manner from what it has done until now.
Columbus had discovered the Gulf Stream.
The Gulf Stream is a warm sea river 37 miles wide and a quarter of a mile deep. Its current swifter than that of any of the great rivers of the continent.
Columbus, with his great capacity for hope, kept on hoping he was somewhere in the Orient, preferably India. That's why, as everybody knows, the first families of America are called Indians. The discoverer did his best to change the names of all the places which he claimed for Spain. Cuba, for instance. He baptized Cuba Buana, then Fernandino, then Santiago. Finally, Ave Maria. We still call it Cuba. The men and women of Africa, brought in chains to Cuba, kept with them the memory of moonlit jungle glades and clearings and the ceremony of drums. Evolution is a devious process. In modern Cuba, gentlemen of any racial background seeking public office often attract voters by playing congas in the streets. Practically where we came in. C is for conga. The conga comes from the Congo. It comes to North America from Cuba via France. 3 ocean crossings don't seem to have hurted any, and up in our part of the hemisphere, we've added the conga line, like this. Ahora, caballero! Footnote to stimulating footnotes now being heard. The conga, American style, is now danced in Cuba, and they call it the American conga. It may look like irony, but strong and useful alloys are made by the collaboration of many metals. Constitutions that are like rocks are made from the mixed voices of many people. Bridges span rivers and bays because they're anchored firmly on both shores. Give us universal music and universal dance. Common language and common understanding will follow. Needs time and wisdom. Cuba's where they play a chain lightning game called Highlight, with the nerve and stamina that the game asks and the Cubans possess. They also play an exotic game called baseball, which is enormously popular on the island and is well thought of in Brooklyn also. Here's a box score of a game of baseball, or baseball.
Brillante pitching de Tuero, el catcher rojo. Miguel Ángel González cerró con doble llave la segunda base de los corredores americanos. Primer inning, Bucaneros, BP out en fly and catching. Terry, Royen al short, out en primera. Cocaína, struck out, no run, no hit, al centro. Merito muere en pitcher acueto en primera. Segundo inning. Nicholson rolling a tercera. Es out al pretender robarse la segunda.
Get it? Nicholson is out trying to steal second. He was safe a mile, and so forth. There is not, to my exact knowledge, a phrase, destroyo el empiro. It's possible, though. Could be. Cuba. Cuba, the land of dazzling sunshine, of heroes and music, of sugarcane, mahogany, a message to Garcia, and Havana cigars. The cigar, as big business, began only 100 years ago as a source of solace and an instrument of diplomacy. Have a cigar? Some Havana cigars wholesale at as much as $1,500 a thousand, or heaven help me, $1.50 a piece. Wholesale.
A good cigar maker can make 200 cigars by hand in a day.
Which brings us to the question, what is a good cigar? Well, a cigar is one thing you can judge by the wrapper. If the leaf runs straight along its length, it's a good cigar. It has a smooth, velvety feeling. When you flick off the ash, the glowing point is sharp. It's a good cigar. You can also tell whether it's a good cigar by smoking it. C is for Cuba, and C is also for Cubans, who lived longest under Spanish rule, which only made them more Cuban. They are formidable and fierce fighters for freedom.
I helped to build the Capitol building in La Habana.
And a magnificent thing, too, Senora. Tell us more about it, though.
Well, the ceilings are gold leaf, no less.
I know, but get to the points.
The diamond?
Yes, the diamond.
You mean the diamond. I buy it.
What our friend is trying to avoid saying is that there's a splendid $16,000 diamond set in a block of polished onyx under the dome of the Capitol in Havana, and he helped to buy it.
No, me. All the workers on the Capitol, when we build it, all, how you name it, cheap in the kitty. We buy a fairly nice diamond.
Oh, fair, $16,000. That's pretty...
Not too bad.
Look, isn't the diamond set in a lump of gold before it's set in the onyx?
Gold? Oh, yes, of course, gold. What else?
What else? People. It takes a lot of gold to make a setting for all that diamond, but do you know where the gold came from? From the fountain pen points of the contractors who built the Capitol. If the infinitesimal amount of gold in a pen point can add up to a heavy gold setting, then hairpins and old washers can add up to a medium tank. So much for that. Next week we'll finish the alphabet of the islands. Good night, Americans.
To the fourth in a special series on the Other Americas, brought to you by the Columbia Broadcasting System and the Mercury Theater under the direction of Orson Welles. The Columbia Broadcasting System is the originator of South America's network of stations, La Cadena de las Americas. In the Southern Hemisphere, as well as in this hemisphere, CBS provides programs of news, entertainment, and recreation to bring about a closer understanding among Americans everywhere. Next week, the fifth program in this series will be brought to you by Orson Welles. Mr. Welles has recently returned from an 8-month visit to the Latin American countries for the office of the Coordinator of Inter-American Affairs. In the cast tonight, Ray Collins played Morgan the Pirate. Agnes Moorehead was the useful information lady, and Ted Reed was the Cuban worker. Original music was written by Lucien Moravec. Bud Gluskin conducted the orchestra, and singing at this moment is our special guest, Miguelito Valdez. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Oh, patalava chango,
and Gene Autry.
I'm back in the saddle again, out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lower distance.
America's favorite cowboy, Gene Autry.
Memories that linger in my heart, memories that make my heart grow cold. someday they'll live again, sweetheart. And my blue moon again will turn to gold. When my blue moon turns to gold again. When the rainbow turns the clouds away. When my blue moon turns to gold again. You'll be back in my arms to stay. The lips that used to thrill me so. Your kisses were meant for only me. In my dreams they live again, sweetheart. But my golden moon is just a memory. When my blue moon turns to gold again. When the rainbow turns the clouds away. When my blue moon turns to gold again. You'll be back in my arms to stay. Well, howdy there, good friends. It's swell to have you with us again here at Melody Ranch. Incidentally, I hope you brought your youngsters along, too, because these get-togethers of ours are strictly family style. And now, here's a mighty pretty old tune that sparked a many a romance in the past, and probably will go on helping Brother Dan Cupid for quite some time to come. It goes like this. We were sailing along on Moonlight Bay. We could hear the voices singing. They seemed to say, you have stolen my heart. Now don't go away. As we sang love's old sweet song on Moonlight Bay. We were sailing along on Moonlight Bay. We could hear the voices ringing. They seemed to say, you have stolen my heart. Now don't go away. As we sang love's old sweet song on Moonlight Bay. Well, thank you, neighbors. Thanks a lot.
Please, Mr. Autry, please take me with you. I promise to be good. Please take me with you. Please, please.
Look, Pat, for the last time, I'm not taking you hunting with me. Now, that's that.
But why? Why? That's what I want to know. Why?
Because I'm taking Smiley Burnett.
No, wait.
You're not tough and rugged enough. I want a man who's had to fight to live.
So? I had to fight to live.
I know. But I want a winner.
Now, in that case, I'm your man.
Oh?
I'll never forget one time I went out in the woods hunting mountain lions, and all I had with me was a club.
A big club?
Yeah, there's 200 members in the club, but...
That's all, brother. You know, Buttram, how can you afford to be so dumb?
Easy. I've been saving up for years.
Pay me then.
At the moment, you might say I am independently stupid.
That I can believe, but I want a winner.
Now,
Incidentally, did you ever go to college?
Nope.
High school?
Nope.
Grade school?
Nope.
Kindergarten?
Yep.
First grade?
Back to nope again. Now, there was a good reason for me not getting ahead, though.
Oh, I'll bet there was. And what was it?
My pants.
Your pants?
Yeah, you see, my mama made them so that they looked the same in the back as they did in the front.
So?
Well, I never knew whether I was going to school or coming home. By the way, speaking of school, I'll never forget one teacher that I had.
Oh, pretty nice, huh?
Boy, I'll say she was nice. In fact, she was so nice when I remember when I was in the 3rd grade, she let me have one whole afternoon off to go vote.
Look, Pat, this is all very, very interesting, but I'm still not taking you hunting with me.
Well, not even if I tell you about the time I wound up getting into a hand-to-hand fight with a giant brown bear.
You what?
You heard me. Me and a tremendous brown bear fought a fight to the finish.
Oh.
And when it was over, there he stood, his foot on my chest, holding my shotgun in his hand.
Oh, smoke. What did you do?
What could I do? I married his daughter.
Come sit by my side, little darling. Come lay your cool hand on my brow. Promise me that you will never be nobody's darling but mine. Nobody's darling but mine, love. Be honest, be faithful, be kind. Promise me that you will never be nobody's darling but mine. You're as sweet as the flowers of springtime. You're as pure as the dew from a rose. I had rather be somebody's darling than a poor boy that nobody knows. Goodbye, goodbye, little darling. I'm leaving this whole world behind. Promise me that you will never be nobody's darling but mine. Thank you, friends. Many, many thanks. You know, just the other day, somebody, I've forgotten now just who, asked me what my favorite meal was. Well, sir, I had to think for a minute. Most of the time, I go for either steak or roast beef, some green vegetables, and a glass of milk. Mind you, I said most of the time. You see, I also have a soft spot in my stomach for good Mexican food, especially when it's cooked by Mama Maria, one of the sweetest old gals who ever fried an enchilada. Incidentally, if you don't believe it, all you have to do is ask any cowpoke within a 100 miles radius of here. Because just like me, he'll tell you there's nothing he'd rather be doing right now than walking into Mama Maria's front door. Come on, Mama. Your favorite boyfriend's here.
Señor, bien, mucho gusto verlo, señor. Hace mucho tiempo, ¿cómo estás?
Hey, now slow down here a little bit. I just came in for
Mama Maria knows what you came in for. One enchilada with cheese, fried beans, and coffee. Isn't that right?
Simply amazing. How'd you know?
Are you not one of my boys? And does not every mother know what her own sons want to eat?
Well, I guess you're right there, Mama.
See, I know that I am right.
Mm-hmm. There's just one thing. Every mother doesn't have 50 hungry cowboys for sons.
Well, maybe not, Senor Jean, but then every mother does not love 50 hungry cowboys like I do either. Oh, but all this talk is not filling that empty spot in your stomach. So sit down, play the music machine, and Mama Maria will be back before you can say Jose Robinson.
And that was Mama Maria. The cowboy's broke. Makes no difference. His mama's, his credit is as good as Rockefeller's. What's more, if you know cowboys like I do, you can imagine what a credit business Mama has. Why, Buttram alone owes her...
Now, wait a minute. That ain't part of this story now.
All right. I guess you're right, Pat. Anyway, let's see now. Where was I? Oh, yeah. One night, Mama's front door opened, and a guy by the name of Steve Thomas walked in.
Well, good evening, Mrs. DeNoza.
Now, Senor Thomas, you have come for your monthly payments, eh?
Yeah, let's see. I've come for my monthly payment.
Bueno, I have it right here ready for you. Here, in this envelope.
Thanks. You know, Mrs. DeNoza, I was just looking over the lease I have with you on this place. It came to my attention that next week you'll have been here exactly 1 year.
Yes, that is right, Senor Thomas. And you have been a good landlord. Never do we have any trouble. Is that not right?
Yeah, sure, that's right. Well, now, since the first year is almost up, I thought you'd want to take care of the balance due me according to the terms of your lease.
The balance?
The rest of what you owe me. If you'll look at your copy of our contract, it says down at the bottom of the last page that at the end of the first year, you agree to pay me the balance due in full for the remaining 4 years.
But I do not understand.
Okay, Mrs. DeNose, I'll explain it to you. In plain English, it means you now owe me 48 times $50 a month, or $2,400. Well, don't look so surprised. You signed the lease, didn't you?
Yes, but I do not know about leases and those things, Senor Thomas. I trust you to do what was right.
I'm not interested in what you did or didn't do, Mrs. DeNoza. All I want is my money.
$2,400. I have never had that much money in my whole life.
In that case, I'm sorry. Because unless you pay me that $2,400 in full by midnight a week from tonight, I'll be forced to evict you. In other words, Mrs. DeNoza, either get the money or get out. Hello?
Senor Jean.
Mama Maria.
Senor Jean, it is me. I have bad throat, but I must talk to somebody who can tell me what to do.
What is it, Mama?
On the phone, I cannot find the words, but I thought maybe you could come over to my place for a few minutes.
Of course I will. Now, you just sit tight. And don't worry. I'll be there inside of 20 minutes.
Good to see you. Thank you for coming.
Oh, forget it, Mama. You needed help. It was enough for me. Now, what's the trouble?
Well, it is like this. Senor Thomas, the man who owns this place, says I owe him $2,400, and I do not have it. He says it is written in my, what you call, lease.
Now, wait a minute. You mean, Steve Thomas?
You know him?
I'll say I know him. Let me see that lease.
Oh, yes. Here it is. He says it is all written down at the bottom of the last page. He says I must make all payments in full for the next 4 years.
Yes, here it is, all right. It is further agreed that at the termination of the first year's tenancy, the occupants shall pay in full the balance due on the first mortgage.
What am I to do, Senor Jim?
I don't know just yet. But one thing's sure. Steve Thomas knew you wouldn't understand this stuff. Now, if you can't pay, he'll still have his restaurant. Plus all you've paid him during the last year.
But I do not have $2,400, Senor Jim.
How much have you got, Mama?
At the most, no more than $600. And that would take every cent I have saved.
Okay. Now listen carefully. Here's what I want you to do. If Steve Thomas comes around again and asks about his money, just tell him that you're waiting to hear from some friends. Leave the rest to me. And so, boys, that's the story. Unless Mama Maria comes up with $1,800 more the next Tuesday, she's out in the cold. And I, for one, don't want to see that happen.
Yeah, but Gene, none of us ain't got nothing like $1,800.
I know, Johnny, but together we can get it. Nickels, dimes, pennies, no matter how hard we have to scrape. We owe it to Mama Maria. And there's not a single guy here who can't say he doesn't. Now, how about it?
Come on, Clem. It's for a good cause. Besides, this holster is genuine leather.
Well, okay, Johnny. Since it's for Mama Maria, I'll give you $50. Here. Yeah, I've been saving this for next summer's vacation, but for Mama Maria... Uh-oh, there's a slug. Wonder how that got in there.
Fred's gone to town, Gene, but he says tell you he can wait on having that barn fixed till next year. He says if Mama Maria needs the money, it's hers.
Come on, 7 for Mama Maria. 11. Okay, boys, we'll go all the way. Shoot the quarter.
And so it went. For a solid week, ranch work was forgotten. And all because a kindly old Mexican lady needed help. Anyway, the deadline night for payment finally rolled around. And with it, Steve Thomas.
Well, Mrs. Denoza, I suppose you know why I'm here.
See, but, Senor Thomas, I still do not have the money.
I didn't think you would. Where's the key?
Back in my room, but first I must pick up my things. It is now only 8 o'clock, and you said I could have until midnight.
Look, don't give me that sod stuff. I've already given you more time than you deserve. Now get out and make it fast. I'm tired.
Oh, please, Senor Thomas, please, just one more hour. Then I promise I'll be gone.
Oh, nothing. I said get out now, and I meant it.
Oh! You should not have done that, Senor Thomas.
Yeah? Well, if you don't get out of here quick, you'll get worse than that. Now get that key.
No.
Why, what the... You've had this coming for a long time, Thomas.
Oh, you mustn't try.
That's it.
Senor should not have done that. It will only make things worse.
Don't worry about that, Mama. Everything's fine. Come on in, boys.
But I do not understand. What does all this mean?
Go ahead and tell her, Johnny.
All right. Quiet, boys. Quiet. Well, Mama Maria, it's like this here. A bunch of us got together and decided that we couldn't get along without your cooking, so, well, here. This is for you. All $1,802.55 of it.
Well, Mama, looks like the place is all yours for keeps now.
I don't know what to say. I'm afraid I'm going to cry a little.
Hey, now, we can't have any of that. Besides, I'll bet most of these guys are hungry. Got anything to eat?
For my son, Mama Maria has only love and all they can eat. How do you say? On the house.
Folks, most of us set a goal early in life, a goal that one day we hope to achieve. Some of us make it, some of us don't. But one thing's sure, as long as we keep working toward that dream, somewhere, sometime, we're sure to find There's a gold mine in the sky far away. We will find it, you and I, some sweet day. There'll be clover just for you down the line, where the skies are always blue, pal of mine. Take your time, old muse, I know you're growing lame, but you pasture in the stars when we strike that plain. And we'll sit up there and watch the world go by. When we find that long-lost gold mine in the sky. Far away, far away, we will find that long-lost gold mine some sweet day, and we'll say hello to friends who said goodbye. When we find that long-lost gold mine in the sky. Far away, far away, in the sky.
And that looks like that's just about the last of the gravy in the frying pan for this Melody Ranch steak fry. But along about this same time, and over these same radio stations, yours truly and all the gang will be right back again with a brand new batch of the same. And now this is Gene Autry asking you to keep thinking of us until we're back in the saddle again. Out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly Jimson weed, I'm back in the saddle again.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Kraft Cheese Company will also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night. Present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Whedon. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. What kind of appetites do you have in your family? Well, if they're the kind of appetites that have to be tempted, here's a suggestion. Get acquainted right away with Parquet Margarine, the delicious, wholesome spread for bread made by Kraft. Because the delicate, appetite-tempting flavor that makes Parquet Margarine such a delicious spread for bread makes it grand for cooking, too. Serve Parquet at the table, of course, at every meal, but keep it nearby when you're preparing meals as well. You see, Parquet seasons potatoes and all hot vegetables to the king's taste. You'll find cookies and cakes taste better made with Parquet because it adds its own delicate flavor to all baked foods. Parquet makes pan-fried foods tastier, too. And remember, you're adding extra nourishment to foods when you use Parquet Margarine. It's an excellent energy food that contains vitamin A. Best of all, Parquet is economical, so get some tomorrow. Just ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. Now let's join our friend, the Great Gildersleeve. For several days, he's been harboring a dark secret. To wit, the third tooth from the rear on the upper left-hand side has been giving him a little trouble.
Oh, it has not.
This morning, after lingering alone over a hearty breakfast, he rises from the table, saunters past the sideboard, sneaks a piece of taffy from the bonbon dish, pops it into his mouth, and...
Ouch! Ooh.
Mr. Gildersleeve, what's the trouble? You got toothache?
No, Bertie, certainly not. I just happened to bite on something, that's all.
Your tongue, maybe?
Yeah, my tongue.
Well, there's only one thing to do about a bad tooth.
I know that, but I'd rather not be reminded of it.
Oh, this don't hurt none.
And anyway, I haven't got a bad tooth. What do you do, Bertie?
Well, you got a penny?
A what?
A penny. Have you got a penny?
Well, I have, but don't let it get around. The government might hear about it.
All right, you take the penny and you put it in your mouth. Now, you put it next to the gum where the tooth hurts, and you keep it there for 2 days. Don't even take it out.
But how do I eat?
Well, you just eat around it.
Eat around it.
And by the end of the second day, the penny will draw all the misery out of the tooth.
Can you guarantee that?
That's if the moon is right.
But suppose it isn't.
Well, then you still got the penny.
And the toothache. Why wouldn't it be better just to break down and go to the dentist?
Well, that's good, too.
What's all this about dentist?
Oh, I was just saying...
Nothing, Marjorie, nothing. Bertie and I were just having a little discussion. Weren't we, Bertie?
Yes'm. About people that don't take care of the teeth.
Bertie.
Well, I don't care. I don't care if I am a tattletale. When I know something's wrong with you, I ain't going to hide it.
You're right, Bertie.
You got to take care of yourself, Mr. Gildersleeve, and you got to take care of your teeth. Your teeth is my meal ticket.
Come on, Uncle Mort. Which tooth is it?
Marjorie, there's nothing whatever the matter with my tooth. I'm just a little aware of it, that's all.
That settles it. You're going to the dentist.
No, my
You've
dear.
been putting it off and putting it off, and you're not going to put it off any longer.
Oh, yes, I am. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm cornered.
When did you go to the dentist last? Tell me.
Well, it was very recently.
It was?
Yes, it was only...
I thought so.
No, it was even more recent than that. I remember it perfectly. I just don't remember the date.
I'll bet you don't.
Well, why should I? You asked Donald Nelson when he went to the dentist last. I bet he can't tell you either. But ask him something important, and he's got it right at his fingertips. What are you laughing at, Bertie?
Getting that man to the dentist is just like pulling teeth.
You keep out of this, Bertie, and keep pulling teeth out of it, too. I never saw people in such a hurry to rush a man to the dentist.
You know what I think, Uncle Mort? I think you're afraid.
Afraid nothing.
Well, you ought to be ashamed. Even Leroy isn't afraid of the dentist. He went yesterday, and he's going again today.
Well, I'm not afraid either.
Then why don't you call up Dr. Shanks and make an appointment?
Certainly. I'll call him up. I'll make an appointment.
Good.
Only don't rush me. What's that?
Just Leroy coming downstairs.
Sounds like a barrel of potatoes. Leroy, can't you ever walk?
I'm late for school. Goodbye.
Leroy, ain't you going to take your lunch?
Almost forgot. Where is it?
I'm just finishing it.
Well, I gotta get going. Leroy, when was your appointment with the dentist? You would have to bring that up. It's this afternoon, 3:30. Would you be willing to let Uncle Mort go in your place? You mean let him go to the dentist instead of me? Yes. Would you mind if he took your appointment? Are you kidding?
Now, Marjorie, I don't want to rob the boy of his...
No, not at all. I'm glad to do it, What's the matter? You got a toothache.
It's nothing but a slight twinge. Nothing for everybody to get so excited about.
Oh, gee, that can be bad, though. You want to take care of that.
No, my boy. It's more important for you to keep your appointment. Take care of your teeth when you're young, and they'll take care of you when... they'll take care of you.
But, Uncle Mort, my tooth doesn't ache.
That's funny.
What?
Now that you mention it, neither does mine. It stopped. What do you know about that? Much ado about nothing, huh?
Uncle Mort?
Oh, there's Judge Hooker. I'm riding on his A card today. My hat and coat. I've got to go. Goodbye, Marjorie.
Goodbye, you big baby.
Hurry up, Gildy. I got the motor running.
Good morning, Judge. Well, this looks like a wonderful day, doesn't it?
Never mind the salutations. This is costing me gas. Hop in. Well, how goes it, Gildy?
Well, tell the truth, Judge, not so good. Did you ever have a tooth that... Hey, look out!
I saw him.
You saw him. Did you ever have a tooth that hurt whenever you bit down on a judge?
Did I ever have a tooth? Well, just take a look in there. I see you in the bag.
Where? Judge, watch where you're going.
I'm watching.
Well, keep your hands on the wheel, you old goat.
I want to tell you, I had an impacted wisdom tooth once, and he had to go in there after with a hammer and a chisel.
Ooh.
Worst thing that ever happened to me. Only thing to do, though, if you got a bad tooth, get it out of there. Chop it out. Get rid of it. It'll only make you trouble.
But mine isn't a wisdom tooth.
Makes no difference. Does it ache when you chew candy?
Well, yes, it does.
Same as mine. It's impacted, all right. It'll have to come out.
Oh, I was afraid of that. You judge, watch out! Hooker, that was a little close.
Listen, who's driving this car?
I don't know. Is anybody driving it?
It's my car. Don't be telling me how to drive it.
Yeah, well, it's my tooth, so don't be telling me what to do about it.
All right, Gildy. You want to get lockjaw, that's your business.
What do you mean, lockjaw?
A friend of my father's had a bad tooth like yours. He neglected it. He ended up with a lockjaw. Couldn't even open up his mouth to eat.
You?
Had to go in there with a hammer and a chisel.
Oh, Horace! If you don't mind.
Well, I'm just telling you for your own good.
All right, I was feeling fine till you started talking. Hey, what are we stopping here for?
Barber shop. I gotta get a shave.
But I don't need a shave.
Well, that's just too bad, Gildy. You forget, you happen to be sharing my car today.
I have to share your shave?
Well, no, you can walk the rest of the way if you want to.
All right, I will.
All right, go ahead.
By George, I would, too. I'd walk the whole way if it wasn't for this tooth.
Starting up again, is it? Now, I'll tell you what you want to do.
Oh, no, you won't. You're not going to get in there with that hammer and chisel again.
Make it a quick shave, Floyd. I got Gildersleeve waiting here.
Oh, carpool, huh? How you been, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Not so well, Floyd. Tooth's been bothering me. This one I have.
Well, yeah. Well, you think that's bad, huh? My wife's uncle had to have a tooth out last week. He lives 12 miles out of town, and all he's got is an A card. An A card, mind you. Is that fair? I'll leave it to you, Judge.
Now, Floyd, what does your wife's uncle do for a living?
Oh, he's retired. He's got his pension.
I thought so.
Oh, wouldn't you retire if you got a pension? Is that any reason to take a man's gas away from him?
Under the present circumstances, it's as good a reason as I can think of. And they're not taking his gas away from him. They're just holding him down to what he needs.
Yeah, well...
The government isn't picking on your wife's Uncle Floyd. They're just cutting out a few things like those trips over to your house for Sunday dinner.
Hey, maybe they're doing me a favor at that. Hey, but I had a fella in here yesterday. He sat right in that chair where you're sitting, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I think I'll move. This is too much like a dentist chair.
Hey, don't say dentist to me. But I was telling you about this fella. I don't know who he is, but he came in here, and it turns out he's very close to a certain party, and he tells me that this gas rationing is a lot of bunk.
Oh, he did, huh?
Yeah. He says there's no shortage of gas. He says there's gas to burn right here in Summerfield.
They're not rationing gas, Floyd. They're rationing mileage. They're rationing rubber.
Well, why don't they say so then?
They've been saying so. If you could just read, you ignorant...
Now, Horace. Perhaps reason would be more effective with our little chum here.
Yeah, gee, let's not get into an argument over this.
All right, Gildy, you try to explain it.
I will. Now, Floyd, you say that gas rationing is the bunk.
Well, that's what the fella told me.
But, Floyd, do you know who controls most of the rubber in the world today? The Japs. 90% of it.
That's right.
That's right.
And do you know how important rubber is? This whole country moves on rubber.
Well, now, wait a minute. Trains don't. I've been on a train.
You've been on it. I know, but the fact is that most of this country's traveling is not done on trains or trolleys or airplanes or buses.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Wait a minute. Here's a piece of paper I cut out. Look. 86% of the traveling done by Americans last year was in private automobiles.
Is that a fact?
That's why it's important to keep your car and my car going. Because of all the private automobiles pulled up, the country's paralyzed.
Well, sure, I can see that.
Well, that's all there is to it, then. You see, Judge, all it takes is a little reasoning.
Well, there's just one thing I don't get.
What's that?
Well, my tires belong to me. Why shouldn't I ride on them all I want?
Floyd Munyon, you're the stupidest man I ever met. I don't see how you ever got through even barber college. Why is...
Hey, Gildy.
What?
What happened to the light of pure reason?
All right, you try explaining it. Let me see you get anywhere with him.
All right. What is it you don't understand, Floyd?
Well, what about this synthetic rubber? What about that?
What about it? Have you got any?
No.
Then how are you going to ride on it?
Say, Gildy. Who's explaining this, you or me?
Well, all I got to say is they're my tires, and why shouldn't I ride on them? This is a free country, isn't it?
By George, it won't be free much longer if people figure the way you do.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I will not. Stop waving that razor at me, Floyd.
All I say is a man has a right to his opinion.
Well, I have an opinion I'd like to express at this time.
What's that?
You and all the other people who squawk about gas rationing give me a pain. And not in my tooth, either. I'll see you later. I'm sorry that I'm late, Miss Fitch. I shared Judge Hooker's car with him this morning, and when you share his car, you share his private life.
When I came to work on a bus, the woman next to me shared my feet.
Very good. They're big enough. Any important problems come up in my absence?
Nothing that I couldn't handle.
I'd like to see anything you couldn't handle, Miss Fitch.
Well, after 33 years in the water department, life doesn't hold many surprises.
I suppose not. Say, what are we going to do about that inquiry from the Board of Health? I keep forgetting about it.
Don't worry, I took care of that.
Oh, good.
We had a communique from the pumping station this morning. They're getting low on coal.
Well, you better put in an order for some more coal.
I did. I took care of that.
Oh, fine. By the way, I ran into Mr. Powers over at the air raid meeting last night, and he was complaining
I know. I took care of that, too.
Why, Miss Fitch, you're wonderful. Well, what's the order of business here now?
I have all the figures for the annual report, if you want to start on that.
Oh, fine. Let me get a cigar first. Then we'll roll up our sleeves and go to work. Oh, didn't I bring any cigars? Even Donald Nelson can't work without a cigar.
I believe you'll find some in your upper right-hand drawer.
Oh, you even took care of that. You're a remarkable woman, Miss Fitch. If I don't keep an eye on you, Donald Nelson will be stealing you away from me.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, you're joking.
Oh, no, I'm not. Would you like to be in Washington?
No, I'd rather be a big frog in a small puddle.
You mean you're happy here when you could be working for an important man like Donald Nelson?
I don't want to work for anybody important. I want to stay here and work for you.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Miss Fitch. Let's get on with the report. If you'll hand me that lighter. Thank you. There. Now. Oh! Can't even bite on a cigar. I'm afraid I'll have to be seeing a dentist one of these days.
Don't worry.
Oh, no?
I took care of that. You have an appointment for 4 this afternoon.
Oh!
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few seconds. You know, nowadays, it's really a homemaker's duty to see that her family gets the right kind of foods. Yes, and it's just as much her duty to keep her food budget in line. Well, there's one important food that helps you do both these jobs. And that food is economical Parquet margarine, the delicious, nutritious spread for bread made by Kraft. Parquet margarine is one of the kinds of foods that our government recommends for good nutrition. That's because it's so wholesome and nourishing. Actually, Parquet is one of the best energy foods you can serve. What's more, every pound of Parquet margarine contains 9,000 units of vitamin A, making it a really dependable source of this important vitamin the year round. Economical Parquet, you know, is widely known as the margarine that tastes so deliciously good. So why not start serving it to your family tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow, sure. Ask your food dealer for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet, the delicious vegetable margarine made by Kraft. Now let's hurry back to the Great Gildersleeve, who was in a sorry state by this time, unable to work, unable to eat, and unable to think of anything but his approaching appointment with the dentist. He's decided to come home for a little rest before the ordeal, and we find him now trudging up the walk, while in the living room, Marjorie and Mrs. Ransom are deep in conference.
Don't you tell your uncle now, you hear? 'Cause I don't want him to know I'm making it for him, not till Christmas.
Oh, not a word.
You just pretend like you want to know his measurements out of curiosity.
I'll find some way. I should know them, but I keep forgetting. I guess because I can't believe them when I hear them. Leroy? Who's that? Uncle Moore, it's so early.
Hello, my dear. Oh, hello, Leila.
Oh, Throckmorton, you just came here to spy.
Oh, no, I live here, remember? Spy on what?
Wouldn't you love to know?
Oh, would I? I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, Christmas isn't so terribly far off, you know.
Christmas. Oh, Christmas.
Yes, I'm making something for you, but I won't tell you what.
Be careful now, you'll give it away.
Well, I thought it wouldn't do any harm to tell him that much, but you'll have to guess the rest.
Oh, well, that's nice of you, Leila, but you really shouldn't have done it. Marjorie, is Leroy home yet?
No, not yet. He usually doesn't bust in till about 10 after 3.
Burst, Marjorie.
Oh, yeah. Burst.
Yes. Well, don't let him get away without speaking to me.
Oh, but Throckmorton, don't you want to guess? Haven't you any curiosity?
Guess? Guess what?
What I'm making for you.
Oh, well, I'm afraid I wouldn't be very good at guessing today, Leila. Tell the truth, I'm feeling a little under the weather.
Uncle Mort, is it that tooth again?
Well, yes.
Oh, I knew it. If you'd gone to the dentist, you'd feel better.
I'm going to the dentist, and I feel worse.
Glad you finally got some sense. Now, why don't you just lie down here and rest till it's time to go?
I think I will, if you don't mind.
Yes, now go get a hot water bottle. That may help.
Lie down now, Throckmorton. That's right.
Yeah.
Poor boy. Got a nasty tooth. Lay your head down now, and I'll just kneel here and soothe your brow.
That feels so good. You have healing hands, Leila.
Oh, gracious, I'm afraid they're pretty rough now that I'm doing my own work.
Isn't that admirable? Don't stop. I think the pain is going away.
Throckmorton,
Yes, Leila?
it begins with an S.
If what does?
The thing I'm making for you.
Oh, yeah. It's a nice letter, S.
I don't want you to get the idea that just because I'm making you a present, you have to give me one, though. I don't want you to think that.
Oh, I wasn't thinking that.
Promise you won't give me anything now.
All right, I promise.
On your word of honor?
On my word of honor.
Oh.
Don't go, Leila.
Oh, I'm afraid I must.
But, Leila.
You don't even care enough about my present to guess what it is.
I do, too. Let me see. S.
Hot water bottle. Now put it on the side that aches. That may relieve it till the dentist gets at it.
Marjorie, guess what? The most wonderful thing has happened. While you were out of the room, all of a sudden, the pain was gone.
Oh, no, you don't.
What do you mean?
You're coming with me to the dentist. Oh, yes, you are.
Don't worry, Throckmorton. You go to the dentist, and before you know it, bingo, it'll be all over.
That's what I'm afraid of, that bingo.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Peavy. Peavy, I just sneaked in for a minute. I've got to talk fast. They're waiting for me outside the drugstore.
Who, the police?
The police? No, Marjorie and Leroy.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, you're shaking.
Well, you'd be shaking, too. I'm on my way to the dentist.
The dentist? Well, that's something we all have to face at one time or another, I guess.
Don't give me any philosophy. What I want is something that'll cure a toothache, and quickly.
Well, now, that's rather a large order. That's a problem science has been working on for a good many years.
I can't wait for science, Peavy. I've got to be at the dentist in 15 minutes if I don't cure this thing first. Now, how about it?
Well, that word cure, Mr. Gildersleeve, is a word we druggists like to avoid.
Never mind the word. What I want to know is, you sell toothache remedies, don't you?
Yes, I do sell a toothache remedy. Several varieties, as a matter of fact. Though most of them come down to about the same thing, all a close.
It's all right. A toothache remedy remedies a toothache, doesn't it?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. It may relieve it temporarily.
Relieve it or remedy it, Peavy. Don't quibble. All druggists are supposed to be friendly, aren't they?
Yes, we do rather pride ourselves on our friendliness.
Well, then be a pal. Help me out of this, Peavy. If I can cure this tooth before I get to the dentist, I may be able to call the whole thing off.
Mr. Gildersleeve, if I could guarantee to do that, I wouldn't be in the drug business. I'd set up as a dentist.
In other words, you admit your toothache remedies are no darn good.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. But if you're looking for something really effective,
I can recommend a cure for corns.
Corns?
I've used it myself with great satisfaction. So has Mrs. Peavy.
A cure for corns isn't going to help me with my tooth, Peavy.
No, but it's a good thing to know about.
You're no help to me, Peavy. Goodbye.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes?
There is one remedy for toothache I've heard recommended.
What's that?
I've never had occasion to try it myself. I don't know that it has any scientific basis.
Oh, never mind the science. What is it?
Have you ever tried placing a penny next to gum?
Yeah, goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Wouldn't you think the doc could get some decent magazines in here? Not a comic book in the whole place.
Be quiet, Leroy.
Why? Who's dead?
Leroy.
What are you so nervous about, Unc?
I'm not nervous. I just don't like waiting, that's all. Makes me restless.
Your hand's trembling.
Leroy, read your magazine.
Look at mine, steady as a rock. I bet I could hold it still for 5 minutes.
You think you could hold your tongue still for a few minutes?
Sure.
Well, try it.
If you're not nervous, Unc, what did you make Marge drive you down for?
Well, because if you must know, dentists sometimes give people gas. I don't want to drive home when I'm under the influence of laughing gas. Now stop asking questions.
What are you reading, Unc?
National Geographic.
Interesting?
Oh, yes, very.
Wouldn't it be easier to read if you turned it right side up?
Good.
Dr. Shanks is ready now.
After you, Unc.
No, you go ahead, Leroy.
Age before beauty.
Leroy, you get in there.
All right.
Hello there, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Doctor.
I won't keep this young man but a minute. Just finishing up with him.
Oh, that's all right. No hurry. Take your time, Doc. They always tell you that, Marjorie. It won't take but a minute. It isn't going to hurt a bit. That poor kid's liable to be in there an hour.
Oh, I don't think so. He hasn't got much left to do.
I feel sorry for him, though, my dear. He puts up a big front, but underneath it, I'll bet he's scared to death.
I don't believe Leroy has a nerve in his entire body. If he had, he couldn't stand the noises he makes.
Well, there's something in that. Say, it's awfully quiet in there, isn't it?
Is there anything strange about that?
No, I just wonder what they're doing to him.
Why don't you try not to think about it, Uncle Mort? Why don't you read your magazine?
You suppose they could be giving him gas in there?
Why do you keep worrying about gas? Dentists don't give gas all the time.
Well, they never let you know when they're going to. They sneak up on you with it.
Did you ever have gas?
No, but I've heard all about it. Laughing gas. They sneak up behind you and clap one of those things over your face.
Oh, Uncle Mort, that's old-fashioned. If you go to the dentist more often, you get rid of those ideas.
You needn't try to make me feel good, my dear. I know what I'm in for. Just wish it wasn't so quiet, that's all. I could stand it if it wasn't so quiet. If somebody would just make a noise.
All right, Mr. Gildersleeve. Uncle Mort, that's you.
Me?
Steady. Steady.
What's the matter, Unc? You look as if you were going to the chair.
I am.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, hello, Doc. Long time no see, huh?
How have you been? Just climb into the chair there and make yourself comfortable.
Yeah, I've been pretty well, Doctor. Except for this little tooth of mine.
Well, we'll get to the bottom of that. How's that new neighbor of yours that moved in there next door to you?
Oh, Mrs. Ransom? Oh, she's fine.
See much of her?
Oh, we pass the time of day now and then. What's that? What's that, Doc?
It's just my instruments, a few drills and whatnot.
Whatnot?
What's the matter? Why, you're perspiring. You're looking a little pale there.
I am?
Miss Mitchell, take that bottle there and give him a whiff, will you?
Oh, no, you don't.
Now, Mr. Gildersleeve, it's nothing to be afraid
Take
of.
it away. Take it away, Doc.
Breathe in, please.
Here, take a breath.
You can't fool me. I know what you're up to.
Hold it under his nose. Now, breathe in. Here. Come out of that.
Stop it.
Nothing but spirits of ammonia.
I thought it was laughing gas.
Laughing gas? I haven't given laughing gas in 20 years.
Yeah.
Now, let's have a look at that mouth of yours now.
Yeah. It's a hard tooth on the upper left-hand side.
Well, plenty of space in there.
I see, Doc.
That's very interesting.
It is.
You get a sharp pain when you bite down? Miss Mitchell, hand me those tweezers, will you?
Well, Doc.
Relax, man, relax. This isn't going to hurt.
Where have I heard that before?
Now, open your mouth.
Okay.
By the way, what did you have for dinner on Thanksgiving?
Turkey.
I thought so. There's the whole cause of your trouble.
What's that?
A little sliver of turkey bone lodged between your second and third molars. When you bit down on it, it jabbed your gum.
That's all?
That's all.
There's nothing else the matter with my teeth?
Not that I can see. That'll be $10, please.
Dear Diary, well, it's been nearly a week now, and I've still got more than 3/4 of a tank full. I've managed to get to most of the places I wanted to go, and I even got to one place I didn't want to go to at all. Yeah, maybe it isn't going to be so bad. What worries me is people like Floyd the barber. They don't seem to realize that the shortage of rubber is nationwide, and that's why rationing has to be nationwide. I read where Jeffers says the tires we have on our cars now are going to have to last us at least till the middle of 1944. Of course, I don't know Jeffers personally, but Donald Nelson speaks well of him. Anyway, it strikes me that saving our tires is like saving money. Most of us can't do it unless we figure out a system that'll force us to. And that's what this gas rationing is. Naturally, it's going to take a little time to get it adjusted, so that every man gets the gas he needs to get him to his job. But that's the intention. So let's have a little patience and try to make this thing work, folks. Because if it doesn't, heaven help our men at the front, and heaven help us. Good night, everybody.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by Billy Mills. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to tune in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
It's a time saver. It meets any mealtime emergency. What does? Why, that's 7-minute macaroni and cheese made with Kraft Dinner. Now, the macaroni in a package of Kraft Dinner is a very special kind. It cooks up tender and fluffy in just 7 minutes. But that's only half the secret of Kraft Dinner. The Kraft Grated is the other half. It also comes in a package of Kraft Dinner. You just sprinkle it through and through, and the macaroni is drenched with mild cheese flavor. No fuss or bother to this new-fashioned way of making that old-fashioned dish. And you'll find Kraft Dinner is a handy thing to have around when your family is on time for dinner and you're late. Because in just 7 minutes you can serve them swell macaroni and cheese. So keep a few packages of Kraft Dinner on your pantry shelf always. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Great Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis A. Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, another Great Nuts Flakes Fables, friends, by that old spinner of fables, Don Wilson. This one's about a little appetite and how he grew. You see, this little appetite was very, very sad because he stayed so small, and he was always going around wailing, woe's me, why can't I grow up and be like other appetites? Then one day a kind lady gave this little appetite a great big tempting bowl full of delicious toasty brown Great Nuts Flakes, and quick as a wink, that little appetite grew and grew and grew, until all at once he said, oh boy, Great Nuts Flakes, today I am a man. Well, the moral of that fable is just this. If any appetites need special coaxing at your house, the thing to do is to serve plenty of delicious, moldy-rich Great Nuts Flakes. For the distinctive goodness of Great Nuts Flakes really makes appetites grow. It's the grand, tempting flavor of Great Nuts in toasted, brown, crispy flake form. So ask your grocer for Great Nuts Flakes tomorrow. a grand old flag played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as is my custom, every Sunday night at this
Hold
time...
it, Don. Hold it. Tonight's introduction is for our good old maestro. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to announce that this is the farewell appearance of Phil Harris on this program. As Phil and his band have joined the United States Maritime Service. They're in the Merchant Marine. That's for you and the boys, Phil.
Thanks, everybody. And speaking for the whole gang and myself, I want to say that we've had a lot of fun on this program, and we're sure going to miss it.
We're going to miss you too, Phil.
That's right. You and I may have had our little quarrels, and we may have gotten pretty sore at each other at times. But I'll tell you one thing, Phil. You're the best band leader I ever worked with.
Oh, Jackson, you're kidding.
I know, but you're leaving tonight. But on the level, things won't be the same around here without good old Twitch. Say, how long you been with me, Phil?
6 years.
6 years.
6 years without a raise.
Yes, sir. And now you and the boys are leaving. Gosh, I feel like a mother robin. A mother robin whose eggs have all hatched. And the little birds are flying away.
Make that duck, will you? We're in the Merchant Marine.
All right, I feel like a mother duck.
What'd you just say, Jack?
Oh, hello, Mary. I was just telling Phil that I feel like a mother duck.
Well, you've got the right feet for us.
I don't mean that. I'm being sentimental. Phil and the boys have joined the Maritime Service.
Well, congratulations, Phil.
Thanks. Hey, Mary, how do you like my new uniform? Pretty natty, ain't it?
Yeah. I never thought I'd see the day when you'd wear a coat with pants to match.
What?
Including your tuxedo.
You're not fooling. Oh, say, Phil, what did you do with that loud sport coat you used to wear?
You mean my herringbone?
No, your tuna fish with the smelt in the back. Hey, that's pretty good, huh?
Please, Jackson, no corn tonight.
Okay, Phil.
By the way, where are you stationed, Phil?
We're training over Catalina Island under Captain Beebe. And what a routine they put you through. The first day, there was a guy who says, go see the doc and he'll give you a few shots.
A few shots, eh?
So I go over to the doc's office, say, where's the bourbon? And the guy jabs me with a needle.
Well, of course. Of course, that's what they meant, shots in the arm. Did the shots bother you, Phil?
No, I took them like they was nothing. But when they cut off my curls, I cried like a baby.
That's right, Phil. You have got a regulation haircut. I mean, a little bone is showing. Incidentally, old pal, what did you do with those curls?
Forget it, Jack. They'll never match.
Mary, I just want a lock of Phil's hair to remember him by. I'm sentimental. I told you I feel like a mother duck. Say, Phil, how are you and the boys getting along with your training?
Oh, we're sharp, Jackson. Get a load of this. All right, men. Attention. Salute. 1, 2.
Well.
Okay, man, as you was.
All right, sit down, fellas. Sit down. As you was. Am you sure you didn't make a mistake, Phil? Well, it's a great life, though, Phil. It'll do you a lot of good. Oh, hello, Dennis. How are you feeling?
Just sucky, Mother. Say, Mr. Benny, I passed Warner Brothers Theater just now, and there's a sign there that says George Washington slept here, staring Ann Sheridan and the world's greatest lover.
That's right.
Well, gee whiz, I thought you were in that picture.
I am. That's me, the world's greatest lover.
That's something new, isn't it?
No, it's nothing new. It just happens that the studios finally realize that I'm the lover type.
The lover type?
Yes.
Somehow I prefer to think of you as a mother duck.
No, don't be silly. And everything you say just rolls off of me. I can go along with the duck.
Say, Jack, I saw your picture, and there's just one thing I can't understand.
What's that, Don?
Well, in those you did with Ann Sheridan, where she was wearing an evening gown, I couldn't see your face.
What do you mean?
You were always standing behind her. Why was that?
Well...
Jack had his lines written on her back.
Well, I had some long scenes. You try to talk and make love at the same time. Say, Dennis, have you seen my picture yet?
No, I haven't, Mr. Benny.
You haven't, eh? And now, folks...
Am I going to get bumped off?
No! I don't care whether you see it or not, you little... What do I care? Now turn around and sing your song.
I wouldn't turn around for $1 million.
I'm not going to kick you. Now go ahead.
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now...
Who cares what you sing? Just do it, that's all. I've seen that picture 10 times. He can't see it once.
I'm getting tired so I can sleep. I want to sleep so I can dream. I want to dream so I can be with you. I got your picture by my bed. Will soon be placed beneath my head to keep me company the whole night through. For a little while, whatever befalls, I will see you smile till reveille calls. I hope you're tired enough to sleep, and sleep long enough to dream, and look for me, for I'll be dreaming too of bliss that once were mine. Tender eyes that shine, they will light my way tonight. I'll see you in my dream. For a little while, whatever befalls, I will see you smile till reveille calls. I hope you're tired enough to sleep, and please sleep long enough to dream, and look for me, for I'll be dreaming of you.
Now, as I'm getting tired so I can sleep, sung by Dennis Day. And now, folks...
How'd you like my song, Mr. Benny?
How'd you like my picture?
I told you I didn't see it.
Well, I didn't hear your song, either. And now, folks...
Holy smoke, he's deaf.
I am not. And now, folks, I would like to announce that tomorrow we're all leaving for New York. And for the next several weeks, we'll be broadcasting from Army camps, Navy and Marine bases throughout the East. Now, fellas, you must realize how crowded the trains are nowadays and how tough it is to get transportation. So we'll all have to be satisfied with riding in the baggage car.
Oh, Jack, your idea will never work out.
Well, we can try it, can't we?
What is this idea, Mary?
Jack's going to put us in a big crate, and we have to bark when the conductor comes by.
Now, that's just plain silly. We're not going to make off like dogs.
This is a fine time to tell me I bought a license this morning.
You bought a dog license?
Mail.
Well, naturally. Anyway, we're leaving tomorrow for the East, and that's that.
You know, Jackson, me and the boys are sure going to miss going with you.
Well, we're going to miss you too, Phil. Just think. Our last week with Harris.
And look, fellas, that reminds me. I owe a little money around here, and I might as well get things straightened up.
Wait a minute. Wait till I get my book out. Here it is. H here. Phil Harris, $4.
Now, Don, you picked up a dinner check at Harry's Steakhouse last week, and it amounted to $7.50. Here's your money.
Oh, forget it, Phil. Forget it. The treat was on me.
Well, thanks, Don. And Mary, I had you buy some handkerchiefs for Alice. How much does that come to?
Oh, never mind, Phil. Let's call it a little present and forget it.
Gee. Thanks, Mary. Well, you're next, Jackson. What do you got down against me in that little book of yours?
Well, it's $4, Phil, but forget about it. Forget it. I don't want your money.
No. Now, come on, Jackson. I owe you the dough, so here it is.
Well, forget it, Phil. Forget it.
Well, gee, Jackson, that's marvelous. You're a swell guy.
Don't swell guy me. I'm on a spot, and you know it. I'll just scratch your name out of this book here.
Hey, Mr. Benny, how come Mr. Harris owes you $4?
Well,
3 years ago, Phil got Jack a date with a girl, and she picked his pocket.
she was a tall blonde with the longest fingers. Now, remember, fellas, I'll probably bump into her, but when will I be in Monrovia again? Now, remember, fellas, we're leaving tomorrow, so be at the Santa Fe station a half hour before train time. We'll have lunch on the train.
Oh, pardon me, Jack, but why can't we make that a late breakfast?
A late breakfast? Said he, falling into the trap like an absent-minded elephant. What do you mean, Don?
Well, if we can make it breakfast, we can all sit down to a nice big bowl of toasty brown sweet as a nut grape nuts flakes. And do you know what they come in, Jack?
No, Don, said Benny with a merry twinkle in his big blue eye. What do they come in?
Grape nuts flakes come in that big 12-ounce economy-size package and contain iron, niacin, and vitamin B1.
Well, I'll be one too, Don. Anyway, fellas, getting back to our trip to New York. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Sign for it, Mary. Wait a minute, buddy. Here's a nickel for you.
I can't take it. That'll put me over the 25,000 mark.
I should have known he was wealthy with those ermine leggings. Who's the wire from, Mary?
It's from the Acme Plaza Hotel in New York.
Oh.
It says, Dear Mr. Benny, understand you are coming to New York next week. We have lovely rooms here with a bath on every floor. Just follow the arrow.
Oh, yes, the Acme Plaza.
We also have dancing nightly in the zebra room.
Well.
So bring your zebra and have a good time.
With a zebra?
Let us know if you are coming, as we have wall beds, and it takes some time to get them down.
Say, I might stay there at that. The Acme Plaza is one of the finest, so I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
What do you want?
I went downstairs to pack your trunk like you told me to, and the polar bear's sleeping in it.
Carmichael in my trunk? Well, get him out of there.
How?
What do you mean, how?
Have you any suggestions that won't involve my brother inheriting my new wristwatch?
Carmichael won't bite you. Just tickle him and he'll jump out.
I wouldn't tickle that bear with Hitler's mustache.
All right, then lay out my clothes and I'll pack when I get home.
But that reminds me, Mr. Benny, you better buy some pajamas.
I don't have to buy pajamas. I got 6 pair back from the laundry with my monogram on them. J.B.
That was a mistake. They belong to Miss Joan Bennett.
Oh, my goodness. You mean to say that last night I slept in girls' pajamas?
Boss, you were a vision.
Well, I'll return them to Miss Bennett immediately. Now, Rochester, I hear it's pretty chilly in New York, so pack all my heavy things. I don't want to catch cold.
Don't worry, boss. I even sewed your long underwear all the way up to the neck so no wind can blow through.
Sewed up my long underwear? How am I going to get into it?
There's a trap door in the back.
Well, look. Well, look, Rochester. Rochester, get all my stuff together and I'll finish packing when I get home. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I told that crazy boarder of ours that we were going to be away for about 8 weeks.
Mr. Billingsley, how did he take it?
Oh, fine. He chewed up a handful of mothballs and zipped himself in a bag.
Oh, well, he'll keep when we get home. So long, Rochester.
So long.
Darn that guy. If you want to get things done, you got to do them yourself. Play, Phil. That was Victory Fleet, the theme song of the United States Merchant Marine. Say, Phil, just what do you fellas do in the maritime service at Catalina?
Well, you see, Jackson, in shipyards all over the country,
they're nervous tonight, because it's the last night. Jackson is the name. You've been saying it 6
May
years.
I start over again?
Yes, you may. Go ahead, Phil.
Well, you see, Jackson, in shipyards all over the country, they're building hundreds of Liberty ships. And over at the island, they train the crews that are going to man them. Those cargoes have really got to keep moving.
You said it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction this evening, and as a special tribute to Phil and the boys, we will present a play about the maritime service entitled Liberty Ship. Or pull in your neck, there's a porthole around it. Now, Mary, inasmuch as we're short of actors, you'll have to be a man in our sketch.
I don't want to be a man.
You'll be a sailor like the rest of us.
Okay, Captain Kidd.
I'm not a captain.
You're not a kid either.
I know. Well, just for that, I'm going to be the captain. Now, Dennis.
Aye, aye, sir.
Don't aye me, because you're not going to be on my ship. You're going to play the part of a Japanese admiral.
A Japanese admiral?
Yes.
Last week I was a German general. Now I'm a Japanese admiral. What's the big idea?
Go see my picture, kid, and you'll get better parts. You're going to be a Jap. It's only a play. Now, our first scene, ladies and gentlemen, takes place at the Henry Kaiser Shipyard in the little town of Military Secret, California. We will now show you the amazing speed with which a Liberty ship is constructed. Take it away, Kaiser Shipyard.
Hey, Joe, there's an empty space right here.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's build a ship on it.
Okay, start riveting.
Welding all through.
Okay, start welding.
Welding all through.
Okay, start painting.
Painting all through.
Okay, let's launch it.
And that, folks, is a typical 5 minutes at a Kaiser shipyard. My riders did that. Very good, too, boys. Very good. See, they were able to stand up, too. Scene 2 aboard that same Liberty ship, somewhere in the ocean. Music. Sailing over the bounding main, da-diddly-dum-da-dum. Oh, Wilson.
Yes, Captain Benny.
Did you jib the spinnaker like I told you to?
Aye, aye, sir.
Good. Did you scuttle the mizzenmast and port and starboard?
Aye, aye, sir.
Good. Now get busy and deck the swab.
Let's swab the decks.
I'm the captain here. Get busy. 3 bells already.
3 bells? What's that in regular time, Captain?
Yes, sir. Now get busy. Oh, hello, Seaman Livingston.
Hello, Cops.
That's Cap. And salute. Salute when you address me. Get your hand up to your forehead.
Like this?
No, higher. I want discipline, I'm going to have it. Where's Seaman Phil Harris?
He's up on the poop deck drinking pop.
Well, I'm going downstairs. I mean below, to get something to eat.
Oh, you better eat later, Captain. There's a bad storm blowing up.
I don't care. When I want to eat, I want to eat.
You sure picked a nice year for it.
Never mind. Were you looking for me, Cap? Yes, Harris. We're just going down to have some chow. Come on, Libby, Harris. Let's get something to eat. Here's the galley. Right here. What are we having for dinner, Libby?
It's right there on the table.
Oh, boy. Fried chicken, au gratin potatoes, creamed spinach, and mince pie with ice cream. Let's dig in.
Oh, blowing up bad now.
Oh, this boat is sure rocking.
Yeah, sure is.
Well, start eating, Captain. I thought you were hungry.
Who, me? I feel fine.
Wow, we're sure pitching. This ship can really take it.
Oh, Phil, pass me the gravy. It's in your lap.
Oh. Here you are, Libby. Hey, Cap, aren't you going to eat it all?
No, thanks. Not right. Oh, now. What are you laughing at, Libby?
Lucky Strike Green has gone to your face.
I don't care. I'm going to weather the storm, and I'm going to bring this ship to port, or my name ain't... Oh, boy, we're making marvelous time. A couple of more days, and we'll be at the... Harris, what are you doing there?
I'm fishing, sir. I just took the big one, and he pulled a knife on me.
That's a swordfish. Fine fisherman.
Hey, Phil, you've got another bite.
And it's a big one. Reel it in.
I got him. Wow, it must be a shark.
Pull it up. Put it over the rail. Wow, it's a shark, all right.
Shark's nothing. It's one of them little Jap submarines.
I'll be darned, it is a Jap sub. Open the hatch, Wilson.
Aye, sir.
Now, come on out, you. Come on out.
Hello, peekaboo, please. Thank you very much.
It's a Jap. Grab him, Wilson.
I got him.
Now, listen, you.
Hey, Cap, there's someone else in that sub.
Oh, yes. Come on out, you. Come on.
Hello, how to do? Which way, Tokyo, please?
Oh, boy, we got 2 of them. Now, which one of you is the captain?
Me, Captain Yokomoto, Imperial Japanese Navy. Thank you very much.
Now, listen, Captain.
Beg your pardon, please. Me, Captain Takasuba. Thank you very much. Me, Captain. So sorry, Takasuba. Begging pardon, please. But me, Captain. No, please. Me, Captain.
Wait a minute. Can a straight man break in here?
Oh, so sorry, please. So sorry.
I don't care which one of you is captain. You're both under arrest.
Arrest?
Yes.
Und verstehen Sie keinen Vertechnik, eine Minuten verstuten, eine Minuten verstuten.
What?
Right in Hirohito's face.
Come on, you two, you're going to play.
Friends, your most precious assets these strenuous days are your good humor and your good health. And one way to safeguard both humor and health is to see that your folks get the right start each day with a delicious, nourishing breakfast. For a full share of well-balanced nourishment, make it a breakfast that includes Great Nuts Flakes. Because well-balanced nourishment is what you get in every helping of toasty brown Great Nuts Flakes and milk. You get proteins and minerals such as iron, calcium, and phosphorus. And you get 2 of the important B vitamins, niacin and vitamin B1 for good appetite, steady nerves, and energy. So for better health and better humor, you'd better say, I'll take a package of Great Nuts Flakes.
That was the last number of the 10th program in the new Great Nuts Flakes series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from New York. I'd like to salute the officers and men at the new Maritime Training Station, which is being dedicated at Catalina Island on December 15th. Good luck to you men. And good luck to you, Phil Harris, and all your boys.
Thanks, Jackson. We'll be seeing you.
Good night, folks.
The Jack Billy program is written by Bill Morrow and Ed Malloy.
WABC, New York.
I'm ready, Portland. Let's go.
It's Texaco time with George Jessel, Josephine Houston, Portland Hoffa, the Texaco Workshop Players, Al Goodman and his orchestra, and starring Fred Allen. Jimmy Wallington saying hello for Texaco dealers from coast to coast and inviting you to enjoy Fred Allen in the Texaco Star Theater as a special guest of the Texaco dealer in your own neighborhood. It's his way of telling you that you're welcome. Welcome to all the skilled help he can give to keep that car of yours delivering your essential transportation. Make your tires last longer by letting your Texaco dealer give them a regular checkup on pressure and condition. And make your car last longer and run more economically by seeing that it gets regular, systematic lubrication and maintenance from your Texaco dealer. It's his job to help you care for your car, for your country. Folks, December is the month of cold weather. Don't forget to let your cat in on winter nights, or you will wind up like this program with a frozen puss. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Jimmy, I must say from that introduction tonight, you are as sharp as either end of a boiled potato tonight. Frozen puss. Are you kidding?
Well, I'm from Hollywood, Fred. I can't stand cold weather.
Well, you guys from California, Jimmy, every time you're all alike. Every time Claude Rains gets east of Chicago, he turns to sleet. Claude Sleet, they call him around Indiana. A little cold and Veronica Lake starts looking like a rink when she gets here. I don't know what it is.
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland, gee whiz. Well, Portland, you're just in time to participate here. How does your family react to cold weather?
Well, my Uncle Phil went to a football game last week.
Yeah?
It was so cold in the stadium, one team froze in a huddle.
Froze in a huddle, huh? No kidding.
The other team was using the iced tea formation.
The iced tea formation. Yes, they say that after this, all the cold spells will start from Washington. They've frozen prices and they've frozen wages. There's nothing left to freeze now but the people. So the weather from now on will all emanate from a certain point. And speaking of frosts, did you hear Jack Benny's program tonight? Did you folks hear
Why, no, Fred.
What happened?
Well, very little, but I shall give it to you in the order in which it didn't occur. The program opened up with a commercial about grape nuts. You see, a program like that you can't take on an empty stomach. They give you a little grape nut commercial. And the first part of the show was a farewell to Phil Harris. You know, Phil and his whole band have joined the Merchant Marine. I guess after working... thank you very much. Phil's commanding officer waiting for him to get here. But after working with Benny 6 years for peanuts, I guess Navy beans look pretty good to Phil. And the second part of the program, Benny was packing up to come to New York. You know, he's taking all of his heavy clothes in case it's cold here. Why should Benny worry about the cold? He's the only man I know who can take off his hair and use it for a muffler. So and the program finished with a sketch. In the sketch, Benny caught 2 Japs this week. Remember last week he caught Rommel on the program? Well, next week when he gets here to New York, the next thing he catches will be something from the sponsor, but we won't know about that. That won't be on the air. Well, so much for the old Beverly Heel, and now let's turn to the news.
What's the newsreel for tonight, Mr. Allen?
Well, during the past week, Portland, the president and the mayor of New York have both given the country their recipes for stretching coffee. You've perhaps seen it in the paper, huh? Well, tonight the question is, who makes the better coffee? President Roosevelt or Mayor LaGuardia?
Whom are you going to ask?
Well, whenever I want to know how America is reacting to an important issue of the day, I just drop around to Allen's Alley, Portland. Here we are. It's Allen's Alley, Portland.
Now what happened?
Well, I just knock on 3 or 4 doors down here and see how the people feel about this coffee question. I'll try this house here.
What is it, another one of them surveys?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I know the whole routine, mister.
Well,
My name is John Doe. I'm married. I have 1 wife and 2.6 kids.
Well,
I give all my scrap into the scrap drive. Half of the scrap is still laying over in Flushing. I hear the mayor is going to have a come and get your scrap back day.
But
I keep my lights dimmed, I'm conserving my rubber, and my favorite radio program is Major Boat.
In other words?
I am the average man.
I see.
Now, what is it you want to know, brother?
Well, last week, President Roosevelt and Mayor LaGuardia...
Yeah, I know. They both give their recipes for coffee.
Well, what I want to know is...
I know. I tried them both.
Which coffee did you like better?
The president. But I won't admit it.
Why not?
I'm a Republican.
Well, I'll see who's in this next house here.
No.
I'm taking a survey, madam. What is your name, please?
The name is Mrs. Pansy Nussbaum.
Did you read about the president's and Mayor LaGuardia's coffee hens?
Both coffees I'm trying.
Well, which did you like better?
Both coffees you can keep.
They are both bad?
The president's coffee is tasting like low tide at Coney Island.
And?
The mayor's coffee could be somebody's putting shellac in the Pepsi-Cola.
Well, what are you using for coffee at home?
I am mixing old coffee grounds with Lux.
Old coffee grounds. Well, how does the Lux work out?
The coffee has a head on it.
Yes?
And every night, I am dreaming of a white Christmas.
Drinking Lux in your coffee hasn't bothered you otherwise?
Only when I talk. The neighbors are calling me Bubbles Nussbaum.
Well, perhaps if you tried Sanka.
You're welcome.
Well, that takes care of Mrs. Nussbaum. I'll try this tenement here. What is your name, sir?
Socrates Mulligan.
Socrates Mulligan. I'm conducting a coffee
survey.
Yeah,
I know. The wall just in. I heard you talking to Mrs. Nussbaum.
Well, have you done anything about the coffee suggestions?
Well, like everybody else, I tried both methods.
Well, what luck did you have?
The president's coffee tasted like something you'd get if you milked a rubber reindeer.
Mayor's coffee?
Well, that tasted like licking the dew off a glue factory roof.
Well, what did What have you personally been drinking for Java, Socrates?
Well, I tried putting my vest in a percolator and boiling out the coffee stains.
How was that?
Well, the coffee didn't taste bad, but it had a tweed flavor and there was buttons on it.
Well, why don't you try the president's method? The president uses the same grounds day after day.
So did the Brooklyn Dodgers, but what did it get them?
Well, don't you think the president should make coffee?
Oh, if a fella's wife ain't home much, he's got to make coffee.
I see your point.
If the president keeps making coffee, they ought to change the name of the Capitol.
Change the name of the Capitol? How do you mean, Socrates?
Well, instead of the White House,
yes,
they ought to call it the Maxwell House.
Well, there's only one more house in Allen's Alley, Portland. It's a flop out. We'll see who's in here.
Greetings, friends. Stoop and enter. Welcome to Hokum Hacienda.
Falstaff Openshaw.
You have come to pick up my new batch of poems?
Are you still composing?
Constantly. Have you heard, said the chickadee to the little flea, I won't bite you if you don't bite me?
No, I haven't heard that.
Or, she was only a pool player's sweetheart, but she knew he had something on the ball?
No, I haven't heard that.
They call my mother Mrs. 5x5 because she has no sex appeal.
Now wait. That has ultimately done it. Tonight we are trying to get reactions to the president's and Mayor LaGuardia's coffee recipes.
Precisely why I opened my door. I have contrived a coffee song.
A coffee song? How does it go?
The Allen Alley Cats will sing it. Let us perch, gentlemen.
When you try to buy coffee today, you get that old feeling. The grocer has one thing to say, and it's that old feeling. The president and the mayor cook their own brew. If they can make their coffee, so can you. But when for mocha or java you get that old yearning, and your Silex is empty, then it's no use burning. If you want coffee to drink today, you're in a spot with that old feeling. You're holding the pot.
And the Allen Alley Cat. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our singing guest, a young lady we haven't discovered. You've enjoyed her many times on the air, I know. I'd like to have you meet Miss Josephine Houston. And Miss Houston is going to sing Granada. Miss Josephine. Thank you very much. And thank you, Miss Houston. That was lovely. And now, Jimmy, if you'd like to say a word or two.
Oh, I don't know, Fred.
No?
All I feel like saying is...
Gosh, why? Why, Jimmy?
Oh, gee, Fred, when I think how many patriotic American car owners are saving gasoline and rubber, but still wasting their cars...
Wasting their cars? How do you mean, James?
Well, by neglect, Fred. You know, a lot of drivers forget that even when a car isn't used much, the tires get soft and batteries run low. Harmful sludge may form in the engine, especially in wintertime, and... Oh, what's the use of talking about it?
Well, don't be a defeatist, Jimmy. Buck up now and tell our listeners how to correct this situation.
Okay, I'll take a stab at it.
Good. Jimmy, you'll be the knife of the party. You're going to take a stab at it. I nearly missed the whole thing there.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, don't let neglect sabotage your essential transportation. Tomorrow, before winter weather puts an additional strain on your car, have your Texaco dealer get it in fighting trim. He'll put the right winter grade of insulated Haviland motor oil.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, don't let neglect sabotage your essential transportation. Tomorrow, before winter weather puts an additional strain on your car, have your Texaco dealer get it in fighting trim. He'll put the right winter grade of insulated Haviland motor oil
in the engine, winter Texaco gear lubricants in transmission and differential, and protect the 40 vital points of the chassis with a Marfax job. Plus that, he'll give skilled Texaco attention to radiator, tires, battery, air cleaner, spark plugs, and every other point where neglect could put your car out of action. See your Texaco dealer tomorrow.
That was just a beam from the new Crosby Hope picture, Moonlight Becomes You, a number from the Crosby Hope picture, The Road to Morocco. It is partly played by Al Goodman and his orchestra.
Call Philip Morris.
I say, wait a minute. Who wants Philip Morris?
His draft board.
He's under 38, eh? I'm glad to hear that. Well, we should put a weather strip on this program. The strangest things. Yes, Portland, something you
When
wanted?
you get through with your strip tonight, may I have it?
For what, Portland?
I have to collect lace paper to make a big stomach for Mama.
A big stomach?
Mm-hmm. During the Christmas rush, Mama and I are working at Macy's.
And your mother has to have a big stomach?
Yes, Mama's a Santa Claus.
Oh, a Santa Claus. Well, she has the whiskers for it, I will say. Tell me, are you working in the store, too?
Yes, I'm in the ladies' hosiery department.
Oh, that's nice.
I stand by with a squirt gun.
A squirt gun in the hosiery department?
They're liquid stockings.
Oh, liquid stockings, I see.
If a woman gets a run, I squirt on another stocking.
Well, that's nice work, I imagine, but I have to get busy now, Portland. Look, I said, come in. Yes?
I'm from the telephone company.
Well, our bill is paid here, I think.
Yeah, well, it ain't that. Mr. George Jessel, the big Broadway star, is coming on this program tonight.
Well, so what?
Every time Jessel gets on the radio, he calls up his mother.
Well?
Tonight he ain't, brother. I'm taking out this phone.
Well, that's one relief. Jessel can't call his mother up on this program. That'll be a novelty.
Mr. Jessel is a big star on Broadway now, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, Showtime. That show with Georgie Jessel and Jack Haley is one of the biggest hits. Oh, who is this? Come in.
Don't nobody move. Line up against the wall.
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute. What is this?
I'm Mr. Jessel's bodyguard.
With a body like Jessel's, he needs a guard? He needs a chiropractor, you should tell me.
Mr. Jessel carries a lot of dough and jewelry on him these days.
Oh-ho.
I don't want no monkey business when Mr. Jessel gets here.
Uh-huh.
I got x-ray eyes that can see right through you.
Yeah?
Yeah. You had pork chops for dinner.
Why is Mr. Jessel coming tonight?
Well, he called me up, Portland. He said he has to see me. It's very important.
Do you think Mr. Jessel's changed since he's rich?
Oh, no. Money means nothing to Jessel. Why, when he plays pinball, he doesn't even bother to tilt. He throws it around these days. Yes?
Is this Mr. Jessel's studio?
Well, who are you?
I am Mr. Jessel's valet. I say, where's the Davenport?
What Davenport?
Mr. Jessel has to relax at the microphone.
Well, he only has to stand up for 10 minutes.
Mr. Jessel can't possibly stand up for 10 minutes, old boy.
Why not?
With his solid gold underwear, Mr. Jessel's legs give way.
Wait a minute. What is that stuff you're squirting around in here?
This is moth spray.
Moth spray?
Yes, Mr. Jessel is wearing his mink windbreaker tonight. We can't take any chances. Heavens, the master's at the door.
Well, I'll open it.
Mr. Jessel's theme song, please.
Bonsoir, madame. Bonsoir, monsieur.
Georgie Jessel.
Oh, bonsoir, madame. Bonsoir, monsieur. Bonsoir, madame. Bonsoir, monsieur.
Page 18 and 19.
Yes.
You have a choice.
Monsieur Fred Allen. Oh, mon cher ami, comment allez-vous ce soir?
Très bien, Georgie. Je désirais remercier vous pour revenir mon programme ce soir.
How are you, Fred?
Well, tonight the world previews the new Jessel, Georgie. It sure is strange to see you in the money.
Yeah, well, Fred, it couldn't happen to a nicer guy, honestly.
Today you are the toast of Broadway, and only last year you were just a crumb.
Yes, Fred, the Jessel of yesteryear, like Cassius, had a lean and a hungry look. This is Shakespeare, Julius Caesar, Act 3, Scene 2. Orson Welles just phoned me.
Ah, but look at you tonight, Georgie.
Ain't I nice? Look, I'm a regular Mo Brummel.
Look at that tuxedo.
Yes, sir, it's the first time in my life that a tuxedo fits me. This one I own.
Is that a silk shirt you have on, Georgie?
Well, of course it is. I have my own silkworms now.
Your own silkworms?
And look, smell my breath.
Sen. Gad, you are in the money.
Yeah. Want to see something? Look here, look in the vest pocket. Here.
Cigars with gold tips.
Yeah, on this side 50-cent cigars, and this side 75-cent cigars.
Oh, you need two brands,
With the 50-cent cigars, I like the 75-cent cigars. You want to see something? Yeah, what do I get? Here, look at this ring.
Say, what's that hole in the center, Georgie?
Oh, the diamond got a little dirty. I threw it away. I don't know.
Georgie, I have never seen such affluence.
Well, Fred, I've stuck it rich, and I can make you rich, too, because I'm here to make you an offer.
Well, I'm doing all right in radio, Georgie. I'm making what used to be a living.
Radio. Chicken feed radio. Look at me. Today I own a limousine. From a push cart to an A cart in 6 months.
I know I haven't got my own silkworms, Georgie. I haven't got Sen on my breath, but I'm happy in radio.
Yeah, but radio's going to get you in a rut, Fred.
A rut?
Yes, every week in radio it's the same thing. With Bob Hope, Skinny Ennis always needs blood.
That's true.
This fella Ned Skelton, every week, I doed it. And Cantor with his 4 daughters.
It's 5 daughters, Georgie.
Yeah, well, you can see when I stop listening to him.
My programs are different, Georgie.
No, they're different. I'm your friend, Fred, and I can tell you. Now, for instance, that fat actor, that Falstaff on your program, every week with those broken-down poems. Don't roll that stranger's dice, Mother. They're loaded, and so are you.
It's funny, isn't it, Georgie?
Funny. This is a way to talk about Mother. Mother is loaded. If I talk like that about my mother, she'd hit me over the head with my Uncle Milford. Radio has no sentiment, Fred.
No sentiment, Georgie. How can you say that? Haven't you ever heard the Goodwill Hour?
No.
Why, last week, case number 149 would have torn your heart out, George.
Well, no, radio is not for you, Fred. You used to be a star in the theater. The Little Show, Three's a Crowd. Fred, you've just got to come back.
Come back where?
Give up the radio. I'll put you in my show. Showtime at the Broadhurst Theater. The biggest sensation on Broadway.
The show is a big hit, huh?
Big hit. Luckily, I happen to have the newspaper notices right here in my pocket. There you are.
The notices are a little dirty, aren't they, Georgie?
Well, I'm carrying them around since September.
Oh, man.
I'll have them dry, Key. Look at this. The Hoboken Herald, Jessel as a cyclone of laughs. The Jewelers Gazette, Jessel is a diamond in the rough. Look at here. The Stonemasons Journal, Jessel is dynamite. Here's the New York Times. Says, who reads the Times?
I saw a great review of Showtime in the Reader's Digest.
The Reader's Digest? So what did it say?
It said,
What? The critic only saw one act, I guess, 2 acts would have been
Well, if your show is so good, Georgie, why do you need me in it?
Well, I'll tell you the truth. They got 1 weak spot on the show, Fred. They send me some Hollywood comedian. That was Hooley.
Oh, you mean Jack Haley?
Hey, that sounds like. This is it, yes, Haley.
Well, why, all the New York critics said that Jack Haley was terrific in the show. One paper, the Irish World, said that he was better than you.
One paper, and those jokes that Haley tells. Listen to this. Come on, laugh, folks. I'm an A1. That's one of the jokes. She used to be a sailor's sweetheart. Now she's an officer's mess. This you call comedy?
Well, I can't take Jack Haley's job. He's a nice guy, Georgie, and besides, he has muscle.
Now, look, muscles. You leave Haley to me, Fred. You and I'll be the stars of that show.
Well, are you changing anything else in the show?
Yes, I'm putting in a new opening act. Sam and his singing sturgeon.
Singing sturgeon?
Singing sturgeon. You see, the sturgeon sings underwater. When the bubbles come up and break, it's a song.
Good. Very good.
And I got something else. You wrote that, you know. I got something else, Fred.
You could have died with it, too.
I have the greatest novelty personality in the whole world signed up.
Greatest novelty who, Georgie?
A man welder.
A man welder? But you and I can't work together, Georgie. What can we do?
We can do something that the country has been waiting for, Fred. We can sing a sweet, sentimental song.
You think audiences want sentiment, Georgie?
I know they do, Fred. People are tired of the songs they're hearing today. I got a zoot suit with a felt belt. Beat me, Mama, with the Hudson tube.
We should sing an old song,
Yes, we'll take the public back to a gentler era. The day of the farthingale, the pen wiper, and the swirling cape.
But what song can we sing?
Well, how about when you're a long, long way from home?
You mean...
Well, we'll do it. We can sing the chorus together, and then I'll do a dramatic recitation. Then we'll both come back for one of those big finishes.
All right, I'll get everything set for you, Georgie. Mr. Goodman, may we borrow a violin player and a cellist to play for Mr. Jessel?
But what about for the recitation, the soft music, the woodwind?
The woodwind? Well, I'll play my clarinet for you, Georgie. I'll take care of this personally for you tonight.
Is that so? This is a clarinet?
Yes, Benny Goodman threw it out in the scrap drive, and I was going by, so I happened to pick it up.
Fine, well...
I'm ready, George.
Wish I was back with Haley. Well, all right, we'll do it.
Give Mr. Goodman the cue.
All right, Mr. Goodman, you're a long, long way from home, if you please. When you're a long, long way from home,
it makes you feel like you're alone.
It's hard to find a pal that's true,
that you can tell your troubles to.
And when you write a letter home, your mother's voice rings in your ears.
And then you cross the T's with kisses. What a strange world this is.
But Fred, then you dot the I's with tears. You miss the love you've always known when you're a long, long way from home. Why did I wander? Oh, why did I stray? That is the question I ask every day. Further away with the clarinet, please. Milestones are milestones when you start to roam. But boys, wait till you're far from home. Softer with the clarinet.
The violin player pushed my arm, Georgie. A mistake. I'll take it up.
The union should break your leg. Go ahead. In the eyes of the world, you may seem very small, but in the eyes of your mother, you're as big as them all. You go out in the world with one thought on your mind. Where can I find a pal? And you've left one. Fred, can't you play the cello, for heaven's sake?
A fly got on the music, Georgie, but I played him.
Oh, you miss the love you always know. Beat, when you're a long, long way from
Thank you, George Jessel, for your help tonight. Our guests next week, ladies and gentlemen, will be Jack Haley and Christina Carroll. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast and reminding you to drive under 35 to save rubber and to drive into your Texaco dealers regularly to have your tires checked. Remember, you're welcome.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Once again, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. We all know the government is attempting to conserve rubber for the war effort. One way of accomplishing this important objective is by rationing gasoline. Another is the recommended 25% cut in truck mileage. The success of this plan depends greatly upon you. It means that as a consumer, you must cooperate with the man who delivers merchandise to your door. It means, in connection with coal deliveries, that you can get good service if you notify your blue coal dealer in advance, so that he can set up a schedule to fulfill your heating requirements for the entire season. In this way, he'll be able to plan his trip. He can make one trip do for several homes, and everyone will be warm and comfortable this winter. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Death Shoots an Arrow.
All right for us to go on in, Cardona?
We have an appointment with the commissioner.
Go right ahead, Miss Lane. Mr. Cranston. Boss is alone. Thank you. Now, Margot.
You?
Pardon me, Commissioner, but my name is Cranston. Miss Lane and I thought we had a dinner engagement with you.
Yes, and don't look now, but it's almost 8:30.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I forgot. I've been studying this letter that just came by special delivery. It's anonymous. Anonymous? Yes, it worries me. It's about old Ben Marlowe and his family. You like to see it?
Yes, I certainly would.
Well, words cut out of newspapers and pasted on common stationery.
Well, read it, Lamont.
All right. Dear Commissioner, a great danger now hangs over the home of Benjamin Marlowe. The blow may fall at any moment. You can do nothing to stop it. A friend. Probably some crank. Or a criminal. Tipping you off and defying you. You know, criminals like to feel wise and superior.
Who is Mr. Marlowe? I seem to know that name.
Oh, Marlowe's a grand old guy. Used to be rich, but he's broke now. Sick, too. Hasn't been able to walk for the last year. He lives in his old house with a grandson and granddaughter, I think. Wow. He's had a lot of fun in his time anyway. Tried every hobby there is, from archery to yacht racing. Well, it's late now. I'll go out and see him in the morning. Nothing will happen overnight. I wouldn't be too sure, Commissioner. Nonsense, Cranston. Well, come on, Miss Lane. Where shall we go for dinner?
Grandfather should be asleep instead of playing that silly flute. Oh, who's there? Who is it?
It is Ando, Miss Enid.
You startled me. What do you mean hiding there in the corner?
Ando, listen. Music.
You listen too much around here. Usually to something you're not meant to hear.
Not good to hate Ando.
That sounds like a threat. I don't know why my cousin ever brought you from Guatemala in the first place. Go along.
Ando, go, Miss Enid.
Well.
Come. Oh, come in, Enid. Was it you talking outside?
Ando was standing there listening to you play.
Huh. That savage would kill you as soon as look at you.
He gives me the shivers.
Yes. I've been practicing on my flute. Was getting a bit rusty.
Grandfather.
Now, what's the matter?
How did you get the flute? I left it on the mantelpiece. You can't walk. Who got it for you?
Why, no one. Right here beside me.
I'm sure it wasn't, Grandfather.
Oh, nonsense, child.
Very well. I came to say good night, Grandfather.
Then it must be 8 o'clock. As you always come right on the dot.
I believe in doing things on schedule.
I suppose you have to when you do all the work in a huge house like this.
How about your cousin lending you a hand?
Howard's busy hunting a job.
He should have held on to the one he had in Guatemala.
Oh, it wasn't his fault they let him out.
Maybe. Oh, are you and Howard having your usual game of chess tonight?
Yes, we are.
Like a couple of old fogies promptly at 8:30. In the library as usual?
I suppose so.
A young girl like you staying at home every night. Now, you ought to be gay, having a good time. Well, my dear, perhaps we won't always be broke. No, you won't stay at home and play chess with Howard all your life. I still have a few tricks up my sleeve.
Howard?
What is it, Enid?
Did you give Grandfather his flute tonight?
No, I didn't. Why?
Oh, nothing. Are you ready to play, Howard? I have the chessmen all set up.
I suppose so, Enid. But would you think it's silly if I asked you to change seats with me?
Why, Howard, changing seats won't...
No, it's not that. It's just that with my back to the French windows, I can't get my mind on the game. Enid, I have a constant feeling that someone is standing behind me outside in the orchard.
Oh, how silly of you. Of course I'll change chairs if it'll make you feel any easier.
Thank you.
There. I don't know what's the matter with you, Howard, just because you lost your job in Guatemala.
Enid, I wasn't fired. I ran away.
Ran away?
To keep from being murdered.
That's ridiculous.
I don't expect you to believe it. Nobody up here would believe it.
Wouldn't believe what?
Enid, when you're down there, the jungle lies all about you, dark and slimy and full of evil. You hear faint voices, whispers, the barest echo of mocking laughter. But you never know where they come from. You never see the people who make them.
Howard, for goodness sake, try to talk sensibly. Now, what is all this about?
Have you ever heard of the Mariposas? They're a strange cult, strange and sinister. Like a fool, I wouldn't believe there were regions sacred to them. I sent men in there to cut mahogany. And then I received the death warning.
The death warning?
The mark of a cloven hoof in the earth just outside my window.
A cloven hoof? Oh, Howard. Honestly, you're funny. That was probably made by a cow.
One cloven hoof mark. Only one. No other marks around it.
All right. Then someone was playing a joke on you.
I wish it were a joke.
Well, and even if it were true, you're 1,000 miles away from there now.
1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, it would make no difference. They have their own way of tracking you down and killing you.
None.
I tell you, you can't escape them ever. Only this morning I saw it again. The mark of the cloven hoof outside my window.
Howard, don't talk like this, or people will think you're insane.
I know. I've tried to keep it to myself, but...
Now, let's start the game. It's 8:30.
Enid! Great heavens, look outside! Enid, look out!
Howard, what is it? It came through the window.
An arrow. Sticking in the wall. They're here, Enid. They're after me. They'll kill me.
Howard! Oh, he's fainted. Grandfather! Grandfather! Grandfather!
Ando, wait here. Someone must come to tree. This someone. Come now. Wait. Ando, no. You try to kill. You give Ando money, much money, or Ando tell. But put arrow down. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Die.
Well, Miss Lane, find anything on the menu you'd like for dessert?
Anything? Oh, goodness, I find too many things. And all fattening. Lamont, what are you having for dessert?
Well, nothing, thanks, sir. Black coffee, though. Oh, what ails him, Miss Lane? He hasn't spoken for a half hour.
Well, if I know the signs, he's worried. Aren't you, Lamont?
Confound it, look who's coming.
Cardona.
Excuse me, Commissioner. What's happened? A nutty phone call. A Miss Marlowe called.
Marlowe?
Yeah, she said something awful had happened. Wouldn't tell me what it was.
Come on, Lamont. Let's go out there.
Coming, Margot?
Well, wild horses couldn't keep me here.
Let's hurry, Commissioner, or we may regret it. Mr. Williams, your you're not seriously suggesting that these, what do you call them?
Mariposas, Commissioner.
Yeah, you can't believe they followed you all the way from Central America to shoot an arrow through your library window.
They meant to kill me. And they will. I don't expect you to believe it.
Oh, some kid in the neighborhood has a bow and arrow, and a shot went wild.
I find that hard to believe, Commissioner.
Miss Marlowe, you two were playing chess when the arrow flew in?
Yes, Howard upset the chessman when he got up.
Yes, I see. From the direction they fell, I surmise Mr. Williams was facing the window.
Yes. Usually I sit there, but tonight we changed about.
Why?
I was nervous with my back to the window.
Mr. Williams, did you see anything outside the window?
Yes. I saw a moth out there.
A moth?
A giant white moth flutter there. And beyond it?
Yes, go on.
A dark face seemed to float just beyond the glass.
A man?
They're not really men, I tell you.
You mean the Mariposas, Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Miss Marlowe, what did you do after the arrow appeared?
I went and phoned you, Commissioner.
What did Mr. Williams do?
Oh, he had...
If you must know, I fainted.
Yes. He regained consciousness just as your car came up the drive.
You went right to the phone?
No, first I went and knocked on Grandfather's door, but he didn't answer. I thought he was asleep. So I went to the extension phone in the upstairs hall and put in my call.
You didn't look in to see if your grandfather was sleeping?
The door was locked on the inside.
Miss Marlowe, if your grandfather can't walk, how can he lock his door on the inside?
I believe that he can walk a little, so he won't admit it.
I see. Then you can't swear that Mr. Marlowe was in his room.
Why, he must have been.
There's no one else in the house besides you three?
There's Hondo, an Indian servant I brought back from Guatemala.
He could have shot the arrow.
But he's always been so faithful.
I despise him, and so does Grandfather.
Oh, I see. Miss Marlowe, what's beyond the French windows?
The old orchard.
Let's go out by the window and take a look, Lamont. You coming, Margot?
Yes, indeed.
Now, be careful, Marlowe. It's dark out here.
All right. Whew, it's windy, too.
Storm coming up, Lamont.
Yes.
Well, I think we ought to round up that servant and ask him a few questions.
Right. But let's take a look outside here first.
An Indian and arrows, they go together. But if you insist on wandering around an orchard, I'll humor you. Here, flash your light on the ground here.
There you are.
No footprints?
No human footprints, but what do you make of this?
Well, a couple of triangular marks. What is it?
The mark of a hoof, Weston. A cloven hoof.
Oh, cloven hoof, my eye. Next thing you'll be saying it's a death warning.
Perhaps it is.
Lamont, do you mean that Howard Williams is really in danger?
Grave danger, Margot.
Well, maybe that Hondo is stalking him. Hey, where are you two going?
Down into the orchard, Weston.
Oh, Lamont, this place gives me the creeps. What are you looking for, anyway?
A certain tree. Must be in this direction.
There are plenty of apple trees here, and the probably...
Margot, what is it?
Oh, I stumbled over a body.
Steady, Margot.
What's wrong? What have you found?
The Indian.
He's dead. Look at the arrow sticking in his chest.
Yes, Margot. He was stabbed with this arrow. Stabbed through the heart.
In a moment, we'll return to the shadow. Right now, let's consider the case of a typical householder who has solved his fuel problem for the winter. Just how did you go about that, Mr. Smith?
Well, first thing I did was figure out how much coal I need every month. I did that by looking up the bills for last year and working it out according to months.
That's fine. The coal dealers tell me that even if you can give them a fairly close idea without being absolutely accurate, it will help a lot.
Well, the closer the better, I figured. But I went down to the basement and estimated how much coal I had on hand. Had about half a ton at the time.
That's not a great deal. Were you worried about running out?
Yes, I was. But after I talked to my blue coal dealer, I felt a lot better. I gave him all the information, and he said he'd see that I was taken care of.
And how has it worked out, sir?
Fine, first rate. The blue coal dealer sees that I always have enough on hand to keep the furnace going, and that's good enough for me. The way I look at it, we're all in this together.
Back to the shadow.
Lamont, this case is crazy. Our only suspect killed.
I wonder. Margot, will you go and stay with Enid Marlowe? It's important.
Why, yes, of course, Lamont.
Come upstairs, Lamont. I want to check the location of the phone Enid used.
All right, Commissioner.
You see, Enid and Howard can't have done that killing. They were together when it happened. Afterwards, he was out cold and she was phoning.
So she says.
Yeah. Say, Lamont, could old Ben Marlowe be mixed up in this?
Well, since he can walk, he's a suspect.
Yeah. And why should he want to keep his being able to walk a secret?
I don't know. Oh, there's the phone he had used.
Yeah, we've got a murder, but there's no sense to it.
I think Ondo knew something and was killed to silence him.
Let's have a talk with Mr. Marlowe.
All right. Which is his room?
Well, this is the only door that's closed. I'll knock.
Try the door.
It's not locked now.
Oh, come in. What's the matter? What in time ails... Why, Weston, what are you doing here? Lamont Cranston.
Mr. Marlowe, there's been a little scare here. Your granddaughter called me.
Have you been asleep, Mr. Marlowe?
Yes, for an hour at least. What's happened?
An arrow was shot through your library window. It nearly hit Enid Marlowe.
It's that Indian. I warned Howard and her he'd kill him as soon as look at them.
Mr. Marlowe, what's this? I just found a tuck between the wall and the head of your bed.
I don't know. It looks like a boot.
Yes. Look, Commissioner. A boot that leaves a print, like a cloven hoof.
Ando must have stuck it there while I was sleeping.
How could he when your door was locked?
Why, it wasn't locked.
Marlowe, you hated this servant. What would you say if I told you we just found him in the orchard, stabbed to death?
I'd say good riddance. That's what I'd say.
Mr. Marlowe, we learned tonight that you can walk and are keeping it a secret.
That's my business.
Then, Marlowe, I'll have to arrest you.
Now, wait, Commissioner. Don't act yet. We need to know something else.
I of all the outrages. Send my niece to me. I want my lawyer.
Marlowe is busy now, sir. I'll tell her in a little while. Come along, Lamont.
Commissioner, I'll have your scalp for this.
Lamont Ben Marlowe's lying about that locked door. He can walk. He knows archery. He hated the Indian, and he killed him. Why shouldn't I arrest him?
Because I want you to arrest Enid Marlowe at once.
Lamont, you're crazy. I'll do nothing of the sort.
The police are gone, Enid?
Yes, Howard.
All of them?
I believe so.
I'll go to bed. I'm exhausted.
I'm going to sit here and read a while. I'm not sleepy.
Well, don't stay down too long.
Only another half hour.
That's long enough.
Good night.
Good night, Enid.
Well, where's my book? Oh, here it is. What's that? Oh, someone's at the French windows. Who's there?
Don't be frightened, Miss Marlowe. It's Lamont Cranston.
Oh, I couldn't imagine who it...
Sorry to break in on you like this, Miss Marlowe, but...
I thought you'd gone to the police.
No, Miss Marlowe, I was too uneasy about you to leave here.
Really, I'm able to take care of myself, Mr. Cranston.
Quite a storm we've had.
Yes.
Say, here's something unusual. You know what it is?
Well, it's some sort of tom-tom Mr. Williams brought back from Guatemala.
A very special kind of tom-tom. This, bowl-shaped thing is part of a human skull. The membrane is a serpent skin.
Well, what of it?
They say if you beat on it in the correct rhythm, you can reach the soul of the listener and control it.
Oh, what nonsense.
Yes. But it might be amusing to see what we can do with this skull and snakeskin drum. Let's try.
If you like.
Oh, it's all in fun. I'll snap off the ceiling lights and, there. One dim light to help create the mood. And, let's move your chair back a foot. Like that. Well, that's interesting. You're not in front of the window anymore, and yet your shadow falls in the same place. How strange. Listen. You're supposed to begin quite lightly, so as not to stir the soul of the hearer too deeply. Hear the tempo quicken?
I wish you'd stop. What's the idea of this part?
Hush, don't get excited. Just listen. The idea is to lull the mind of the listener, to waken the soul, to bring both mind and soul under the power of the one who beats the drum.
It's so silly that it's what?
Of course, it's merely what we call hypnotism. Now, you're asleep, Enid Marlowe. You will sleep until I waken you. You'll not know that I've hypnotized you. You will sit here in this chair until the arrow breaks the window. Then you will rise. You will shriek in agony, and then faint. You will shriek and faint.
Shriek and faint.
You will lie unconscious for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. And then you will rise and walk past the window. Walk past the window.
Past the window.
Now, wake up, Miss Marlowe. Wake up.
What? What are you saying?
You seem drowsy. I spoke to you.
I'm not the least drowsy.
Well, that's good. Now, will you please excuse me for a few minutes?
I've got to get up the street quickly. I'd like to show Cranston and that stupid policeman this death machine of mine using a crossbow in this day and age to commit murder. No one would believe it. There she is. Enid's in her chair. I can see her shadow. My bow is aimed directly at it. Now, to wind up the bowstring. All ready. Now, go. I hit her. She fell. She's dead. Dead. What's that? I thought I heard. There's no one.
Oh, yes, Howard Williams. I am here. Right at the foot of the tree.
I can't see anything.
I am the Shadow.
The Shadow? I've heard of the Shadow.
Many criminals have. Criminals like you, Howard. Murderers. I saw you shoot that arrow that broke the window.
Oh, you saw me do it, Shadow? You stood and watched me kill Enid?
And you admit it?
Why not? There's nothing you can do, even if you are human and could testify in a court, because you're an accomplice.
So I didn't try to stop you.
That's right. I didn't kill Enid. We killed Enid, you and I.
Why did you do it?
To get my grandfather's money.
I thought he was poor.
That's what everyone thinks. But he owns land in the tropics that's worth $100,000, and only I know it.
You killed Enid so that you could be the only heir?
Yes, of course.
And soon you plan to kill your grandfather?
Yes, but suspicion will never fall on me.
Why did you kill Ando?
He tried to blackmail me and got what was coming to him. The police will think it was the Mariposas who got him, that they killed Enid trying to get at me. I planned everything.
You even wrote the police anonymous warning, didn't you?
I wanted them to hear about the Mariposas, the boogeymen that I invented. I'm safe, I tell you perfectly. Enid's dead.
Is Enid dead, Howard? Are you sure?
What?
Look at the window. See?
It's Enid's ghost.
No, Enid's alive and well.
No, that's impossible.
It's the truth. Now am I your accomplice, or will I dare to give you up?
You think you've beaten me. I know where you must be standing, even if I can't see you. I'll shoot you.
You meddling! Look out! Howard, don't try to move.
I can't move. I slipped. The arrow's in my chest.
He's dead. Paid for his crime with death.
Well, yes, Lamont, but I don't see how Howard Williams could have fired that first arrow at Enid. He was right in the room with her.
Well, Margot, that arrow was fired from a crossbow Howard had fastened up in a tree. It had an automatic timer on it. He set the timer in advance, and the arrow was shot off automatically.
Well, I know, but that first arrow missed Enid.
He meant it to. Howard wanted to build up his strange legend about the Mariposas. Oh, incidentally, Mariposa is the Spanish word for moth or butterfly. That's all it means.
Oh. But Lamont, Ando was killed when Howard was in a dead faint.
No, Margot, he was acting. As soon as Enid dashed upstairs, Howard ran for the orchard to remove his bow. He met Ando and killed him. Then he dashed back and fainted all over again. Ironic, isn't it?
What's ironic?
His own dodge gave me the idea of how to fool him. I knew Howard wouldn't use the automatic timer when he tried to kill Enid. He'd shoot the arrow himself. So I moved her chair from in front of the window without changing the position of her shadow. Then I hypnotized her so that she would scream and faint when Howard shot. He thought he'd killed her, and he confessed. And now, you explain the mystery of how old Mr. Marlowe's door got locked and then unlocked.
Well, Howard must have locked it just before the chess game.
Well, that's my own guess, but when was it unlocked?
Well, when you and I and the commissioner went into the orchard. And he must have hidden that boot there at the same time.
Right.
But why did Mr. Marlowe conceal the fact that he could walk?
Because of something you wouldn't understand, Margot. Masculine pride.
Really?
Yes, Margot. Ben Marlowe can walk. But it's a pretty wobbly sort of walk, and he's a proud old guy.
Do you mean that he was ashamed to be seen?
Yes. He wanted to wait until he could walk in on Eden straight and quick and strong as ever.
Well, I'll never understand men as long as I live.
Now let me introduce Blue Coal's distinguished heating expert, John Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. These wartime days, fuel conservation is so important that I feel we can't stress it too much. So I'm going to give you a few simple, easy-to-follow suggestions that will help you save a lot of coal. First of all, avoid excessive temperatures. An overheated house is bad for your health and hard on your pocketbook. It takes a lot more coal to keep your home at 77 degrees than at 70 degrees. Another thing, don't keep your garage as warm as your home. As a matter of fact, a temperature of 40 degrees is better for your car and a lot easier on your checkbook. And friends, if you believe in plenty of fresh air in your bedroom and keep the windows wide open, close the bedroom door tight. You'll avoid chilling the rest of the house and wasting coal to heat it up again. And if you have a sunroom, don't try to heat it. The large window area makes it too expensive to heat. But if you must heat it, equip it with storm windows and weather stripping to conserve coal. Finally, always close outside doors promptly. A little gossip by an open door will chill your house and waste coal. Now, folks, these are easy precautions to take, and it's surprising how they do save valuable fuel. I thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, The Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen. This story produced by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal. This is Mutual.
Soldiers of the press. Covering today's tremendous news developments is a task that requires resourcefulness, disregard for personal danger, and devotion to duty under the most trying of circumstances. And among the many competent and skillful men representing the United Press in remote scenes of action, none more truly typifies the qualities of a soldier of the press than the man whose story we bring you now, Leo S. Disher, war correspondent.
The story I want to tell you had its beginnings one day several weeks back. I'm not permitted to give you the exact date, in the busy London office of the United Press. I'd come in from an assignment with the U.S. Atlantic Fleet and was giving a hand in London while awaiting the call for my next trip out. I was working on a confidential memorandum for our foreign editor, Joe Alex Morris, when an office boy interrupted me.
Excuse me, Mr. Disher. Mr. Morris wishes to see you in his office, sir.
Okay. Tell him I'll be along in a few minutes, will you? I want to put the finishing touches on this stuff I'm working on here.
I think he wants to talk to you right away, sir. He said it's important. You're to come right in.
Oh, thanks. Well, under the circumstances, I guess this will have to wait. Oh, Bill?
Yeah?
I'm expecting a phone call. If it comes, I'll be in Morris's office. Hello, Joe. You want to see me?
That's right. Come on in, Disher. Oh, by the way, I think you better close that door behind you.
Oh, sure thing.
That's better. Now then, pull up a chair.
Say, this is beginning to sound interesting. What's up?
I've just come from a conference at Allied Command Headquarters. What I'm about to tell you must be treated with the utmost confidence.
I see.
To get directly to the point, you are one of 5 UP men
who've been designated by the Army and Navy commands for what is described as service elsewhere.
Service elsewhere? Any idea what that implies, Joe?
Matter of fact, I've been given no further details, and I've been cautioned against speculation.
You know, I have an idea that this could prove to be a really interesting assignment.
I have an idea you're right. In any event, it seems clear that it's most important. The others who will share your assignment and your secret are Chris Cunningham, Ned Russell, Phil Alt, and Jack Paris. Now remember, not a word about this to anyone else.
Check. I'll pick up a roll of adhesive tape as a precaution against talking in my sleep.
Okay. And now just one more thing. You're to report tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. to Major General John.
That was the start of the greatest adventure of my life. I reported next morning as instructed. The weeks immediately following were miserable. I was given shots for just about every conceivable disease. And worse, I had to try to shrug off my perpetual headaches and lack of appetite with the explanation, hangover. I have an idea several unknowing members of the press corps must have wondered what had come over me. The others in the know fared no better and used the same stock excuse. Still, we managed to guard our secret well. No one caught on. Then, one morning, my doorbell rang at an early hour. I opened the door and was greeted by an Army courier.
Good morning, sir. I'm looking for a Mr. Leo Disher.
I'm Disher.
You're a correspondent for the United Press?
That's right.
I have an important message which I've been instructed to deliver in person. Do you mind if I see your credentials, sir?
Oh, not at all. Just a moment. I'll get them out here. Here you are.
Let's see now. This your signature?
Yes.
Very good. Sign this receipt, please, and here you are, sir.
I tore open the envelope he handed me and read its contents hurriedly. I was to report secretly 3 hours later at a designated headquarters fully equipped. The note concluded curtly, destination unspecified. Destination unspecified. That expresses it very well. With a number of officers, I slipped out of London through the blacked-out streets. After a jolting journey, we arrived in due course at our embarkation port. It was clear to everyone by now that this was no mere raid. The harbor was literally teeming with craft. Towering, grim warships, sleek destroyers, massive transports, and a variety of smaller boats reaching almost as far as the eye could see. I stowed my gear aboard a transport to which I was assigned by a young American lieutenant. Later, in the pitch black of a fog-shrouded night, we pushed off. Designation still unspecified. At length, we were called into the wardroom where the commanding officer of the task force to which I was attached gave us our first definite news of what was up. Everyone listened tensely as his voice came over the public address system.
Gentlemen, we're bound on an offensive mission. Our objective is North Africa. This particular task force has been assigned to take Oran, the great French North African naval base. We've planned an enveloping action. Motorized infantry columns will be landed on the beaches east and west of Oran to converge on the city. A party of 600 American soldiers and British and American sailors will attempt to penetrate Oran harbor to crash the boom so the docks can be seized. This party will be detached at Gibraltar and will be put aboard 2 U.S. Coast Guard cutters which have been designated for this important task.
I learned that one correspondent would be permitted to accompany the small force detailed to try to crash the harbor boom. I applied for that assignment and got it. Before we reached Gibraltar, I had an accident which almost put me out of action. I fractured an ankle in a fall during rough weather. But the ship's physician patched me up with a plaster cast and crutches. And I was hobbling about quite handily by the time we dropped anchor at the big rock fortress guarding the western entrance to the Mediterranean. There I got my first view of the cutter to which I had trusted my fate and met her skipper.
Yes, sir, Mr. Disher. You picked yourself a berth on quite a ship. She never was intended to be a man of war, you know. She rolls so badly that even I get seasick.
I think I'll manage all right, sir, if I can keep these crutches under me. My stomach is more stable than my underpinnings at this point.
Well, you are at a bit of a disadvantage, all right. But you won't be the only lame one aboard. Take the engines, for instance. We brought this cutter across the Atlantic, you know. But her bloomin' engines gave out on us once about halfway over, and then again here at Gibraltar.
So that was my ship, insignificant by comparison with the larger warcraft and transports towering over her. And with her engines a question mark, even her skipper's mind. But I've never met a finer lot than the men who sailed her. There were American and British naval officers, hard-muscled dynamite-toting commandos, keen, efficient American assault troops. Midnight on the morning of November 8th, we were routed out of bed. I turned out to find the British naval officer who commanded the task force, Lieutenant Colonel George Marshall of Jacksonville, Florida, Lieutenant John Cole of Lexington, Kentucky, and other officers already on the bridge. The commander called the chief engineer on his speaking tube and shouted,
"Thousands of lives depend on what you say next. If you say the engines will get us to our destination, we'll stay aboard. But if you say they will and they don't, I'll see that you are court-martialed."
Aye, aye, sir. As chief engineer of this cutter, sir, I'll stake my professional honor that they will get us through.
And so we went. In the murky blackness, I was barely able to see the outlines of the main convoy, which we were leaving behind as we veered off toward Oran. The commander stepped to the PA system and calmly addressed his final remarks to his command.
Gentlemen, the 0 hour will come for us at 3 a.m. We are on a difficult and dangerous mission. You all know your assigned tasks. Go in and do your jobs like soldiers. And may God bless you.
Slowly, the cliffs of the Algerian coast took form, and I could make out the lights of Oran twinkling to the starboard. I pulled on a life preserver and tied another to the heavy plastic cast on my ankle. We were running without lights, but I could see the outlines of the other cutter and 2 motor launches following us. We passed undetected almost to the harbor mouth. Then suddenly a searchlight blazed out from the shore, groped uncertainly in the dark for a moment, and then picked us up. Shore batteries opened up on us immediately. Suddenly, the commander ordered,
"All men below decks, lie flat. We're approaching the boom."
Shells from the shore batteries were crashing all around, and machine gun bullets were spattering on the ship's steel. The cutter shuddered as we crashed the steel cables of the boom and raced inward. The commandos, whose job it was to seize French warships in the harbor, got away safely. We started our run across the harbor under heavy fire. Then French warships started shelling us. The din was deafening. Someone knocked the crutch from my hand. In groping for it, I discovered bodies on the floor. I heard Colonel Marshall's voice above the din.
"Landing parties away!"
We had bumped into a cruiser at the shore end of the harbor. She still was firing at us with her smaller guns. Our turrets blew up, and our depth charges exploded. Steam broke loose on the starboard side. I crawled from the bridge to the deck. Suddenly, I was caught by a blast which sent stabbing red-hot pains through both of my legs. I was hit and bleeding profusely. I pulled myself on my one good leg. Another shell hit us, and again I went down. As I groped over the piles of bodies, I heard a rush for the companionway. For a moment, I thought it was a French boarding party. Then someone grabbed my arm and shouted,
"Help me, partner! Help me!"
I reached for him, but another shell crashed on the bridge, and I went down again, with pain knifing at new wounds. The ship was an inferno. I groped my way down 2 port ladders through the flames. I knocked off my helmet and dropped into the water. My life preserver had been punctured by shrapnel, so I struggled free from it and swam 100 yards to the hawser of a French merchantman. I clung there, attempting to gain strength while bullets splattered all around in the water. I made another try for it and struck off between the ship and the pier. I saw a rope dangling from the pier and summoned enough strength for one final effort. As I caught it, a soldier grabbed me from above, and I rolled out onto the pavement. A shot struck me in the heel of my broken leg. I managed to crawl 75 yards to a wall street, though. It was being raked with gunfire. A spent bullet hit me in the temple. I was unable to go further and just lay there. I learned that a French patrol had found me an hour and a half later. I came to in an underground air raid shelter. Then I was taken by truck to a French hospital. On November 10th, a French nurse came into my room and flung open the window.
Listen, my American friend. You hear? The armistice has been signed. Your American troops are entering Oran. France is raising her head once more.
Accompanying those American troops was Phil Ault, whom I had last seen in the London UP Bureau. American and French officers directed him to me, and I was able to fulfill my assignment to Oran by dictating my story to him.
That story, one of the most dramatic of the war, was carried in newspapers and broadcast by radio stations throughout the free world. 10 days later, Disher was able to hobble on his crutches once more. As fellow war correspondents looked on, Major General Lloyd R. Fredendall pinned the Army Medal of the Purple Heart on Disher's field jacket and presented him with the citation which read,
Leo S. Disher, Jr., while serving with the United States Landing Force in the capacity of war correspondent at Oran Harbor, distinguished himself by extraordinary heroism and meritorious performance of duty against an armed enemy. In the face of withering enemy fire, although several times wounded, Disher remained at his post on the vessel and continued to report for the public press a lucid, accurate, detailed account of the action. After being ordered to abandon ship, Disher swam to shore and, though again wounded 4 times, continued to perform his duty in an exemplary manner with complete disregard for his personal safety.
Leo Disher at Oran, Harold Guard at Singapore, Joe Custer and Robert C. Miller on Guadalcanal, Henry Gurrell and Richard McMillan in the Libyan desert. These are but a few of the long list of United Press correspondents who have faced enemy gunfire, endured privation, braved pestilence and capture to obtain at first hand the stories behind the official communiques. We will return soon with another of these dramatic personal stories of the soldiers of the press. Be sure to listen. And meanwhile, listen for United Press news on the air. Look for it in your favorite newspaper. It is your guarantee of the world's best coverage of the world's biggest news.
Speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. Faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains, led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's trouble on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
It was a sight to chill the blood. In the center of a gradually closing circle of hard-riding, whooping savages stood a ranch house, its windows spitting lead in brave, if useless, defiance.
White men, surrender!
Come and get us, Redskins!
Suddenly, fiery arrows shot through the curtain of night and thudded into the ranch house roof. Flames licked hungrily at the wooden structure, and soon it was a blazing inferno.
Run, fellas! They'll shoot us down! It's our only chance!
Men and women fought their way through the roaring flames to the door, only to be met by the murderous fire of the Indians. Bullets and arrows spun them in their tracks as the savages leaped to intercept them. Screams mingled with the ear-splitting war whoops, then caught in the defenders' throats as death struck them down. Sitting astride a black horse out of harm's way was a hard-faced man. The upper half of one ear was missing, but he wore his hair long to conceal the scar. He watched the scene with cruel amusement, then saw the leader of the savages coming toward him with an exhausted captive.
Me bring Carstairs.
You filthy savage!
Thanks, Red Fox. Hello, Mr. Carstairs.
You!
Surprised, huh?
You're responsible for this murder.
Yeah. This and the raids that took care of 6 of your friends.
You fiend, you...
Kill now.
No, I've got a little job to do first.
What do you mean?
2 years ago, you and 7 more vigilantes rode me out of these parts on a rail. You also left me with half of one ear.
To brand you for the sneaking cattle thief you were.
You branded me all right. You marked me so that I was hounded out of every county I went to.
We should have hanged you.
You even gave me a new name. Scar.
It ain't fitting enough to describe what a low-down scum you...
You shut mouth.
Hand me that branding iron, Red Fox.
What are you going to do?
What does it look like, Carstairs?
No!
Leaving behind them the blackened shell of the ranch house, Scar and his Indian renegades vanished swiftly into the night. A short time later, the sheriff and the United States Marshal, heading a posse, reined in their horses. They looked about them at the charred wreckage of the once attractive ranch house and at the innocent victims of the Indians' cruel and unprovoked raid. It was a sight each man would long remember and secretly swear to revenge.
Too late, Sheriff.
Yes, Marshal. Too late again.
There doesn't look to be a soul left alive.
Carson, take some of the boys and see if any of these people can be cared for.
You 3 men, follow me.
Here's Carstairs. He owned the ranch.
Dead?
Uh-huh. Dead and branded with the same Injun sign. Burned on his forehead with a hot iron.
I don't understand it, Sheriff.
I don't either. Every time I see that sign, I could strangle a redskin with my 2 hands.
In all their raids, the Indians haven't left a single person alive. I've never known them to be so savage.
Nobody can tell you ain't been west long, young feller.
6 months?
I thought so. You didn't learn nothing about Injuns in that highfalutin Eastern school.
There's nothing anybody can do for these people, Sheriff.
Yeah,
maybe.
Have your boys take care of them, Carson.
Right.
Come on, Sheriff. With a full moon, we should be able to trail the savages.
Trailing them is easy. It's catching the critters has got us stumped.
Maybe this time we'll find a clue to the mysterious way they disappeared.
Yeah, maybe. But I ain't counting on it. Get up, horse.
Come on, men.
On the trail of the renegades rode the posse with the sheriff and the marshal in the lead. In the pale moon glow, the raiders' tracks led across the prairie, then swerved through an arroyo down to Sutter's Gap, a large basin of water with a rocky cliff towering above the opposite bank. Suddenly they saw 2 figures kneeling at the water's edge. One was a tall man who wore a white hat and a black mask. The other was an Indian.
There's 2 of the gang.
A masked man.
And an Injun.
They're waiting for us.
Too late for them to escape.
Ho, boy.
Ho, horse. Ho there. Ho. Put up your hands.
Making a mistake, Sheriff. You think we're crooks.
Oh, no, I ain't. We caught you and the Injun red-handed.
Hello, I aren't outlaws.
That's right. You're worse than outlaws. Savages who murder women and children. Well, hiding behind that mask won't save you.
Don't touch that mask.
I'll show you. Oh! Blast you. You threw me when I wasn't looking.
We gave you no choice.
Perhaps I'd better handle this, Sheriff.
Yeah?
What are you doing here, mister?
It'll save time, Marshal, if I ask that question.
Why, you nervy
I don't
coyote.
understand.
I've heard rumors of the trouble you're having. We may be able to help.
Very well. We're trailing a gang of Indian renegades who attacked a ranch.
I see.
We follow their tracks after every raid. Always to the same spot at the water's edge. Then they disappear.
Yes, I've noticed that.
We've had the men circle the water and scout the banks for hoof prints. But if the Indians used boats to throw us off, they didn't leave tracks when they landed.
What about that cliff on the opposite shore?
Well, they couldn't have climbed that. It's too steep.
You're wasting time, young fella. 7 ranches have been raided, and you stand here palavering with a masked man and an Indian who are likely members of the gang.
7, huh?
Yes, and at every ranch, the owner was branded with an Indian sign.
Branded?
That not like Indian.
What's that, Redskin?
Indian not brand victim.
They don't, eh? Well, they use an old Indian sign. You're darn tootin'. Them savages borrowed that stamp iron somewheres and used it so there wouldn't be no doubt about who done them killings.
If we only knew when and where they planned to attack, we could capture them.
I'm capturing 2 of them right now. Hand over them guns.
Now, wait.
Keep out of this, young fella. You don't learn about outlaws from books.
You can't arrest us without proof, Sheriff.
I've got all the proof I need. Honest men don't wear masks and travel with Injuns.
Oh, I see.
As soon as the townfolk hear about this, you two will be ripe for a lynch knot. And I don't aim to stand in the way.
Don't you believe in giving prisoners a trial?
Not when they've murdered women and children. Give me those guns.
Very well.
Oh, my hand!
I only shot your pistol out of it, Sheriff.
You came up with those guns like lightning.
Put down them irons, stranger. You're under arrest.
Sorry, I can be of more help outside your jail.
Shoot him, boys! You got move!
Me got you covered.
Here, Silver. Come, Scout. Here from me, Marshal. Easy, big fella.
Come on, Silver. Hit him up, Scout. Stop him. Shoot at him.
Hold your fire, men.
You young nitwit. They're outlaws. You and your new notions make me tired.
I can't explain, Sheriff, but something about that masked man tells me you're wrong.
The next day, the Lone Ranger and Tonto returned to Sutter's Gap and re-examined in the sun the hoof prints left at the water's edge by the night raiders. To conceal his identity in the event of an encounter with the gang, the Lone Ranger had removed his mask and now stood cleverly disguised by a mixture of secret herbs. Suddenly, Tonto gave an exclamation.
Ah.
What is it, Tonto?
You look. Them track not left by Indian pony.
You're right, Kemosabe. One of those horses has been shot.
Ah. And Indians not shoe horses.
No. Must have been ridden by a white man.
Ah. Him maybe leader, huh?
That would explain why their victims were branded.
Ah. Indian not brand them.
Tonto, there's more than robbery behind these attacks.
That right.
And the key to the mystery is somewhere in this gap.
Ah. Gang make getaway here.
We only knew what became of the raiders after they stopped here at the water's edge.
Them not land on other bank.
Oh, the cliff is too steep. The posse has scouted every inch of the water's edge. There isn't a sign of the raiders.
Ah.
Seem to have vanished without a trace.
Maybe water no secret, huh?
One way to find out.
Oh, why you take off gun belt?
Going underwater, Tonto. Here, both my boots. And my shirt. I'll wait here with the horses.
Swimming strongly underwater, the Lone Ranger searched for a clue to the mystery of the night raiders' escape. Suddenly, as his powerful strokes carried him near the rocky cliff on the opposite shore, he saw an opening slightly below the water's level and swam toward it. It was a cave inside the mountain cliff, a secret rendezvous whose entrance was a short underwater swim through a tunnel. As he came to the surface, he heard voices and realized he had located the gang's hideout.
What are your braves beefing about now, Red Fox?
They'll say you double-cross him, Scar.
What do you mean?
Not get cash at Carstairs Ranch.
That ain't my fault. Some of your bucks set fire to the house before you found out where Carstairs kept his savings.
White men fight hard. Not give Indian chance raid house.
Well, that ain't my funeral.
Indian want plenty cash next time. Or not make raid.
Tell them they'll get plenty cash.
That good. When we go?
Tonight.
Where we make raid?
You'll know that when the time comes.
You'll not trust Red Fox?
I don't trust that tongue of yours. A little firewater would loosen it up. Next thing I'd know, them ranchers would set a trap and the sheriff would put a noose around my neck.
I not know about you.
Well, I ain't taking any chances.
What do you do with Map?
Keeping a record of the raids. Tonight's surprise party will wipe the slate clean.
What do you mean?
I mean every one of them 8 vigilantes who branded me and rode me out of this county will have paid in full.
You get plenty revenge.
Yeah. Revenge with a hot iron and a death bullet.
They're plenty smart.
I wrote my signature on them hombres with a sign nobody will forget.
That's right.
What was that?
Me not know.
Sounded near the tunnel. Come on.
Me take tomahawk.
Came from over here. There he is.
Him not Indian.
Get him, Red Fox.
Hey, get him.
No, you don't.
In the cave inside the mountain cliff that served Scar and his Indian renegades as a hideout, the Lone Ranger, unarmed, fought with his fist to defend himself against Red Fox's murderous attack. Back and forth in the narrow confines of the cave struggled the masked man and the Indian. Their breath quickened, and the muscles in their arms and legs tautened as they exerted all their strength to win. The Redskin's eyes flashed with momentary triumph as he lifted his tomahawk for the kill. Then beads of sweat gathered on his forehead as the Lone Ranger slowly but surely bent back the arm which held the hatchet.
You pale-faced spy me kill.
He ain't armed, Red Fox.
Got that tomahawk. You not bend on.
Rob it. I'll get it, Red Fox.
Me get you for that. Now, here's one for you.
I'll show you. Oh! There. A crack in the skull where your tomahawk fixed him.
You fight like a wildcat.
There's no fight left in him now.
We kill.
No, not yet. First we'll find out how much he knows and how he found this place. If he found it, someone else might do the same. Tell your braves to tie him up, Red Fox. When we get back, we'll make sure he'll never tell the secret of Sutter's Gap.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. It was some time later when the Lone Ranger regained consciousness from the savage blow Scar had struck him with the tomahawk. His head reeled, and he moved to probe the wound, only to discover that his hands and feet were tightly bound. Back in the cave, he heard the voices of the renegades. Then a new sound arrested his attention. It seemed to be a signal, and the Lone Ranger quickly replied. A moment later, a shadow glided up to him in the half-light. It was Tonto, dripping wet from his swim.
I was sure you'd come, Kimosabe.
You got a bad wound on the head.
I'll be all right. Loosen the rawhide around my wrists and ankles.
You not want it cut?
No, I just loosen them so I can get my hand out. Want the gang to think I'm still tied. If I escape, they'll change their plans. We'll lose a chance to capture them all at once.
Me savvy. What you find out?
The gang plans to attack again tonight. I've got to warn their victim.
Who?
I don't know yet, but I think we can find out.
Right, loose.
Thanks, Kimosabe.
How we find out who gang attack?
The leader of the renegades said he was keeping a record of the raids on a map.
Map?
Yes.
Map there on ledge. Me see it when me signal you.
Get it.
Me get it. Here, Fibber.
Thanks. Hold it to the light.
Here, pencil, too.
Look, he's written the names of the ranchers he's killed, marked their cross where their homes are located.
Why him do that?
It's his record of revenge, Tonto. Somewhere on this map is a home of tonight's victim. The first was Josh Hunter, indicated here. Then Cole Aiken. Todd Porter was the third. I wonder. What you see? The order of the gang's victims. They seem to follow a pattern. Here, I'll trace it with this pencil.
Oh, Kemosabe. That Indian sign.
Yes, but with the last leg missing.
You think that...
There are 7 here, Tonto. That missing leg leads to the next victim. Look. Here, I'll draw it in.
Oh, that lead to Red Rock.
Yes, there's only one ranch in that vicinity. Tom Henshaw's.
That's right.
He must be warned.
Me right there?
No, Tonto. I'll go there myself as soon as the gang leaves. Where's Silver?
Me hide him near old Beaver Dam in Wood. You know place?
Yes, Tonto.
What me do?
First ride to the Marshal, Kemosabe. Tell him to hurry with a posse to Henshaw's ranch. Then buy as much blasting powder as Scout can carry.
What me do with powder?
Listen carefully. I have a plan.
That night, a full moon bathed the low-lying white houses of the Henshaw Ranch in a pale, ghostly glow. Tom Henshaw entered the living room of his ranch and sank heavily into a chair. His wife, Amy, eyed him anxiously, then went to him.
You look tired, Tom.
I am tired, Amy.
What's the matter?
Some more of my hands gave notice today.
What? You mean they just up and left?
Yeah, that's right. That makes 6 men I'm short this week.
But why, Tom?
Well, Amy, they've been restless ever since them raids commenced. Knowing all them ranch owners were friends of mine, they kind of figured
You don't mean they thought the Indians would come here next?
Reckon that's about the size of it, Amy.
They raided Lem Carstairs' place last night. Oh, poor Martha. It was horrible.
Don't think about it, Amy. Ain't no reason for them redskins to come here.
But suppose they do?
Then we'll fight them. Fight them to the last man.
But we've only a few men left to fight now, Tom.
Yeah, you're right, Amy. I reckon I better take you into town to stay with your sister.
No, sir. If there's going to be danger, you're not facing it alone.
But, Amy,
it's our home, Tom. I reckon that gives me as much right to fight for it as it gives you.
Boss! Boss!
Coming. What's up, Dewey?
We caught this masked hombre down by the bunkhouse.
Outlaw.
Oh, Tom.
Oh, you're wrong.
It's the same hombre as the sheriff described who got away from him last night. A white hat, mask, and a brace of silver-mounted guns.
I came here to warn you.
Came. Looks more like he was fetched.
Indians are riding to attack your ranch.
What?
No.
It's a trick, boss.
Listen, does that sound like a trick?
Injuns.
Now call your men. Defend yourselves
Yeah,
from
but
here.
how can we
They'll
fight?
Use fire arrows. Fill every barrel and bucket with water to put out the flames. Station men near the roof.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Above all, hold out. Help is on the way.
Oh, wait a minute.
I have work to do. Steady, big fella. Come on, Silver.
Indians coming this way.
Get the water ready, Dewey.
Right.
I'll help.
Get behind them windows, boys. Hold your fire till I give the order. Hank, Lefty, climb up there near the roof. Dewey will pass the water up to you.
Heeding the masked man's warning, Tom Henshaw quickly made plans for the defense of his ranch. As his men hurried to battle the Indians, whose terrifying war whoops could be heard approaching closer and closer, his wife Amy quickly went to help fill barrels and buckets with water to extinguish fire arrows which might cut into the roof of the walls.
How close are they now, Tom?
Down near the corral.
Well, give me your gun, too.
No, Amy, you get behind that wall.
Then I'll load your guns as fast as they're emptied.
Now the savages were almost upon them. They circled the corral with shrill whoops and wild yells, then rode toward the ranch house, brandishing rifles and bows and lances. The defenders, their gleaming, painted bodies daubed with savage war symbols, seemed to writhe in anticipation of the death and destruction they meant to wreak upon the ranch. Suddenly, the Indians arranged their ponies in a broken line and encircled the ranch house, bending low over their ponies' backs, even shooting from beneath their ponies' bellies. Slowly but surely, the circle began to close, hemming the defenders in with a gradually tightening noose of death.
Here they come.
Amy, saving one bullet for you, just in case.
I understand, Tom.
Them savages get me first. Grab this gun for yourself.
They're almost on us.
All right, men. Let them have it.
Bravely, the little group stood their ground against the savage onslaught. But as fast as one painted, whooping Indian was shot down, another seemed to leap into his place. Flaming arrows shot through the air like fiery crescents, thudding into the ranch house roof, even into the wall of the rooms where the defenders huddled. Flames licked hungrily at the wooden structure, but miraculously were always doused with water from the buckets in time. But it was all too obvious that the little group could not hold out much longer against the fast-closing circle of whooping, shooting savages. Then, crisp and clear in the cool night air, came shouts and gunshots.
It's the sheriff's posse.
The masked man said help was coming.
Oh, look at them ride.
The Redskins, they're running. They're heading for Sutter's Gap.
Oh, Tom, we're safe.
Safe now and for always, Amy. And you won't get away this time.
As Scar and his Indian renegades fled before the surprise attack of the posse toward Sutter's Gap, the Lone Ranger and Tonto conferred near the water's edge.
You did the job just right, Tonto.
Me work long time.
The marshal acted promptly. He should chase the outlaws to their cave any minute.
Him got sheriff. And them ride after renegade plenty fast.
Good. Our plan mustn't fail, Tonto. Means the safety of this entire county.
It not fail.
Good. It's the outlaws, Tonto.
Them in plenty big hurry.
The posse can't be far behind. Come on, we mustn't let them see us.
From their concealment close by, the masked man and his Indian friend watched the night raiders cleverly execute the escape which had so baffled their pursuers. Then the posse rode up.
They've gone, Sheriff. Disappeared.
Of course they have, Marshal. What'd you expect after listening to that crazy notion the Injun brought you from the masked man?
All right, Tonto.
Leaping catfish.
What was that?
Steady, Silver, steady. Blasting powder, Marshal.
You!
The explosion blasted the dam between this water gap and Dry Gulch.
I don't understand.
Now look at the water.
Well, I'll be... It's going down.
Where's it going?
Flowing into the gulch.
You won't squeeze out of this, stranger. I saw you do it with my own eyes.
You'll see the reason for it in a moment, Sheriff.
What do you mean?
You want to capture the raiders, don't you?
You bet we do.
And keep your eyes where the water is ebbing away from the bottom of that cliff.
Huh?
You'll see a tunnel that leads to the Indians' hideout.
A tunnel?
You ain't pulling the wool over my eyes. I don't see a blame thing.
The top of the tunnel is beginning to show above the surface of the water now.
I see it.
Doggone if it ain't.
That's the secret of the outlaws' escape.
But how could they use the tunnel when it was underwater?
It goes underwater only for a few feet. Then it rises into a cave. The raiders simply had their horses swim across the gap, then through the tunnel and up into the cave.
Glory be.
The tunnel shows clear now.
And the outlaws are in that cave. Come on, Silver.
Come up, Scout.
Come on, then.
Come on.
Straight across the now shallow basin thundered the posse's charge, with the Lone Ranger and Tonto in the lead. Near the entrance to the cave, they were met with gunfire. Then they grappled with the Indians in fierce hand-to-hand encounter.
Shoot him now, Red Fox.
Shoot him. You murdering redskins. Shoot women and children, will you?
Take Red Fox, Tonto.
Me get him.
I want you, Scar. Put down that gun. Come on your life. I warned you. No, you winged me. Tell your gang to surrender. Try and make me. Very well. Let go. I'll kill him. Right now. Red Fox, tell your braves to throw in.
Take their guns, men.
Here's the leader, Marshal.
A white man.
You yellow murdering coyote. So you came back for revenge, huh?
Oh, don't hit me, Sheriff. Don't hit me.
I wouldn't soil my hands with you. But I'll see you swinging a hang noose for your crimes.
Well, we finally caught them, Sheriff.
I reckon I owe you an apology, Marshal. Maybe them school books of yours didn't teach you much about Injuns, but you sure can fight 'em.
The masked man showed us both how.
That's another mistake I'm apologizing for. Taking him for an outlaw. Stranger, Why, he's gone.
Yes, he never waits for thanks.
Huh?
He's the Lone Ranger.
Hail Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Presenting Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airways.
CX-4 calling control tower. CX-4 calling control tower. Standing by.
Control tower back to CX-4. Wind southeast. Ceiling 1200. All clear.
Okay, this is Hop Harrigan coming in.
Fellas, doesn't the roar of that plane give you a thrill? Doesn't your heart beat a little faster every time you see one of Uncle Sam's giant birds flying high over the rooftops? I'll bet it does. And I'll bet you know how those planes are playing the biggest part of any single instrument in this quick-moving war. And those boys piloting our nimble-wing P-40s and our long-range flying fortresses, believe you me, they know how to fly. They know how because they've spent many hours in learning how to fly. Learning to fly well enough to be entrusted with a man-sized job of winning this war. The Army and the Navy Air Forces know you can't become a flyer overnight. It takes many, many months of preparation. Many months even before a cadet is allowed to touch a plane. That's why the Air Forces so heartily endorse the program of pre-flight training in high schools. These courses make it possible for you fellows in high school, even though you're only 16 to 18 years of age, to begin learning now, as part of your high school course, the things you would start learning if you enlisted in either the Army or Navy Air Forces. Pre-flight training in high schools includes courses in physical training, military drill, aerodynamics, meteorology, navigation, and other subjects that airmen must know. Fellows who take these courses in high school save themselves and the Air Forces many valuable hours later on, if they should enlist as air cadets. And you can do that too. Remember that even if you never fly one of Uncle Sam's bombers or fighter planes, the knowledge you gain from your high school aviation courses will fit you for the peacetime expansion of aviation in which America and American men are going to play a worldwide and leading part. Pre-flight training courses are now being formed in high schools all over the country. Find out if your school is offering them. If not, speak to your principal about it and ask him to include them in the curriculum for your next semester. If you want more information, write to the U.S. Office of Education in Washington, D.C. America needs flyers. And now to our story. When Hop Harrigan and Tank Tinker arrived in the tiny Central American province of Azúcar to investigate the possibilities of converting sugarcane into plastics for planes, they were immediately advised of strong Axis subversive activity there. El Abuelo, the aged governor, and his secretary Serrano explained that a mysterious plane had been terrorizing the populace and spraying the sugarcane with a deadly acid. Not only that, but a warning had been received that unless the two American flyers left Azúcar within 24 hours, the mystery plane would not only destroy the sugarcane, but the native workers as well. Challenged, Hop and Tank took to the air, but failed to locate the mystery plane. The following morning, they overheard a conversation between two unidentified men, one of whom ordered a meeting to be called in a red barn on a nearby farm within the hour. On a hunch, the boys browned their faces with shoe polish to resemble natives and went to the designated farm. There they found some old clothes to complete their disguise, and a talkative parrot, which Tank promptly adopted. With the parrot in a burlap bag slung over Tank's shoulder, the boys started out for the meeting in the Red Barn. Suddenly, from behind a clump of bushes, came a challenging voice.
Halt! Stand where you are.
Hop, did you hear that?
Yeah. Must be a sentry.
This means trouble.
Advance and be recognized.
What do we do now?
We gotta do as he says. Come on. Come through that hole in the bushes.
Hop, let's make a break for it. No, that'd be suicide. He's got a rifle.
Halt! Now, what is your business here?
We've come to the meeting in the Red Barn.
Who are you?
Oh, I am Manuel, and this is Jose.
What is the password?
Uh-oh. Are they, password?
See? That is what I said.
We're sunk now.
Oh, the password is,
Do not bother racking your brain, senor. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Juan Salas, one of El Abuelo's men.
No kidding. Oh, boy, it's sure
Wait
good
a minute,
to know.
Hank. This might be a trick. How do we know who he is? It is no trick, senor. I know that you are the American flyer. If I were not loyal to El Abuelo, I could either shoot you or make you prisoners, no? I am doing neither.
He's right, Hop.
Yeah, I guess so. Either way, it's obvious that we haven't fooled you. Oh, no, senor. A sugar worker swings a machete all day. Now, that makes his one shoulder higher than the other. It also gives him a slight forward stoop.
So all we gotta do is make like this, huh?
Oh, see? That is not bad. Look, Juan, do you know anything about the meeting that was called for this morning? Si, senor. It is a meeting called to overthrow El Abuelo's government.
Who's doing this, the Nazis?
Well, the Axis agents indirectly. More directly, Senor Serrano.
Serrano?
Why, he's El Abuelo's secretary. Si, that is correct. Serrano is also El Abuelo's worst enemy. He has sold out to the Axis and has called a meeting this morning to complete arrangements for a coup d'etat, a plan to overthrow the government.
Why, that dirty, low-down skunk. Say, Hop, what is this coup d'etat stuff?
That means a sudden change in government brought about by political schemers.
You mean like a revolution?
A revolution, amigo, is brought about by the people. A coup d'etat is accomplished by one man or a small group of men for their own benefit.
Oh, I see.
Well, can Serrano get away with this? Isn't El Abuelo doing anything to stop it? Unfortunately, his hands are now tied. He would not believe this of Serrano until it was too late.
Well, let's find that Serrano guy. I'll bust him wide open.
Oh, don't be silly, Tank. We can't do anything that way. Juan, have you any plans? Is there anything we can do to help? You may be of much assistance. For the present, however, my plans are indefinite. I hope to learn more at this meeting. You see, they think I am one of them. Well, let's get over to the Red Barn, then. Come on.
Yeah, what are we waiting for?
Not so fast, amigos. I am afraid for you to be seen there. You may be recognized as I recognized you. Then your lives would be worthless. Serrano would not hesitate to have you shot. Oh, we've got to take the chance. There isn't much time.
Yeah, we only got a little over 12 hours before we got to scram out of Asuka. We got to work fast.
That's right, Juan. We'll stay in the background and keep our mouths shut so they won't know that we don't speak Spanish.
Sure, we can fool them. Come on, I'm itching for action.
Your offer, senores, is most generous. But I'm still afraid for you. Tank and I are soldiers, Juan. Danger is our business. If this coup d'etat is successful, it will mean a great loss to our government. Si, senor. It means more than you know.
What do you mean?
Come. Let us walk to the Red Barn. On the way, I will tell you. But promise me that you will do nothing to unnecessarily endanger your lives.
You mean I can't take a poke at that guy?
That's right, Tank. No pokes. We promise, Juan. Very well. Let us go. The meeting place is about 200 yards to the left. Oh, by the way, Senor Tinker, what are you carrying in that sack on your shoulder?
Oh, that? It's a parrot.
A parrot? Yeah. Tank found him in the shack over there. We were nearly scared out of a year's growth when we heard a voice inside the shack threatening to shoot us down until we looked in and saw what it was. Oh, boy, why did you not leave him there?
Leave him? Oh, not a chance. I adopted him. Hey, you want to hear him say slap a Jap right off the map?
Tank, are you out of your mind? I think it would attract too much unwelcome attention, senor.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Oh, Juan, you were going to tell us what this Serrano coup d'etat means to the United States. Oh, see. Well, we know it would mean the end of experimentation in converting sugar into plastics, at least so far as azúcar is concerned. That is true, senor. but it means even more to the Axis. Sugar is used for many things, not the least important of which is the manufacture of alcohol for use in explosives. The sugar production in Azúcar alone amounts to 50,000 tons a year. Think, senor, what it would mean if the Axis gained control of the crop.
They won't get control of the crop, don't worry. According to the good neighbor policy, the United States will send any military assistance to any American country whose government is threatened.
Yeah, that's right, see?
So all we've got to do is to report this planned coup d'etat to the American consul, and things will begin to pop.
Well, that is all very true, but how do you plan to advise your consul?
Easy. Let's go back to town and... Oh, I forgot.
Forgot what?
Well, don't you remember? Serrano told us the American consul is in Lima, Peru. He won't be back for a week.
Oh, yeah. Now what do we do?
Radio. What about the government transmitter, Juan?
Serrano has that under control, and there is no other in Azúcar.
Well, then we're sunk.
Hey, I know where there's another radio.
Where, Tank?
In our plane.
Why, of course. I never thought of that.
Oh, boy, I did some thinking. Ain't that something, huh?
Yeah, it sure is, Tank. Come on, let's get over to the airport.
Not so fast, amigos. Do you know where your plane is? Sure, in hangar number 2 at the airport. That is where it was.
You mean they stole our plane?
See. Serrano thinks of everything.
That settles it. The dirty scum. I'm going to... Tank, wait. There's only one thing left to do now. We've got to crash that meeting. See if we can't break up Serrano's plans ourselves. Come on.
I am afraid you are right, Senor Harrigan. Let us go. But remember, be cautious. We are not far from the Red Barn now, so if you must speak, speak softly. Come.
The dirty rat stealing our ship. Just where till I get my hands on that Serrano guy? Quiet, Tank. Oh, to spoil everything? Boy, I'm sure mad. You know, this parrot is getting heavy. Well, I told you not to take him along. Yeah, I know, but I still think he's worth it.
There is the Red Barn just behind that row of trees. The meeting has already started.
Yeah.
Now, try to slip in as quietly as possible without attracting attention.
Okay. I sure hope nobody spots us.
I hope so too, amigo. Stay in the back, near the door. I will go up front.
Right.
And remember, please, to keep quiet.
Yeah, I won't even crack a smile. And Tank, don't forget to slouch with one shoulder lower than the other, like the sugar workers.
That's a cinch with this parrot slung over my back. He must have eaten rocks for breakfast.
Quiet.
Here is the door to the barn. Now, I suggest you keep your hats pulled down over your eyes.
Right, okay. And Tank, not a peep out of you, no matter what you see or hear, understand?
Yeah, I'll keep mom honest. Good. Let us go in now.
Yeah, you go first, Juan.
Bueno. I will open the door.
Ah, that's Serrano talking. Yeah. What did he get so excited about? Serrano's giving him a pep talk. Yeah, I wish I could understand what he's saying. Yeah, so do I. Stop. Frank, what's the matter? This parrot's going loco. What is it? He's going nuts, I tell you. Squirming, fighting. Well, put him down, Tank. Quick, toss him outside.
You're down like dogs. Flapperjack.
Shut up, you dope.
Flapperjack. Hands up.
Oh, they all heard him. Now we're in for it.
Betrayed by the shrieking parrot, Hop and Tank face an angry, suspicious crowd of Nazi sympathizers, all of whom, at close range, can see through their disguises. For a moment, it looks as though Tank's newfound mascot has thrown a monkey wrench into the works. Can the boys prevent Serrano from overthrowing the government of Azúcar? Tomorrow we'll tell the story, so don't fail to listen, same time, same station. Tune in and fly with Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airways. Hop Harrigan is a top-notch flyer, an expert. You fellas know what an expert is, but let me quote Webster's dictionary. An expert is one who is skilled. In other words, someone who does his job just a little bit better. The fellow who has that extra something. How did Hop get to be an expert in such a skilled and highly technical field as aviation? Well, there's only one answer. He was thoroughly trained in the groundwork, the fundamentals, while he was still a youngster. You air-minded high school juniors and seniors You boys who want to join the Army or Navy Air Forces when you're a little older, you boys and girls who are looking ahead to a career in aviation, all of you can get the necessary basic training by taking the pre-flight training courses now being established in high schools in the United States. If pre-flight training courses have not yet been started in your school, get your folks, your friends, your high school principal interested. Now, if you want additional information, write the United States Office of Education, Washington, D.C. America needs flyers.
CX-4 to control tower. CX-4 to control tower. Standing by.
Control tower to CX-4. All clear.
Okay, this is Hawk Harrigan taking off. See you tomorrow. Same time, same station.
Hop Harrigan is a copyrighted feature appearing in All American Comics magazine. Hop Harrigan came to you from New York. This is the Blue Network.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from world capitals, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's John Daly with a summary of headline news as received in New York.
A year ago today, at exactly this time, World News Today began with these words. The White House has just announced that Jap planes have attacked Pearl Harbor. This means war. In the days that followed, an angry nation could only guess at the damage the treacherous blow had caused. Today we know the full story, and today we can be filled with pride that our armed forces, fighting a terrible uphill battle in the Pacific, have already paid back in some measure for what President Roosevelt has called a day of infamy. The sneak attack, to all practical purposes, eliminated our Pacific battle fleet at the time. We know now why the Philippines could not be reinforced. We know now why a pitiful handful of American and Allied cruisers were sent out to face a Jap battle fleet in the Netherlands East Indies fighting. Those were black days, but they are well behind us. A few weeks ago, a rehabilitated American fleet, though heavily outnumbered, handed another Jap battle fleet in the Solomon area a licking it will never forget. And just now, the Navy Department issued a communique saying that we have killed better than 400 more Japs on Guadalcanal. We'll have the full details from Washington shortly. A year ago, we may have been among the "it can't happen here" boys. But now we have gone back to the old American tradition. Put your faith in God and keep your powder dry. One of our allies has a good reason to celebrate today. It's the first anniversary of the start of the Russian winter offensive last year that saved Moscow. Then the Germans were within 18 miles of the city. Today they are on the receiving end of heavy Russian attacks on front 130 to 250 miles west of Moscow. In the last 24 hours, 10,000 Germans have been killed, and 160 guns and 54 tanks destroyed. The Nazis are putting up stiff resistance, and it's clear that reinforcements have been poured into the Stalingrad area, where the Russians admit the Nazis are using heavy tank forces. But there is every indication that the Red Army is still moving ahead, and that the German position is critical. Their army is still inside Stalingrad, but today's reports indicate that they have been pushed back into the northern and southern outskirts of the city in the last 10 days. On the Central Front, the Nazis are using big fleets of air transport to bring up men and supplies. One Soviet anti-aircraft battery shot down 12 of them and damaged 7 more. Generally, the exact position west of Moscow is confused, but there is reason to believe that Rzhev, the key to the German defenses, is surrounded. As at Stalingrad, the Germans are counterattacking desperately, and the Russians describe the fighting as particularly bitter. German attacks succeeded in capturing 2 of 3 villages, but Soviet counterattacks took the villages back, and field dispatches covering the fighting west of Moscow said that 3 more basic points in the German defenses near Rzhev and 2 near Velikiye Luki had been cleared of the Nazis. Yes, this is a day of celebration for the Russians. Much of their country is still in German hands, but they have blasted the myth of the invincibility of the German Wehrmacht and with confidence have set out to destroy the despoilers of their country. In North Africa, the Allied lines near Teboba and Jadeda are straight and unbroken as the fighting grows in intensity and Allied reinforcements pour up to the front. French and American units moving forward in the southern sector are reported by the Morocco radio to have captured a new Axis-fortified position near Sfax. Now for a direct report, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Algiers, Charles Collingwood reporting.
This is Charles Collingwood at Allied Force Headquarters in North Africa. No part of the battle for Tunisia is more important than the battle in the air. And General Doolittle's boys of the 12th Air Force are doing a magnificent job. Here in the makeshift studio that we've rigged up in Allied Force Headquarters, we have a couple of boys who are very lucky to be here. Wouldn't you say you were lucky to be here, fellows? Well, I'll say we were. You're not kidding. That was Lieutenant Dave Slater and Sergeant Ray DeVilla. Both of them from Houston, Texas, and both of them flying in the same bomber. And that laughter that you heard in the background came from the rest of the crew who are all packed in here watching Lieutenant Slater and Sergeant DeVilla getting ready to tell us how it came to be that they're all able to be here. Well, come on now, Slater. You're the pilot. Tell us about it. Well, you see, this is our first combat mission. You mean your very first? That's right. Well, this has nothing to do with the story, but were you scared? Well, I was scared. I don't know about the rest. You know, I was scared. Well, I'll bet you were. Well, let's get on with it. Where were you going on this first combat mission? We were bombing gators. We had an escort of P-38 pursuit. When we got over the target, we ran into an awful lot of anti-aircraft fire. And remember, Lieutenant Slater, that's when we all stopped being scared. That's right, DeVilla. And it was just as well, too. Because to make a long story short, we got hit. You got hit? Bad? Well, bad enough. I could feel this light stuff hitting us, but I didn't know where until I looked down at my pressure gauge and saw the port engine wasn't working. Well, what did you do then? Well, let me tell him. Okay, DeVilla, you tell him. You see, the way we were hit, a medium bombers can't fly far. Lieutenant Slater kept us in the air as long as we could, but we finally had to get back on an even keel and land. Anybody hurt? No, sir. We skidded about 150 yards. And then we all jumped out and nothing worse than bruises. Lieutenant Slater counted noses. Lieutenant Howard was the co-pilot from San Diego, California. Lieutenant Harrigan, the navigator from Walmart, Arkansas. Sergeant Duran, the waist gunner from Muscatine, Iowa. And Sergeant Fleshman from Conway, Oregon, who's our tail gunner. All okay, but we were all miles behind the enemy line, right out in the desert. Well, what did you do then? We started taking the thing out of the plane and getting ready to burn it. And then the air starts popping up. Wait a minute, Ray. You haven't said anything about the P-38 yet. Oh, yes. I should have said we saw this P-38 from our escort circling around above us. Then it went off, we hope, to get help. Well, what about these errors that popped up? Well, they kept arriving from nowhere in particular, and by the end we collected about 25 of them. Were they friendly? They kept saying American or Alemán. When we finally convinced them that we were Americans, everything was fine. But they don't like the Germans, huh? These fellas didn't, but they called us comrades. Oh, there's another word they use, Ray. Oh, yes, they kept saying Ike or something like this until this moment. I still don't know what it means. Well, look, one thing that I haven't got straight yet. How far was all this from the German garrison at Davis? About 20 miles. 20 miles? And how long were you there? 2 hours and 41 minutes, and that was long enough. Well, how did it finally end? Oh, simple enough. One of the Arabs said, shh, and we all listened, and we heard some airplane motors. Then we saw a light bomber and 2 P-38s coming our way. The bomber saw us, landed on that awful rough desert, and taxied right up to it. That's right, and Lieutenant Howell of Seattle climbed out and said, jump in, boys, jump in quick. And I'll bet you did, too. And what then? What happened there? Then Lieutenant Howard was set fire to our plane, and the P-38 finished it off with incendiary bullets. And we were off, nothing to it. If you ask me, there was plenty to it. And I'm darn glad that you fellows all made it and could be here tonight. We return you now to CBS in New York.
On the old North African front, for several days, the dispatches have been reporting a lull in the fighting. Today's report had nothing to say about the land fighting. And it's true that there hasn't been much land fighting since Marshal Rommel and his fleeing Africa Corps holed themselves up in the natural defenses of El Agheila. But actually, there has been no lull in the battle for Libya. There haven't been many tank and infantry clashes of any great consequences, but fierce air fighting is in progress for control of the Mediterranean, and Cairo is doing its part to help the Tunisian campaign. And now for further news from across the Atlantic, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS London, Bob Trout reporting.
From Britain, flying fortresses attacked the locomotive works at Lille this afternoon. The weather was clear and good results were seen. At the same time, liberators attacked the airfield at Abbeville. Squadrons of Royal Air Force, United States Army Air Force, Dominions, and Allied fighters gave protection. 7 enemy fighters were destroyed. 1 of our fighters and 2 bombers are missing. Sir William Beveridge spoke to a big meeting at Oxford today and drew for his audience a picture of a new Britain after the war. To think of this now, he said, is not to neglect the war. Victory in war and victory in peace are inseparable. Then he named 5 specific evils to be attacked: want, disease, ignorance, squalor, and idleness. What Sir William Beveridge urged today at Oxford is the setting up of an economic general staff to make a national design for the use of Britain's national resources. Of course, none of this is going to come easily, and that's all right with Sir William Beveridge, who said, "There are no easy times ahead in war or peace. Who wants them?" London Sunday newspapers appeared today with carefully worded little stories written by the journalists the British call political correspondents. These all said that the political correspondent of, fill in the name of the paper here, understands that Minister for Air, Sir Archibald Sinclair, has been invited to be the next Viceroy of India, and it is believed that he will accept. This is a recognized method in Britain, as in other countries, of sending up a trial balloon. The British call it flying a kite. And the idea here, just as in the United States, is if the cautious little newspaper items bring roars of indignation, then the government can look surprised and can point out that nothing official had ever been said. So far today, there have been no roars of indignation. Not far from London is the town of Greenwich, home of the Royal Observatory. Through Greenwich runs the zero meridian on all maps and charts. Ships on all the world's oceans base their positions on the distance they happen to be at the time from this little town of Greenwich. Before they can even determine where they are, the ship's officers have to know just what time it is in Greenwich. All this worldwide activity is centered in Greenwich's Royal Observatory, where the astronomers have been studying the heavens for a good many years. Today, the observatory announced that sunspot activity, which has been interfering with radio and cable communications off and on for several years, is dying down. There was a storm at the beginning of this week, but the 5 or 6 year cycle is near its end. The disturbances are growing less severe and less frequent. Greenwich astronomers intended this to be good news for British radio listeners, but British listeners would have appreciated it more if the astronomers had told them where to buy a new radio tube when the old ones wear out. Now back to CBS New York and John Daly.
And here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Admiral is devoting all its facilities to making radio communications equipment for the armed forces. Few new Admiral radios are available for civilian use, so today we'd like to use Admiral's time in paying tribute to the Army Signal Corps. Do you recognize this sound? It's made by beating on a hollow log, a means of communication actually used by the Army when the Signal Corps was organized in 1859. For many years, the Signal Corps has been on the job. By 1899, over 40 years ago, the Army Signal Corps already had a radio station in operation. True, it sent messages a distance of only 11 miles from Fire Island to Fire Island Lighthouse, but the foresightedness shown in establishing it made possible the Signal Corps of today. Radio in trucks, tanks, planes, complete broadcasting and receiving sets so small they can be carried in the palm of the hand. Others so large they develop twice the power of the largest commercial stations in the country. This equipment is saving lives, speeding victory, because the Army Signal Corps developed the kind of radio which meets all conditions imposed by modern war. Admiral is proud to be building such equipment for the Signal Corps. And now, here once again for Admiral Radio is John Daly.
It was just 1 year ago tomorrow that the Japanese struck at the Hawaiian Islands, leaving our great naval base at Pearl Harbor a mass of sinking and battered warships. There's a different story there today. And Admiral Radio takes you next to CBS Honolulu, Webley Edwards reporting.
It was on a Sunday like this 365 days ago that this war started for America right here at Pearl Harbor in the island of Oahu in Hawaii. I had a sickening in my stomach as I saw the great ships of our Pacific Fleet bombed and torpedoed at their moorings that day. When it was all over, the Arizona was sunk and destroyed. The Oklahoma was turned over, her keel up. The California, Nevada, and West Virginia were far down in the water. The Pennsylvania, the Maryland, and the Tennessee had been hit. The cruisers Helena, Honolulu, and Raleigh were damaged. 2 destroyers, the Cassis and the Downs, were destroyed in a dry dock. Another, the Shaw, seemed to be blown half away. The great old mine layer, Oglala, was down in the water, and so was the old target ship, the Utah. 2 fleet task forces had been carrying out assignments at sea, and 2 Pacific Fleet task forces were in the harbor after extensive operations at sea. Of the 86 ships in the harbor, 19 were sunk or damaged. Both our Army and Navy forces on Oahu lost scores of planes. All this had happened because we, as a nation, had thought Japan would play the game as an honorable nation. Dishonorably, the Japs threw a sneak punch. There was, of course, bewilderment, some confusion, and a lot of disillusionment. Ships stricken, planes crushed, airfields pockmarked with bombs. There was talk about our leaders. And then all at once, it didn't seem nearly so bad. Men worked as men had never worked before, and ships steamed out one by one to take their place with our fighting fleet. I'll never forget the thrill of seeing a battleship, another battleship that had been in the bottom of Pearl Harbor, going out through the harbor narrows one bright morning, her flag proudly flying, her men lining her decks. She was going out to fight, and we all had lumps in our throats. Of those ships that were struck that reeling blow, only the Arizona is permanently and totally lost. Air strength was replaced in a few days. The fleet had to start fighting immediately. The raids on the Marshalls, Wake, and Marcus Island gave the fleet the confidence that comes from action. And that action was shown in the Coral Sea and in the invasion of New Guinea. Then the Battle of Midway, and now the Solomons, each action of increasing importance. We have lost ships, but the enemy has lost far more. We have lost men, but the enemy has paid a price manyfold. At this minute, our land and sea forces are busy in Guadalcanal and in New Guinea, blasting out the foothold for our future drive toward Japan. Today, 1 year later, Pearl Harbor looks mighty sweet. The old harbor is bustling, noisy, busy, and men have the bright look of confidence in their faces. And that's the situation out here 1 year later. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor. We return you to CBS in New York.
American paratroops in North Africa have gone into action for the first time in this war. Their attack followed plans long and carefully rehearsed. For the story of the training of our paratroops, one of Columbia's correspondents has visited one of their camps. We take you to CBS over Lawson Field, Fort Benning, Georgia. Bill Slocum, Jr. reporting.
I am standing at the door in the rear of an AC-47, a cold and efficient piece of flying war machinery. 2 benches run the length of the plane. Sitting on the benches, facing across the aisle, are 8 young men of the 507th Parachute Regiment. They are going to make today's jump. Now, as we near the jumping point, they are smoking, chatting, and looking the way any man with a grain of sense should look when he's about to jump 1,000 feet straight down. I don't think they realize they're talking a little louder than usual, and that there is a grimness about their eyes. They are not afraid. If they were, they wouldn't be parachutists. They're just bright enough to realize that jumping out of airplanes is a job that requires more of the brain than the muscles or even the heart. When jumping time comes, the jump master will order the men to stand up. His next order is hook up. With that, each jumper fastens a hook to a steel cable running the length of the plane. This hook is on the end of a roving rope, which is fastened to the parachute. The third order is check equipment, and then come the orders for the actual jump. The men step out, right foot first, and arms folded across their chest. When the jumper exhausts the short length of rope attached to the cable, it snaps his chute open, and down he goes. He'll do the 1,000 feet in about 45 seconds. As they jump, you'll hear them yell their battle cry. The 507th battle cry is Geronimo, and they'll really yell it, too. Each jumper wears a chute on his chest as an emergency chute. They are operated by hand. The jumper packs his own chutes. There are a couple of riggers or repairers on this plane now. Every so often, a rigger has to jump. That custom tends to keep a rigger's mind on his work. Now the motors begin to slow down slowly, and I imagine we're coming in for our jump.
Stand up and hook up!
There, the lieutenant orders the men to stand up and hook their static lines.
Equipment!
Check equipment. They are now checking the equipment. Each man checks the parachute on the back of the man in front of him. Now they're okay.
7 okay! 6 okay! 5 okay!
You can hear
4
them.
okay! 3 okay! 2 okay! 1 okay! Hold up and stand in the door!
All the parachutes have been checked and they're ready. You can hear them closing up now with their static lines and their hooks.
Are you ready? Ready! Go!
There they go.
Get ready!
They went through that like Roxyettes. The jump master's main job is to aim the shootist. He knows where he wants them to land, and after figuring out the wind, why, he tells them to go. And he wants to know where he wants to put that lethal cargo which they carry. And lethal it is, too, because when these men land, they unload a devastating firepower in Tommy guns, rifles, mortars, and their very good pal, the hand grenades. Incidentally, the men who jumped for us that time, and they're all going down very nicely now, were Staff Sergeant Spanius, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Sergeant Price of Dillon, South Carolina, Private First Class Wilson of Louisville, Kentucky, Private First Class Sunsbo of Omaha, Nebraska, Private Harvey of Des Moines, Iowa, Private Lavisa of Joliet, Illinois, Private Kelly of South Bend, Indiana, and Sergeant Bellow of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Yes, parachute jumping is nothing you do for laughs, but it is as safe as any of the arms of the Army of the United States, and it is the highest paid branch, too, which seems reasonable enough. I return you now to John Daly in New York and CBS.
Developments here at home, and for news of the fighting in the Solomons, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington. Lee White reporting.
In Washington, the reaction to the idea of a Pearl Harbor anniversary communique has been generally favorable. Few people here would deny that under the circumstances, our Navy could have done anything else but hide from the enemy the full extent of our tremendous losses. Release of most of the tragic details today has had a sobering effect on the people of Washington. But there's some consolation in the anniversary report of the War Production Board. Though we'll fall short of our production goal by 15% in 1942, the fact that we shall have produced 49,000 airplanes, 32,000 tanks and motorized artillery, 17,000 tons of anti-aircraft, and more than 8 million tons of merchant shipping is really more than we had any right to expect a year ago when we displayed such flagrant weakness at Pearl Harbor. 2 hours ago, the Navy Department released another communique. It reports that Marine Corps raiders destroyed 5 enemy encampments on Guadalcanal last Friday and killed 400 Japanese with a loss to themselves of only 17 dead. Army Airacobra fighters, the Navy says, continue to attack the enemy's bases, and on Friday strafed 15 landing barges and rafts near Tasafaronga. This would seem to indicate that the Japanese have been able to land small numbers of troops despite the battle of November 30th, when we destroyed their latest invasion convoy. Since the publication of the Beveridge Plan for post-war security in the United Kingdom, many people have been wondering if the United States government has not been working on a similar plan. The answer is it has, and it's now possible to reveal that a 50,000-word report of the National Resources Planning Board has been lying on President Roosevelt's desk for almost a month. We return you now to CBS New York and John Daly.
And here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
All over Europe today, the Nazi-controlled radio is pouring forth its usual torrent of lies, excuses, and edicts of cruelty. Here in America, radio serves a different purpose: to give Americans periods of honest news, such as this Admiral-sponsored program, to entertain, to promote free discussions of public matters, and to aid in understanding the various war measures. Because American radio does these things, a radio set is a necessity in the American home, and the radio you own should give the best possible service at all times. If it doesn't, have your Admiral dealer put it in tip-top shape. Never mind whether your set is an Admiral or some other brand. Admiral dealers are pledged to help keep all radios on the beam for the duration. When victory is won, they'll have new Admiral radios and Admiral radio phonograph combinations. For Admiral will again take its place as the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. But until that time, Admiral will be busy supplying the radio equipment needed by the armed forces. And Admiral dealers will be on the job, helping to keep our radios on the home front in perfect operating condition. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen next Sunday, when Admiral will again give you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. In spite of what you may have heard or read, our country is critically short of rubber. That, not a shortage of gasoline, is the reason for gasoline rationing. Our armed forces need rubber as much as they need arms and ammunition. Do your part. Obey the spirit as well as the letter of the law. Share your car and go twice as far. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap. Well, it's Tuesday night again, and that means another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, Jimmy Cash, and Paul Whiteman and his music. And now, meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie.
Will you answer the door, Gracie? I haven't finished shaving.
All right, dear. Oh, good morning, Mr. Postman.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. No letters for you this trip. Just that magazine your husband subscribes to.
Oh, how wonderful. George!
Yes, dear.
Your copy of Cowboy Love Tales is here.
Gee, that's great.
Oh, I'm so glad you brought it, Mr. Postman. It's 3 days late, and he's having a fit.
I know just how he felt, Mrs. Burns, because I read Cowboy Love Tales myself. It appeals to all us virile, red-blooded men.
Yes. Now we can finish that serial. Love Comes to Oklahoma Tex and find out if Tex marries the school mom.
Yes, that's been preying on my mind, too.
Oh, poor George dreams about it. And it's very embarrassing for me. In the middle of the night, he shakes me and he says, "Ma'am, will you and me ever get hitched?"
I never dream much, Mrs. Burns. I sleep very soundly, and that's one of the things that keeps me in such robust health.
Well, Mr. Postman, you're lucky. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling. Gee, I'm glad Cowboy Love Tales came. Oklahoma, Texas in a bad spot. I'll read it right after dinner. Gee, I'm dying to see that magazine.
Say, you know, dear,
Yes?
now that we're staying home nights on account of gas rationing, wouldn't it be nice to make friends with our neighbors?
Well, maybe you've got something there. They really should get to know their neighbors.
Well, I should say, why, before I got married, a man lived next door to our house for 10 years. And not one of us even said hello to him in all that time.
No, that wasn't right.
Oh, no, it wasn't. And we were mighty sorry we couldn't say we knew him later when he murdered his wife.
It's a big celebrity. I hope our neighbors are just plain folks.
Oh, well, all of ours seem like lovely people.
Funny, how little we know about them.
Yeah, the only neighbors I know anything about are the ones who just moved in next door.
Well, what do you know about them?
Well, they sleep in twin beds. He exercises with Indian clubs, and she keeps goldfish.
Oh, you met them?
Oh, no, I watched them unload the moving van.
I say, you could tell all that by the stuff they own, huh?
Oh, sure. For instance, I know they have a daughter they're trying to marry off.
How do you know that?
Well, their sofa has a built-in light switch.
Well, you could be right about that. What else do you know?
Oh, lots of things. I know he's a hair tonic salesman because I saw his samples. I also know the hair tonic's no good.
It's no good.
No, one of the bureau drawers came open and his toupee fell out.
Next time I move, it's going to be at night.
And I know he's very tall because this morning when she hung out the wash, I had to close the dining room window.
Why?
The legs of his long underwear kept blowing in.
You know, Gracie, I don't think it's nice for you...
George. Hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Glad you dropped in, Bill. Gracie and I were just discussing how to make friends with our neighbors.
Yeah, you know, I'm interested, Bill. How did you and George get to be friends?
Well, Gracie, I was playing golf. I hit a ball in the rough. A fella picked it up. I ran after him, knocked him down, took the ball away. We've been friends ever since.
It never happened. And you didn't knock me down. I stumbled.
Of course, there are better ways of making friends, Gracie. I have one surefire method.
Oh, yeah, what is it, Bill?
Well, you and George go over to a neighbor's house and ring the bell, see? When he answers the door, you say, "Hello, we're Mr. and Mrs. Burns," and you hold out your hand. Now, he reaches out to take it, and suddenly he gasps. "Ah, why, your hand is beautiful. Tell me quickly, what kind of soap do you use?"
Yeah, they always ask that.
Oh, it never fails.
Yes.
But you don't tell them, you see. You don't say that you use Swan, the new white floating soap, the soap that's purer than even the finest Castile soaps. pure as the morning dew.
We don't tell him.
Oh, no, not a word.
No.
Now, George, you've got his curiosity aroused.
Sure.
Well, he says, please tell me what kind of soap you use.
Now we tell him.
No, not a word.
Oh, suspense.
Yes. Don't even hint to them that because Swan is purer than the finest Castiles, it's bound to be kind to your hands and skin. And that's swell to know, because those pure Swan suds are great for washing dishes and for every soap and water job in the house. But mind you, don't tell him this. Don't say a word. Just look mysterious.
Are you sure this is the way to make him like us?
Oh, positive. Now, he begs you to tell him what kind of soap it is.
I say.
He pleads with you.
I say.
He gets down on his knees. But you still don't tell him.
Oh, please, Bill. Let me tell him.
No, Gracie. You don't even tell him that he can break Swan in two with an easy twist of the wrist and use half in the kitchen for dishes and cleaning and the other half in the bathroom for his hands and face. Instead, you start to walk away.
We're going to leave.
Oh, well, that's what he thinks.
Oh, we stay.
Yes.
I see, yeah.
He follows you down the walk, George. He throws himself across your path. He beats his head on the sidewalk. He tears his hair. Tears stream down his face. Oh, please, he cries. Please tell me what kind of soap you use. I've got to know. I've just got to know.
Oh, Bill, let me tell him what soap we use.
Well, all right, Gracie, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Bill. It's Swan, mister. It's Swan.
Oh. That does it. The fella is now so grateful, he's your lifelong friend. Now, you see how easy it is to make friends?
That's what you want us to do.
Yeah.
Look, Gracie, here's the way to do it. First, you pick out an impossible name like Tralafas. Chauncey J. Tralafas. Now, you ring the bell and you say, I beg your pardon, but isn't your name Chauncey J. Tralafas? And the fellow says no, because nobody's got a name like that. Then you say, you look like Chauncey. We used to go to school together. And before you know it, he invites you in for a cup of tea, and you get to be friends.
Oh, well, George, that sounds wonderful. I'll go right out and do it.
Good. All right, Gracie, we'll watch you through the window.
Hello, what can I do for you?
I beg your pardon, but isn't your name Chauncey J. Tralafas?
Yes.
It is?
Yes.
George, what do I do now?
This is Paul White. Well, this week we've taken an oldie, and the boys have given us 4 new motors. The 6 hits and a miss have added a bomb rack and streamlined the fuselage. And here it is, Johnny Comes Marching Home.
When Johnny comes marching home again, hurrah, hurrah, the people are gonna gather round from near and far. The ladies' hearts will be in a whirl.
You wind up stealing the sergeant's girl.
Now they'll carry on when Johnny comes marching home. The bugles play. I hear those marching feet. I hear the drum. He's coming down the street. When Johnny comes marching home again, hooray, 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 we'll give him a hearty welcome and hooray, hooray, he'll wear a medal for bravery.
You wear a smile for the crowd to see.
And we'll all feel good when Johnny comes marching home. Hooray, 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 when Johnny comes marching. Marching home.
Gracie, listen to this. Come to Mom's, gal cried Oklahoma Tex. I'm a-gonna press...
George, put down that magazine.
But, Gracie, I want to see what he's a-gonna.
Look, we started out to make friends with our neighbors, and we're going to call on them right now.
But, Gracie, Texas...
Put it down. And we won't go calling empty-handed either. We'll take a cup of sugar and 2 eggs to each neighbor.
Each neighbor? I was looking forward to a little omelet for dinner.
George, have you forgotten this is Meatless Tuesday?
Eggs aren't meat.
Well, they grow up to be meat.
Gracie, chickens and fowl...
George, don't you want to call on our neighbors and make friends?
Of course, sweetheart. But we don't have to go disguised like an A&P market.
Oh, that reminds me. I have a can of waste kitchen fat ready to take to the market. You know, the government needs grease and fats to make bombs and bullets.
Uh-huh.
George, isn't it wonderful that fats will explode? My goodness, Paul Whiteman would make a blockbuster, wouldn't he? Oh, George Burns, you're not even listening to me.
What'd you all say, gal?
Put down that magazine.
Oh, Texas in trouble.
Well, we're going to call on the neighbors.
Texas in such
Here,
trouble.
Look, I'll carry the sugar and you carry the egg.
Do we have to take this stuff?
Well, I can't start breaking my family customs now. My father never went to a neighbor's house empty-handed. Or was it the return trip he was always loaded down? Well, anyway, come on.
Gee, I feel silly. A man shouldn't go around leaving eggs at people's houses.
Well, don't think of yourself as a man, George. Think of yourself as an Easter bunny.
Thanks. Now I don't feel silly.
Well, here we are. George, ring the bell. Now, when they open the door, let me do the talking.
Okay. Yeah?
Well, how do you do? We're your neighbors. Everybody is short of eggs and sugar these days, so we thought we'd bring you some of ours.
Oh, a couple of hoarders, huh? Hoarders? I'll bet you have an icebox full of bacon and butter.
Well, sure we have.
Gracie, we haven't got any bacon or butter.
Yeah, I know. I'm just showing off.
On your way, hoarder, before I call the cops.
Hey, how dare you talk like that to my husband? He's just as honest as you are, you big crook.
Come on, Gracie, come on.
You better watch what you say. My husband doesn't care if you are twice as big as he is.
Gracie, come on.
He'll give you a good thrashing.
From there? Well, I hope you're satisfied.
Well, don't worry, dear. We'll try it on another neighbor. Where are the eggs?
Oh, gosh, I dropped them. When I thought I might have to fight that fellow, I reached for my glasses.
Yeah, I know. You just got them on in time, too.
Yeah.
Well, here's the next house, George. Let's try here.
Oh, no. I'm delivering no more groceries to neighbors. I want to see how Oklahoma, Texas is.
George!
Oklahoma, Texas is in trouble,
George!
you know. Oh, all right.
Now, at this house, I'm going to try something entirely different.
Yes?
How do you do? We're your neighbors. We'd like to borrow a few pounds of coffee, please.
A few pounds of what?
Well, maybe I better explain.
You keep quiet. I knew you were a moocher the minute I set eyes on you.
But you don't understand.
I understand, all right. A few pounds of coffee. Why don't you ask for a few gallons of gasoline or a few pints of blood?
Look, miss, if you'd let me explain
a fine pair of moochers. I'm not surprised at you, mister, but I can't understand how you can let your daughter stoop to a thing like this.
My daughter? Listen, I wouldn't borrow coffee from you if I lived to be 100.
That gives you about 3 months to look around.
She's sweet, isn't she, George?
Sweet? She called you a moocher.
Yeah, I know, but a young moocher.
Gracie, you're trying to do this the hard way. If you want to make friends with somebody, just walk right in and be friendly, that's all. Now you run on home. I'll handle the next one myself.
All right, dear.
Yeah? Well, hello there, neighbor. I'm George Burns. I live across the street. I thought I'd drop over and just sort of get acquainted with you. Yeah? Nothing like getting... Nothing like getting to know your neighbors, I always say. Huh, neighbor? Yeah. That reminds me, I heard a very funny story today. It seems that 2 fellows met at a bar, and one fellow said, I live on Elm Street, and the other fellow said, I live on Elm Street, too.
And one guy is the other guy's father.
Yeah, that's the joke, all right. You know the one about the boarder who stopped at a...
Yeah. No more lemon pie.
Yeah, that's the one. Well, did you hear the one about...
The woman on the streetcar?
Yeah. Funny story, huh?
No.
No, I guess it isn't. Say, how do you know all these stories? Are you on the radio, too?
Nope.
In the theater?
Nope.
What do you do?
Mind my own business.
Make friends with neighbors. Phooey.
And now Jimmy Cash gets in the Christmas spirit with I Sent a Letter to Santa.
I sent a letter to Santa. I mailed it carefully. And here's what I'm asking of Santa. Watch over Daddy for me. Maybe he's in Londonderry or on the Western Sea. But if you would make Christmas merry, watch over Daddy for me. Like all girls and boys, I like pretty toys, especially this time of year. But I don't want trains when Daddy needs planes to help Uncle Sam keep the things we hold dear. I'll buy some stamps in the meantime so we can all stay free. But please, Santa Claus, in between time, watch over Daddy for me.
Did Gracie give up? Oh, no. She phoned the neighbors and finally got the Baylesses and the Gibsons over that night for a little get-together. The party is now in full swing and has reached its peak of mirth and merriment.
You and me both, Ethel.
I just can't help it, Gregory. This is the dullest party I was ever at.
Yeah. And what time is it? 12, 1?
It's 9:26.
Oh, murder.
Oh, isn't this a wonderful party, folks? Aren't you glad you came over, Mr. Gibson?
Oh, sure.
Oh, and such fun and so neighborly. Aren't you having a marvelous time, Mrs. Gibson?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I knew you would. Well, when you and your husband finish with those snapshots of our trip to Seattle, I'll bring you something else exciting.
Great.
Well, now, you'll have to pardon me while I talk to Mr. and Mrs. Bayless. Our hostess must keep busy, you know.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Bayless, isn't this a wonderful party?
Oh, delightful, Mrs. Burns. Simply delightful.
Well, don't forget to enjoy yourself.
All righty. Bert, I could kill you for dragging me to this clam bake.
Don't yap at me. It was your idea.
It was not. You're
Hey,
always...
close it. Here comes Burns with more of those drinks.
Did you get rid of the last one?
Yeah, what a beating those goldfish are taking.
Well, here you are, folks. Just shook up a new batch. Hey, Bill, bring the Baylesses something to eat.
Okay, George. Want a cracker? Want a cracker?
No thanks.
Come on, Bill. You're a big help. Want a cracker? Want a cracker? They're people, not parrots.
Have you taken a good look at her nose?
Well, never mind. Hiya, Mr. Gibson. How about another drink?
Yeah.
Well, just yell when you're ready for more.
Only a guy with a C card could make drinks that taste like this.
Then why do you drink them?
I keep hoping they'll put me to sleep. Hey, what time is it? 2, 3?
It's 9:31.
Wow. Bill, come here a minute.
What is it, George?
Look, I haven't got the heart to tell Gracie, but this party is a mess. Can't you do something to pep it up?
Oh, sure. Listen, I got a routine that's a riot at parties. I hypnotize a woman and then I ask her questions.
Well, all right, go ahead. Nothing can hurt this party.
Okay, George. Folks, I'm going to try a little trick.
Oh, wonderful!
Mrs. Bayless, do you mind if I hypnotize you?
I'd better ask my husband. Bert, do you mind if Mr. Goodwin puts me in a trance?
Are you kidding?
All right, Mrs. Bayless. Now, look me right in the eye. Now, relax. Relax. There. Now, listen. I can make her say anything I want her to. Suggest a word, somebody.
Umbrella.
Any word at all.
Banana.
Just suggest a word. I can make her say it.
Telephone.
Any word at all.
Swan.
Thank you, little lady.
I almost forgot it, didn't I, Bill?
Yeah, Gracie. Well, I will now make Mrs. Bayless say swan. Mrs. Bayless, listen carefully. What do you use to wash your dishes?
My husband.
No, concentrate, Mrs. Bayless. What can you break in two with a twist of the wrist?
My husband.
Mrs. Bayless, I want you to say Swan, the new white floating soap that's purer than the finest Castiles. You know, women have long considered Castile soap the standard of purity, and Swan is even purer than the finest Castile soaps. Money just can't buy a purer soap than Swan. Swan, Mrs. Bayless. Swan.
Oh, come on, Bill. Give her a little hint.
Oh, well, all right, I will. Mrs. Bayless, because Swan is purer than the finest Castiles, it's ideal for bathing a baby. And if it's that pure, well, you know it's great for your complexion and for your shower or tub. Tub, Mrs. Bayless. Think of Saturday night. Think of a big tub full of suds.
My husband.
Some hypnotist.
Hey, Ethel, what time is it? 4, 5?
9:36.
Still Tuesday?
Oh, aren't we having fun, everybody? Now let's all play solitaire.
Gracie, don't look now, but this party is dying on its feet.
Oh, yeah, the candy has slackened off a little bit.
Yes.
Oh, but don't worry. I know the very thing to bring it to life. Quiet, everybody. Quiet, please.
Some noise they were making.
Listen, everybody. I've got a wonderful surprise for you. Herman! Oh, come in, dear. Oh, now, folks, I want you to meet my little duck, Herman.
Oh, brother. Poultry yet.
Herman has learned how to recite the alphabet. Go ahead, baby. Recite it. That's right. A-B-C.
That was ABC?
Yeah. Go ahead, Herman. What comes next? No. No. That's right. D.
That was D, huh?
Yes. Oh, Herman, darling, you're such a clever little ducky.
Gracie, I'd like to make that kid real smart. Let's stick him in a nice hot kettle of alphabet soup. Go on, go on, go on.
Well, folks, how did you like my little ducky? Wasn't he entertaining? I thought so, too.
Gracie, this party is absolutely awful.
Well, I've got an idea. We'll take all of your cigars and soak them in water, and then we'll pass them out, and when they try to light them, that'll be a scream. Forget it, huh?
I would, yeah.
Well, leave it to me. I've got a wonderful surprise, everybody. I've got a wonderful surprise. My husband is now going to sing.
This I don't believe.
Let's get the duck back.
All right, George. All right, go ahead.
Well, I hope you folks like this little number. I always sing it at parties. From time to time in every clime, blessings come from above. To show a name.
Well, goodbye, everybody.
Yes, goodbye.
Well, we've got to go. Good night.
Well,
good night, Gracie.
Come on, don't lock the door.
Well, good night, everybody.
I want it all and all.
All right, there. You can stop now. They're all gone.
Much
They're gone. They're gone. You can stop. Come on, it's all over.
You mean they left while I was singing?
Yeah, I couldn't tap it up, so I decided to break it up.
Gracie, don't ever mention neighbors to me again.
Oh, I won't, dear. Well, it's all over. You sit down and relax, and I'll read to you.
Walking out in the middle of my song. I was going to jazz up the second chorus.
Oh, well, I'll read you all about Oklahoma Tech.
Why, the nerve of those people. What? Oklahoma Tech?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy. At last I'll find out whether the schoolma'am accepted them. Go ahead, read.
All right. Come to my arms, gal, cried Oklahoma Tech. I'm a-gonna brand you with a burning kiss.
Oh, so that's what he was a-gonna. Read on.
Oklahoma Tech looked deep into her eyes, into the eyes of Lucy, the schoolma'am. Never had they seemed bluer. Lucy, he said, and he quivered. Lucy, let's you and me travel double harness, honey. Let's you and me put on our feed bags in the same corral. Lucy smiled. Oklahoma.
George and Gracie will be back in a second, so I'm just going to remind you that even though Swan is purer than the finest Castile soaps, it's not expensive. In fact, you save money with Swan. You save in the kitchen because with Swan you don't have to buy easily wasted package soaps. And you save in the bathroom because Swan gives you more soap for your money than any leading toilet soap tested. So save money with Swan. And at the same time, see what it means to use a soap that's purer than the finest Castiles. Well, here they are, George and Gracie.
Oklahoma Tech's back slowly away, but the drink-maddened desperado edged closer and closer.
Oh, boy.
Suddenly he thrust the barrel of his gun down Oklahoma Tech's throat, and his finger tightened on the trigger. To be continued.
Darn it. Why do they always do that?
Well, George, how can you read this silly stuff when there are so many worthwhile books? Real literary masterpieces. Right here on our own shelf.
Well, I love this one.
Oh, all right. Well, let's go to bed. Oh, and bring me my copy of Agonizing Detective Tales with you.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in again next week, same time, when you'll meet a special guest at the Burns home, one of your favorite movie stars, Herbert Marshall. And don't forget, Swan also brings you Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou over another network. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night.
Try Spry.
You'll find the baking you turn out fluffy and light. Try Spry. You're sure to hear your family shout, what a delight. For cakes, pies, donuts, the things you fry. Try Spry. What's that you say? You're going to try it today?
Why, sure.
Try Spry.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hey, you're going to try it today?
Why, sure.
Try Spry.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with New Sun in the Sky. agree with me that the looks, the character, and the charm of a home certainly do not depend upon the amount of money spent on it. A piece of furniture, a hanging, or a floor covering may be in very good taste and be very inexpensive. No, it isn't the money. It's all the little things you do that make your home friendly and cozy. The use of wax is one of these things because certainly where floors and furniture and woodwork are regularly waxed, they give beauty and charm to an entire home. And wax also is inexpensive. A small bottle or can of Johnson's paste, liquid, or cream wax goes a long way. Pays for itself many times over in hours of work saved and in the protection that a shield of genuine Johnson's wax gives to wood, leather, and metal finishes. The squire of 79 Wistful Vista is a man of many parts. So is a vacuum cleaner. The party of the first part is just now finding out about the party of the second part having so many parts as we join Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
All the doggone complicated gadgets. I don't know why it takes so much machinery to create a vacuum. It's like building $1 million laboratory to split an atom.
Haven't you got that vacuum cleaner fixed yet, McGee?
No, and I've been working on it all day, and all I can see wrong with it is there's a little gadget missing off the thingamajig there that goes under the what's-it behind the hootenanny here.
Yes, I know. I told you that before you started.
You did?
Certainly, but you wouldn't listen. You just kept saying, what do women know about mechanics? And you brushed me off.
Well, I don't know anything about mechanics. Matter of fact, women don't know much about anything.
Why, Fibber, McGee, how you can
Oh, they're sweet and nice and all that, but when it comes down to actually doing things, it takes a man.
Well, who'd we better get?
Well, I don't know. Maybe more toops ain't doing it. What do you mean, who'll we get?
Well, I don't agree with you that men are smarter than women.
No, you don't. Well, who does all the important work in this world and earns the dough so you women can eat and have good clothes and a home and stuff? Men, that's whom.
I see. We take what you earn. So you think that makes you smarter than we are. Ha, ha, ha.
Men that make life easy for you. A woman couldn't even open a can of beans if some man hadn't invented the can opener.
Well, you really said something there, dearie.
I sure did.
You did indeed.
Yes, sir.
For 1,000 years, women have been cooking beans in an oven and then serving them in dishes.
You betcha.
Then along comes Mr. Man, the smarty pants. Going to save us a lot of trouble. So he invents a tin can to put the beans in.
You betcha.
And then he finds he has to invent a can opener to get the beans out. Then he spends so much time trying to sell his new gadget from door to door, he gets home late and his wife has to heat the beans over again in the oven and might just as well have cooked them there in the first place.
Yeah, but I still maintain that...
I'm sorry, dearie, I'm sorry. The battle of the sexes is another program. I've got things to do and you've got to fix that vacuum cleaner.
Well, I can't fix it till I get one of them little thingamabobs that attaches to the what's-this here. Give me the phone. I'll have the hardware store send one over.
Phone's out of order.
Ah, the phone's out of order, she says. Now, there's a fine sample of women's inefficiency. Why didn't you tell me so I could have reported it and had it fixed?
I reported it myself the first thing this morning.
Well, they sending somebody out?
Naturally. They said there'd be a repairman out immediately.
Oh, a repairman, eh? Don't suppose you know any women that could have fixed it?
A woman wouldn't have invented the telephone in the first place.
What you mean?
Who wants a nickel's worth of gossip when the back fence is free?
That must be the repairman now. Come in, Si.
McGee's residence?
Well, we're still arguing that point with the FHA, but we live here.
Well, I'm from the telephone company. You reported your phone out of order.
Doggone it, sis. Did you have to come way out here just to check up on that? Why didn't they send a repairman?
I'm the repairman. Where's the telephone?
Right here. It went dead this morning, and I don't know just
Don't worry, I'll find it.
Boy, this is going to be good. Better fix up the guest room, Molly. She'll be here a week.
That'll be nice. Maybe she'll tell me how the phone company trains those bumblebees.
What bumblebees?
The ones that give you that busy signal.
Hand me my screwdriver, please. Thank you.
This is rich.
Alexandria Graham Belladonna. I bet you don't know a transmitter from...
Quiet, please, quiet. Hello? This is number 29, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Whoop, whoop. Okay. Bring me back, please. Hello? Okay, now, all clear. It's all right now, sir. I don't think you'll have any more trouble.
What? It's fixed already? What was the matter with it, sis?
The diaphragm was full of cigar ashes. Good day.
So, that's where those ashes went last night.
Say, why didn't you ask her to fix the vacuum cleaner for you, too, sweetheart?
Just because she managed to make a simple adjustment on the telephone by some fluke, that don't mean she could... I'll bet the phone don't even work right now. But
Try it.
Give me.
Well, here.
Hello, operator. Give me the hardware store. The number is Whistle Vista. Oh, is that you, Mert?
Now I'm sorry she did get it fixed.
How's every little thing, Mert? 'Tis, eh? What's say, Mert? Your uncle? Well, he's sure got the right spirit, Mert, but if he's over 38 years old, I don't think he can get back in.
The Army, dearie?
No, high school. What say, Mert? Well, maybe I better go down there myself anyway. Thanks, Mert. Line's busy at the hardware store, Molly. You want to go down there with me?
If you'll walk.
What do you mean if I walk? 4 gallons of gas. I gotta save that for something non-essential. Come on, let's go.
I'll be with you in just a minute. I've got to fix my hair a little and put on my face. I'll be down in just a jiffy.
Women. Put on my face, fix my hair, find my gloves, get a hanky, squirt on some perfume, straighten my seams, change my earrings, pull down my girdle. Where'd I put my purse? Does my slip show of all the dumb inefficient things? Come in.
Mr. McGee?
Yes?
30 cents, please. I'm collecting for the evening paper.
Okay, here you are, sis. Yeah, but why don't the paper boy collect?
I'm the paper boy now. Thank you.
Boy, what a changing world. Hey, Molly. Come on, Molly, hurry up.
What's all the rush, McGee?
I want to get out of here before the finance company sends a couple of cuties out to pick up the piano. Women telephone repairmen, women wrestlers, women mechanics, women paper boys.
Oh, now, stop your complaining, McGee. I imagine a woman delivering the evening paper will be very conscientious.
That's just it. I'm so used to looking all through the shrubbery. How can I find the paper if it's laying right there on the porch?
Incidentally, dearie, I forgot to tell you.
Forgot to tell me what?
The next time you write a note for the milkman, you better let me do it. She's a redhead.
You mean even the milkman is a woman now? Oh, my gosh. I don't know what this country's coming to.
McGee, Look who's coming, Mrs. Uppington.
Uh-oh. Get a load of the uptown strut. Anybody'd think a peacock brought her instead of a common old stork.
Now, don't be unpleasant, dearie. It isn't nice to hate people just because they're rich, you know.
I don't hate her just because she's rich. Well, that helps. The way she looks down her nose at me. I tried staring back at her once, and I was cross-eyed for 3 days.
Well, Oh, hello there, Abigail, darling.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee?
Oh, hi, Uppy. On your way somewhere, or have you been where you're going?
Oh, this is strictly business, Mr. McGee. I am a working girl now, you know.
You may be working, but you're no girl.
McGee. You working, Abigail? Heavenly days. Who on earth would ever hire... what could you possibly do that would be... where are you working?
Oh, that is quite confidential. But, my dear, it is so thrilling to feel oneself a part of the humming business life of the city. To feel that one, in one small way, is doing one's best to help one's fellow man.
I'll give you a fin for those 5 ones, Uppy.
I beg your pardon, Miss McGee.
He's just trying to be smart, Abigail.
Oh, really? Well, I'm sorry. I always seem to be present when the attempt fails. Have you ever achieved it, Mr. McGee?
What do you mean, Uppy?
I mean, Mr. McGee, that I do not wish you to think that your attempts at humor are entirely unappreciated.
Oh, honest? You don't say that just because you admire me.
My admiration stops somewhat short of adulation. In short, I consider you a humorist in a class with Mark Twain.
Oh, isn't that grand?
Mark Twain, eh? Hey, is he dead?
Very. I see that you have grasped my point. And now, Mrs. McGee, if you will excuse me, I must be going.
Oh, now, don't rush off, Abigail. I'd like to hear more about this new work of yours.
Yeah, me too, Uppy. Gee, it must give you a lot of satisfaction to hold down a real man's job.
Indeed it does, Mr. McGee. You must try it sometime. Well, goodbye, Mrs. McGee. I have just time to get to the office to put on my uniform.
Uniform?
Yes, it's such fun, really. There is nothing like wearing a uniform, you know, to give one a feeling of esprit de corps.
Yeah, ain't it the truth, Uppy? I rented one from a costume company once, and I had that feeling for weeks. I itched all over. Maybe it was just my imagination, but I...
Now, please, Mr. McGee. Goodbye, Mrs. McGee.
Did I say something wrong?
I don't know, McGee, but I do wish you two would stop snarling at each other.
Oh.
I always feel like I'd spent the day climbing in and out of a ring with a towel and a pail of water.
She's too doggone high-hat. She burns me up. She always acts like she just stepped off the Plymouth Rock and I was something that crawled out from under it.
I wonder what kind of a job she's got.
I don't know, but this thing is getting worse and worse. The way women are taking men's jobs is awful.
Oh, now, it isn't that bad. Come on, now. We got to get across to the hardware store.
Okay.
No, we can't cross the street now. The light's against us.
Ah, come on. There's hardly any traffic. Come on, cross.
Just get in. I'll be running you in for jaywalking. Go on back to the curb now, both of you.
Heavenly days, a policewoman.
This is too much. I'm going home and learn how to crochet.
Now, this is war, McGee. Somebody's got to take the men's places. Come on, we've got the light now.
Women cops. Women paper boys.
Well, hello, folks. Doing your Christmas shopping?
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox. No, we're just down to buy a part for our vacuum cleaner.
Hey, Harlow, you still working for Johnson's Wax?
Certainly. Why?
You mean no woman has taken your place yet?
What are you talking about, chum?
Well, he's frightened, Mr. Wilcox.
You ain't kidding. I really am. The women are moving in on us, Harlow. I'm scared.
Oh, don't be like that.
I'm telling you, the first time I see a bunch of girls standing on a corner watching men get on the streetcar, I'm off to the tall job.
Oh, he's had a bad day, Mr. Wilcox. You know, we've got a lady milkman and a lady paper boy, and the telephone repairman was a woman, and we just got bawled out by a female cop.
Well, personally, Fibber, I think it's a great thing.
Traitor.
Not at all. Why, we wouldn't be in business if it weren't for women being so smart.
How's that, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, if women hadn't demanded an easier, simpler way to protect and preserve their kitchen linoleum, Johnson's self-polishing glow coat would never have been developed.
That's all very well, but suppose so.
Why, it's the women who realized that a protective wax polish like Johnson's glow coat was really a very important health measure, too.
But I don't quite see
because it seals surfaces against dust and dirt and dampness. And makes a kitchen where food is prepared a great deal more sanitary place.
What's that got to do?
Why, when you stop to think that Johnson's self-polishing glow coat dries to a beautiful mirror-like finish in 20 minutes or less, you...
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. But Fibber usually interrupts me about that point.
Not anymore, I don't, Junior. You go right on. Give it everything. Take as long as you like. I want you to keep your job.
Why, McGee?
You think I want to be left in this town with nobody but women? You're too old for the Army, aren't you, Wilcox?
Well, yes, but what...
Good. We got to see more of each other, pal. Drop round the house oftener. Let's go bowling together and hunting. Gee whiz, we can be a regular Damon and Runyon.
Well, this is all very touching, McGee. It's a beautiful friendship, but we've got to get that vacuum cleaner fixed. We'll see you later, Mr. Wilcox.
Okay, Molly. And Fibber, you might as well stop worrying about this being a woman's world.
You mean you don't think it will be?
I mean, it always has been. Go on.
You better take his advice, McGee. You haven't got any job a woman could get anyway.
Well, I know. Oh.
Now what?
I'm fresh out of cigars. Excuse me while I duck in this tobacco shop and get a handful.
All right.
Yes, sir?
Oh, my gosh, another woman. You got any of my brand of cigars, sis? El Ropo de Cabajo in the 2 for a nickel size?
Certainly, sir. Here you are, though we have a milder brand and a pure Havana with a long cellar.
Oh.
Those you are smoking are a combination of Virginia short fiber combined with a Turkish leaf, which has been crossed with a Louisiana perique. We have found in the selection of tobaccos that under chemical analysis, the nicotine content...
Oh, never mind. I don't eat them, I just smoke them. Here's the dime. So long. Women. It's a plague. I'm haunted.
Oh, now what's the matter, McGee?
A woman cigar clerk. Where'll they be next? Ain't there any work around here anymore for men? Has the whole world gone soprano?
Oh, now, for goodness sakes, McGee, stop ranting. Have you seen any
Hello
women...
there, daughter. Hello, Johnny.
Well, thank goodness, a man's voice.
Hello, Mr. Oldtimer. We haven't seen you for a long time.
No, I've been working on the other side of town, Doyer.
Doing what, old-timer?
Filling station. But the boss fired me.
Oh, what did he do that for?
Wasn't a he, it was a she. Got mad because I tried to kiss her. Says it was a filling station, not a pet shop. Says if I wanted to be a wolf, I better get me some new teeth. Says I didn't have the technique for a Casanova or the legs for a Romeo. Says if I wanted to make passes so bad, why didn't I go out for football? Says she loved children, but I was in my second childhood, and she only loved them the first time around. That got me, kids. I quit.
I thought she said she fired you.
No. Anyway, I got my walking papers.
Yes. So is McGee, only in his case they call it an A book.
That's pretty good, Dora. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, say, hey, where are you kids going?
We're going down to the hardware store on the next block. Why?
I just wondered. But the way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, say, he says, what's wrong with old Mussolini? Oh, says t'other feller, didn't you know? He ain't got any aces, and the deuce is wild. Hey,
The King's Men sing No More Coffee in the Pot.
There's an open letter to the boys in the air on land or home. While you're scrapping over there, we're getting in the scrap back home. No more coffee in the pot, no more sugar in the drawer. But gosh, oh gee, what care we if it's gonna help win the war? No more bacon on the pig, no more butter in the store. But we will lean on margarine if it's gonna help win the war. Don't need cuffs on trouser legs, and suits now are dead. We'll junk the bumpers on our cars if we can bump 3-axis heads. No more ethyl in the tank, no more tires anymore. But we won't squawk, we'll get out and walk if it's gonna help win the war. Do less driving, do more parking, you'll get a dividend, you'll get a dividend. No more talking on the phone from Fort Worth to Baltimore. We'll get along fine with the old grapevine if it's gonna help win the war. No more spending all our dough, we've got a lot to save it for bonds and stamps to lick the tramps who began this doggone war. We're cleaning, painting, hanging paper, waxing all we can to clean and plaster, shickle, grouper, the paper hanging man. No more filly on the cow, skirts are short shorter than before. So we'll eat less and see a bit more if we all pitch in and help to win this blank war.
I certainly would like to know what Abigail Uppington is working at, McGee. You know, that puzzles me.
Me too. I'll bet she's a supervisor for the police department, enforcing the blackout.
What makes you think so?
I can't think of any other use for a dim bulb like her.
Listen now. I like her.
Well.
Though I would like to know why she's keeping this job of hers such a secret.
Well, whatever it is, I'll bet she's...
Here, McGee. Here's the hardware store.
Oh.
Now, do you remember what you need for the vacuum cleaner?
Sure I do. Come on.
Good day. What could I do for you?
Well, look, sis, could I see the manager?
Certainly. I'm the manager.
Oh, well, we hardly expected to see a woman managing a hardware store.
Maybe you didn't, Molly, but I'm getting so I expect to find him managing anything. I'll bet I can look out the back window tomorrow morning and see our garbage man powdering her nose.
What could I do for you, please?
Well, I don't suppose you'd know anything about it, dearie, but our vacuum cleaner is broken, and we need a little, you tell her, dearie.
Okay, look, sis, a vacuum cleaner is a pretty complicated mechanism, so I'll try to explain what I want in words of one syllable or less.
What kind of a vacuum cleaner is it, please?
A rover.
I see. Then you undoubtedly need the little flange that fits over the gear housing to keep the brush unit from meshing with the speed governor. That would be 237J129 in the new catalog, and I think I have one right here. Is this what you wanted?
Well, is it, McGee? McGee, close your mouth and stop popping your eyes and
Why, yes, that's the very thing. How did you know, sis?
That's usually what's wanted to repair the rover machine.
Oh.
That's because there is too much vibration in the gear housing for the tensile strength of the material.
Oh.
It causes what we call metal fatigue, which results in undue wear. Now, in the earlier models, the disc, which is superimposed on the power shaft, directly under the intermediate...
McGee, stop shaking. I think my husband is a bit ill, dearie. I better get him out in the fresh air. How much is it?
The ceiling price is 47 cents. Though in the catalogs from 1934 to 1941 inclusive, it was listed
Never mind. Here's a $50, and thank you very much. Come on, McGee. Brace up. It's all over. McGee, snap out of it.
Was I hearing things, Molly? Was that a woman? Did she know all that about vacuum cleaners?
It was, and she did, and now maybe you'll believe that women are useful at times. Come on, let's go home now.
Boy, what a day this has been. Women everywhere. I'm telling you, it scares me.
What scares you, Mr. McGee?
Mr. Wimple, I didn't see you.
Hi, Wimp, old man. I was just saying that with all these women taking men's place in business, I feel kind of lost. Us guys are going to have a tough time getting back into circulation again.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about it, Mr. McGee.
Huh?
I often tell Sweetie Face that woman's place is in the home.
You tell her that?
Yes. And then when she gets up to start after me, I tell her that wherever she is home to me.
Hey, what's the matter with your lips, Wimp? You fall down or something?
Oh, no, Mr. McGee. They're just a little bruised.
Oh.
Cigarettes, you know.
Oh, how could you smash your lips all up with a cigarette?
Yeah.
Well, Sweetie Face is so afraid of fire, in her feminine way, that every time she sees a lighted cigarette, she stamps it out with her foot. I guess I didn't spit it out quickly enough.
Why, you poor man. And what have you been doing downtown today?
I went to the Bonton department store, Mrs. McGee, to tell Santa Claus what I wanted for Christmas.
Did you sit on his lap, Wimp?
Oh, Mr. McGee, that's ridiculous. Santa Claus hasn't got any lap.
Well, what'd you ask him for, Mr. Wimple?
A pair of stilts.
Stilts?
Isn't that a little childish, Mr. Wimple?
Not in this case, Mrs. McGee. I read someplace that you can tame a wild beast if you look it straight in the eye. And Sweetie Face is so much taller than I am.
How's everything in the poetry department, Wimp?
Oh, I keep right on with it, Mr. McGee. I just finished a Christmas poem.
Oh, let's hear it, Mr. Wimple. Come on now.
All righty. I call it The Morning After the Night Before Christmas. And it goes...
Hey, that's the best one you've written yet.
I was just clearing my throat, Mr. McGee.
Natural mistake. Go on, Mr. Wimple.
All righty. From the Arctic Circle down to the Isthmus, we're waiting eagerly for Christmas. with joyous hearts and sparkling eyes for Santa's annual surprise. And I always win in the Yuletide race, 'cause I steal some hose from Sweetie Face. An idea I think is very clever, as hers hold more than mine would ever. With a gay little carol and a razzmatazz. Oh, what a sock that woman has. Excuse me, folks, here comes my streetcar. Goodbye.
What a poem.
Didn't you like it, McGee?
I've read better ones on Burma shave signs with the last 2 posts missing. Come on, let's go home. I'm wore out.
Well, you've had a hard day, dearie. You know, it's been a great emotional strain on you, finding women so efficient in everything.
Well, gee whiz. They don't have to take over everything, do they? They can leave a few jobs open for men. After all...
Oh, McGee, give me some change. I want to drop it in the box for that Santa Claus on the corner.
Okay, here you are. I better stand back so my cigar won't set his beard on fire.
Yes. Here you are, Santa Claus. Here's a little present for you.
Oh, thank you very much, Miss
You've had the experience, I'm sure, of walking into a wax-protected home where the floors, furniture, and woodwork gleamed with that mellow, rich beauty that only wax can give. I wonder if you realize that there was something awfully important in that home besides beauty. I mean its cleanliness and what that means in healthful living. When you wax your floors, furniture, woodwork, and baseboards with Johnson's Wax, you not only protect those surfaces against wear, but you actually prevent dirt from collecting there. You seal the surfaces against moisture penetration, too. And germs don't like clean, dry places. Yes, a waxed house is a clean house, and a clean house is a sanitary, healthful one. Let Johnson's Wax, paste, liquid, or cream, help you, especially in these times, to keep your home immaculate as well as beautiful.
Where's that vacuum cleaner, Molly? I want to put this thingamajig into it.
Right where you always leave it, in the center of the room.
Oh, yeah. Now, let me see. I think if I tip it over... Hey, what the... It's running.
I
It's
know.
fixed.
Sure. I fixed it.
You did? How?
I plugged it in.
Well, of all the doggone inefficiency. Ain't that just like a woman? Why, if you'd have plugged it in the first place, we wouldn't have had any trouble.
No. And we wouldn't have had any show either.
Thought of that. Good night.
Good night, all.
The characters of Wallace Wimple and the Old-Timer heard on this program were played by Bill Thompson. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
In just a moment, you'll hear the Raleigh Cigarette Show starring Red Skelton. But first, got a pipe smoker on your Christmas list? Then give him a full pound of Sir Walter Raleigh in the colorful, handsomely designed holiday package. A gift that truly speaks a Merry, Merry Christmas. He's sure to appreciate Sir Walter Raleigh. It's the quality pipe tobacco of America, with a fuller, richer, nut-like flavor. Gives smoother and more mellow smoking enjoyment. And by all means, for men in service, give Sir Walter Raleigh. It's the outstanding favorite in the Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard. Yes, give the one tobacco that has everything. Sir Walter Raleigh.
From Hollywood comes the Raleigh Cigarette Program, starring Red Skelton, with Ozzie Nelson and his orchestra, Harriet Hilliard, and yours truly, Truman Bradley. And here is Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's young comedian, the star of our Raleigh Cigarette Show, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Governor Carvel of Nevada couldn't got a nicer reception. Say, Brad, did you see the preview of my newest picture, Whistling in Dixie?
Yes, I did. Say, tell me, Red, did your director, S. Sylvan Simon, like the picture?
Yeah, you know, everybody was impressed. Afterwards, the producer came up to me and says, "Well, Skelton, you've done it again."
Really, Red?
Yeah, and then he ran out in the street yelling, "I'll get an injunction." Hey, did you like my southern accent? Huh?
Oh, fine, Red.
Yeah?
But why did you keep saying, well, shut my mouth?
Well, I had to. That's where I kept my salary.
I shut my mouth once.
You did, Ozzy?
Yeah, it was the time I went out with Mr. 5x5's girl.
Yeah, what happened?
He hit me with a 2x4. Hey, Red, I saw Whistling in Dixie myself the other night, and what a performance.
Yeah, you know, everybody was raving. You know the Academy Award?
Yeah?
Well, I've got a good chance to win a Wilkie button.
Say, Red, why do they always call your pictures whistling pictures like Whistling in the Dark and Whistling in Dixie?
Well, Harriet, I've had a lot of experience.
In pictures?
No, on Hollywood and Vine.
Say, Red, have you heard from Wonderful Smith since he's in the Army?
Yeah, I've got a letter here. He's doing fine, too. He wants to be a morale officer for his Harlem buddies.
Well, Red, why don't you read Wonderful's letter to the folks?
Okay, I will. It says, Dear Mr. Skelton and friends, well, here I am. The first thing they did, here I am doing fine. The first thing they did was cut off all my hair and give me a uniform that was too big for me. Now I look like an 8-ball that's disappeared in a side pocket.
Red, you remember how Wonderful liked to eat?
Yeah.
Does he say anything about the food?
Yeah, he says the food here is swell. I'm sure handling plenty of good things to eat, especially potatoes. They got him in the brig. He said, before I go any farther, Mr. Skelton, KP don't mean what you told me.
Hey, Red, what did you tell him KP meant?
I guess I told him wrong. I said it meant keep pickled.
Read some more, Red.
Okay, he says, I just finished cleaning my gun and it's laying here across my knee.
Yes.
Well, that's all. Then comes a big hole in the paper. And it goes on down here. It says, I had another accident yesterday. I spilled a little GI coffee on my shoe. And the boys now call me No Toes Smith. Well, I will close for now and give my thanks to Mr. Raleigh for the cigarettes he sent my outfit. And give my regards to the gang, signed Wonderful Smith.
Oh, look, Red, there's a P.S.
Oh, yeah, P.S. One of the boys just got his wings this morning. We found out last night the dice he was using was loaded.
Salutations to the Bakers Union, Local 37 here in Los Angeles, for sending 660,000 Raleigh cigarettes to our boys overseas. So a Marine in New Caledonia this afternoon was quickly surrounded by a group of his buddies when he was handed a package from home. He beamed broadly and his mates cheered when they discovered it contained a carton of Raleigh cigarettes. Factory fresh they were, too, because Raleigh cigarettes are protected. Their rich golden flavor sealed in by a brand new, scientifically designed moisture-proof wrap. This extra safeguard is exclusive with Raleigh's alone and guarantees freshness wherever you may be. Millions of people everywhere enjoy Raleigh's, enjoy their superb blend of golden tobaccos, enjoy saving their golden premium coupons. The pack with the coupon on the back, Raleigh cigarettes.
Heading for the depot, goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Heading for the depot, and here's the reason why. Got a touch of Texas in my talk. Got too much of Texas in my talk. Oh, this place will be my ruin. Hi-yi-yippin' and wahooin'. Take me back to New York. Got a touch of Texas on my brain. Got too much of Texas on my brain. Oh, the brush that's full of rabbits got me in these jumping habits. Put me back on the train. For I've seen every part of what I'm deep in the heart of. Got a touch of Texas in my talk. I got too much of Texas in my talk. I rode a Bronco down in Dallas. Oh, be careful of my callus. And take me back to New York.
Got a touch of Texas on my face. Got too much of Texas on my face. Oh, that sunshine in Laredo got it like a ripe tomato. Take me out of this place. Got a touch of Texas in my hair. Got too much of Texas in my hair. Yes, the sand from Amarillo keeps a scratching on my pillow. Take me back to Times Square, for I've seen every part of what I'm deep in the heart of. Got a touch of Texas in my toe. Got too much of Texas in my wall. Oh, the sage may be a bloomin', but for miles there's nothing human. Take me back to New York.
That was Harriet and Ozzie telling us about a touch of Nevada. Everybody nowadays is talking about the gasoline rationing, so tonight let's show how different people are reacting to the idea. First, we have Bert and Gert, a young couple from Brooklyn who are now living in California. Hey, Goit!
What, boy?
Hey, I can't go to work today. I ain't got no clean shirt. Look at this shirt. Nothing but doit.
Never mind. Go on outside and open the garage door.
Okay, don't yell at me. I'll open the garage door. Yo!
Boy, what happened?
Oh, that darn spring on the garage door. Forgot to let go and it threw me on top of the house.
Oh, boy, do you hoit?
Hey, Goit, I think I got a hoit in me back.
Oh, boy, you're softy. Why don't you develop some muscle?
I got muscles. Take a look at that arm.
All you need's a horse and buggy. You got the whip already.
Yeah.
Oh, gee, look at all the people in front of Al Schoenberg's house.
Yeah.
What's all the celebrating?
Ain't you hoid? Some guy just got a C ration book. Gee, and that Corrigan thought he did something, huh?
Hey, Bub. Psst. Hey, Bub. Psst.
What's the matter? You got a loose foul?
No, how you fixed for gas, Bub?
Oh, pretty good, but everybody says it's my own fault. I eat too fast.
No. I mean, could you use a quart of Ethel?
Ethel?
Yeah.
Is she a good dancer or does she work on the graveyard shift?
Now, look, Bub, I'm selling these little pills, see?
Yeah?
Yeah, you just fill your tank with water, see?
Yeah?
Drop in this pill, see? And presto.
Hey.
And only $1.
Say, this sounds like a great idea. Give me one, will you?
Say, what are you two talking
Look,
about?
quite a bargain. You just fill your tank full of water and then you put these pills in and presto.
What do you got?
A tank full of water with a pill in it.
Boy, listen to me. You better not say nothing to nobody about talking to that gasoline bootlegger, see?
What do you think I am? And I ain't gonna say nothing about the tunnel I dug to the Texaco station either.
Well, come on, Boyd. I just looked in the gas tank and you only got a pint of gas left.
Yeah, maybe we better walk to work, huh?
What, you walk? Why, you wouldn't last over Sunset Boulevard.
Who does? Well, we won't have to worry about driving downtown much longer. The rainy season will soon be here. Then you just step outside the door and a wave will wash you to work. Well, come on, let's go, huh? Hold on, we're going over our bump. Hey, ain't we supposed to be up in the front?
Gee, this car's slow. Hey, is the brake off?
Yeah, I think they just fell off.
Oh, boy, how can you drive without brakes?
Oh, that's easy. I'll dress up like a woman. Well, here's where we work, the laundry.
Well, drive around the block. Maybe we can find a parking space.
I can't afford to lose gas looking for a parking space. We just park here between these three cars.
Now, how can you park here, boy? There ain't room for another car.
Nah. That Chevy certainly put up a great fight, though, didn't it? Then we have Clem, the fella from the country. He hasn't got a car, and he's as happy as a lark. Well, here I am. All the flowers that bloom in the spring. I don't know why I'm singing that song. It ain't spring and there ain't no flowers. The only thing that's blooming is my nose. Boy, traffic sure has thinned out since that gasoline rationing. Now I can cross the street without even looking. Always a wise guy in the crowd. Well, I'm glad I don't have to worry about no automobile. My horse is good enough for me, even if he is dead. It's easier to ride that way anyway. Oh, a filling station with a woman attendant, too. Well, I think I'll go over and give her the old oil. Probably get the air myself. Howdy, stuff.
Hello, Clem.
Well, geez. It was a little juicy tonight.
Where you been keeping yourself, Clem? Ain't seen you around.
Well, I've been down to the YMCA for a few days.
The YMCA?
Yes, I was the guest Don't Let This Happen to You sign. Say, Daisy June, how's business around your filling station?
Oh, just fine. All the defense workers stop here for the gas.
Really?
Say, Clem, don't look now. But do you see them two fellers across the road in that car?
You?
Well, they've been sitting in that car for hours.
What else can you do with an A-book?
Clem, don't be ridiculous.
Hey, maybe they're saboteurs or traitors.
Oh, to you, everybody's saboteurs.
Well, you gotta be careful.
Now, make yourself useful and let that car off the grease rack.
Be saboteurs.
But take it easy now.
Okay, I'll just press the button here. Anybody want to buy a squatty Buick?
Clem, you're a J-E-R-K.
J-E... Who's a moron?
Oh, here comes the supply truck.
Yeah, who's that driving it?
You ever hear of Rosie? The Riveter?
Yeah.
Well, this is Trudy. The truck driver.
Hey, I remember her when she was a waitress. Her slip was always showing. Now look at her. She drives an oil truck and her chain's always dragging.
Clem, look, here come them two men.
Yeah, howdy, neighbors.
Get into the truck, Hans.
Yeah. You made it, huh? Hey, now, wait a minute. You guys working for Hitler?
No, our boss is a guy named Schickelgruber.
Oh, that's all right, then.
No, Clem, it ain't all right. Don't you see they're stealing the oil truck?
Oh,
yeah, and what are you going to do about it?
Well, I'll tear you apart, Bob. I'll just roll up my sleeves and then... There. Now I'll get up and roll my sleeves down again. If you'll kindly take your feet off of my chest.
Now, just so you don't call the police, I'll rip this phone out. Now I'll break these mirrors so you can't flash for help. And so you can't send smoke signals, I'll take your matches.
I bet you're wondering how we're going to get help, ain't you, folks? Me too.
Now follow me, Hans. And when we get to the river road, we'll drive the truck off the cliff.
No, you don't. Hey, you leave that truck here. Them defense workers need that gas. Well, what are you going to do?
Oh, Clem! Clem, don't stand there. Do something.
Give me your shotgun. We'll take a shortcut across the field. Come on, Daisy Jones. Run! Faster, Daisy Jones, faster!
I can't go any faster. You're heavy.
Oh, doggone the luck. Yes, my luck. I stepped into a bear trap.
Oh, I'll get a stick and fry your foot, little
Okay, but hurry up. This bear don't look none too friendly to me. Hey, you know, I got an idea. Let's chop down the tree and we can block the road and they'll never reach the river. Sure wish I had my hatchet with me.
Oh, you're doing just fine, Clem. Only take bigger bites.
Hey, there's an idea. We'll push the cow out on the road. That'll stop him. Get out there, cow. Go on.
Here comes the car, Clem.
Yep, here they come. Too bad it had to be on Meatless Tuesday, anyway.
Look, Clem. Here comes the truck and the road's blocked good.
Yeah, here he comes, brother. I got him, but he dented the fender a little.
Oh, Clem, my hero. You knew they were saboteurs right from the start.
Yep.
How did you ever guess it, Clem?
Well, they were both smoking corn silks in Raleigh cigarette territory. Mr. Jones.
Say, Red.
Yes,
are you going to show how we saved gas tonight?
Yes, the whole cast pooled one car, and this is exactly what happened.
Oh,
We just did that.
Hi, Red.
Hey, Ozzy. Hey. We get in a character, we hate to leave it go, you know. Hurry, Ozzy. Say, you better drive because we got to stop and pick up Bradley.
You mean the Raleigh kid?
Yeah, come on, let's go. Hey, did you ever notice Bradley? The least thing gives him a chance to talk about Raleigh cigarettes, and he will. Watch it.
Howdy, folks. Going to the studio?
Yeah, come on, get in, Brad. We're pulling my car.
Thanks, Ed.
Ah, boy, this is the life, isn't it? Hey, everybody comfortable up there?
Yeah, wouldn't there be more room if you didn't stretch out across the back seat?
Say, this is a nice car, Red.
Yeah, it goes forward all right, but I have a little trouble when I try to back her.
Well, have you seen the tobacco in Raleigh cigarettes?
Here we go, folks.
With your very own eyes, you see that Raleighs give you the finer, better tobaccos. Yeah. Compare the open ends of a pack of Raleighs with any other brand. You'll see the tobaccos in Raleighs are unmistakably more golden in color. The more golden leaf means higher quality, choicer, more expensive tobaccos.
Hey, Ozzy, take it easy going around those bins.
Speaking of blends.
I said bins.
I know, but it's my only chance. Well, Raleighs have an exclusive blend of 31 admittedly better tobaccos for unrivaled richness, smoothness, mildness, a full, satisfying flavor.
Gee, you'd think somebody had a gun in your back. We're almost to the studio, though.
But Raleighs go even farther than that.
Well, here we are.
With each pack, you get a valuable coupon. Golden coupons redeemable for dozens of luxury premiums, war stamps, or cash. Each coupon worth 3/4 of a cent. A cash dividend of about a dime when you buy the carton.
Hey, Brett, I'll bet you'd talk like that even if Mr. Raleigh didn't pay you.
You bet I would, Red, because it pays in many ways to get Raleighs.
Yeah, hey, Ozzy, do you know how to back this car?
Oh, don't worry. Millions of smokers will back me up when I say, next time get the pack with a coupon on the back, Raleigh cigarettes.
Then we have a lady and her little boy. The gasoline situation has their household in a dither. So, Harriet, you be my mother, and I'll be the mean little kid.
What are you doing, Junior?
I'm playing post office. I put a stamp on things, and then I deliver them to another room.
Stamps?
Yeah.
What stamps?
These little green ones.
Junior, my gasoline ration book!
Don't hit me. Wait till you start looking for the sugar book and the coffee book and then make one smack do for all.
You've got to be punished. There.
Oh, you broke my widow. You broke my widow.
I broke your widow what?
You broke my... Does Eisenhower tell Rommel? Hey, Mummy, I just saw a big white bird flying over the house. Is it your stork?
I hope not.
Yeah. Well, he's hanging around. Maybe he's casing the joint. Oh, somebody at the door. Somebody at the door. Maybe it's me old pal, Johnny Morgan. I'll go see who it is. Oh, we got company. We got company. Who's there? Sailor, soldier, or Marine?
The man from the finance company.
Oh, a commando. Well, come right in. Make yourself comfortable. I'll be right back with a baseball bat.
Listen, son, just tell your mother that the man from the Easy as Pie Loan Company is here.
Easy as pie, huh? Hey, are you one of them people that lend money without asking any questions?
Yes, I am.
Well, loan me a nickel and keep your mouth shut, will you?
Now, I'd like to speak with your mother, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Hey, would you like a cup of coffee till Mummy comes down?
Why, thanks. That would just hit the spot.
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it? That'd be 5 cents a cup. That's 10 cents with cream. That's 20 cents with sugar. 50 cents with coffee.
You wouldn't charge me, would you?
You don't know me very well, do you, Paul?
Hello. Junior, go into the other room.
No, I want to stay here.
No.
You let me stay here, I will bang me with a head against the wall till it waddles.
Junior, stop banging your head against the wall. You're making the picture hang lopsided. Now, you just go into the other room for a while. Go on.
No, you let me stay here, I will tell.
You'll tell what?
I will tell everybody that Pop makes your own money in the basement.
Junior, you don't know what you're saying.
No. Cheese it, the cop.
Hide that picture of Lincoln. I'll grab the paper and ink.
Junior!
Look, I'm sorry to interrupt on such a nice laugh like this, but you're 3 months behind in your car payment.
Yeah?
Well, you see, we're undecided whether to keep the car or not. What with gas rationing.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you join a Share the Ride club and you'll get extra gas?
Oh, boy, that's a laugh. That's a laugh. Ride to work with me, Pop, and come home on a slab.
Junior, go play.
Okay, where's me roller skates?
Well, to save gas, your father used them to go to work this morning.
He took my roller skates? Boy, he'll really come home stiff tonight. Well, here I is, all alone. Now, let's see, what can I do? Pretty hard to think of something I haven't done. The way I figure, I'm about 10 years ahead of myself. Well, I think I'll take a walk down in the garage. Might be something down there. Oh, look, there's a sign on the car. Junior, don't touch the car. Signed, anxious. Now, Mummy ought to know better than that. Oh, look. A big horsefly. Whoa, horsefly. Oh, horsefly. Oh, come on, horsefly. Whoa. I will get him. Where's me hammer? Where's me hammer? Oh, boy, two of them. Give me another hammer. There. Uh-oh, they're going to land on the headlight. I would sneak up on them like the 143rd Field Artillery. There. I got away. Boy, look at them headlights. Oh, well, they drive backwards at night. I got to be all right.
Junior, what did you break? Meow, meow. Oh, I don't know who's the worst, that cat or Junior.
It always worked, it always. Boy, at times I wish that old cat was a lion. Then I could do big things. Hey, look what I found. Me with a lemonade stand I had last summer. I think I will open up a real filling station. That's what I will do. I will siphon the gas out of Mummy's car, and I will sell it for a nickel a glass. If I do, I will receive a chastising. I shall attempt it. Oh, boy, that was a good one. Too bad it wasn't in the script. Oh, I wonder if there's any gas in the tank. I will just light a match and see. Shouldn't do that, huh? Maybe not. It will just lead to little bitty peaches. I better not. I will...
Junior, throw that match away.
Well, don't yell at me. You scared me, too.
Now you're going to get it. Suppose you cause an explosion, what would you do?
Mummy, I don't think we have much of a choice.
Junior, you must never play with matches.
Well, I was just looking around these bundles. Spare gasoline you got stored away.
Now, you get away from those packages.
Spare
Those
gas.
are Christmas presents.
I knew I would find out what they were.
Oh, you get into the house. Go on.
Oh, boy. Oh, more company.
Oh, dear.
Boy.
Oh, there's a cop helping your father into the house.
Pop must have got paid early this week, huh, Ma?
Oh, Junior, your father's been hurt.
Yeah, what happened? He fall down on his bottle?
What happened, officer?
Well, on roller skates, he made a left-handed turn on a one-way street against the light and without a driver's license.
Well, what in the world's wrong with that? I do it all the time.
She ain't kidding either.
Oh, they're bringing him into the house.
Oh, dear me. Me roller skate. Where's me on a roller skate? He's only got one roller skate on. My roller skate.
I'm sorry, little boy. It rolled down the manhole.
Well, get my raincoat. Now go look for it.
Oh, Junior, you can't go down into a manhole.
Not even I take a bath first?
No. Now, you help me carry your father into the house.
Okay. I'll help. Hold his feet up higher, mister. Little higher, please.
Oh,
Will
you're
you
so
please?
fond of your father, aren't you,
Fond
Junior?
nothing. Money keep falling out of these pockets. I get enough to pay for me roller skates, you know.
Remember, we'll all be back again next Tuesday at the same time. Red Skelton, Ozzie Nelson and his orchestra, Harriet Hilliard, and yours truly, Truman Bradley. Meanwhile, listen to the Tommy Dorsey Show tomorrow night over most of these stations. And now, here's Red Skelton with an idea for victory Christmas cards.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're sending Christmas cards this year, why not paste a 10-cent war stamp on them? Or just send an ordinary postcard with a war stamp on it. That is really a victory Christmas card. So goodbye now, and thanks for listening.
Red Skelton is heard on this program through the courtesy of the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios. Remember, you pipe smokers, Sir Walter Raleigh. This program has been broadcast to the armed forces overseas and has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Presenting Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airways. CX-4 calling control tower. CX-4 calling control tower. Standing by.
Control tower back to CX-4. Wind southeast. Ceiling 1200. All clear.
Okay, this is Hop Harrigan coming in. Fellas and girls, as you read your newspapers and listen on the air to thrilling tales about the daring exploits of American airmen in giant flying fortresses and liberators, lightning-fast thunderbolts and P-38s, I'll bet you've wished many times that you were old enough to qualify for training as an Army or Navy flyer. Well, even though you may still be too young to join Uncle Sam's Air Services, you can prepare yourself for the fulfillment of that wish. That is, if you're a high school junior or senior, or between 16 and 18 years of age. How? Listen carefully. Pre-flight courses are now being established in high schools all over the country for air-minded students. These courses teach navigation, aerodynamics, meteorology, theory of flight, engine design and structure, all the necessary fundamentals. And what's more, you can take these courses as part of your regular high school curriculum during regular school hours. These courses, approved by the Army and Navy Air Corps and the Civilian Aeronautics Administration, will train American youth to take its place in aviation, America's strongest arm in war and America's greatest career in peace. So get in the swim. Prepare to take your place in American peacetime aviation. Remember, if you're a high school junior or senior, or between the ages of 16 and 18, you are eligible to take these courses. Now, if some of our listeners are still too young for this special training, tell your older brothers and friends about the pre-flight training courses in high schools. I know they'll be interested. Tell them to find out at once if there are aviation courses already established in your high school. If not, ask your high school principal to include them in the curriculum for the next semester. Now, further information may be obtained by writing the United States Office of Education, Washington, D.C. But don't waste time. Careers are waiting for you in civilian and military aviation. America needs flyers. And now to our story. As you remember, Hop Harrigan, Tank Tinker, and Hop's Aunt Agatha were together in a hotel room in San Rio, a seaport on the west coast of Costa Rica, when a uniformed messenger arrived with a note for Hop. The note was signed by the commander of the Costa Rican Air Force and requested an immediate interview on a matter of great importance. Suspicious because the handwriting in the note seemed to resemble German script, Hop instructed Tank and Aunt Agatha to follow him in a car in order to find out where the messenger was taking him. As we continue today, the gray car in which Hop and the messenger are riding is moving along the main highway at a fast clip. Following it, at a distance of a half mile, is the car with Tank at the wheel. Aunt Agatha is seated beside him. Suddenly he glances up at the rear vision mirror and his eyes pop.
Jumping Jennies.
What is it, Tank? What's the matter?
There's a car behind us. Turn around and get a good look at it. You see it?
Of course I see it.
Aunt Agatha, we're being followed. That car behind us is just like the gray one we're trailing. They got us in the middle.
Oh, nonsense, Tank. Why should anyone be following us? We haven't done anything.
Oh, you don't understand. Hop was right. That note he got was a phony.
What's the note got to do with a car following us? If you can't talk sense, don't talk at all.
I'm talking sense. You just don't know how these Nazi agents work. They're not so dumb, not by a long shot.
Tank Tinker, what are you driving at?
Just this. Now, they sent that second car along, the one behind us, just to make sure Hop wasn't trailed to their hideout. We never even stopped to think of that, and so here we are, caught in the middle, getting the old squeeze play.
Well, after all, you don't have to stay in the middle getting squeezed, do you?
Where else are we going to go? If I step on the gas, we'll pull up to the car Hop's riding in and spoil his game. If we drop back, we're losing. Hey, wait a minute.
Now what?
The car behind us is pulling up. The heat's on.
I don't feel any heat. What are you talking about?
Oh, I mean they're closing in on us. Oh, boy, are we in a spot. What'll I do? What'll I do?
Oh, stop mumbling to yourself. You're making me nervous.
I'm making you nervous. That's a hot one.
Oh, you're right, Tank. That car is coming closer.
Yeah, and fast, too. Well, there's only one thing we can do.
What?
Give it a run for its money. Hold tight. I'm going to shove the gas pedal down to the floor.
I thought you said
we can't help it if we overhaul Hop. I'm not letting these monkeys catch me. Here we go.
Oh.
Hey, what was that?
Sounded like a backfire.
Hey, backfire my eye. They're shooting at us. Keep down, down.
Oh, good heavens.
Get down, I said. Slide down on the floor.
But Tank, the floor's so dirty.
Make your choice, dirt or bullets.
Oh, I suppose you're right. Oh, what's going to happen to us, Tank?
I don't know. They seem to be shooting at the tires, trying to plug one. Hey, if we get a blowout, we're liable to turn over going this fast.
For heaven's sake, slow down.
And let them nab us, nothing doing.
Oh, why did I ever get myself mixed up in this? Why didn't I leave well enough alone?
Well, Hop warned you. He told you there might be trouble. He said it was no job. They got us. It's a blowout.
Tank! Tank!
Can't stop or we're heading for a tree. We're gonna crash.
Yes?
Senor Harrigan is waiting.
Oh, send him in, please. Ah, Senor Harrigan, the pleasure is mine. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
Please be seated. A cigar, perhaps?
No, thank you.
Cigarette?
No, I don't smoke.
A very enviable virtue, to be sure. Well, I see you wasted no time responding to my request for an interview.
Are you General Juan Domingo?
No, I am not. Unfortunately, the general was suddenly called to Cartago. However, I am authorized to speak for him. We have been watching your career with a great deal of interest, Senor Harrigan.
When you say we, just who do you mean?
Who else but the government of Costa Rica?
You're quite sure about that?
That is a rather strange question. Of course I am sure.
You're quite sure that it isn't the German Luftwaffe, the Nazi Gestapo, that's been watching my career with a great deal of interest?
You are either a very clever or a very suspicious young man, Senor Harrigan. Or perhaps both. Undoubtedly, the Gestapo has been observing you. But that is no concern of mine.
I wonder.
What did you say?
I said, I wonder.
Then perhaps I had better put an end to your wonderment. Excuse me. Schroeder.
Yeah?
Schließe die Tür.
Jawohl, Herr Baron.
I have just given instructions for the door to be locked so we may discuss our business in privacy. There. It is done. We are alone, mein Herr. Now permit me to introduce myself. I am Baron Gustav Schiller, representing Herr Dr. Goebbels, Minister of Propaganda under the Third Reich.
Well, you seem quite proud of your connection.
I have every right to be proud of it. However, I do not propose to enter into a discussion with you as to the relative merits of your government or my own. I have not trailed you 7,000 miles for that.
What's that?
Yes, mein Herr. I have been following you for the past 6 weeks, ever since you succeeded in stealing a Messerschmitt plane from occupied France. Frankly, you have been a thorn in the side of the Third Reich. My orders are to remove you.
Well, I must say you're going about it in a peculiar way. Why waste all this energy? Phony notes, uniformed messengers? I'm human. One bullet to do the trick.
No, that would be the wrong approach. It would make you a hero, a martyr. You are worth much more to us alive than dead. Since a great part of this war is being fought in the air, we are in need of something to develop our air arm. You, Herr Harrigan, have that something. The plastic plane.
Wow, this is all very interesting. Go on.
We are prepared to pay a high price for your services. I have with me $1 million in American currency.
$1 million? Boy, that's a lot of money.
It would make you independent for life.
Yes, I suppose it would. But what sort of life? The life of a traitor who will put a knife in the back of his country and his people? Oh, no. We were stabbed once, just about a year ago at Pearl Harbor. A lot of blood was spilled when your sneaking allies had Jap stabbed us in the back. We haven't forgotten that. No, not for a minute. The boys in the Solomons remember it, General MacArthur remembers it, and we won't forget it till you murderers have been taught a lesson for all time. You know, you have a funny idea that Americans can't hate. Well, maybe we take a long time building up to it. Maybe we are slow to kill. Maybe we don't like to take human life. But it can't be helped now. Words don't mean anything to you and your kind. Bullets are what count. And believe you me, you're going to get them day in and day out until you're down on your knees begging for mercy. This is the last war we're ever going to fight in. This time we're winning it. For keeps.
A very pretty speech, mein Herr. Very pretty.
It wasn't meant to be pretty. Oh, you don't have to listen to me. You know what's happening. You know what our boys are doing in Africa and Guadalcanal. And, yeah, your boss, Herr Goebbels, can tell you about our flying fortresses. How they're getting through to Germany every night in the week. Ah, you're frightened, that's the trouble. You're losing and you know it. This is the beginning of the end. And from now on...
Do you hear me?
There, you see? That's a sign. Frazzled nerves.
You have said too much, Harrigan. All I wish from you now is an answer to one question. Will you or will you not cooperate?
The answer is no.
That is unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Come.
Herr Baron?
Ja, was ist?
Ein Mann und eine Frau haben ihn von einem Hotel gefolgt. Wir haben sie gefangen genommen. Sie sind in Nachbarzimmer. Sie hätten ein Axten gehabt, aber sie ist ziemlich gut.
Ah, sehr gut.
Das ist alles?
No, wait. Harrigan, I have just received some very interesting news. We are entertaining two of your friends, a man and a woman. The two who followed you from the hotel.
You're lying.
They are in the adjourning room. Their car crashed into a tree, but they suffered only minor injuries. Perhaps I can arrange something that will make you change your mind about cooperation with the Third Reich. Schroeder.
Ja, Herr Baron?
Look at your watch.
Ja, Herr Baron.
What time have you? Answer me in English.
2 minutes and 30 seconds before 5 o'clock.
That is correct. You will go into the next room where the man and woman are being kept, Schroeder. Precisely on the stroke of 5. Unless I give you orders to the contrary, you are to eliminate the man and the woman.
What? You wouldn't dare.
Lock the door on your way out. And remember, the stroke of 5.
Jawohl. Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler. Harrigan, you have 2 minutes in which to change your mind. I will place the mantel clock on the desk so you can see it and hear it. You have 2 short minutes.
Puzzled and uncertain, Hop's eyes shift from the clock to the German's face. He wonders if Tank and Aunt Agatha really are in the adjoining room, and if so, will Schiller carry out his threat to murder them in cold blood? Slowly the seconds pass, and the hour hand of the clock moves closer to 5. What will Hop do? What can he do? Don't miss tomorrow's thrilling episode. Same time, same station. Tune in and fly with Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airwaves. And so we leave Hop Harrigan for today. But don't let another day go by until you find out for yourself all about the pre-flight training courses now being established in high schools all over the country. Remember, fellows, that this war, this terrific fight the United Nations are putting up to wipe out the Axis, is being fought by physically fit, well-trained young men. In modern warfare, training is all important. Toughness is essential. And youth with these other 2 attributes is necessary. It's never too early to prepare yourself, to make yourself physically fit, and to get as much training as you can for the demands of a career in the air age, either as an aviator in the Air Forces or as a commercial flyer after the war. Your school systems are taking steps to help you prepare yourselves for the demands of the air age. So take advantage of their aid. If you want further information about pre-flight training in high schools, write to the United States Office of Education, Washington, D.C. America needs flyers.
CX-4 calling control tower. CX-4 calling control tower. Standing by.
Control tower to CX-4. All clear.
Okay, this is Hop Harrigan taking off. See you tomorrow. Same time, same station.
Hop Harrigan is a copyrighted feature appearing in All American Comics magazine. Hop Harrigan came to you from New York. This is the Blue Network.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman. Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Fellows and girls, as you know, a new war front has been opened by our fighting forces. Welcome newspaper headlines every day. Shouts of thrilling news made by our soldiers, sailors, and Marines. American troops are now in the picture with every ounce of their combined strength. They're in there punching for all they're worth, fighting, slashing straight through to victory. And back here at home, we're cheering them on, giving them moral support. But cheers and congratulations are not enough. We, too, must do our job. We've got to help each and every one of us. We've got to pitch in and do what we can to keep the American war effort rolling ever onward until the war is won and the Nazis and Japs are finally and completely defeated. Our job is to see that war industries keep on turning out more and more guns and tanks and ships and planes and all other vital war materials so that our fighting forces can keep on driving toward Berlin and Tokyo. But that costs a good deal of money, more money than you and I could imagine. And that's where we come in. We've got to see that the government has the money with which to finance this war. Now, how can we do that? Simply by buying all the war-saving stamps and bonds we possibly can. By doing without things we would ordinarily want to buy so that the money we'd spend may be used for war-saving stamps. And don't think that each and every dime isn't important. Remember that 10 cents will buy 5 .45 caliber bullets for our fighting men. 5 dimes will buy enough fuel oil to carry one of our destroyers a full mile in chase of Nazi or Jap subs. And just think, if every fellow and girl in the United States were to buy a 10-cent war-saving stamp every day, the total amount would soon buy enough bombers and fast fighter planes to blacken the skies over Germany and Japan. So remember this, it's a good slogan. A stamp a day will pave the way to victory.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Superman now finds himself in a situation which seems to have no solution, and yet he must solve it to prevent great damage to the American war effort. Having discovered that Professor Gray's formula for a new and tremendously powerful high explosive was in the hands of Japanese agents, Superman forced one of the Japs to tell him what had been done with it. He learned that the formula was even then on its way to Tokyo via submarine. Worse still, he learned also that quantities of the explosive had been hidden in the Metropolis bomber plant, one of the largest in the country, and also in the great steel works just outside Metropolis. Both charges were set to go off at 6 o'clock. As our last episode ended, Superman was flying back and forth inside the huge bomber plant, trying to locate the deadly bomb. Suddenly, Superman realized the hour of doom had struck, for he heard a factory whistle blow. What's that? No, it can't be. It isn't. Yes, 6 o'clock. Can't be too late. I must stop those explosions, not only here but at the steelworks. But I don't see that bomb anywhere. In the walls, in the floor, in any of the machines, in the ceiling. The ceiling. The lights above me. I wonder. Yes, by heaven, there it is, a small package lying in the bowl of one of those chandeliers. Up, and through that chandelier. Now to carry this package into the open air. Must be quick. Through that plate glass window. No explosion yet. There's a clock mechanism inside. I can hear it ticking. No doubt it hasn't reached 6 o'clock yet, but it will any second. Oh! High explosive is powerful. It stung my hand a little. Oh, if only I'm in time. If only I can reach the steelworks before that other bomb goes off. Speed! More speed! Moving with such miraculous speed that he is nothing but a red and blue blur in the night, Superman arrives at the steelworks in several seconds. Hovering over the building, his X-ray eyes pierce the roof, the floor of the factory, searching, ever searching, until, again in seconds, his eyes spot another package in the cellar of the steelworks. Faster than a rifle bullet, he hurtles downward through the roof, through the floor of the factory, and lands in the cellar beside the package. And not a moment too soon, he throws himself sprawling on the package, covering it with his body, and as he does so, the bomb explodes. Oh, that was luck. And now for that submarine off Metropolis. Up, and away! Speeding through the gathering dusk, Superman reaches the ocean and crosses out across the darkening waters. His brain working with furious efficiency, he plots the probable course of the Jap sub from Metropolis to Tokyo, and then down he goes, skimming close to the water, his cape flicking spray from the towering waves, his ears listening for the telltale rumble of submarine motors. And meanwhile, aboard the Jap U-boat itself,
I have brought the general report, Captain.
Excellent. Sit down.
Thank you, Captain.
Begin.
Reckoning our fuel supply by running timer on, we shall have more than sufficient to reach Tokyo safely.
You have taken into consideration the necessity for surfacing and diving again?
Yes, Captain. The engineers report. Everything working smoothly. Batteries should be recharged as soon as possible.
How far on our course are we now?
104 miles out from Metropolis at the last reading.
And it is now after 6 o'clock. We can surface with safety. You will give the order as soon as you read.
It shall be done, Captain.
One thing I must make clear to you. I have mentioned this before, but it is so important, I will mention it again. Our efficiency on this trip must be doubled, if that is possible. We must be more alert for dangers than ever before, and avoid them if we can. You know full well the value of the high explosive formula we were carrying. We must get that formula to the War Council at Tokyo.
I understand, Captain. Would it perhaps not be a good idea if you told me where the formula is hidden?
I know. That is sufficient.
But if anything should happen to you...
Nothing will.
I do not wish to insist, but... Well, one cannot foretell what may happen. If you, by chance, were to suffer a heart attack or something more to...
You are right. I had not thought of this. Very well. I carry the formula in a small silver case suspended above my neck.
In a small silver case suspended about your neck?
If anything happens to me, take that case, guard it with your right. That is understood?
Perfectly, Captain. With your permission, I will now leave and give the order to surface.
You may go.
Sashi Nakuma! Sashi Nakuma! Gauge reading. 120 feet. 100 feet. 75 feet. 50 feet. 25 feet. Surface. Motor stop. Open conning towers. Recharge batteries. Recharge batteries.
I wouldn't bother if I were you. I'm taking you back to Metropolis.
Sakuri Hata. Who are you?
Me, Superman. Take me to your captain at once.
Superman. How you get in here? Where you come from?
Never mind that.
You spirit. Hey, you spirit of bad ancestors. Go away.
Take me to your captain or you'll wish I were a spirit. Go on, lead the way.
Me do. You come. Follow me. Please, not harm this person under that spirit.
Just do as I say and nothing will happen to you.
I do. Here is Captain's cabin.
All right, out of my way, Sukiyaki. You there. Are you the captain of the submarine?
Yes. Who you are?
Never mind that. I want that formula you're carrying to Tokyo.
How you come here?
I followed your sub for miles, and the minute you surfaced, I came aboard.
Radio report not say American ship nearby. I do not understand.
I didn't come on a ship. Now, never mind the questions. Just give me one answer. Where is that formula?
You no get formula. You get killed. Stand where you are. I have gone.
Oh, great heavens, another one. All right, go ahead and shoot your pop gun.
I shoot. You're not hurt?
Well, now that you're satisfied, hand over that formula.
I know.
Now, listen to me. I'm playing for keeps. You've seen that your bullets can't harm me, and you can believe me when I tell you nothing can harm me. But I can harm you. I could kill you with one blow.
You speak truth. I see this.
Now you're talking sense. Let me have that formula.
I get formula for you. Formula in that locker. I get.
Oh, hurry it up.
I make quick.
Well, what's the trouble?
Hard to see inside dark closet. I light match. Look inside dark closet. Yes. Fine formula.
Wait a minute. Something queer going on here. Wait. What are you doing? Wait.
Too late. I have found formula.
What?
See? Strip of paper on floor, now nothing but black ashes.
Why, you...
Have formula in locket around neck. Take formula out to block it. Light match. Poof. It is done.
I ought to... No, perhaps it's just as well. America will win this war as it is. We don't need that explosive. And that formula would only mean the killing of thousands more.
You no have formula now.
No, that's quite true. But neither do you. And that's the main thing. All right, Sukiyaki, we're all going to take a little trip back to the United States.
We in your power. But I no return arrive. I have here knife.
Oh, no, you don't.
Give me knife. Give me knife.
Gonna be no harakiri committed, at least not while I'm around.
It is only way for me. My honor.
Honor? The words Jap and honor just don't go together. Pick up that speaking tube and tell your men to head for Metropolis. Do as I tell you, Abai, haven't I?
I do. Yakishuba, Nixiwa, United States, Metropolis. Call. Nixiwa, United States, Metropolis. It is done.
Fine. Now, just sit back and relax, Captain. There's nothing you can do now. Nothing in the world. Yes? Oh, hello, Chief. What do you mean, what am I doing at home? Well, now, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Chief. All right, but don't you think I deserve a rest after that Japanese business? We got a whole series of articles out of it, to say nothing about scooping every paper in the country. I know, but you want to talk to me about what? Are you kidding? Oh, but that's fantastic. It's more than fantastic. Well, it just is. Well, okay, if you say so. I'll come right down to the office now. Okay, Chief, be right there. Bye. A forgotten world. Prehistoric monsters. Cavemen. What in the world is he trying to get me into now?
Yes, what in the world is Perry White getting Clark into now? What did Kent mean by prehistoric monsters, a forgotten world, and cavemen? Well, be sure to be with us tomorrow and you'll find out. Yes, and listen every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Tune in and follow the adventures of Superman.
And don't forget, fellows and girls, as you read the thrilling stories of American victories on land, on sea, and in the air, just cheering our fighting forces isn't enough. We've got to give them more support. We must show them we're behind them by buying all the war-saving stamps and bonds we possibly can. Now, we've got to sacrifice some of the things we'd like to have so that the money we'd spend can be loaned to the government through purchases of more and more war-saving stamps and bonds. Let's show our boys on the fighting fronts that here, back home, we're doing our share to win this war by buying a war-saving stamp every time we've got a dime, and by telling our family and friends that this Christmas we'd rather have war-saving stamps and bonds as Christmas gifts rather than the things we can do without. Keep in mind this, a stamp a day will pave the way to victory.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky.
It's a bird. It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is directed by George Lothar and is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. This is Mutual.
With the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's trouble on the trail ahead! I'm Silver! Forward!
Night hugged the valley and cast grotesque shadows behind the sagebrush. Deep in the hollow, the tiny cluster of lights that was Sage City lay like a jewel in a black palm. Then far in the distance, along a wagon trail worn by countless wheels, a stagecoach approached. Concealed by a boulder, two men watched the faint flicker of its lanterns. One was the sheriff. The other was Todd Lang, gunman and thief.
They'll drive the stage fast down grade, Sheriff.
They'll slow up when they reach the pass.
That's where you arrange to stick up?
Yeah. Knife is hiding in that brush by the bend. When they break the stage for the curve, he'll hit them off with the short guns.
That's the cue for your deputy, Vic Colton, to ride to the rescue, huh?
Yeah. Vic knows the stage is freighting Silver this trip. And I made sure he got wind of a plan to waylay it at the pass.
But Knife won't have a chance. Vic's the fastest man with a 6-gun in the county.
That's why I hired the breed to come here. Too many of the gang are lying on Boot Hill from trying to outshoot Vic. This time it'll be Vic's turn.
They don't savvy.
Well, Knife is a killer. His handle is a tip-off.
You mean?
After the breed surrenders his hardware, Vic will relax. Then Knife will slip a blade from his sleeve and let him have it.
Yeah?
Sure. The breed can pin the ace of spades with that blade at 20 feet.
Poor Vic.
Yeah, then Knife will vamoose, and Vic will be reported killed while performing his duty.
And Sage City will have a new deputy, huh, Sheriff?
He'll get the job, don't worry, Todd.
Yeah, it was a mistake to give Vic the badge in the first place.
He was so handy with a gun, I figured him for an outlaw. How'd I know I'd start cleaning town?
Well, Vic aimed to prove you got a share of the loot for leaving the gang alone.
Yes, that coyote. He's made things mighty uncomfortable for both me and the boys.
And pretty near the whole town's behind him.
Well, we won't have to worry after the night.
What if Vic beats the breed to the kill?
I've taken care of that, too.
Look, stage is at the pass.
Yeah. And there's Knife riding to meet him.
Alto! Halt! Or I shoot! Over here! Hold! Pull up here! Pull up here! Hold!
Gracias, senors. Now, if you please, the silver. Pronto.
Better give it to him, guard. Them trigger fingers look kind of nervous.
You're covered. Leave that silver where it is.
Sabristo.
Hey, Colton,
Don't shoot.
Throw down those guns.
You have the drop on me, senor. I will do what you say.
And gun shy when the odds are even, aren't you, Breed?
Ah, senor. But they are not even. You see, I have heard of your speed with a pistol.
Is that so? Now you see how quick I am at jailing stage thieves. These handcuffs will look mighty handsome on you. Keep your hands up.
Si, senor. But first...
A knife! No, you don't!
Sakes alive! Vic shot the breed.
Yeah, but the breed knife, big shoulder.
Oh. Man up, Todd. We'll find out about this.
You men keep that stage right where it is. Don't move on. The sheriff has questions about the shots.
Sheriff, it is your deputy that fired.
Oh, you Vic. What's the matter with you?
That breed tried to stick up the stage. Got the drop on him, but he threw a knife and got my shoulder. I shot him. I'm glad you're here. Kind of weak.
How's the breed, Todd?
He's done for.
All right, Todd. Put handcuffs on Vic.
Right.
Handcuffs on me?
Your yarn's too thin, Vic. Even if you're a deputy, you can't rob the stage and murder the passengers.
Are you loco?
I suspected you had an eye on that, Silver. That's why me and Todd was hanging around this trail.
Sheriff, listen to me. I heard there was a scheme to rob the stage. I came here to prevent it.
Who'd believe that?
You're the only one who knew the stage was shipping silver besides the crew and me, Vic.
Well, that don't
When
prove...
the passenger tried to stop you from stealing, you shot him.
He isn't a passenger. He's the outlaw who waylaid the stage.
You're lying, Vic.
I'm not lying. He even knifed me. Hey, look.
Search the breed, Todd.
Sure, Sheriff.
Driver, let me see the manifest.
Yeah, here. Here it is, Sheriff.
Well, I reckon that proves it. Knife Gomez is listed here as a passenger.
What?
And here's a stage ticket I found in the breed's pocket.
Ah, you're framing me. Driver, guard. You know the breed wasn't aboard that stage. Tell him the truth.
Well, if his name's on the manifest, he must have been aboard, Vic.
Yeah. Ain't no sense in a man buying a ticket if he don't use it.
Ah, you're lying, both of you.
You saw Vic shoot the breed, didn't you, boys?
Yeah. Plugged him like a lead nickel.
Slickest shooting I ever saw.
Oh, I had to. He threw a knife at me.
Looked to me like he knifed you in self-defense when he saw you were going to shoot him. Ain't that so, boys?
Well, it sure looked that way.
That's right.
You're framing me, Sheriff. You paid these two polecats alive for you. You're framing me for a hang noose. That guard and driver are helping you.
Now, why would I want to frame my own deputy?
It don't make sense.
Because I've tried to make Sage City a decent place to live. Instead of a refuge for every crooked coyote who'll pay you to leave him free to rob and murder.
That's a mighty pretty speech, Vic.
Yeah, it's a pity a rope will strangle them fine words.
Oh, I won't be taken alive.
Don't try fighting.
I will.
Todd, I don't want to shoot him. Haul him off me.
Hold on, two horsemen riding down fast.
Let go of me.
Sheriff, those horsemen.
Fight me, will you? I'll show you.
Take him, fellow.
Look out! I'll fix him. You drop gun.
Vic, come up with me.
What?
Give me your hand. Put the saddle with me. Steady, Silver.
Oh, I'm on.
Come on, big fella.
Get away, Todd. Shoot him. Shoot.
I'll get him. You not shoot.
Oh.
Come on, Silver.
Leaving the driver and guard staring with amazement at the sheriff and Todd sprawled on the ground, Tonto raced after the Lone Ranger and Vic.
Get him up, Scout.
Later, in the Lone Ranger's camp near Sage City, Vic sat with his back against a tree while Tonto bandaged his wound.
I'm sorry, Vic, that we were too late.
But you weren't. You were just in time.
I didn't think you'd resort to such a bold-faced frame-up. Knife Gomez was a notorious killer.
A lot of good that does me. Stage driver and guard would swear he was a passenger and that I murdered him.
And the townspeople are your friends, Vic. They'd never believe such a trumped-up charge.
What the people think wouldn't count in a murder trial. Sheriff would pack the jury with his crooked friends, and there'd be a noose around my neck before I could spell my name.
The sheriff seems to run things to suit himself.
Yeah, he does. He and his thieving sidekick, Todd Lang, are mixed up in just about everything that's crooked in these parts.
You could prove that.
That's the trouble, I can't.
They fix wound.
Well, thanks, Injun. It's almost as good as new.
Vic, when you're well enough, I want you to go back to Sage City.
Go back? They hang me for sure.
You don't want to spend your life being hunted?
No. Doesn't look like I have any choice.
Vic, that deputy's badge you're wearing.
Huh?
It's a badge of courage, Vic.
Oh, I never thought of it that way before.
The West needs honest lawmen, courageous lawmen.
But
Return to Sage City. Finish what you've started.
You mean...
Clean up the outlaws and make it a safe place for decent people to live.
I'll need help.
You'll have help.
The next day, a curious group watched the sheriff tack a reward notice on the porch outside his office.
What's it say, Sheriff?
It offers a reward for the capture of Vic Colton. $1,000.
You're out of your head, Sheriff. Vic's as honest as the day is long. What's he wanted for?
Murder. Killing a passenger on the stage last night.
Next thing we know, you'll tell us he tried to rob the stage, too.
He did.
Where's your proof, Sheriff?
Stage driver and guard. They saw the whole thing.
You sure you and them crooked coyotes you hang around with didn't pay him to imagine it?
Yeah, you've been wanting to get rid of Vic for a long time.
I saw Vic pull the job myself.
What were you doing out on the trail?
Well, I suspected Vic was up to something, so I followed him.
It's more likely Vic suspected you was up to something, Sheriff.
Well, Vic is guilty of other crimes besides this one.
This calls for proof.
I can get it. I will get it.
You don't leave nothing to chance, do you, Sheriff?
What do you mean?
Just what I said. There's been some mighty funny goings-on lately, and Vic was close to finding him out.
I might too close. So you framed him for murder.
That's a lie.
We don't care what you say about Vic, Sheriff. He's the only honest lawman in this town.
And just in case you do catch him, paste this in your hat. We won't stand for no hanging without airtight proof.
You'll sing a different tune when you see the evidence against him. Now get away from here. Clear away from the front of my office. Vamoose, you hear? You too, Redskin. What are you doing here anyway?
Come on, boys. Sheriff's riled. But if there's any evidence like he says, it's a frame-up.
Yeah, I bet. You better shove on, Redskin.
Me go. Pack of fools. Doggone empty-headed fools. You idiot, get!
What's the matter with you, Sheriff?
There's no two ways about it, Todd. We can't get rid of Vic without first convincing folks around here that he ain't the honest deputy they think.
They still side with him, don't they?
Yeah. And when Vic hears how they're standing up for him, he'll return for a showdown.
Yeah, that'll be bad. Folks are pretty riled. They might help Vic clean up the town in earnest.
We've got to make him believe that he's a murderer and a thief.
I know one way.
What's that?
Saturday night, Banker Laird will be in his office to go over the books.
What of it?
Vic could know about that.
Go on.
If Vic was to murder the banker and rob the bank...
You mean frame it to look like he did?
That's it.
How'd we do that? We don't even know where Vic is.
Yeah, we don't need Vic. There's an extra shirt and chaps belonging to him hanging in his closet.
You mean...
I'm about the same build as Vic. And if I was to wear his clothes and a mask in the dark, nobody'd know the difference.
I savvy. Make people think you or Vic making his getaway after killing and robbing the bank.
Sure. Vic's in hiding, so there's no chance of a slip-up.
Then if Vic ever did return, we could string him up for murder and folks would approve.
Yeah, that's a ticket.
Yeah, but what about witnesses?
Yeah, you better arrange for Hank Larkin and Luke Mayberry to be around. You know, they're the ones who were so outspoken against you in that crowd.
Set it for 9 o'clock. Saturday night about that time, Main Street will be crowded with cowhands blowing their pay cash. There'll be plenty to see.
Yeah, you better take Hank and Luke with you when you chase me, too.
Yeah. Only I'll give you a good start so you can make your escape.
Yeah, we'll not only have Vic where we want him, we'll have plenty of bank cash besides.
Looks like you and me will represent the law here to good advantage, Todd?
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. Main Street on Saturday night was, as the sheriff had prophesied, crowded. Cowhands rode in from the neighboring ranches, dressed in their best and ready with cash for a good time before their new work week began. In his office at the bank, Banker Laird was busy scanning the statements of the bank's books. Then 1 hour before the appointed time for Todd's masquerade and plan for murder, a soft footfall startled him at his desk. He glanced up quickly, adjusting his gaze to the shadows beyond the range of his light, whence the sound came.
Who's there?
I want to talk to you, Banker Laird.
Masked?
I'm not an outlaw.
You came to hold up the bank.
I came to ask you to help me.
Help you?
Your life's in danger, Banker Laird.
What?
At 9 o'clock, an outlaw is coming to murder you and rob the bank.
9 o'clock?
Yes. You'll be dressed like Vic Colton.
Vic Colton? Has he turned murderer? Oh, no. I don't believe it.
You misunderstand. It won't be Vic. The purpose is to frame Vic for murder.
Huh? Again?
You seem to be on his side.
I am. He was one man who fought for law and order in this town.
With your help, you'll get it.
Who are you?
I'm a friend of Vic's.
Prove it, and you're a friend of mine, too.
The sheriff knows there are several men who aren't convinced that Vic is a murderer.
Of course he isn't.
That's why the sheriff has to frame Vic again.
Is that thieving polecat behind this, too?
Yes. He plans to have Vic take the blame for killing and robbing you.
If I could get my hands on him...
With your help, we can not only trap the sheriff, but clear Vic's name.
You mean...
He wants to get rid of the outlaws and make Sage City a safe place.
By thunder, I've been living to see that day.
And we can count on you?
Right up to the hilt, stranger.
Now listen carefully.
As the Lone Ranger reviewed with Banker Laird his plan for exposing Todd Lang's masquerade and trapping the two schemers, the sheriff, in his office just off the jail, perfected with Todd the details of their own plan. A plan for murder. As the sheriff studied Todd, now dressed in the shirt and chaps which belonged to Vic Colton, His small, beady eyes gleamed with amusement, and his lips broke into a short laugh.
You look enough like Vic in them clothes of his to be his brother, Todd.
In the dark, how much sense to be taken for.
Now, make sure you get the cash before you drill the banker. He keeps it in the safe in his office.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll make sure the safe's open before I drill him.
When I hear your shot, I'll come running with the witnesses.
Yeah. I'll leave by the back door. That way the crowd can see me wearing Vic's clothes as a ride-off.
When they see you, they'll want to give chase. I'll lead one after you and make it look good. And be sure to hightail it as fast as you can so there won't be a chance of them overtaking you.
Yeah, I savvy.
Vic will be tagged for an outlaw for life.
Yeah, if we never see the stubborn cuss again, so much the better. And if we do, we'll entertain it with a hanging. With the town's support.
Well, you better get going. It's almost 9 o'clock.
Yeah, the next time you see me, I'll be loaded with cash.
I'll go to the cafe and look up Hank Larkin and Luke Mayberry. I wouldn't want them to miss us.
As Todd headed for the bank, disguised in Vic's clothes, he noticed a white horse and a man dressed as a miner.
I hope the critter doesn't move on pretty. Don't want too many strangers around here right now. Just ones the sheriff brings.
As Todd came abreast, the white horse suddenly lurched and sidestepped hard against Todd, knocking him sprawling.
Hey there! What the... Steady there, boy. What's the matter, big fella? Sorry. The horse became skittish. Here, let me help you up.
You better break that critter.
There. You all right?
I guess so.
Here's your gun.
Oh, must have fell out.
Come on, boy.
Todd watched for a moment. Then, grumbling, he continued on his way to the bank for the 9 o'clock appointment. Appointment for murder. Keeping to the shadows, he cautiously slipped through the unlocked door of the bank and crept stealthily through the outer offices to the private office of Banker Laird in the rear of the building. Suddenly a clock chimed the hour, an hour that now seemed foreboding, sinister.
Nine o'clock.
Who is it?
Don't make a move or I'll drill you.
Why, you? No, it can't be. Vic. Vic, you?
Shut up.
What do you want?
I want the cash in that safe.
I haven't any money in it now. Saturday is the time.
Quit stalling. Now, open that safe. And don't get any more notions of stalling or I'll fill you full of holes.
I'll open it.
That's better. Give me the cash box.
Here's all there is.
You wouldn't lie to me, would you?
Of course not.
Now you're showing sense. Stand over there against the wall.
What are you going to do?
You'll find out. Stand over there.
You have the money. You're not going to shoot, are you?
No. Just watch.
At the sound of the shot, an excited crowd hurried toward the bank, with the sheriff, Hank Larkin, and Luke Mayberry in the vanguard. Suddenly they saw what appeared to be the masked figure of Vic Colton ride from behind the building and head for the prairie.
Vic, wear the mask.
You sure? Looked enough like him, Hank.
Of course it's Vic. I told you that hombre wasn't as white as he was painted.
Stop him. He must have robbed the bank.
Sure, probably killed the banker, too.
Shoot at him, boys. He's riding out of range. Get your horses, men.
Oh, it ain't no use, Luke. He's got too much of a start, that double-dealing polecat.
Suddenly, the group saw a lone horseman racing toward them. A short time before, this same tall figure had gone almost unnoticed in the drab disguise of a miner. But now he wore a white hat and a black mask and sat astride a powerful white stallion.
Silver!
Who's that coming? Masked man. Riding a white horse.
Oh, Silver, ho! I'll take those guns, Sheriff.
What the?
They'll be safe with me.
Give me back those guns. Who in blazes you think you are?
We've met before.
Huh?
You're coming with me, Sheriff.
I won't do nothing like that.
Whether you like it or not.
But where?
You'll know soon enough. There are a few things I want you to clear up.
Clear up?
Start walking, Sheriff.
Mask on me may be an outlaw, Luke.
It'll make no difference to me who he is. I like his style. Come on, let's tag along.
Meanwhile, on a trail not far from town, Todd Lang, still disguised as Vic, saw an Indian astride a paint flashing across the prairie to intercept him. The powerful strides of the sturdy scout lapped the distance between Tonto and his quarry with breathtaking speed.
Get him up, Scout! He'll not hit us, Scout. We catch him. You rein up! Stay where you are, Injun, or I'll let daylight throw you. Faster, Scout! You come any nearer, I'll kill you! You not hurt me! Me stop you now! I'm warning you! Not another inch, Redskin! Blast it! I got you square on my gun sight, but I can't hit you! He gets you now! Let go that ring! Oh, fella!
You win, Injun. What happens now?
Me take you to Sheriff's office.
Sheriff's office? Well, what for?
You find out plenty soon.
Back in Sage City, Tonto prodded his prisoner through the shadowy streets to the sheriff's office. Then, half pushing Todd through the doorway, he suddenly disappeared.
Vic Colton.
Yeah. How does it feel to be wearing my clothes, you scheming polecat?
Well, I
thought you'd frame me for keeps, huh, Todd?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, don't look so scared. I'm really thanking you for what you've done.
Thanking me?
Sure. You not only gave me the chance to come to town and clear myself, but put your own neck in a noose.
I don't savvy.
You figured to pin the bank job on me, Todd. But while you stuck up the bank, I was in the cafe, and I've plenty of friends to prove it.
And you knew about my idea.
Yeah. Now you're on the spot you planned for me. From where I sit, it looks plenty hot.
Now, they won't believe your story. Too many people saw me disguised as you riding away from the bank.
They'll believe me when they see you masquerading in my clothes. And this 6 gun says they'll see.
No, they'll hang me. I shot Banker Laird. I framed myself for murder.
Well, it's too bad.
Wait.
None of your tricks, Todd. You haven't forgotten I have a sensitive trigger finger.
No, I'll make a deal with you.
Name it.
My freedom for half the cash in this bank box.
Oh, that's quite a haul you made.
How about it?
Sorry, Todd.
Well, take all the cash. Just give me a couple hours' start.
Nope.
The sheriff, he won't let them hang me. He's in this too deep himself.
Who'll take your word against his?
So that's it. That's why you were sitting behind the sheriff's desk when I came in. He's fixing to cross me.
You ain't no good to him with a noose hanging over you, Todd.
No, wait. We can work together, the 3 of us. There's plenty of loot for all of us.
What's the sense of splitting 3 ways when we only have to split 2? Sheriff don't need you anymore. He's got me.
So the sheriff's selling me out, huh?
What do you think?
Well, he won't get away with it.
What do you mean?
That double-crossing coyote was behind every crooked deal that went on in Sage City.
Can you prove it?
Sure I can. I got written proof right here. Receipt signed by the sheriff for stolen goods he took from outlaws. I acted as a go-between.
Thanks, Todd. That's what we wanted to hear.
What?
That's a lie. Todd was gunning for Vic's job as deputy. He schemed the whole thing himself.
Sure. You can't worm out of this, Sheriff. Todd's a witness to every double deal you made.
Them 2 was in cahoots all the time. I'll take that bank cash, Todd.
Gee, Banker Laird.
Yeah, surprised I'm alive, eh? You murdering polecat. If it hadn't been for the masked man, I might not be.
The masked man?
The bullets in your gun were blank.
But how?
I switched guns when I bumped into you tonight.
You were that miner?
Disguised, yes.
Framed. They've been framed, Sheriff.
You stupid fool. The masked man made us wait to hear you confess.
Looks like the time's ripe for a new sheriff. Yeah, I've already called a meeting for tomorrow to pick one. And anyone who isn't in favor of Vic Colton for sheriff will be run out of town on a rail. That's the spirit, Bagger.
That's it.
Well, thanks, but it wasn't me who corralled these crooks. It was... Well, he's gone.
Gone? Who?
Well, the Lone Ranger.
The Lone... Is that who that masked fellow was?
Hi-yo, Silver!
Thank you.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
December 7th, 1942. The National Broadcasting Company today presents a special memorial broadcast of Eyes Aloft.
Army Flash. 1. Bi-motor. Low. Scene. 15 Lucy 4. Overhead. East.
Fly below, watching the skies, watching for planes flying the lanes up below.
Eyes Aloft, the 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces, in cooperation with West Coast radio stations, presents this special December 7th program, paying tribute to America's war dead, honoring all of America's fighting men, and celebrating the first year of action of the 150,000 volunteer civilians of the Aircraft Warning Service.
Eyes aloft, night and day, will help protect the USA.
This is Ken Carpenter speaking. A gala program tonight. William E. Kepner, Commanding General of the 4th Fighter Command, has flown to Hollywood to be with us. Also, you will hear from high-ranking officers of the Anti-Aircraft Artillery and Army Air Corps. We will switch controls to an observation post, to a filter center, and an anti-aircraft target range. Gordon Jenkins and the Hollywood Choir have special musical presentations. And here now is your Eyes Aloft narrator, Gane Whitman.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today, December 7th, 1942, America has been at war 1 year. But not only men in uniform fight this war. There is also a vast army of civilian volunteers who carry on the fight here at home. The Aircraft Warning Service. How many of you can look back and recall how it all started? Well, listen. In the summer of 1941, the 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces planned a coast-wide, border-to-border practice maneuver. For the first time in American military history, civilians were to become participants in the war games. Quietly, swiftly, the Army went at the gigantic task of organizing civilian forces. In the Pacific Northwest, Major Richard Colgren assumed the tremendous task of organizing the Aircraft Warning Service. In the southern area, Major John C. Gray tackled the monumental job. In July of 1941, Major Gray went to Sacramento to talk with Dick Graves, then head of the State Defense Council.
So there, Mr. Graves, I've told you the Army story.
What a job you have ahead of you, Major Gray.
I need help. In particular, I need your help.
All right. What can I do?
I'd like your office to contact every one of your county defense councils.
Okay. And do what, sir?
I want the name of some outstanding citizens in each county.
You're after leaders?
Absolutely. I select one man from each county as the organizer of the Ground Observation Corps.
And what will that man do?
It'll be his responsibility to work with the Army. We must select locations for observation posts, pick up area supervisors, and we have to work fast.
For 5 intense months, the 4th Fighter Command worked with local civic leaders. the Ground Observer Corps was rapidly organized. It was a tightly formed system and intersystem of thousands of observation posts, filter centers, information centers. This Ground Observer Corps would, when the time came, alert Army aircraft, searchlight batteries, anti-aircraft artillery, barrage balloon units, would set into immediate motion a vast and intricate maze of military defense. At last, all was ready to test. The system was to be tried December 11th. The war games to be started. But on December 7th, the tyrant nation started a different sort of war game. A real war game. Sunday morning, December 7th, 1941. The Hawaiian Islands, Honolulu. The dastardly bombing of Pearl Harbor by the Japanese. Listen to this eyewitness account of the bombing of Honolulu. Major Ernest Keating, now commanding officer of a fighter group in the state of Washington, was in Hawaii last December 7th.
Everything was peaceful and quiet at Wheeler Field at 7:50 on the morning of last December 7th. A few moments later, I heard an airplane in a dive, and it made a noise like a United States Navy dive bomber. At the end of the dive, I heard an explosion, and at that time, I thought the pilot had failed to pull out of his dive. Before I could reach a window, I heard many explosions in rapid succession. Then I realized somebody was bombing the devil out of the place. But I thought that the Navy had a bombing range nearby and was merely getting in some target practice. However, when I rushed outside, I saw a column of dense black smoke coming from a place on our flying field. I then surmised that one of the planes did fly into the ground, and that what I saw was the smoke from his burning plane. At this point, the enemy swooped down and began to strafe Wheeler Field with machine gun and cannon fire. When I heard the machine guns, I at last knew we were being attacked, but wasn't quite sure who was doing it. Just then, I saw several dive bombers north of the hangars and recognized them as Japanese. The enemy machine gunned Wheeler Field for about 25 minutes. This was the longest 25 minutes I have ever spent. It would have been suicide to run out on the field to try to reach any of our planes. 2 or 3 hangars was an inferno of flames. Planes were burning on the field. Ammunition dumps were exploding all about us. Then the Japs left. I ran and helped carry wounded men from a barracks to the hospital. Then the Japs came back. This time I could see them bombing Pearl Harbor several miles away. I saw a great column of smoke rise. It later proved to be from the sinking Arizona. No man or woman who was in Hawaii last December 7th will ever forget that horrible surprise.
At home on that sunny Sunday morning, here in a trusting, believing America, people went about their way as usual. Those who weren't at church perhaps were relaxing in front rooms of homes. Sunday papers scattered about, children reading funnies spread out on the floor, wives in the kitchen contemplating the Sunday dinner menu.
Daddy, Bill won't let me have the part with the funnies. He's just sitting on it.
Come here with you, Billy. Come on, give your sister the part with Blondie.
Aw, here, sissy.
Henry?
Yes, dear.
What are you doing?
I'm reading.
You promised to clean the garage today.
Oh, well, I said some Sunday, not this Sunday. I'm going to see what's on the radio for a minute. Yeah.
Now, Henry, if you don't turn off that radio and go clean the garage, I won't cook dinner.
Oh, now, Martha. Hey, do you hear that? Sky Lombardo, your favorite orchestra.
Henry, you're just stalling.
Oh, well.
We interrupt this program for a news flash from Washington, D.C. 1 moment, please.
What goes, Dad?
Oh, wait, listen.
At 7:55 a.m. Hawaiian time this morning, Japanese planes dropped bombs on Pearl Harbor Naval Base, strafed Wheeler Field.
What?
Many civilians, as well as Army and Navy personnel, are believed dead. The amount of destruction is unknown.
Lord, Martha.
Keep tuned to this station for latest news developments.
Turn it off.
Yeah. Never have trusted those dirty Japs.
That'll mean war for us, won't it, Henry?
Yeah, that'll mean war for us, Martha.
Oh.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't get jittery. Probably just Jack Miller calling to see if I've heard the news yet.
Will Daddy have to go to war, Mother?
Oh, I don't know. Not for a while now. Don't worry, Betty.
Yeah? Yeah, this Henry Smith. Who? Oh, yeah. Now? Me?
What is it, Henry?
Well, I'm glad to. Yeah, I'll put on my coat and be right up. Yeah, goodbye.
Well, where are you going, Henry?
I don't want Daddy to leave.
Now, Martha, now look, kids. Now, this is no time for nerves. That was Phil Lockhart. He's chief observer at our post.
But where were you going?
He's calling observers to man the post. Say, it's 4 days ahead of December 11th. The aircraft warning service is going right into operation anyway.
This won't be play war as you all had planned it.
No, Martha, no. It's the real McCoy.
Yes.
We'll be watching for real enemy planes now. I got to get my leather jacket.
You don't know when you'll be back?
I don't know. Hey, gosh, Martha, just think.
What?
The honor I've just had tossed at me. Why, I'll be standing guard on the first doggone watch. Hey, gee, kid, you ought to be proud of your old man now.
Up and down the Pacific coast, in every city, town, village, and hamlet, civilian men and women observers and filter center workers were called to duty that Sunday morning. The Army supervised the job. The people of the country, volunteers all, were working in civilian clothes as part of the United States Army. Though they wore no uniforms of khaki, they knew on that ominous Sunday that they, too, were members of America's fighting forces.
At this moment, we switch controls to a typical observation post. Located on northern California's Monterey Peninsula, the new little post building sits high on a rocky promontory that juts out into the turbulent waters of the Pacific Ocean. Calling Monterey Peninsula.
This is Captain E.G. Morrison, South Coast Ground Observer Officer, speaking to you from the sea cliffs in front of the observation post. With me are several loyal observers. First, I want you to meet 82-year-old hale and hearty Finn Froelich.
Wind's coming north by west tonight.
And strong. Weren't you an old-time Norwegian sea captain before you retired, Mr. Froelich?
That I was, Captain. I've paced the bridge many a night, watching the sea. Now I am pacing on this cliff, watching for the enemy.
Well, I know they'll never get by you, Mr. Froelich. Mr. Froelich has been an observer at this post since last December 7th. And here's Mrs. Caris Weston, another of the post observers.
Can't we take the microphone inside now, Captain Morrison? I think people would enjoy meeting our chief observer, Whit Wellman, and his wife, Olga. They're on duty tonight, you know.
Well, we'll go on in. But first I want to point out about this stone wall around the shack here. Didn't you have something to do with building that wall, Mrs. Weston?
Yes, Captain Morrison.
Was it your idea?
I began it. The other observers helped finish it.
Well, this is certainly a splendid post now. The way all you people have worked and built it up from nothing. Let's go on in now. Will you open the door for me, Mr. Froelich?
Yes, sir.
Warm in here. I think we all spent enough time outside keeping this post going when we didn't have a shack.
Oh, Mr. Wellman, you're chief observer at this post.
That's right. Of course, my wife here did a large amount of the early work in securing observers.
That was a long time ago. It was just a year ago today that we first started calling observers to come and stand duty on this coast.
There wasn't any building here then, was there?
No, from Pearl Harbor to January 3rd, observers just stood up here, exposed to the wind and the rain.
That was pretty disagreeable work.
Yes, but we knew it had to be done. On January 3rd, we bought a bag, and we brought it up here.
That was a sleeping bag?
Yes, it was the one way to keep warm.
Well, that is fairly warm anyway.
Well, how far were you from the telephone?
Oh, we had to run about 200 feet at the phone at the home down below.
We couldn't run exactly. We'd stumble along the rocky path that leads down the hill.
Then you'd have to climb up all over again and make another flash call.
It was really pioneering in those days.
Well, this post, like so many others in the Pacific coast, have come a long way in a year.
Well, Charlie Shepard, our county director, explained that if we ever had to have any building or anything else, we would have to arrange for them ourselves, and we did. We raised enough to build this fine little shack. It's well insulated, warm, and it helps us to keep a full quota of observers at all times.
Some one of us from this community will be right here on guard as long as we're needed.
And that seems to be the spirit of the Ground Observer Corps workers, to stay in the job as long as they're needed. This is Captain Morrison returning the program to Hollywood.
The 4th Fighter Command's Aircraft Warning Service is composed of 2 major units, the Ground Observer Corps and the Filter Center workers. Filter centers are located in many of the key cities along the Pacific coast. We now take you to Seattle, Washington, where you will hear from Mrs. Negley England, Director of Civilian Components, and Signal Officer Colonel Richard Carlgren.
We've come a long way since our first meeting 16 months ago, haven't we, Mrs. England?
Yes, indeed, Colonel Carlgren.
This anniversary of Pearl Harbor brings back many memories.
Yes, but my 16 months with the Aircraft Warning Service seems small when I realize that as far back as 1939, you of the Army were actively engaged in laying the groundwork in this area for the AWS.
Yes, we were planning a test maneuver even as far back as 1939. But looking back to the first cornerstone of our present AWS here in Seattle, laid in July of 1941, I can remember the afternoon at your home, Miss England, with 10 Seattle women to whom you have given the responsibility of each recruiting 10 other volunteers.
Yes, we were out to form a group of 100 workers for the first filter center training.
Then I set out to organize similar groups in other western Washington cities where filter centers were to be established.
Just think how long that was before Pearl Harbor. Little did we realize then how those first 100 loyal women would grow to the vast organization we have here now.
No one of them at the time guessed they were signing up for a steady job.
No. We expected to dismiss our volunteers right after Thanksgiving. Just call them back occasionally for brush-up training, so they'd always be ready for any emergency. Remember the morning of December 8th, Colonel Carlgren?
Will I ever forget it?
I mean, the way our volunteers reported for duty, many without being called. Remember the speed and efficiency with which they took their places in the Filter and Information Center?
The great thing about it all, Mrs. England, is that the same spirit is carried on these last 12 months without a waver.
And we're all going to carry on for the duration.
Well, we of the military can never say enough in praise of our civilian volunteers. You yourself, Mrs. England, with nearly 4,000 hours of volunteer service.
Well, don't forget, there are many, many others who have served well into the 1,000 and 2,000 hour brackets. I'm sure we all feel that what we've done has been worth the time spent.
Your compensation has come, no doubt, in knowing that you have all done your jobs well. You have the satisfaction of knowing that others may live in safety without fear of enemy attack. It is the fighting spirit, exemplified in our volunteer workers throughout the Pacific Coast, that has carried us all so successfully over this first hard year.
The Gordon Jenkins Orchestra and Choir join in a modern song of hope. When the lights go on again all over the world.
lights go on again over the world, and the ships will sail again all over the world. Then we'll have time for things like wedding rings, and free hearts will sing. When the lights go on again over the
We thank Thee, Lord, for daily bread, for homes unbombed above our heads. We thank Thee for the right to live and breathe free men. And when, at end of day, we turn unto our beds to rest in quiet peace, we thank Thee, Lord.
Then we'll have time for things like wedding rings, and free hearts will sing. When the lights go on again, all over the
Now we want to introduce the man whose mission is the protection of the Pacific Coast. He has flown his plane here tonight so that he may speak to us on this memorable date. We present the commander of the 4th Fighter Command, General William E. Kepner.
December 7th, 1942. We have been at war 1 year. The task undertaken by the civilian volunteers of the Aircraft Warning Service last September the 7th seemed a stupendous one. There were no signposts to guide us. We were hitting the pioneer trail, and we have come through our first year together. The Aircraft Warning Service is new to modern warfare. In the beginning, we may have lacked training, facilities, and background. But the 150,000 men and women of the AWS did not lack courage, initiative, and resourcefulness. Last December, a few good citizens told us that the volunteer system would fold up by spring. When spring came, some told us that summer vacations would strike a death blow to the volunteer group. In the fall, it was said by some that the volunteers would not go through another winter. But you, the volunteers of the Aircraft Warning Service, have shown how wrong the prognosticators were. Today, the target stands continue to march across the filter boards. To you who are in the audience here tonight, and to those who are listening at their radios, may I express my heartfelt appreciation for the work you have done. And may I thank you for the work I know you will continue to do, so long as your services are needed by the Army. Now may I present one of my staff officers. He is a man many of you know, for he has spent much of his time in the field organizing the Pacific Coast Aircraft Warning Service. Lieutenant Colonel John C. Gray.
We have reached a milepost. Today we can look back with satisfaction upon the many problems we have solved together. But we cannot rest upon our oars. I am sure that all volunteers wish to join with those of us in uniform in rededicating ourselves to the task ahead and to pledge again allegiance to our nation and to the Aircraft Warning Service. There are in the studio audience tonight nearly 300 women who have served faithfully and continuously at the big Los Angeles Information Center since last December 7th. They will now rise and repeat after me the pledge. And those of you volunteers listening in at your radios, wherever you may be, we ask that you, too, repeat the pledge with us. Will all volunteers of the Pacific Coast please rise? The 4th Fighter Command Oath of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the United States of America and to the 4th Fighter Command and to the United States Army Air Forces. and to the mission with which it is charged.
And to the mission with which it is charged.
The protection of the Pacific coast and of the nation.
The protection of the Pacific coast and of the nation.
From invasion by enemy aircraft.
From invasion by enemy aircraft.
Another member of my headquarters staff is Colonel Carl Wally, anti-aircraft artillery officer. Colonel Wally.
The anti-aircraft artillery is ready and waiting when and if the enemy ever dares to attack our western shores by air. Anti-aircraft guns can speak with real authority if our crews are warned ahead of time that the enemy is approaching. You, the Volunteer Aircraft Warning Service, must be ever on guard so that you can flash the message to us. You are vital to the protection of the nation.
And now, General Kepner, we are ready to transfer our controls to an unidentified practice target range in the Southern California area. We are ready to pay our tribute to those who have died in the fight for freedom.
It is a time-honored military right to fire a salute to the heroic dead. It is fitting that such tribute be paid the dead of this war, particularly to those of Pearl Harbor who received a stab in the back last December 7th. But we are a nation engaged in an all-out war effort. Today, every bit of war material must be used to stab back at a treacherous enemy. We cannot justify the waste of a minute of one soldier's time. We cannot spare 1 ounce of gunpowder, 1 scrap of brass. Today, our tribute to the war dead must be practical, as I am sure those valiant men would want it to be. When you hear the anti-aircraft guns firing, their purpose will be twofold. First, they speak our nation's solemn tribute to those who have not died in vain. Secondly, they are the snarling voices of guns, fired by crews perfecting themselves so that someday they may lay a well-placed blast into an enemy plane.
We switch controls now to a firing point on the southern cliffs of the Pacific Ocean. General D.D. Hinman, commanding officer of the anti-aircraft artillery, is there watching tonight's practice. Are you ready down there, Joy Storm?
Okay, Ken Carpenter. Here on the cliffs of the Pacific is a mighty battery of high-powered anti-aircraft guns. Above us has been flying an Army bomber towing a sleeve, a target at which the gun crew has been firing. Their accuracy is amazing. From the hills around us, giant searchlights stab cold white beams of light up into the air, converge on the target being towed by the plane, follow it through the night. The plane, out over the ocean, will soon be coming back again. And oh, here I see General Hinman, who is here tonight inspecting this gun crew's working, walking across the field. General Hinman, would you come up here and tell us all that is permissible about what's going on?
Well, Mr. Storm, this gun crew has been scoring heavily against the target.
Well, these are pretty big guns, aren't they, General Hinman?
Big and powerful. I wish I could tell you how high up they can fire a projectile, but I can't.
Well, I know that you had to clear the ocean more than 6 miles out before practice could begin.
Yes, Mr. Storm, these guns will shoot straight up in the air as far as any anti-aircraft guns built today. If any enemy aircraft gets anywhere within their range, the enemy better start saying his prayers.
Well, I'd hate to be an enemy plane trying to get through this gun crew that's firing tonight.
Think they're pretty good, do you?
Well, I have a new feeling of security for my family, General Hinman. That's one way I can put it.
Light finder on target. Director on target. Command, firing.
A gun crew at practice. A salute to our war dead. Though the lights of the world are dim this December 7th, the torch of freedom shall always burn brightly. This is Gain Whitman on this memorable December 7th, 1942, saying goodnight to the 150,000 Aircraft Warning Service civilian volunteers who keep constant vigil of our home front so that America will always be safe from any attack by air. Good night.
Eyes Aloft is produced for the 4th Fighter Command by Robert L. Redd. Music is under the direction of Gordon Jenkins. This is Ken Carpenter charging you to always remember, eyes aloft.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching the plane flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft, always on guard, lending a hand, protecting the land we love.
Eyes Aloft comes to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Watch the sky, eyes aloft.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Yes, fellows and girls, here is an important message for you. A message direct from our fighting Marines in the Solomon Islands, echoed by our blue jackets on the high seas, by the boys who wear our Army and Navy wings, our troops in Africa, our commandos in England. In fact, by every man in the American Armed Forces, no matter where he may be. And here's the message. We're going to win this war, they say. We're going to wipe Hitlerism and fascism off the face of this earth. We've taken on the job, and we're going to see it through, but we can't do it alone. We can't do it without the help of every boy and girl and every man and woman back home. Now, we know the one way we can help those boys fight this war to a victorious finish is to see that they get all the guns and tanks and ships and planes they need. But those things require a lot of money, and that's where you and I come in. We help our government to buy those war materials by lending them our money, by buying all the war stamps we possibly can. Why, right at this moment, there are American fighting men on the new front, and they're equipped with guns and tanks and protected by planes and ships that you helped to buy. That is, if you've been buying war-saving stamps regularly. So let's make a promise to ourselves right now. Let's promise to buy war-saving stamps as often as we can. Tell Mother and Dad about it. See if you can't get them to give you a dime a day for a war stamp, or even a dime every other day. And remember that every dime is important, because 10 cents will buy 5 .45 caliber bullets to be used by our soldiers, sailors, and Marines. 5 dimes will buy enough fuel oil to take an American destroyer 1 full mile closer to its objective. And a dime a day from all the fellows and girls in the United States will buy enough fast pursuit planes to blast Hitler's Luftwaffe right out of the sky. So, start right now, won't you, to do your share to help win this war. And remember this slogan: every time that you've got a dime, buy a war-saving stamp.
And now, the adventures of Superman. In our last episode, you remember how Editor Perry White of the Daily Planet telephoned Clark Kent and told him to come right down to the office. As Kent hung up the phone, we heard him say something about a forgotten world and prehistoric creatures. Well, to find out what it's all about, let's join Kent now as he reaches the office of Editor White. Listen.
Hi, Chief.
Hello, Kent. Kent, I'm afraid I've gone and done it again. It's taken him years, but he's convinced me at last. He's a crackpot, an eccentric, an idiot in some ways, but he's convinced me.
Well, who's convinced you of what?
And you've heard of Dr. Leander Cameron, haven't you?
Yes. What about him?
And you've heard about his theories of the lost continent of Atlantis, that he believes still exists somewhere at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean.
Chief, you haven't.
Yes, Kent, I have.
Oh, no, Chief.
Now, Kent,
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Lois. Good to see you again.
That's right. You have been a stranger. Good work on that scoop clock.
Thanks.
Who helped you?
No one. I did it all with my little typewriter.
Will you two stop fencing with each other? We've got serious things to think of.
Serious? Lois, our good friend, Editor Perry White of the Daily Planet, has gone and done it again.
What do you mean?
You tell her, Chief. I can't.
Well, Lois, Dr. Leander Cameron, the celebrated ichthyologist and deep-sea diver.
Celebrated crackpot, you mean?
Now, Lois, I resent that.
All right. What about Dr. Cameron?
Well, you know, he's been after me for years to finance an undersea expedition to find the lost continent of Atlantis.
Yes?
Well,
Mr. White, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Oh, no.
Now, don't you start. His arguments are perfectly logical.
Can I come in?
May I come in?
Yeah, may I come in?
Come in, Jim. All right.
Something wrong, Mr. White?
What do you mean?
Well, that look on your face. You look kind of...
Yes, out with it.
Well, you look kind of silly.
What did you say?
He feels kind of silly, Jim. You see, he's just decided to finance another expedition.
Gee, that sounds swell.
An expedition to find the lost continent of Atlantis.
Well, gee...
An expedition to be headed by Dr. Leander Cameron.
Oh, no.
What? Well, what have you got to say about it, you office boy?
Sir, I'm a reporter now.
What?
He is, Chief, he is. In a sense, at any rate. You remember I tried to trick the Jap saboteurs into believing they had the wrong formula? Well, Jim was the one who phoned in that story, and he did a swell job on it, too.
Well, thanks, Mr. Kent.
Yes, he did do a good job. Matter of fact, I'm going to try him out on a story today.
You are? You are?
Yes, Jim, and a very important job, too. If you succeed at it, well, there's no telling what heights you may reach as a reporter.
Oh, gosh. Well, what's the story?
Well, the Tiny Tots Kindergarten are forming a club to be called the Don't Kick Grandmother When She's Down Club. Oh. You can cover it.
Well, gee, say, is this a gag?
Yes, it's a gag. And it's meant to give you a rough idea of what I think of you as a reporter.
Now, wait a minute, Chief, wait a minute. After the job Jimmy's done, I don't think...
You're not paid to think about anything about your job. Yes, what is it? Huh? What? Oh, send him in. Well, he's here.
Who's here?
Dr. Cameron. Now, get this straight, all of you. I've promised to finance this expedition of his, and I'm not such a fool as I look.
Well...
What?
Oh, well.
You all think it's silly. Well, so will everyone else. And they'll follow the story in the Daily Planet just for laughs, if nothing more.
Hey, you got something there.
Well, thanks. And if Dr. Cameron turns out to be correct...
He won't.
Don't be too sure.
Dr. Leander Cameron, sir.
Leander, come in.
My dear friend. I think I must have fallen.
I think you must have collapsed.
No, I fell. My butterfly net caught on the knob of the door.
Wow. Just look at that pile of junk.
Well, Leander, I really don't know why you carry all that paraphernalia with you. What in the world do you need with a fire extinguisher?
Here, let me help you pick this stuff up.
Oh, thank you, sir. Laugh if you will, Perry, but my motto, like that of the Boy Scouts of America, is be prepared. Should there occur an unexpected fire, I'm ready for it. In this knapsack hanging over my left shoulder, I carry a kit of tools, wrenches, hammers, screwdrivers, etc. You never know when something may need fixing in a hurry. In this knapsack over my right shoulder, I carry medicines, aspirin, ipecac, quinine, etc. Who knows but that some loved one may fall sick.
Yes, but why the pots and pans and cooking utensils?
Those I carry to keep myself fit for the trail. My work, as you must know, has led me into many strange parts of the world, places where stamina, the strength to carry on under great loads, is vital. Be prepared. That's my motto. There's nothing you could ask for that I do not carry on my person.
How about an ice cream soda, Doctor?
Jimmy.
Why not? I believe I have a small bottle of carbonated water somewhere, and I'm certainly capable of whipping together some ice cream with the chemicals I carry. What flavor?
Are you kidding? Gosh, I didn't think it could be done.
It can and shall be done. And while I'm concocting a delicious effervescent drink for the young man, perhaps, Perry, we can get down to the business at hand.
Huh? What? Oh, yes. Why not?
Mr. Kent and Miss Lane are to go along on the expedition?
They are?
Excellent. No doubt they've already informed you it is this silly venture.
Yes, they have.
Well, now, really, Dr. Cameron, the idea of a lost continent existing at the bottom of the Atlantic, a world filled with mammoth fish, sea serpents, and what have you, well, it is just fantastic.
To the untutored, unscientific mind such as your own, yes, but not to mine. Shall we make it a vanilla soda, Jimmy? I find I have some vanilla beans in the pack.
Yeah, sure.
What did I do with that folding cup? Oh, yes, here it is. Mr. Kent, Miss Lane, what do you know of the lost continent of Atlantis?
Very little, Doctor, except that it's a huge continent that once existed but is now at the bottom of the sea.
Then let me explain it to you. Atlantis is a so-called legendary island that was situated in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Atlantis had been a powerful kingdom 9,000 years before the birth of Solon. It is believed, or was believed, I should say, that due to sudden and catastrophic natural causes, the island one day sank into the sea, disappearing from view for the rest of time, until the present day.
Gee, that's interesting.
I will not enter into the various scientific undersea explorations that have led me to believe that the continent of Atlantis actually exists, for you would never understand them. But it does. Of that I'm sure. And I want a chance to prove it. Not, mind you, for any gain that may accrue to myself, but for the sake of a wondrous idea that I have conceived that will change our modern conception of undersea warfare.
Undersea warfare? What do you mean?
Mr. Kent, think what it would mean to have a base at the bottom of the ocean for submarines.
What?
The plan may sound fantastic at first, but I have planned everything very carefully. Hundreds of submarines could be based there, serviced and refueled, and kept in perfect operating condition. Oh, let me see. Oh, yes, vanilla flavoring. Yes. Now then, let me see. Oh, yes. I propose then, with the aid of Perry's money, to find this sunken continent.
Yes, all right. Now, just a minute, Doctor. Just a minute. How will you do it? After all, we are at war now, you know.
Yes.
Yes. The Atlantic is a sort of, shall we say, no man's land.
No man's land.
Yes, no man's land. Now, will we be permitted to take an expedition out into it? And suppose we do. This lost continent of Atlantis must lie at such a terrific depth that you'd never be able to reach it.
I will answer your questions one at a time. First, it is exactly because we are at war, exactly because the submarine base of which I speak would be so helpful, that we shall have no difficulty in securing permission to take an expedition into the Atlantic. In fact, I have already secured the necessary permission. As to the depth to which this lost continent lies, that too I've taken care of. Oh, let me see. Where is that carbonated water? Oh, here it is.
Gosh, looks just like a vanilla ice cream soda.
Looks like a vanilla ice cream soda? It is a vanilla soda. I have, of course, used dry ice for freezing the ice cream. Oh, here, my boy. See if it's to your taste.
Thanks. Say, it's swell. Well, will wonders never cease?
Tell me, Dr. Cameron, how do you expect to overcome the obstacle of depth? How will you manage to get down that deep into the Atlantic?
A simple matter. Dr. Leander Cameron's multi-depth submarine and bathysphere will take care of that.
Your what?
My multi-depth submarine and bathysphere. It's anchored in the harbor now. Would you care to see it? We can get down there in 15 minutes for taxi.
Well, what do you say? Shall we go down and see it?
Oh, sure, you bet.
All right, then I'll get my coat. Well, what about it, Kent? Shall we go with Dr. Cameron on his undersea expedition, huh? What?
You have the nerve to go, Clark. I guess I have. It's too exciting to miss.
Oh.
Dr. Cameron may be right, and to think of seeing with my own eyes a continent that existed over 9,000 years ago. Why, it's just wonderful. An undersea expedition. Oh, it's thrilling, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It certainly is. And, I'm game to try it.
All right.
Then I take it, Perry, we can consider the matter closed.
Yes, Doctor. Yes, you can.
We shall all leave in a day or two in my multi-depth submarine and bathysphere in search of the lost continent of Atlantis.
Well, this does sound exciting, doesn't it? Think of going in search of a lost continent that lies at the bottom of the ocean. And think of going on such a trip with such a strange character as Dr. Leander Cameron. Looks like there are plenty of thrills in store for us, so be sure to tune in tomorrow and every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Tune in and follow The Adventures of Superman.
Fellas and girls, don't ever get the idea there's nothing you can do to help win this war. Of course, we can't all be members of Uncle Sam's armed forces because some of us are too young or too old. But that doesn't mean we can't get into this fight. No, sir. Because there is one big important thing we can do. We've got to see that our fighters are supplied with all the bullets and guns and tanks and ships and planes they need to wipe Hitlerism and fascism off the face of the earth. How? Simply by buying all the war-saving stamps and bonds we possibly can. Because every time we buy a war-saving stamp or bond, we lend our government money with which to finance our fight. So remember, talk with Mother and Dad tonight about giving you an extra dime every day or every other day for war-saving stamps. Talk about it with all your friends. Get them to make a pledge with you to buy war-saving stamps regularly.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is directed by George Lothar and is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
This is Mutual.
The Treasury Star Parade. Produced by William A. Bacher, with Dinah Shore, John Nesbitt, David Brookman, and the Treasury Orchestra, and Vincent Price as our Master of Ceremonies.
Thank you, Larry Elliott. Today we've brought back to the Treasury Star Parade for her third appearance a girl who has won the heart of all America. She's petite and gentle, but when she steps up to sing, she evokes a rhythm and punch which are her own special contribution to the American scene. Miss Dinah Shore, regretting that she didn't know what time it was.
Once I was young, yesterday perhaps, danced with Jim and Paul and kissed some other chaps. Once I was young, but never was naive. I thought I had a trick or two up my imaginary sleeve. And now I know I was naive. I didn't know what time it was. Then I met you. Oh, what a lovely time it was. How sublime it was, too. I didn't know what day it was. You held my hand, warm like the month of May it was. And I'll say it was grand, grand to be alive, to be mad, to be young, to be yours alone. Grand to see your face, feel your touch, hear your voice, say I'm all your own. What year it was, life was no prize. I wanted love, and here it was, shining out of your eyes. I'm one, and I know what time it is now.
Thank you, Dinah. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. John Nesbitt, whose radio program, The Passing Parade, has chronicled for many years the stories of some of the most interesting personalities in America. Today he has come to our studio to tell you about a book, a very particular book, and the man who wrote it. The book itself is not significant as a book. It's badly written, erratic, contradictory, and confused. But it became more than a book. It came true. And now, Mr. Nesbitt.
644 years ago, an Italian traveler was thrown into a jail cell in Genoa. And to pass the time, he wrote a book. His name was Marco Polo. And his book about China was so exciting that it started a world movement of exploration and led to the discovery of America. A book written in prison. 267 years ago, another man went to prison in London, England. He, too, wrote a book to keep from going mad in the silence of his cell, His name was John Bunyan. The book was Pilgrim's Progress. And after the Bible, it has sold more copies than any other book ever penned by man. A book written in prison. On a beautiful spring morning, just 18 years and 5 months ago, to a little river town in Bavaria, they brought another prisoner, tossed him into a cell, and forgot about him. He, too, decided to write a book. Marco Polo had told how he loved China. Bunyan had told how he loved Christianity. So this man decided to tell how he hated everything. During the soft spring evenings in April, May, and June, he would stride around his cell dictating to another prisoner, a thin, gray-faced radical with dirty hair. His name, of course, Adolf Hitler. His book, of course, Mein Kampf. And while we were watching the Washington Baseball Club win the series, or nominating Calvin Coolidge for president and winning the 1924 Olympics, or loaning Germany a couple of $100 million to help it back on its feet, or watching Doug Fairbanks' latest picture called The Thief of Baghdad, the thin man in his jail cell was writing the book. The thin man wrote, "First, Germany must conquer Europe, for no nation on earth holds a square yard of territory by any right derived from heaven. Strength alone constitutes the right to possess." Might is right, wrote the thin man. But he was just a broken-down penny ante rabble-rouser in a jail. And it didn't concern us, did it? While we were working up the Dawes Peace Plan that year, the thin man wrote, "Labor unions are to be abolished. Strikes are to be forbidden. No one is to be free to find work where he pleases. Wages will be frozen. Workmen forbidden to look for or even accept better jobs." Well, it didn't concern us, did it? The following year, while we were busy with the monkey trial at Tennessee, the thin man wrote, "When we talk of new lands in Europe, we are bound to think first of Russia. The immense empire is ripe for collapse." Well, it didn't concern us, did it? The next year, 1926, the American stock market hit a new high, and a lot of us got rich enough to go abroad to play in Europe and drink unbootlegged liquor. A few Americans read the book then, and they saw that it had something in it for us after all. You can read that line today. It's terse, concise, complete. It's just one sentence that appeared in the first edition. "Democracy in the West today is a monstrosity of filth." In the years that followed, the miracle happened. The one chance in 10 million that would make his wild, badly written, clumsily thought-out book succeed actually turned up, and it became the Bible of the Nazi world, and its author became its God. Everything a Nazi official said officially became part of the book, for censorship was an iron wall. What Hitler wanted us to hear, we heard, and nothing else. We listened to it, we read the book, but it didn't seem to make sense. It didn't make sense when Hitler said, quote, "I shall maneuver France out of her Maginot Line without losing a single soldier. How to do it is my secret." Then, paragraph by paragraph, line by line, Adolf Hitler made his book come true. He attacked France exactly as he said, pulled the wool over England's eyes exactly as he said, and on schedule tore apart the old world. But he was talking about them. He was destroying them and not us, wasn't he? And then suddenly he was talking about destroying us. And from a dozen official documents can be drawn the plan for America. From the Ministry of Agriculture comes this plan, Berlin, May 1st, 1940. A new aristocracy of German masters, the Herrenvolk, will be created. This aristocracy will have slaves assigned to it. Please do not interpret the word slaves as a parable. Actually, we have in mind a modern form of medieval slavery, which we must introduce because we urgently need it in order to fulfill our great tasks. It concerns us, doesn't it? Higher education will in the future be reserved only for the German population. Concerns us, doesn't it? Adolf Hitler interview with Hermann Rauschning, 1933, quote, "Do you really believe the masses will ever be Christian again? Nonsense. I promise you I can destroy the church in a few years." Adolf Hitler interview, 1933. "Americans behaved like clumsy boys. The American is no soldier. The inferiority and decadence of this allegedly new world is evident in its military inefficiency. Concerns us, doesn't it? Our superior products will be sold at very low prices throughout the world and will cause the United States to have not 7 million, but 30 million, 40 million unemployed. Then there is the matter of race. These are the words of Hitler's head of the Office of Racial Plan, Dr. Walter Gross. Our policy is to arrest the fertility of the Poles, Czechs, Serbs, Russians, and other Slavic peoples. Every increase through births among these parasitic peoples would be contrary to the general interest. We have therefore adopted radical measures to limit their births to a minimum. German soldiers will be free to abuse Slav women, but these women are not allowed to bear children. An exception is hereby made for girls in some districts of Poland, as in the Tatras mountain region, where they have been put into breeding camps at Heleniov near Lutz. And that is not about us, our women, or our families, because we have not been conquered. But there is a final document that again is the official released by the censor Nazi View. We are mentioned in it. I quote Dr. Richard Daré, one of Hitler's ministers. At present, the United States is so demoralized and corrupted that, like France, it need not be taken into consideration as a military adversary. All the added chapters of a book begun in the cell of a jail, the one that we didn't think concerned us. Even the contemptuous, boastful sentence, the United States is so demoralized and corrupted that it need not be taken into consideration as a military adversary. It doesn't apply to us. It doesn't apply to you, does it? Unless you're the man who bought the bootleg tires. Unless you're the man with the scrap metal rusting in your garage because it was too much trouble to get it to the salvage place. Unless you are the man who doesn't buy bonds, because in a democracy no one makes you buy bonds. This is the man Hitler sincerely believes you are. If he were right, the last chapter of Mein Kampf will be written in Berlin and not in Washington or London. But since you are not that man, this book of theirs, the most tragic book known to all the history of the human heart, the final chapter will be written by us. For Adolf Hitler, when he dreamed it all up that summer of 1924, proud to be writing his book in the cell of a jail, proud to be among those who changed history from behind barred windows, quite overlooked one of the men who also grew famous for such a prison task. He overlooked the fact that 110 years before he entered that jail in Bavaria to write Mein Kampf, an American in a cell likewise did some writing. In Fort McHenry was imprisoned Francis Scott Key, and the last 4 lines of his contribution to literature from a prison cell goes, "And conquer we must when our cause it is just, and this be our motto, in God is our trust, and the star-spangled banner in triumph shall wave, o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave."
Thank you, John Nesbitt. We know now what for many years we did not understand, that the mad little house painter, pacing up and down his cell, dictating his book, wanted more than anything else to destroy this democracy, this freedom, which to Americans is the most precious heritage in the world. But he made one mistake. He did not know the spirit and the temper of the American people. We will continue to fight and to work and to save until we win. You can do your part. Invest at least 10% of your total incomes in United States war-saving bonds and stamps. Yes, let's make it everybody 10% by New Year, 10% every week, every payday. Remember, every dollar you invest in war savings bonds, you are investing in the future security of America. This is your country. Keep it yours.
Paul Temple Intervenes, a new serial play by Francis Durbridge, produced by Martin C. Webster. Episode 7, The October Hotel.
Paul Temple, the celebrated novelist and private detective, is investigating a series of murders committed by a notorious criminal known as the Marquis. Sir Graham Forbes, the Chief Commissioner of Police, visits Temple and produces a note which the Marquis has sent to the Honourable Charles Surfley.
What does this letter say?
Well, the message is on a plain piece of notepaper. It's typed, and it simply says, Dear Sir, this note must be taken far more seriously than the first note I sent you, and it must be considered strictly confidential. The letters written by you to a Miss Lorraine Curtis are still in my possession. They are still, in my humble opinion, worth precisely £7,000. I suggest, therefore, that having secured this amount, you meet me personally tomorrow evening, shortly after 8 o'clock, in the lounge of the October Hotel, Dalton Street, Kensington. The Marquis.
But surely the Marquis wouldn't be there personally.
Sir Graham, what's the matter?
What is it, Paul?
I don't know.
There's something wrong with this cigarette.
No. Don't stand up, Sir Graham.
I'll be all right once I...
Now, look out. He's going to fall.
Oh, Paul, he's not dead.
Now, Steve, for heaven's sake, what is it, Price?
I beg your pardon, sir.
What is it, Price?
There's a lady called to see you, sir.
Well, who is it?
A Mrs. Clarence, sir.
Mrs. Clarence?
It's all right now, take it easy, Sir Graham. Come along, take it easy.
I'm...
No, just keep still. Now, don't move. Pour some coffee, will you? Quickly, Steve, quick.
Here you are.
Oh, go on. Now, here you are, Sir Graham. Now, drink this. Come along. Go and have a word with Mrs. Clarence, will you, darling? He'll be all right now.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes.
I'm all right now.
Come on, Steve. Finish this coffee.
I couldn't get the bread. It was the most extraordinary feeling.
Yes.
What do you think it was, Temple? The cigarette?
Oh, yes, it was the cigarette. Only it wasn't meant for you, Sir Graham. It was meant for either Steve or myself.
What?
Thank goodness you're drinking coffee. It's a drug known as loci.
Loci?
Yes. And lucky for you, black coffee serves as a sort of antidote.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Well, I'll finish this off.
What? Hello? Yes. Paul Temple speaking. Oh, Story. Oh, yes. Yes, well, meet me here at 12:30, will you? Yes. All right, goodbye.
That's better.
Are you feeling better, Sir Graham?
Yes, I think I'm all right now, Steve.
What did Mrs. Clarence want?
She wants you to go round to see Sir Felix.
Oh, I'm going round this morning. Did you tell her so?
Yes.
Oh, I shall be back about 12, and... Oh, darling, I'm expecting Roger's story. If I'm a little late, will you ask him to wait?
Yes, darling, I will.
Is Mrs. Clarence still here?
No, she's gone.
Temple?
Yes?
What happened exactly? About Ross?
Well, I did what I told you I was going to do, Sir Graham.
Well, Ross isn't a fool, Temple. It won't take him long to realize that Story's training him.
How long have you known Ross?
Oh, now, let me see. He came to the yard in 1930.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I've known Ross about 14 or 15 years. He's a Liverpool man.
How old is he? 44? 45?
Oh, I think he's about 47. I'm not sure.
Is he married?
Oh, yes. He was married about 4 or 5 years ago. Oh, by gad, Temple, when the newspapers discover that Sir Felix really is alive, they won't half be a shindy.
I still can't understand why Sir Felix had to pretend that he wasn't alive.
You soon will understand, Steve.
Temple, what about this letter to Surfley? I gather that you take it seriously.
Oh, yes. Yes, I take it seriously.
Oh, well, I must be off. I have a heavy day in front of me. I'll let you know the arrangements about tonight later.
Oh, yes, all right. Well, look here. I'll drop you on the way. Shall I, Sir Graham?
Yes, thanks. By the way, where is Sir Felix? You never told me.
He's staying at the Clockwise.
The Clockwise?
Yes.
Not Maisie Dalloway's place. Good heavens above. We should never have found him. Well, goodbye, Steve.
Goodbye, Sir Graham. I do hope you'll be all right.
Oh, thanks.
Well, I'll see you later, darling.
Yes, all right. Oh, and give my love to Maisie.
Hello, Gus.
Hello, Mr. Temple. This is a surprise.
Where's Maisie?
Oh, she was here a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
Maisie! Maisie! Oh, this'll fetch her.
Oh, why, hello, Paul.
Hello, Maisie. See you later, Mr. Temple.
Goodbye, Gus. Bye. Well, what's the matter, Maisie? Don't you like night and day?
Oh, I like it all right. But it's not good for my nostalgia.
Well, how's the guest?
Felix?
Yes.
Oh, he's fine. He's a nice old bird. Kind of getting fond of it down here. So, Paul. There may be something to this Egyptology.
No, Maisie, no. Well, I'd better go upstairs and have a word with the old boy.
Okay.
Oh, and before I forget,
Yeah?
there was a girl called Lydia Staines. She was a dancer.
Yeah?
She went over to America in 1929. I believe she worked at the Miami Club on 42nd Street.
The Miami Club?
Do you think you can find out anything about her?
Well, that was Harry Van Delson's place.
Well, what does that mean?
Well, Harry's over here. He's on the Sanderson Commission.
Oh. Would he know anything about Lydia Staines?
More than likely.
Have you got his telephone number?
No, but, but he's got mine.
All right. Well, you find out all you can for me, will you, Maisie? That's a good girl.
Leave it to me.
All right, I'll see you later when I've had a word with Raymond.
Okay, I'll find out all the dope I can.
Now, it's not a bit of use arguing, Sir Felix. There's nothing...
Oh, here's Mr. Temple. He'll answer all your questions, Mrs. Clarence.
Hello, Sir Felix.
Ah, Mr. Temple.
Hello, Mrs. Clarence. Why, what's the trouble?
How long has Sir Felix got to stay here, Mr. Temple? Doesn't seem to me to be any sense in it.
He hasn't got to stay here any longer. Oh, you can go the moment you're ready, Sir Felix.
Oh, well. That's something anyway. Oh, dear. Some people are going to get a surprise when they find out that I'm still alive and kicking.
I could never understand why you had to go and hide yourself away and pretend you was dead. Seemed a silly business to me.
It was Mr. Temple's idea, Mrs. Clarence, not mine.
Well, what purpose did it serve? That's what I'd like to know.
It served a very useful purpose.
Why? What do you mean?
What do you mean, Mr. Temple?
I mean that now, beyond any shadow of doubt, I know who is the Marquis. Hello, Bryce. Mr. Story here?
Yes, sir. He's in the drawing room with Mrs. Temple.
Oh, good. Right-ho. Hello, darling.
Hello.
Hello, Story.
Oh, hello, Temple.
I'm awfully sorry I'm late.
Oh, that's all right.
I think I'd like a drink, my sweet. Have we any sherry?
Sorry.
Oh. Well, then mix me a gin and tonic, those, darling.
Gin and tonic.
Uh-huh. Well, what happened?
Huh? Last night?
Yes.
Oh, well, nothing very much, I'm afraid.
I picked up Ross at Wimbledon and then trailed him down to a house in Stepney. He's got a married sister, though, apparently.
How long did he stay there?
Well, I should say about an hour and a half. On the way back to Wimbledon, he popped into one of the corner houses and had a meal. You know, I've got a feeling he spotted me. He's rather shrewd, you know.
Yes. Oh, did you tell the story about the letter, Steve, the one Sir Graham mentioned?
No.
Letter?
Yes. It's apparently your friend, the Honourable Charles Surflane, received a second communication from the Marquis.
No.
Oh, yes. In fact, he's supposed to be meeting the Marquis tonight at 8 o'clock in the lounge of the October Hotel.
Are you pulling my leg?
Oh, no, not at all.
But damn it, the Marquis wouldn't walk straight into the October Hotel.
Wouldn't he? Why not? Well, I mean, if he thought that Surflane was the only person likely to be there, there wouldn't be the slightest risk in... Excuse me.
Oh, yes, of course.
Hello? Oh, hello, Sir Graham. Yes? Yes, 7:30? Yes, all right. Right, well, pick me up here, will you? Yes, that'll do nicely.
Temple?
Oh, just a second.
Look, ask him if I can come with you.
Mr. Graham, I've got Story with me here at the moment, yes. Yes. Yes, he would rather. Yes. Okay. Oh, goodbye.
What did he say?
Well, it's all right. You can come along.
Oh, good.
Be here shortly after 7, will you? We can have a drink first.
Right, grand. Well, I'd better get cracking. What about Ross? I can pick him up about 2. He usually leaves the yard about then.
No. Leave Ross alone. For today, at any rate.
Oh, yes, okay. I say, Temple, seriously, you don't really suspect Ross, do you? I mean, he's the most extraordinary state of affairs. You might just as well suspect Superintendent Bradley.
I do.
Oh.
In fact, I suspect everyone. I have a highly suspicious nature, haven't I, darling?
Highly suspicious. Here's your gin and tonic.
Oh, thanks, darling. Yes, I suspect there's hardly any gin in this to start with.
Well, I'll see you tonight, then. About 7.
All right, well, I'll come down with you.
Yes. Oh, goodbye, Mrs. Temple.
Goodbye, Mr. Boyd.
Oh, Steve, darling, before I forget, here's your ticket for tonight.
What ticket?
The theatre, darling. Oh, I have booked you a seat at the Savoy.
What do you mean you booked me a seat for the Savoy?
Well, for the theatre, darling.
But I'm not going to the theatre tonight. I'm coming with you.
Oh, no, you're not.
Oh, darling, you're not serious.
I am. I'm perfectly serious.
Oh, Paul. What's going to happen at the hotel tonight?
I don't know. I don't know.
That must be the main entrance to the hotel over there.
Yes.
Shall we go in?
No. Let's wait here for a little while.
Okay.
I thought Story was coming along tonight, but he didn't turn up.
What happened to Steve?
Oh, she's gone to the theatre. Hello, who's this?
Rather difficult to see. Oh, it's Sergeant O'Brien.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, Mr. Temple.
Good evening, Sergeant. Good evening, Sergeant.
Anything to report?
Yes, sir. I've been making a few inquiries, sir, on the side, as you might say, sir. And I found out that the hall porter at the hotel is a young chap by the name of Carter. Bertram Carter.
Bertram Carter?
I remember Carter. He was mixed up in that arson affair in Birkenhead I think about 4 years ago.
That's right, sir.
Well, hello, here's Bradley.
Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
I want you to join Turner. You know where he is.
Yes, sir.
And keep your eyes skinned. You've got your orders.
Yes, sir.
Did O'Brien tell you about Carter, the hall porter?
Yes.
I don't like the sound of it. He's a dangerous devil.
You haven't seen any sign of Inspector Ross?
No, sir. I'm afraid we haven't.
How many men have you got?
Well, all the entrances are covered, sir. Well covered. There's nothing to worry about.
Good.
Well, by the way, Bradley, did you see Ross before you left the yard?
No, sir. It's his night off, sir. He went off duty at 4.
Oh, I see.
Well, if you'll excuse me, sir, I'd like to have another word with O'Brien.
Yes, very good, Bradley. Have you ever been in this hotel?
Oh, yes, once. The main lounge is on the second floor, unless... Hello, who's this?
Oh, I'm sorry I'm late, Temple.
Oh, hello, Story.
I saw Ross. I was on the way to your place, Temple, and Ross passed me in a car.
Yes?
I jumped in a taxi and followed him, and he's here, Sir Graham. He drove out to the side entrance.
All right, come along, Sir Graham.
Right.
Take your hands off me. Do you hear what I say? Take your hands off me.
I'm sorry, sir, but
To hell with your
orders are
orders.
to... Take your hands off me, O'Brien.
Yeah, is everything all right, Brian?
Everything's not all right. My God, it isn't. And if you
you're
think
under arrest, Ross. And I warn you that anything you say will be taken down.
Good heavens, look! Look, that top window, sir, look!
The hotel's on fire!
Look at that top floor! Yes, it must have started there by the look of things.
Take Ross back to the car, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. I'm not going back to that car. You can't...
Now, don't be a damn fool. Don't be a damn fool, Ross. Go back to the car. Now, and Ross, your own information, Lydia Staines is dead.
What?
She died on October the 9th, 1929. 1929, Ross.
1929?
Lydia Staines. Who the devil's Lydia Staines?
We better stand clear! Stand back! Stand back! Stand back! Stand back!
Go ahead. This fire looks to me it's getting out of control.
Things are serious, sir. Several people are trapped. They can't get out.
Take Ross back to the car, Sergeant.
You needn't worry, Sir Graham. I shan't run away. Shall I, Temple?
Hello, Bradley.
Temple, why, what is it? What is it? I thought you said Mrs. Temple was at the theatre. Of course she's at the theatre. Why, Bradley, what is it? She's in the hotel. She went in 10 minutes ago.
What?
Oh, my God!
Who is the Marquis?
You've been listening to episode 7 of the new Paul Temple serial, Paul Temple Intervenes, by Francis Durbridge, with Carl Barnard as Paul Temple. The part of Steve was played by Bernadette Hodgson, Sir Graham Forbes by Lester Muddett, Price by David Compton, Maisie by Bessie Love, Sir Felix Rayborn by Ronald Simpson, Mrs. Clarence by Mabel France, Roger Story by Sidney Taffler, Inspector Ross by Edgar Norfolk, Superintendent Bradley by Godfrey Baisley, Gus by Hal Brandt, and Sergeant O'Brien by Vincent Curran. The production was by Martin C. Webster.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message. Fellows and girls, every day the city, state, and national offices of civilian defense organizations are swamped with letters from young people like yourselves. And most of these letters ask, what can I do, what part can I take in the national war effort? The writers of these letters are all too young to join the United States Armed Forces, too young to join any of the numerous home defense groups. And yet they ask, isn't there something we can do? Some of you listening now are no doubt among those who have written these letters. And I'll bet many of you who have not written have thought the same thing. Well, the answer is a very simple one, and here it is. You can do your part in civilian defense. You can help to win this war by buying war-saving stamps regularly. How does that help, you ask? How can my dime, or 20, or 40, or 50 cents help to win this war? That's easy, too. For instance, your dime, just 10 cents, will buy 5 .45 caliber bullets that can be used by our soldiers, sailors, or Marines to knock 5 Japs or 5 Nazis out of commission. And believe me, it's going to take a lot of those bullets to knock them all out and win the war. Another thing, 50 cents, which represents 5 10-cent or 2 25-cent war-saving stamps, will buy enough fuel oil to bring one of our destroyers a full mile closer to the Jap fleet in the Solomon Islands. And you know what happens when our Navy gets close enough to turn on the heat. And here's one more thing for you to think over. If every fellow and girl in the United States bought at least 5 10-cent war-saving stamps every day, the amount of money they'd lend to the government would buy enough fighter planes and bombers to blast Hitler's Luftwaffe right out of the air. So remember that each and every dime is important. That buying war-saving stamps is a very important way to help win the war. So why not pledge today to buy war-saving stamps regularly? And keep in mind this slogan. Every time you've got a dime, buy a war-saving stamp.
And now, the adventures of Superman. A great adventure is in store for all our friends. In our last episode, we heard how editor Perry White had decided to finance an expedition in search of the lost continent of Atlantis, believed to be lying below the surface of the Atlantic Ocean. As we take up our story today, the time is several days later. The place, a private stretch of beach some short distance outside Metropolis. The cold, heavy mist of early dawn hangs low over the water, and through it we can just make out the long gray lines of a submarine lying offshore. Standing on the beach, dimly seen through the gray smoke of dawn, stand 4 people. Clark Kent, Lois Lane, editor Perry White, and Jimmy Olsen. Listen.
Hey, look out. That surf is running pretty high up onto the beach.
Yes, I just escaped getting my feet wet that time.
Well, let's move up the beach a bit. Tide's coming in fast.
Golly, it's cold, too. When are we going aboard the submarine?
We're going to be inside that submarine for a long time once we get started. Besides, we've got to wait till Dr. Cameron arrives.
Well, I can stand it if the rest of you can.
It's amazing. Simply amazing.
What's amazing, Lois?
Well, I keep thinking it was only a few days ago that we were discussing this fantastic expedition in your office, trying to decide if we'd even go along. Now, here we are. There's Dr. Cameron's multi-depth submarine and bathysphere, or whatever you call it, waiting for us offshore, filled with food and supplies for months, all sorts of scientific paraphernalia, everything.
Well, that's Leander Cameron for you. He may look like a crackpot and act like one, but by golly, he lives up to that motto of his, be prepared.
The minute you said we'd go, he told us he'd arranged for everything.
Yes.
We'd have everything aboard in less than 24 hours. All he needed was the money to pay for it.
I only hope it's worth the money. Even if we don't find the lost continent of Atlantis...
What do you mean, even? You don't really expect to find it, do you?
Well, I say even if we don't find it, people will read the stories in the Daily Planet just for laughs. And I don't care why they buy the paper, just so they buy it.
Gosh, I wish we hadn't let that taxi go.
Why?
Well, we could have sat in that till the doctor got here.
If you really want to learn to be a reporter, Jim, you'll have to learn to take it.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Now, understand, young man, we don't want any trouble from you. The only reason your school principal permitted you to come along was because of the expedition's great educational value. Any monkey shines out of you, though... Wait a minute. What's that?
Something is coming.
Judging from the racket, it's Dr. Cameron. I've never heard a man make so much noise in my life.
Wait, that's not Leander. It's something approaching on a motorcycle.
It doesn't look human. Looks like some strange creature out of a nightmare. Clark, what is it?
Well, it must be Dr. Cameron.
It just can't be. I tell you, the thing riding on that motorcycle isn't human.
Oh, it's human, all right, only it's wearing a diving outfit. Suit, helmet, the works.
What?
You mean to say that's Dr. Leander Cameron arriving on a motorcycle in a diving suit?
Well, now, how did you expect him to arrive? In a taxi in civilian clothes? Oh, that'd be much too normal and ordinary for Dr. Cameron.
Holy mackerel, look. He's weaving all over the beach on that thing.
We better get to a safe place before we're run down.
You're right. He's coming straight for us.
No, wait. He's veering off. Oh, boy, that was close.
Close?
Hey.
Nothing. Look at me. I'm covered with wet sand from head to foot.
Me too.
He's swinging around, heading this way. Here he comes again. Look out.
Daddy, stop that thing.
Stop it. Why, he can't even steer it. Doctor, it's an
Look out. He's going to fall.
Great Scott, he's been killed. I know he's been killed.
Oh, dear.
Here, we got to get that helmet off him.
I'll help.
Easy, Jim, easy. Wait a minute.
Okay.
Oh, the poor man.
Now, hold on to your top, Lois.
All right, now, Jim, lift the helmet off.
Okay.
Good morning.
What? Oh, good morning. You made it, I see.
Ah, yes, always do. Never say die, be prepared. That's my motto. Somebody help me collect my gear and scientific paraphernalia.
Leander, now, for the love of Pete, will you tell me why you're wearing a diving suit and helmet?
Oh, for convenience sake, convenience sake.
Convenience?
Yes, you see, just as I was leaving my house to come here, I remembered I had not packed my diving outfit. One can't go on a diving expedition without a diving suit, can one? We shall need it before we're through.
Yes, but if you'd only tell
I
us
was
why...
forced to bring it along, and since I was carrying my usual accoutrement, there was only one way to carry the suit. I wore it.
Boy, you've got a reason for everything. Here we've been freezing to death waiting for you.
Oh, yes, it is a cold morning, isn't it? Always colder near the water, too. A cup of coffee, anyone?
What? Don't tell me you've got a thermos of coffee with you.
No, but what is there to prevent our making some?
Well, you made an ice cream soda for Jimmy the other day, but now don't tell me you're going to whip together some coffee for us now.
With rationing upon us?
What is rationing to a scientist? A few chemicals tossed lightly together and presto, coffee, a cream or sugar.
There'll be no coffee, Leander, till we go aboard and get started. The boat's waiting at the edge of the beach to take us out to the sub. Come on now, let's go.
The crew already aboard?
Yeah, what there is of them. 3 men to run the submarine. How do you expect to do it?
The Cameron multi-depth submarine in bathysphere is mine own, Perry. Leave the running of it to me.
All right, you run it.
Oh, golly, let's go. Wait a minute. Dr. Cameron, what are you going to do with that motorcycle?
Take it aboard with me, of course.
What? The submarine is so full now, I'm wondering if we'll be able to come to the surface once we submerge. No room for the motorcycle.
No room?
No.
No room? Of course there's room. I've arranged for everything. A place for everything, and everything in its place, I always say.
Yes, and I always agree. But how are you going to get that motorcycle stowed aboard the sub?
I will show you. You see, I myself constructed this motorcycle. It is very light, made of plastics, you know, and it's collapsible.
It's what?
The frame, collapsible, the frame folds together so. Then the wheels themselves telescope so, becoming an 8 on the side. There. Ever see a small package in your life?
Oh, Doctor, you amaze me. You're simply astounding.
I often think so myself, Miss Lane. Well, if we're ready to go aboard, you're Xing away, says I. Tend away.
Boy, I'll sure be glad to get out of this cold. Let's go.
Well, come on, everyone. Let's go down to that dinghy and row out to the sub. Before we get started.
Right you are, Perry. We must lose no time in reaching the lost continent of Atlantis.
Doctor, we've been in this multi-depth submarine of yours for 8 hours, and we haven't submerged yet. We keep running on the surface. Golly, I was all excited about going beneath the surface in a submarine.
Rather distressing if you went below the surface without a submarine. A joke.
Are you kidding? Jimmy just meant that he's been looking forward to diving in a real submarine, Doctor, and so far the thrill hasn't materialized.
Well, why don't we submerge, Leander? It seems to me we're using a good deal of oil for those diesels.
We have sufficient for our running schedule. I do not need to say, Perry, that I shouldn't needlessly use oil in these perilous times. Oil is ammunition. However, we must save our batteries and electric motors for underwater use as much as we can.
I see what you mean, Doctor. You're referring to the time when we'll be doing a good deal of diving to reach the lost continent of Atlantis.
Exactly. Now, it seems to me that... Yes, Nicodemus?
Excuse me, folks. Doc.
I've already said yes, Nicodemus. However, I will repeat it. Yes, Nicodemus.
You needn't be sarcastic about it.
I wasn't being sarcastic. I merely said...
Sometimes the way you talk, you think I wasn't wanted around here.
Nicodemus, you're too sensitive. All I said
I know what you said. Well, let it pass. I came to report the batteries are fully charged. I think we ought to submerge for maybe 4 or 5 hours.
Everything in working order?
Would I be submerging if it wasn't?
All right. Don't fly off the handle. Go ahead and submerge.
Thank you. That's very kind of you.
God, does he go around with a chip on his shoulder all the time?
Oh, wonderful man, Nicodemus. Wonderful. Best man possible on the submarine. Just one little trouble with him. He's sensitive.
Are we going to submerge?
Yes, my boy. Last you're going to have your great thrill. Here you can watch through this porthole over here as we go below the surface.
Golly.
There's the signal now to stop the diesels and turn on the electric motors.
Golly. Look, everybody. The water's coming up over the window. We're submerging.
It's exciting, isn't it?
Well, I've done it before, but it never fails to thrill me.
Now, we won't go far below the surface since there's no need for it. We merely want to change from diesel power to electric, that's all.
Well, even so, just going below the surface is thrilling enough.
We're under. Look. Everything's green. A sort of light green that's getting darker.
Yes, the deeper we go, the darker it'll get, of course.
Well, how long can we stay under, Leander?
Well, Perry, the ordinary submarine running at from 1 to 1.5 knots can remain below the surface for 30 hours. We can remain below in the Cameron multi-depth submarine in bathysphere for 37 hours.
Seems to me the government could be interested in a submarine like this.
Oh, they are, Miss Lane. They've already made certain tests. What's that?
I don't know. I can't imagine it.
Well, it would appear there's trouble afoot, or should I say underwater.
Never mind how you say it. Come on.
Golly. What could have happened?
I don't know, Jim. I don't know.
Nicodemus! What has happened?
I don't know, Doc. Something's gone wrong with the main ballast tanks. I can't close them.
You can't close
Wait,
them?
heavens, man. Doesn't that mean... It means we're going down fast. There ain't a thing I can do about
If
it.
there's something wrong with the motor, surely you can fix them.
No, it's not the motor, Smith. Something's jammed inside the main ballast tank, which means we can't control the intake or the outlet of water.
Golly.
But you've got to do something, man. There's nothing I can do. Nothing nobody can do.
Oh, golly. If only Superman were here now.
What could he do?
Well, he could take us back to the surface. He could... Holy mackerel. No, he couldn't. He'd be inside here with us. And to lift the submarine to the surface, he'd have to be on the outside. And how could he get out without letting the water in here?
Exactly what I've been thinking myself.
Helpless, Superman in his guise of Clark Kent stands by with his friends while the submarine drops lower and lower through the ocean depths. Seemingly, there is nothing he can do, and yet, well, perhaps we can leave it to Superman to figure a way out. So be sure to be with us Monday and every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Tune in and follow the adventures of Superman.
Well, there goes Superman until Monday. Meanwhile, don't let the weekend go by without buying your share of war savings stamps. And remember what I told you at the beginning of this program, you fellows and girls who are too young to join the armed forces or any of the national defense organizations. You can do your part. You can help win this war by buying war savings stamps. So let's make a pledge right now to buy war savings stamps regularly. Talk it over tonight with Mother and Dad. Ask them to give you a dime every day or even every other day for war savings stamps. And then buy some extra ones out of your regular weekly allowance. And see if you can get your friends to buy stamps regularly, too. Or why not organize a war savings stamp club right in your neighborhood? And make this your club slogan. Every time that you've got a dime, buy a war savings stamp.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is directed by George Lothar and is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
This is Mutual.
Hi-yo, Silver! Hi!
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations, and nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's danger on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
In the days when the Lone Ranger rode the plains, a certain section of the West, bounded by Texas, Colorado, New Mexico, and Kansas, had not been included in any state territory. This strip of land is now the panhandle of Oklahoma. But in those days, it was a no-man's land, where the law could not be enforced, and desperados and outlaws used it as a hideout and a stronghold for the law of the six-gun. In a town close to this territory, old Judge Pepper was talking to several townspeople.
No! I'm just as eager to enforce the law as any of you. I'm just as anxious to wipe out that nest of varmints as every man-jack in town. But I'm a judge, sworn to do my duty according to the rules. You can't arrest a man unless it's legal. And, gents, no matter what you say, once a posse crosses into that territory, it's got no more legal power. We can't arrest him.
Judge, you'll pardon me for speaking up this way, but if the regular law says we can't, then the tarnation with the regular law. We got guns, we got horses. We'll go in there and whip them fair and square, man to man, with 6 guns. Well, what do you say, gents? Who's ready to ride tonight? Who's with me?
Oh, wait a minute. Rein up. Wait a minute there.
Judge Pepper, you'll have to say a mighty lot of words to make us change our minds.
I aim to, Jason. I'm an old man, a heap sight older than you fellers. I reckon when I was your age, I'd have done the same thing. But it won't work, gentlemen. I'm telling you straight, it won't work.
Why not?
The law is the law. You've got to respect it.
When it helps protect outlaws?
Jason, even when it helps protect outlaws. Law and order's a mighty funny thing. Sometimes it seems way out of kilter, like it isn't working right. But give it time and it'll straighten out. You can't take the law into your own hands. You can't. You're decent, law-abiding citizens. If you go out this way, you're no better than the outlaws you're chasing. You're outlaws yourselves. And furthermore, if you do this thing, I'll resign.
What?
Yes, I will. I give you my word. I'll resign quicker than scat. I love this town, this county, but I'd rather die of thirst on the desert than countenance disregard for the law. I reckon it's up to you, gentlemen.
Judge, we're plumb ashamed of ourselves. You're right as rain. Well, I reckon we'll have to do like we've always done before. Chase those hombres just as far as we can. If we catch them before they cross that boundary, well and good. But we won't chase them any further.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, gentlemen. I hope we figure out a way, a legal way, to corral those outlaws. It's mighty trying on the patience.
Say, what in thunder?
We got a cash. Let's ride.
It's Slater and his band.
The outlaws.
They're on the bank. Come on, men. This is our chance. They're heading for no man's land. We can get them before they cross that boundary. On your horses.
Remember the law, Jason. Remember the law.
We'll get them, Judge Pepper. They won't get away this time. Come on, gents. Shoot your 6 guns. Come on.
Slater, you going plumb crazy? What are we standing here for? That parcel you'll be on us in no time.
You're new here, Carson. Just set your horse and take it easy. Keep your guns handy, gents.
They'll ride us down. We'll end up swinging on a rope.
Yeah? Just watch what happens. Besides, we got more men they have.
Dog me for a coyote. Start.
Howdy, gents. Looking for somebody?
We're looking for you, you ornery polecat.
Why'd you stop?
You know, all fired well while we stopped. You crossed the boundary. Come on out, you skunks. Come on out and fight.
Oh, not us, Jason. We don't want to hurt you.
You robbed that bank. Don't deny it.
Who's denying it? Gents, hold up them bags of gold for 'em to see.
By gravy, that's too much.
I told you, Slater. Here they come.
We'll show you ride them down. Law and order be hanged.
still out here? It's getting cold.
Father, why aren't they back yet? The posse rode out hours ago.
Worried about Jason?
I love him, Father.
That's no news to me, Sally. I guessed that long ago. Don't you fret, he'll be back.
Do you think they caught up with Slater's band before they reached the boundary?
I don't know. Slater's got mighty fast horses.
Jason's so hot-headed, Father. If he led the posse across the boundary, there's sure to have been a gunfight. And that territory's swarming with outlaws. Jason won't have a chance.
Now, easy, Sally, easy. No sense counting chickens before they hatch. Jason gave me a promise he wouldn't cross the boundary.
Do you think he'd keep that promise?
Oh, I understand what you mean. He means well, but...
Yes. That's why I'm worried.
What the... Well, where'd you come from, Injun? You gave us a start.
Oh, me in town to buy supply. Where everybody go?
There's a posse out chasing Slater.
Slater?
I reckon you're new in these parts, Injun. Slater's the kingpin outlaw around here, and the law can't touch him.
Oh, me hear part of what you say. What matters the law around here?
Don't say that, Injun. My father here is the judge.
Old man's got a right to his opinion, Sally. I'm Judge Pepper, Injun.
Oh, me, Tonto.
My daughter Sally's a mite worried about things.
Father.
Yeah, it's a posse, all right. No prisoners. Those horses sound tired.
I don't see Jason.
Well, Flanders, what happened?
I've got bad news, Judge. We went over the boundary.
Where's Jason?
That's the bad news. Slater had too many men for us.
Jason isn't...
No, Miss Sally, Jason isn't dead. But when our bullets ran out and we had to vamoose, Jason didn't make it. Slater's got him prisoner.
Get him up, Skelton! Hi, Kimosabe.
Hi, Tonto. What happened? You didn't get the supplies.
Me learn about heap big trouble in town. Outlaw named Slater.
What about him?
Him and men rob bank and ride away. Posse go after them. But they not able to make arrest.
Any gunfighting?
Oh, plenty gun smoke. But big trouble, law not able to arrest outlaw.
Not able to arrest an outlaw?
Huh.
Oh, wait a moment, Tonto. This sounds very strange. You'd better start at the beginning. That's it. A strip of territory that isn't under any county or state law. A hideout for outlaws.
Slater him plenty bad from what Tonto hear.
And old Judge Pepper keeps insisting on doing things the legal, lawful way.
Maybe this time him wrong, huh?
No, get that idea out of your head, Tonto. The judge is right. Without respect for law and order, the whole West would crumble. The law will take care of that situation sometime.
Oh, that's right. But what happened now?
I think we can take a hand in this game ourselves. Let's mount and ride.
Here, Silver. Steady, Scout, steady. Kimosabe, where we go? We go to town, maybe? Talk with Judge Pepper?
We'll do that later, Tonto. First, we're heading for this no-man's land.
Huh? We go an outlaw hideout?
That's right, Tonto.
But Kimosabe, Slater, him, he bad hombre. He maybe shoot you.
We'll take that chance. Steady, big fella. Come on, boy.
Get him up, Scout.
On, Silver!
Well, how are you, Jason? Nice and comfortable?
Get these ropes off of me. Get them off and I'll fight you fair and square. Guns in the holsters, drawing fire.
Comical, ain't he, Carson? I don't fight fair, Jason. I'm an outlaw, savvy? I don't care if I shoot a man in the front or in the back, so long as he's dead.
Why didn't you shoot me?
Because I got plans for you, Jason. Big plans.
What are you driving at? I know it's something crooked.
I always did admire brains. Yep, it's right big. I figure on collecting taxes from everybody in Stevens County.
Collecting taxes? I reckon you're loco. That's a law and order job.
You don't savvy, Jason. This here section is open land. It's got no law at all.
Sure. That's why you sidewinders hide out here. The law can't touch you.
Mm-hmm. I've collected a mighty big outfit. A lot of the outlaws between the Mississippi and the Rockies have moseyed in here. We got the surrounding settlements buffaloed, scared green. Now, I figure if they'll agree to pay me so much ahead, I'll leave them alone. I won't bother.
You'll force them to pay you tribute.
Yeah, tribute. Only I like the word taxes better. Sounds more legal.
It's high-handed robbery, that's what. You'll force honest folks to... Oh, I wish Judge Pepper'd forget about law and order. Then everybody could get together and wipe you out once and for all.
Maybe. But they won't. Because it ain't legal.
And what about me?
You? Well, I reckon after a while I'll shoot you.
Well, that's murder.
Sure enough. I want you alive for a while. You see, Jason, I can use you to make sure people agree to my scheme. I'll tell them unless they do like I want them to, you're going to die.
You've got it fixed for me to die anyway.
Oh, that's right, but they won't know that, Savvy.
Slater.
Yeah, what's biting you, Carson?
We got Billings posted over yonder for a watch out. Look, he's signaling.
Huh? Yeah. You just make him out against the sky.
He's pointing down to the east.
Yeah, you're right. Look yonder. Reckon we got company. 2 riders. That white horse stands out easy.
Who is it?
I don't know. We'll find out pronto. Tell the boys to get on their horses and circle. When we have those 2 hombres inside the circle, I'll give the signal. We'll close in on them fast.
Kimasabi.
What is it, Tonto?
Me notice something. There are men on horse all around us in circle. They think we not see 'em.
Yes, I spotted them, too. I imagine they're planning to capture us.
What we do?
We do nothing.
Huh?
We came here to find out about the outlaws. This is as good a way as any. Let them come, Tonto. No, Kimosabe, no gunplay. Leave your guns in your holsters.
Don't move, gents. The next time my boys shoot, they'll aim right at you instead of over your heads.
We're not moving.
Fell right into the trap, didn't you? Keep 'em covered, boys. I'll ride in and get a good look at 'em.
You know, Slater.
All right, now. What are you and this Injun doing here, and what? Well, I'll be doggone, you're wearing a mask.
You must be Slater.
Yeah, but I don't know who you are. Never mind. Maybe before I get through with you, it won't make any difference. Maybe you'll be dead.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger and Tonto were taken to Slater's hideout. A guard was placed over them. But somehow or other, no one dared to take off the Lone Ranger's mask.
Oh, I don't know what it is, Slater. Something about that masked hombre. The way his eyes look at you. Sort of freezes me inside. I wouldn't try to take off his mask for $1 million in gold specie. And that Injun's mighty strong-looking, too.
Yeah. Whoever that hombre is, never mind. Let him keep his mask for now. We got time. He can't escape without getting to his horse, and we got his horse on the far side of camp.
Do you take him for an outlaw, Slater?
He's wearing a mask.
Yeah, but he don't act like no outlaw.
Okay, now, skip it, Carson. Maybe we can find out in town.
Town? I'm going to town?
Yeah, you and Jose. You're going to see Judge Pepper.
Jumping cactus, Slater, not me. Why, if Jose and I go in there, we'll get lynched quicker than you could shake a stick.
No, you won't, Carson. Don't forget we got Jason as a hostage. You just tell them, and if you don't get back, Jason will be dead by dawn the next day.
Oh. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it'll be safe, I guess. What's it all about?
Jose's got the horses ready. Now, here's what you tell the judge.
You know, Jose, we're heading for town. Adios, Slater.
Adios.
Mister, Masked Man, you awake?
Yes, Jason.
Did you hear that? Slater sent Carson to town.
Yes, I heard it, Jason. I heard the whole thing. Do you think the settlers will agree?
Yeah, that's the trouble. Sure, they'll agree. Oh, not to save my life, you understand, but most of them don't like trouble. They figure it'll be better to pay off Slater and avoid a lot of gunfighting. If this territory was only under regular law and order.
Don't worry about that. It is under law and order.
I don't savvy. How can I?
Never mind that now. You'll learn when the time comes. But, tell me this. Does Judge Pepper ever go back on a promise?
Not him.
He agrees to Slater's demands. You'll continue to pay it?
The judge never goes back on a promise. And what's more, everybody listens to him, too. Except me. They'll do what he says. If he says pay tribute to Slater, well, then they'll pay.
I understand. Hello?
Uh-huh.
Seems to me we've found out what we came here to learn. Now we've got to leave.
Tonight, when it get dark, huh?
What in blazes? Mister, you say that as calm as I'd say howdy. You can't leave. We're guarded. We haven't got a chance.
No. Wait till tonight, Jason. Hold it, Tonto. I better take care of that sentry.
What in...
What's that?
Come on, Tonto. Run for the horses. They see us.
Masked Man, stop him!
Here, Silver!
Come, Scout!
Shoot him down! Shoot to kill! Don't let him get away! Shoot him!
Carson, you mean to say you have the gall to make a suggestion like that? Is that why you came here?
That's why Slater sent me, Judge Pepper. He knows you can speak for the whole county.
Pay Slater to let us alone. Why that...
Father! Carson, what about Jason? Will Slater let him go?
He gives his word.
His word. It isn't worth the breath to blow out a candle.
Yeah. Making up your mind, Judge?
His word.
Oh, say, by the way, before I forget it, do you happen to know anything of a gent who rides a white horse? Fastest-looking horse I ever saw. Travels with an engine and wears a black mask. Seems I recollect some talk about a gent like that, but I can't...
Yes. Most likely the Lone Ranger. And do I wish he was here now to help us out.
Lone Ranger?
Jose! Jose! Get back to Slater. Tell him that jet with the mask is a Lone Ranger.
Lone Ranger?
Yeah, you heard me. The Lone Ranger. Travel fast.
Hey. Reckon that takes care of that. Now about this other matter. What's your answer, Judge Pepper?
I've got no right to talk for other folks.
Father.
Now, Sally.
Father, you have got a right to talk. Everyone looks up to you. Everyone takes your advice. Even Jason meant to. Father, you might as well say yes.
I can't do that. Promise to pay tribute to an ornery skunk like Slater.
People will do it whether you want to or not, Father. They're tired of fighting. They don't want any more of it. As long as there's no legal way for them to all get together and fight Slater, then it's no use fighting separately. You say yourself Slater is outside the law, that the law can't reach him.
Sally, it'll take time, that's all. It takes time.
And meanwhile, Slater goes on robbing and killing. And think of Jason, Father.
Well, what do you say, Judge Pepper?
The answer is no, Carson.
A masked man.
What in blazes, a Lone Ranger?
Look out!
Drop that gun. No, you don't. That's better. Now, don't move, Carson. You've got one of your own bullets.
You're the Lone Ranger.
Judge, can you put this outlaw under arrest?
I sure can, mister.
How's you escape? Slater has
That's
you
enough,
prisoner.
Carson. I asked you if you'll put this man in jail, Judge. You're acting doubtful.
Father, if Carson doesn't get back, Slater will kill Jason.
There's your answer, Masked Man. Jason's a good boy, a mighty good boy. He shouldn't die.
He won't die. Not if we round up enough men to go in there and rescue him.
No, that's against the law.
Father, will you forget laws for once?
No, Miss Sally. Your father's right. The law should be respected. And it will be.
I don't understand.
Judge, by dawn this morning, Tonto will be waiting at the boundary, just where Stony Creek turns toward Wild Horse Lake. He'll have someone with him. Now, Judge, I promise you that this posse will be entirely legal. Will you help round up some men? Enough men to take care of Slater and his whole outfit?
Is that your promise?
Yes, Judge.
Mister, you're the Lone Ranger. If you say so, I believe you.
Good. Here's Carson's gun.
He'll be in jail inside of 2 minutes.
Adios, then, Judge. I'll see you before dawn. Steady, Silver. Hello, boy.
Keno, Carson. Sally, let's get this skunk behind bars in a hurry. Then I'll get busy. The Lone Ranger wants a posse, and he's going to get it.
So that's where Slater's hiding out, is it?
Yes. He's got a lot of gunfighters in there.
Bad country. Hope your plan will work.
I think it will. The only thing we've got to worry about is Jason. He's a prisoner. He's got to be rescued before Slater shoots him.
I savvy. I reckon that'll be Tonto now.
Hi.
Judge Pepper coming, Tonto?
Him head this way now. Me see him.
How many men has he?
Him got plenty. Maybe 50, 60.
That ought to be enough. Provided your plan is carried out.
Tonto and I will start out now.
Mister, you and the agent are the coolest hombres I ever met. Here you're going ahead, just the two of you. You're riding straight into Slater's camp, and it doesn't even bother you.
Tonto and I are used to danger. Besides, it'll create a surprise. While Slater and his men are concentrating on us, you'll bring the posse in at a gallop.
You can sure count on that.
You'll have no trouble with the posse. Just ask for Judge Pepper and explain things to him. Steady, Silver. Easy, big fella. Ready, Tonto?
Me ready.
And it's adios. We meet later.
I'm praying we do. Take care of yourself.
Come on, Silver. Get him up, Scout.
Jason, did you know that masked hombre was the Lone Ranger?
No, I didn't. I wouldn't tell you anyway.
If I'd known who he was, I would have shot him on sight. The Lone Ranger. And I let him slip through my fingers. I let him knock out my men and get on his horse and... him and that engine.
Yeah, and I was cheering for him every minute.
It's enough out of you. Jose's back already, Savvy. But I'm still waiting for Carson. As soon as he gets here with the news that the settlers agree to pay me cash if I leave him be, that's when I take care of you, Jason.
Might as well shoot me now, Slater. What's the difference?
I just want to make certain there's been no hitch, Savvy. But don't worry, Jason. You're as good as 6 feet under right this minute. What in thunder?
It sounds like the Lone Ranger.
Jose, Billings, Pike, bring your guns. It's a masked man, the engine.
Why, they're heading straight this way. Yippee!
Shoot him, let him have it.
Drop those guns or you'll win you.
I'll take care of you right now, Jason.
Stop that, Slater.
No, I am.
Pull him off, Tonto.
You get Jason quick.
Come on, Jason. Behind me on Silver. Carry double. Come on, big fella.
Get him up, Scout.
Why don't stand around with your mouths open? The Lone Ranger's got Jason. His horse is carrying double. Get your horses. Right after him. This time we got him for good.
The outlaws jumped to their horses and galloped after Silver and Scout. Silver was carrying double, and Tonto, faithful as always, stayed beside him rather than save himself. The chase stretched over valley and ridge. Slowly but surely, the outlaws drew up within pistol range. And just as the outlaws reached a narrow space between two jutting cliffs, just as they were ready to fire...
There they are! It's Slater! Hold in on him! Get him!
What blazes? It's a trap. It's a posse. We ran right into a posse.
The posse closed in swiftly. The Lone Ranger and Tonto wheeled their horses and joined the fight. The outlaws tried to get away, but they'd been taken by surprise. Before Slater could rally his men, it was all over.
You're under arrest, Slater!
Judge, did any of them escape? Not a one, Marshal. We corralled them all.
All right, but just a minute. This here is neutral ground. You can't arrest us.
We can.
But it ain't legal.
I reckon you better tell them who I am, Judge
I
Pepper.
sure will. Slater, this territory may not belong to any county or local government, but it's part of the United States. This gentleman standing beside me is a United States Marshal.
The United States? I reckon I'm licked. Who in tarnation thought of bringing a U.S. Marshal down here?
Who do you think, Slater? It was the Lone Ranger.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
It's half past eight. Half past eight. It's 8:30, New York time. Time to wake up, America, and stump the experts. Each week at this time, Lucky Strike arranges a quiz and conversation party in which a large part of the nation joins. You provide the questions, and our experts try to answer them. Remember, for every question used, Lucky Strike will give you not only $10 in war stamps, but a set of the 12-volume Britannica Junior Encyclopedia. If the question is muffed, you get the Junior Britannica plus a $50 war bond plus a 24-volume set of the regular Encyclopedia Britannica. Send your questions to Information Please, 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. If our editorial staff edits your questions a bit, don't fret over it. In case of similarity, we'll have to be sole judge of who shall be paid, and all questions become the property of Information Please. And now light up a Lucky Strike as I present our Master of Ceremonies, book reviewer of the New Yorker magazine, Clifton Fadiman. Mr. Fadiman.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Ladies and gentlemen, keeping to its policy of a strictly unrehearsed and spontaneous program, Information Please offers tonight as its board of experts our regulars, John Kieran and Franklin P. Adams, and as our guests, the eminent radio commentator and author of Berlin Diary, William L. Shirer, and our old friend Christopher Morley, whose new novel, Thoroughfare, is just out. And by the way, speaking of books, don't forget Mr. Adams' anthology, Innocent Merriment, and Mr. Kieran's ditto, Poems I Remember. I think that washes up everybody, doesn't it? But before we begin, I'd like to read a telegram that Information Please has just received. Here's the telegram. For the third consecutive year, Information Please has been voted the best quiz show on the air by more than 600 radio editors and newspaper columnists of the United States and Canada through Motion Picture Daily's annual poll. Signed, Motion Picture Daily, Sam Shane, editor. We thank the Motion Picture Daily, and we thank the 600 radio editors and newspaper columnists, and we hope to occupy the same position next year. Now we're going to start with a question from John D. Moore of Los Angeles, California. And gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to get all on this three-part question. What game is played with one ball by 8 players. 1 ball, 8 players. What's the game? I see a practically blank look. I see 4 blank looks, as a matter of fact. Mr. Kieran.
Would that be water polo?
It's polo. I don't know whether it's...
Oh, that's right. It's, of course, polo on horseback.
Yeah. How many men in water polo?
I've never seen... The truth, I've forgotten it so long since I've seen a water polo game.
Well, I would like to know whether water polo is played with 8 men or not. I don't know.
The horses players, too?
Yes. You do inject that humane note, Mr. Morley. I suppose horses are players.
Well, I think that's what people go to see polo games to watch, is the horses.
I hope there are no polo players listening to you. What game is played with 16 balls and 2 players? 16 balls and 2 players, Mr. Kieran.
Pocket billiards.
Pocket billiards, yes. Mr. Adams, aren't you a pocket billiard specialist?
I'm a pool player.
Pool or pocket billiards, yes. 15 balls, numbered 1 to 15, and of course the white cue ball. What game is played with 1 ball by 30 players? 1 ball by 30 players. Mr. Kieran.
Rugby.
Rugby is right, yes. Now, I don't know whether water polo is played in exactly the same way that ordinary polo
I ought to be
played.
plunked for not saying
horseback
polo.
All right,
right
then we'll flop you and send a $50 war bond to Mr. Moore and a set of the Britannica. And now a question from Mrs. Harvey A. Smith of Omaha, Nebraska. And again, I'm going to ask you gentlemen to get all on this 3-part question. Name a writer who is associated with each of these rivers. The first river is the Weser, W-E-S-E-R. Mr. Kieran.
Robert Browning.
Robert Browning is
Pied
right.
Piper of Hamelin.
Yes, that is the scene of the famous poem. Now, how about the river Styx, S-T-Y-X? Name an author associated. Mr. Morley.
John Kendrick Bangs, The Houseboat on the Styx.
Very good. I wonder how many people still read that, Mr. Morley, do you think?
Illustrated by Peter Newell.
Yes, it used to be a classic how many years ago, would you say?
Well, however many years ago it takes to be a classic.
Well, it depends. In the case of books by Mr. Morley, it takes only a year or two.
About when I was about 10 years ago. 10
yes,
years
or longer ago than that. Of course, Homer, also a classic in a small way, has written about the Styx, too. Has he not, Mr. Kieran?
Yes, he has. Yeah. And Virgil.
Homer and Virgil, yes. Now, how about the river Yukon? What, Mr. Adams?
Robert W. Service.
Yes. What's the poem called that has made the Yukon famous?
The Something of the Yukon.
Yes.
The book.
Apparently very bad in spelling, Mr. Adams. It's The Spell of the Yukon. The Spell of the Yukon. By Robert W. Service. That gives us 3 out of 3 and sends us on to a question from Mrs. J. Burchett of Bloomfield, Iowa. Again, get all on this. What event occurred, or took place, in the following places? What event occurred in the Hall of Mirrors? The Hall of Mirrors. Mr. Shira.
The signing of the Versailles Treaty.
Yes, at the end of World War I. And I think we may say safely that the peace treaty will not be signed at the end of this World War at the Hall of Mirrors. Is there a good hall in Berlin, Mr. Shira, where a peace treaty can be signed?
I can think of several, yes.
Several good places.
Yeah.
Well, we hope to give you a chance to pick one out for us. How about an event that occurred on the U.S. ship Augusta, United States ship Augusta? Mr. Morley.
The signing of the Atlantic Charter.
Yes, the Atlantic Charter, signed by whom?
By Churchill and Roosevelt
Yes.
and their assistants.
Yes, an important historical event, perhaps a misnomer, because as Mr. Roosevelt pointed out a little while ago, the Atlantic Charter, of course, applies not merely to the nations on either side of the Atlantic, but to the Pacific nations, too. How about an event that took place in a house on the coast of North Africa? This might have been pretty recent. Mr. Kieran.
General Clark landed there and conducted negotiations that led to an understanding between the French there and the invading troops that came later.
That's exactly right, yes. General Clark.
That's where he lost that gold money, wasn't it?
Yes. How much was it? $38,000?
$15,000, he said.
$15,000? And well lost, too. How about this one from Louise Raff of Jackson Heights, New York? Can you identify the poem if I give you the first words of the first lines? That is, I'm going to give you the first words of 4 lines and give me the poem and the lines. Behind, behind, before, before. Mr. Morley.
Joaquin Miller.
Good work, Mr. Morley. That's very good.
Behind him lay the gray Azores, and so on.
That's very good. Now, that's picking it out of the blue. Behind the gates of Hercules, before him, not the ghost of shores, before him, only shoreless seas. Joaquin Miller, and it's about whom? What?
Columbus.
Columbus. Now here, another set of first words. Over, through, over, through. Mr. Adams.
Over the river and through the woods.
Yeah, but you've got two more overs, and one more over and one more through. To get over and to get through.
I don't know. It couldn't be over the hills to the poorhouse.
No.
Over and over?
It's not over the hills and to the poorhouse for Miss Raff, who's on the point of winning a $50 war bond. Mr. Kieran?
It doesn't ring. Yeah.
Over hill, over dale, through bush, through briar.
Sorrow bush.
Well, approximately. That would be giving it away. Over park, over pale, through flood, through fire. Mr. Kieran, what's it from?
That's Puck, isn't it? In Midsummer Night's Dream.
I guess that gives us one wrong. Now, how about this set of first words? Should, and, and. Mr. Kieran.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind.
And how's it go on? We've got another should and another and. To work through.
I guess we need a little help on that.
Same line repeated.
Just da capo.
No, not quite. Should all acquaintance be forgot and days are all blank sign. Now, that, I think, loses a $50 war bond to Miss Raff and a set of the Britannica, courtesy of Lucky Strike, and sends us on to a question from Emil Fox of Monticello, Illinois. Well, gentlemen, we have a musical question here. I'm very glad to propound it, Mr. Levant being away. What musical composition does each of these violin passages come from? That's very easy. Let's have the first.
I think it was written by Rimsk.
By whom?
Rimsky-Korsakov.
That's right. Go ahead. Don't stop, Mr. Adams. You're doing beautifully. Well, what did Rimsky-Korsakov write?
Oh, an opera with a 3 in it.
No, I don't know which one you mean. You mean Love of Three Oranges? That was written by somebody else.
No, I give up.
Good. It was written, Rimsky-Korsakov is right. It's the first movement of the famous Scheherazade suite. Mr. Kieran, did that come back to you at all?
I was too timid.
All right, let's see if we can have better luck on the second part of the musical question. Mr. Kieran.
I think that is the Danse Macabre, isn't it?
That's right. That's pretty good. I hope Mr. Levant is listening in. Yes, who wrote it,
It's
Mr.
that
Kieran?
French chap with
Berlioz.
No.
Well, I don't know. Don't ask.
Saint-Saëns.
Saint-Saëns, yes.
How you doing?
It's a tough one to pronounce. And the third and last. Now, come, gentlemen. You've all heard that from early childhood. Mr. Kieran?
I think that's the Meditation from Thais.
That is exactly right,
Massenet.
Mr. Kieran. Thank you very much. And that loses us a $50 war bond to Mr. Fox and a set of the Britannica. Well, how about, I guess that's all we have time for at the moment. Now, Mr. Cross points out something worth remembering when you step up to a cigarette counter.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, remember the chant of the tobacco auctioneer. For in a very real sense, a cigarette counter is like one of those tobacco auctions down south, with many different grades and qualities of tobacco up for sale, and you as the tobacco buyer. Obviously, your enjoyment depends on selecting a cigarette made of the riper, lighter, milder leaf. So it's worth your while to take a tip from the independent tobacco experts who spend their lives buying, selling, and handling the leaf. Sworn records show that with these experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen, with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1. Smokers, to put it in a nutshell, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Mr. Cross, your 59-second summary puts the facts right on the barrel head. And now a question from Charles Pratt, Commander in the United States Navy, Denver, Colorado. Let's get 2 out of 3 on this one. What would each of these famous brothers be likely to write each other about? The first set of brothers, Morton, writing to Walker. Mr. Adams.
They'd probably ask for a high one outside, or to...
You wouldn't put it in a letter.
Put the... Oh, yes, they might.
Well, that's kind of a slow game.
When they consult somebody in the stand, says, write him a letter.
That's right, Bagosh. Who are Morton and Walker, Mr. Adams?
They're a pitcher and a catcher from the world champion Cardinals, thank heaven, on whom I won plenty dough.
Well, now we have the whole story except for their last name, Mr. Adams. Their last name. Their last name. They have a last name, too.
Cooper.
Yeah, you didn't say Cooper.
Cooper and Cooper.
Cooper and Cooper. All right. Now, how about Brother Dwight writing to Brother Milton? What would he be writing about, Mr. Morley?
It would be General Eisenhower and his brothers.
Yes, correct.
General Eisenhower in command of the American forces in North Africa, and his brother Milton Eisenhower, who I think has an official job in Washington, hasn't he?
In the Office of War Information.
Yes, he's administrative head there, assistant to Mr. Davis. And what would they be writing about, presumably? No military secrets.
Well, they'd be too smart to let us know.
Well, it might be the Army or War Information.
Probably say, how is Mama?
They probably would. William and Stephen might write to each other about what? William and Stephen. Mr. Shire?
About some poem or...
Yes, who are William and Stephen?
Benet.
Yes, the famous Benet brothers. William Rose Benet and Stephen Vincent Benet might write to each other about poetry. So we got all 3 on that. How about this one, which is about frogs, gentlemen, from R. McKinnon of White Plains, New York. Each of these frogs ran into difficulties. Identify the frogs for us. The first frog lost a contest because of sabotage. Mr. Kieran.
The jumping frog of Calaveras County, as recounted by Mark Twain.
And what was the sabotage in that case, Mr. Kieran?
Well, he was a jumping frog, and while his owner was inveigled outside, a fellow who was betting on another frog poured a lot of bird shot down his open throat.
Yes.
So he couldn't jump very well, carrying that extra weight.
You know, Mark Twain made a pretty good story out of that small anecdote. Yeah. How about the frog who brought about his own end by delusions of grandeur? Mr. Morley.
That surely was the frog in Aesop who blew himself up in rivalry with the bull until he exploded.
That's exactly right, yes. Mr. Adams, do you have another idea?
No, sir, that was mine.
Same old frog. How about this frog had amorous intentions? Who would that be? Mr. Adams.
That was the frog who would a wooing go.
That is the one.
Hey ho, says Rowley.
That is the one. Yes, Mr. Adams, thank you very much. Here's one from Jerry J. Katayama of Salt Lake, Utah. Name a famous or notorious man who was taken prisoner at the following places. The first one was taken prisoner at Hua Cheng Chi, Huachengchi. Mr. Shira.
Chiang Kai-shek.
Chiang Kai-shek. What are the circumstances in connection with that, briefly?
He was kidnapped by the young marshal, Chang Lu-san, who I believe had communist tendencies at the time. And the young marshal wanted to win him over to fighting Japan. And I think in the end you might say he had some success.
Yes, it really made a united front possible in China. Wouldn't you say that,
yes.
Mr. Shire? Yes. Who was taken prisoner at Uffing, Uffing, as I have it spelled here? Uffing. Mr. Shire, I think you might perhaps be the only one who would know that. Well, it was Hitler. After the beer hall putsch, he was imprisoned somewhere in a castle in Uffing. Would that be right, Mr. Shire?
No, he was he was imprisoned in the fortress at Landsberg.
At the fortress at Landsberg?
Yes.
Well, I don't know
it was
where
a military
Uffing
fortress, which was a sort of punishment they gave to military uprisings.
Yes. Well, perhaps the...
He wasn't a prisoner, except as was a putsch against the state.
Yes.
Uffing was the way he spent his time while he was there.
Or whipping.
Upping and puffing, no doubt. How about one who was taken prisoner several miles outside of East Court in South Africa? Mr. Morley.
Well, it sounds like it's only a guess, but it sounds like Winston Spencer Churchill.
That's no guess. You must have known that, Mr. Morley.
I just felt it was coming.
Good for you. Yes, when did that happen?
In the Boer War,
During the Boer War.
1900.
Yes, when Mr. Churchill was quite a young man. He was taken prisoner. He was accompanied a reconnoitering party in an armored trade, and he escaped after a thrilling series of adventures. Well, that gives us at least 2 out of 3. And how about this one? Again, get 2 out of 3. This one comes from Mabel L. Hanna of New York. About whom were these questions asked? And these are all quotations. What art can wash her guilt away? About whom was that said, Mr. Kieran?
About a girl by Oliver Goldsmith.
Yes, can you...
Betrayed woman.
Yes.
A lovely woman.
A lovely
woman.
woman. Lovely woman.
A lovely woman stoops to folly and learns too late that men betray. What,
Art can soothe her melancholy.
No, what art can wash her guilt away, isn't it?
Yes. What charm?
What charm can soothe her melancholy? What art can
wash her guilt away? The lines that
only
we found
art her
there.
guilt to cover, to
Go ahead.
hide grief from every eye, to wring repentance from her lover, and to wring his bosom is to die.
You've got it approximately right, Mr. Kieran. Those very beautiful 8 lines are, of course, from Goldsmith's Deserted Village, where they're inserted as a kind of song. How about this question? Wilt please you sit and look at her? About whom was that question asked? Wilt please you sit and look at her? Reminiscently?
Why,
I don't.
my dead mistress. By Browning.
My last
mistress.
Yes, don't try to heat this program up that way.
He describes how he took one of her golden hairs and put it around her throat and strangled her, and she looked so sweet, and he calls the neighbors in.
That's right. And
Should I read Browning sometime?
you and Mr. Morley get together and read Browning. That's the correct answer. About whom was this question asked? Don't you think she's kind of neat? Don't you think she's kind of neat? Mr. Adams.
I don't know. It was asked in the song.
It's from what song? About whom was it asked? In what song?
Rhymes with feet.
Rhymes with feet?
Doesn't it?
I don't know. I've only got 3 lines here, and there are no rhymes in them. I have to have more lines to tell you. It's wheat and street. Now, I ask you very confidentially, ain't she sweet? I don't think we really did very well on that one. That sends a $50 war bond to the Tanner and a set of the Britannica courtesy of Lucky Strike. And now, before we go on to the next question, here's Mr. Rysdale, who believes in suiting the action to the word.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you can easily prove to yourselves that Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. You need only roll a Lucky between your fingers, just as I'm doing right now, to see for yourselves how round and firm and fully packed Luckies really are. And now, I'm going to put that Lucky between my lips and strike a match. I hold the match to the end of the cigarette. Try this little test yourself sometime to prove that Luckies are truly free and easy on the draw. And then, do as I'm doing now. Strike another match and light your Lucky Strike in the usual way. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you'll prove to yourself beyond the shadow of a doubt that Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Thank you, Mr. Rysdale. And now a question from Josephine Trawick of Brooklyn. Which of these peoples has at some time been declared Aryan by the Nazis? And the first are our old friends, the Japanese. Aryan by the Nazis?
Yes. I recall that Ribbentrop declared them so.
And I guess that made them Aryans.
For German purposes, I believe it did.
Yes, well, I believe they act like Aryans from the German point of view. It's very probably true. How about the Egyptians? Have they at any time been declared Aryan by the Nazis? The Egyptians. Well, you might work that out.
The
Mr.
Sphinxes,
Adams?
you mean.
Pardon?
The
Mr. Adams?
Sphinxes.
I'm sorry.
The Sphinxes were, maybe.
Maybe. Now, apparently we don't know. The Egyptians were not declared Aryan by the Nazis because they had fought on the side of the Allies in World War I. You see, the German logic is very odd. Well, that gives us one wrong. Now, how about the Turks? Were they ever declared Aryan by the Nazis? Mr. Kieran.
Which way they jump?
No, actually, they have been declared Aryan by the Nazis because they fought on the side of the Germans in World War I. Apparently, there's going to be very little distinction left to any of us pretty soon except to be non-Aryan. Well, that sends a $50 war bond to Miss Trawick and a set of the Britannica. How about this one from Lillian Faneuf of Concord, New Hampshire? What mineral or type of food is necessary for the following purposes? For your red blood corpuscles. What kind of mineral do you need for your red blood corpuscles, Mr. Kieran?
Iron.
Iron is right, yes. And how do you get iron?
Well, you can chew on a hunk of the hematite if you want.
It's terrible stuff, though.
You can get it in
Spinach.
Vegetables.
Yes, green vegetables, iron.
Calcium.
Calcium is right. And where would you get calcium, Mr. Adams, if you were out for it?
Out of stones and things.
They don't eat very well up your part of the
Milk?
country. Yes, milk, sure.
Chalk,
wouldn't you?
Chalk,
Going to
if you
school.
care for it.
Milk? Peanut brittle? Nothing sold after the train leaves?
What type of food is necessary for the building of body tissue? What type of food is necessary for the building of body tissue? This is the thing. Mr. Morley? Mr. Kieran?
Iodine.
Well, you need a lot, including phosphorus and calcium and iron and, wait a minute,
but it doesn't have to be a mineral.
magnesium. Got to have magnesium.
Those things you make...
Bread and butter?
Bread and butter. Now you're getting onto it, Mr. Adams. So what sort of food is necessary?
Pretty near all kinds.
Well, I'm trying to get the word protein out of you, and I can't seem to...
I said protein.
Did you say protein? What did you call it when you said protein?
Protein.
Oh. Well, that gives us at least 2 out of 3. How about this one from Howard Richardson of Toronto, Canada? Let's suppose that an award of $100,000 was made to the greatest detective in the world. If these characters of fiction came to claim the award for a relative, who might he be? Now, the first is a brood of children who visit police headquarters to claim it for their father. Who is the detective who is their father?
Philoprogenitor?
It's a good guess. No, I think almost au contraire in his case.
Who?
I think it was Charlie Chan who had 11 children. Charlie Chan, the famous detective of Earl Durr Biggers. Now, suppose a gentleman phoned saying that he never left his club, but that his brother was entitled to the award of $100,000 for being the greatest detective, Mr. Kieran.
How about Sherlock Holmes?
Yes, and who was the brother?
Well, I've forgotten his brother's name.
I bet Mr. Morley has.
That was a member of the Diogenes Club, Mr. Mycroft Holmes.
Yes. Does he ever appear in any of the detective stories of Sherlock Holmes, Mr. Morley?
Yes, oh yes, and the Greek interpreter, and in the final story.
And does whenever brother Sherlock somebody to write a series of detective stories about Mycroft Holmes, Mr.
And
Morley?
somebody to illustrate as well as Freddie Steele did.
They have done it. He has done it. Rex Stout, I'm sure, took his idea for his detective from Who Never Leaves His House from Mycroft Holmes.
From Mycroft.
Yes, the orchid fancier.
Nero Wolfe?
Nero Wolfe.
Fat Boy Wolfe?
Nero Wolfe
Yeah.
is, I'm sure, a very able variant on the idea of Mycroft Holmes.
Yes, that's very possible. Now, how about a police inspector who comes to claim the award for a school teacher? Who would the detective be? Well, it would be Inspector Piper. That's Hildegard Withers' famous detective in the Stuart Palmer stories. And I guess we lose a $50 war bond on that one. And how many? 4? Treaty Britannica. And 5 $50 war bonds. That means $250 going to Mr. Morgenthau. And speaking of bonds, I was reading a short book the other day called Prelude to Victory by James B. Reston. And if you have time to read only one book about the war, I'd say read Prelude to Victory. But what I wanted to mention was a short sentence with which it begins, a quotation from the English novelist Somerset Maugham. Here's the sentence. If a nation values anything more than freedom, it will lose its freedom. And the irony of it is that if it is comfort or money that it values more, it will lose that too. That's a thought for hesitant bond buyers. And next week, the Kieran Adams Levant Trio will be on hand, and as our guest, the brilliant 480 Lexington Avenue, New York Speed Riggs, famous tobacco auctioneer from Goldsboro, North Carolina. Hey, Foldy,
In person, Dinah Shore. Come on in, Dinah.
Hello, Truman. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hiya, fellas. Well, all right.
Yes, in person, Dinah Shore, with Gordon Jenkins and his orchestra in her own show. Dinah herself in person, with words and music for everyone, especially for our boys in the service and the girls they left behind them. Brought to you by Bristol Myers Company, with the suggestion that you make Mum your word for charm. That's M-U-M, Mum. For the first number tonight, Dinah Shore sings A Touch of Texas.
Got a touch of Texas on my tongue. Got too much of Texas in my tongue. Oh, this place will be my ruin. Yippee and wahoo and take me back to New York. Got a touch of Texas in my hair. Got too much of Texas in my hair. Yes, the sand from Amarillo keeps a scratching at my pillow. Take me back to Times Square, for I've seen every part of just what I'm deep in the heart of. Got a touch of Texas in my talk. Got too much of Texas in my walk. Oh, the sage may be a bloomin', but for miles there's nothing human. Take me back to New York. Kaya yippee, yippee, kaya. Take me back to New York. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Mighty pretty, Miss Dinah. Mighty pretty.
Well, thank you, too, Mr. Truman. But how about that howdy strange accent?
Well, Dinah, I tell you, that's the way I feel when I talk of Texas. The state that gave us the Alamo, the Texas Rangers, and Sheridan.
Well, Truman, when I think of Texas, the things that come to my mind are the great airfields and the training centers and the service camps and those great big gorgeous guys that go in them.
Yes, Dinah, I understand that Texas A&M has more graduates who are officers in the United States Army than has West Point itself.
Right you are. And those boys had no intention of becoming professional soldiers, but they're proving every day that they're willing to fight for the four freedoms, to keep decency, honor, and justice alive.
Friends, Dinah Shore sings, There Are Such Things.
A heart that's true. There are such things. A dream for two. There are such things. Someone to whisper, darling, you're my guiding star. Not caring what you own, but just what you are. A peaceful sky. There are such things. A rainbow high, where heaven sings. So have a little faith and trust in what tomorrow brings. You'll reach a star, because there are such things. There are such
While we're on the subject, Betty, how about next Saturday? There's a tea dance for the men in the service. How'd you like to come?
Well, that'd be delightful. Where's it going to be?
At the Governor Hotel, and it's at 4 o'clock. And you better be ready.
Well, certainly I'll be ready. I'll even think over what I'm going to wear right now. Let's see. Should I wear my blue dress or the red dress?
Don't ask me. I don't care what color your dress is, Betty. But just be sure you wear those same blue eyes, will you?
Well, looks like Betty's blue eyes have a lot to do with the good time she has. But, of course, there's more to it than that. You know, Betty must also be charming and appealing. Yes, you know, any girl who has lots of dates, who's popular, must be dainty, flower fresh. You know, she'd never take chances with her charm. Wise girls never do. That's why so many popular girls play safe with Mum. Yes, they follow the famous sure way to banish undaintiness, the Mum way. That's M-U-M, Mum, the snowy white underarm deodorant cream. It's quick, it's safe, it's sure. The famous Mum way. Quick, because Mum takes only 30 seconds to apply. Safe, because it cannot irritate your skin, cannot harm the fabric of your daintiest dress. Sure, because it gives you dependable protection all through a long day, a late evening. Of course, you can use Mum at any time, even after you're dressed if you like. And be sure to use Mum after every bath. Your bath takes care of the past, of course, but then Mum protects your daintiness in the hours after your bath. Why don't you get a jar from your druggist tomorrow? And now, here she is again, Dinah Shore, in person.
Thank you, Truman. You know, folks, names make news. In Hollywood, it's the names of stars. Hedy Lamarr, Lana Turner, Bing Crosby, Bob Hope, and so on. And on the front pages, it's Tunisia, Algeria, Booner, Gona. But up in Harlem, when it's time for that 2 o'clock feeding, there's another name that makes news, Mr. Franklin D. Roosevelt Jones.
It's a big holiday everywhere, for the Jones family has a brand new heir. He's a joy heaven sent, and they proudly present Mr. Franklin D. Roosevelt Jones. When he grows up, he never will stray with a name like the one that he's got today. As he walks down the street, folks will say, pleased to meet Mr. Franklin D. Roosevelt Jones. What a smile and how he shows it. He'll keep happy all day long. What a name, I bet he knows it. With that handle, how can he go wrong? And the folks in the town all agree he'll be famous as he can be. How can he be a dud or a stick in the mud when he's Franklin D. Roosevelt Jones? Yes, sirree, yes, sirree, yes, sirree.
Men in service, it's the mail call. Girls back home, these are your selections for the memory medley of the week. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Dinah Shore in person.
Just 2 weeks from tonight is Christmas. And certainly Christmas of all days of the year is the time of happy memories. I wish I had time to sing every memory song you've asked for tonight, friends. But I've picked 3 that I'm sure will have memories, happy memories for you. And with these songs, let's bring together in our thoughts all those near and far of whom the music brings memories.
And now, Dinah's memory medley. Always, when the lights go on again, and Chloe.
I'll be loving you always with a love that's true. Always, when the things you plan need a helping hand, I will understand. Always, always, days may not be fair. Always, that's when I'll be there. Always. just a day, not for just a year, but always, always, when the lights go on again, all over the world, and the boys are home again, all over the world, and rain or snow is all that may fall from the skies above. A kiss won't mean goodbye, but hello to love. When the lights go on again, all over the world, and the ships will sail again, all over the world, then we'll have time for things like wedding rings, and free hearts will sing. When the lights go on again, all over the world, Chloe, empty spaces meet his eyes, empty arms outstretched, he's crying through the black of night. I gotta go where you are. If it's wrong or right, I gotta go where you are. I'll roam through the dismal swampland, searching for you. 'Cause if you are lost there, let me be there too. Through the smoke and flame, I gotta go where you are. For no place could be too far where you are. Ain't no chains can bind you. If you live, I'll find you. Love is calling me. I gotta go where you are.
Dinah Shore saying good night until next week to all of you fellas in the service from us girls at home. Good night, girls. Night, fellas. Night, everybody.
Remember next week, same time in person, Dinah Shore, same station. And won't you remember to make Mom your word for charm? Get a jar of Mum, that's M-U-M, Mum, from your druggist tomorrow.
This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the Blue...
We'd like to introduce you to Mr. and Mrs. North. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this new series of programs, which each week at this time will present America's most attractive young couple, Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Peggy Conklin in the role she created on the Broadway stage, with Carl Eastman as Mr. North. In the neighborhood where Pam and Jerry North live, they're known as that delightful, though slightly delirious duo. To Mr. Robinson, the grocer, there's no customer whom he'd rather wait on than Pamela North, even though she occasionally pays her bill with an unsigned check. Over at the Dodson Publishing Company, Jerry North, rising young editor, not only discusses Eugene O'Neill with the president, but also Dick Tracy with the office boys. In short, Pam and Jerry will often amuse you, sometimes confuse you, but will certainly never bore you. As our story opens, it's early Sunday morning. So now, let's meet Mr. and Mrs. North.
Jerry, dear. Jerry, wake up.
What's the matter? What time is it?
It's 8:30. You've already slept 12 hours. You want to spend the whole day in bed?
Yeah.
Oh, Jerry, please wake up. You're spoiling all my plans.
Plans? What plans?
For the picnic, dear. You know, the picnic.
Oh, yes, dear. We'll talk about it in the morning. Good night, dear.
Jerry, come on now and get up. Get up.
Pam, don't pull the covers off. I'm cold.
But it's warm, dear, for the picnic. It's a beautiful day out.
How can I tell? Pull the shades up.
Darling, the shades are up.
Oh, Pam, go to bed. It's a horrible day. The worst day of the year.
But it's going to be nice. I can tell.
All right. Give me the phone.
What are you going to do?
Hello, operator. Give me the Weather Bureau.
Isn't that silly, Jerry? I just finished telling
Hello,
you.
Weather Bureau. What are you planning for today? Cloudy, followed by rain, and colder. Would you recommend a picnic? You wouldn't? Thanks very much.
Jerry, that's perfectly ridiculous. You know they have a little man down there with rheumatism. And every time it hurts him, they say it's going to rain. Now hurry and take your shower, dear. I've got your gray suit all laid out in the dressing room.
Darling, I'm not going to wear my best suit to a picnic, especially a rainy picnic. Now just get my brown tweed, huh?
Oh, not that old, ugly brown tweed.
You don't seem to understand. The material was woven by hand. That suit comes from London.
Yes, but we don't have as many fogs over here, dear, and people will see you in it. Now hurry, Jerry, come on.
By the way, Dr. Livingston, who's making this trip with us?
Well, I haven't invited anyone yet, but I thought I'd call Herb and Kate, and the Flemings, and Charlie and Jean, and, oh, yes, darling, that French fellow, Pierre Dubois. He's charming.
Charming. Well, that settles it. Count me out.
Now, dear, it's so silly of you to get angry every time Pierre kisses my hand.
Well, I don't mind him kissing your hand, but I do get so when he starts biting your nails.
Jerry, you do love me, don't you?
Yes, I suppose so.
Well, say you do.
All right, I love you.
And I love you, too. Now put on your gray suit, dear.
I'm telling you right now, if Pierre Dubois goes...
I'm only inviting him for your sake. He can gather wood and make the fire. And besides, he knows all about the birds and the flowers.
Really? Do you think his mother should have told him? Ma'am, how do you expect me to wash my face if your stockings are in the sink?
Well, take a hot tub, dear. Go soak yourself.
I can't. Your girdle's in there.
Just a minute, Jerry. Hello? Mr. Moscone? This is Mrs. North.
Who are you talking to, dear?
Mr. Moscone, the butcher. Hello, Mr. Moscone. I wonder whether you'd do me a big favor. Could you come over here right away?
Ma'am, it's Sunday.
I know, Jerry, I know. What's that? You will come over? Oh, Mr. Moscone, you're the nicest butcher. Oh, yes, you are. Bye.
I think that's an imposition, Pam. Why should he come over here on Sunday?
Well, that's all right, Jerry. He won't mind. I know.
Wait a minute. What do you mean, you know?
Well, I've done some favors for him.
Now, what kind of favors can you do for a butcher besides buying meatballs from him?
Oh, dear, you say such amusing things. But you'll feel better when you get out in the hot sun. Incidentally, while you were having coffee, I made the calls, and everybody will meet here in a few hours, about noon.
Oh, there's the doorbell, Pam. You'll have to answer it. I'm not dressed.
Well, it couldn't be Mr. Moscone. Are you expecting anyone?
Now, you know I'm not. I don't understand why I can't sleep on Sunday morning. Other men do.
You really think I should answer it, Jerry? After all, it's so early and people shouldn't come calling.
Well, I guess nobody's home, Ellen. That's funny. This is the 21st, isn't it?
Yes, Harold. Are you sure this is the right address?
It says north on the bell here.
Well, maybe you misunderstood the invitation. Just when is brunch served?
Brunch is a combination of breakfast and lunch, I think. And I distinctly remember, just as we were leaving Charlie Henry's the other night, Mrs. North said, come early, because Mr. North doesn't like to sleep late on Sunday morning.
Well, I'll ring once more and see what happens. Oh, good morning.
Hello, Mrs. North.
Oh, good morning, Ellen and Harold. How nice of you to drop by. Won't you come in? Oh, yes, thank you. Oh, it's rather drizzly out. Our raincoats are a little damp. Well, here, let me have them. We'll hang them right here in the hall. Oh, fine. That's it. Now, come right in here in the living room. Just make yourself comfortable for a while. My, what a lovely room. Oh, it's so charming. And all those books. Well, there must be over 1,000. 1,003. Martha, that's our maid, counted them last Thursday. She didn't have much to do. Wait till I call Mr. North. He's still in his robe. Oh, Jerry, you remember Ellen and Harold, don't you?
Helen and Harold who? Oh, I beg your pardon. How do you do, Helen and Harold? Awful out, isn't it?
No, dear, Ellen and Harold. You remember Charlie Henry's the other night?
Oh, yes. A nice party, wasn't it?
Certainly was. It was swell meeting you, Mrs. North. Mr. North.
Oh, you can call me Pam and call Jerry Jerry. Tell me, Ellen, do you often take walks around here on Sunday morning? We always do. Oh, no, we never walk in Greenwich Village. We always do our walking in the Bronx.
In the Bronx? Really?
Yes, that's where we live.
Well, my old boss used to live up there. Johnson, I think his name is. You two been married long?
6 months.
No, his name is Mallory. Any children?
Jerry. Don't you think you'd better go in and get dressed, dear? Our guests will be here soon. We're having guests, you know, Ellen. Why, yes, we sort of expected you would. Oh, did you? Well, dear, I'll go in and help you find your socks.
Oh, you don't have to. They're in the top drawer of the dresser.
Martha and I moved them yesterday. House cleaning. We vacuumed everything.
You vacuumed? Oh, the socks. Excuse us, will you, for a moment?
Sure, of course.
Just make yourself comfortable. There's some cigars and peanut brittle over there. Be right back.
All right, Pam. What's the socks mystery about?
Jerry, why did you invite those people here?
Why did I invite? Now, listen, you figure out who they are and then get in touch with me. I'm going to get dressed. By the way, where is that brown tweed suit? Have you seen it?
But I thought you invited them here. I don't know.
Pam, didn't I wear that suit 2 weeks ago? Sure, I put it in this closet. Funny.
I knew their names and their faces.
Now, who in the world is that?
Well, that must be Mr. Moscone. Now, darling, you stay here and I'll take care of everything.
Wait a minute, Pam. I haven't found that brown tweed.
Oh, hello, Harold and Ellen.
Hello.
Somebody at the door will be right back, and then we'll have a nice short talk.
Good morning, Mrs. North. Now, how's everything?
Oh, come in, Miss Moscone. Let's go into the living room.
Shoes. I'd like to tell you, Mrs. North, how...
awfully nice of you to come over on Sunday.
If you would do something for me, I'd do something for you. It works a half. 50-50. What you got? You see?
Pardon me. This is Mr. and Mrs. Adams, Mr. Moscone. How do you do?
How do you do? I'm pleased to meet you. This is Mrs. North. She's a wonderful woman, no? Yes. You know what she's do for me? Something that's so marvelous.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Moscone. Now, about this favor...
Mrs. North, my wife was there. My kids is there. Most to tell you appreciate. Say, Pam, I can't find that brown suit. Now, where in the world...
Mr. North.
Oh, hello, Mr. Moscone.
Mr. North, I'm a try to tell you wife a thank you.
Thank you? What for?
What for? Because she's a giving me this brown sweetest suit.
Been in this bedroom for 10 minutes and you haven't made any sense yet. Why did you give my brown tweed suit to Mr. Moscone?
Prince.
What is Prince? Prince who?
Oh, dear, don't be dense. You know I'm talking about the Airedale I used to have. His name was Prince, and his coat was just the color of that suit. One day, Prince died, and I was so unhappy I couldn't eat for a week.
Well?
Well, every time you wore that brown tweed, it all came back to me. And I lost my appetite.
For a week?
Sometimes longer.
Pam, I'm going to count 10. And when I'm finished, I'm going to kill you.
Dear, you're so whimsical. But I'm glad it's settled once and for all. It bothered me a little. Well, let's go out and tell Mr. Moscone about the picnic steak, shall we?
All right, Prince.
Mr. North, I want to ask you something.
Look, let's get right to the point, man.
Yes, Jerry. Mr. Moscone.
Yes, Mr.
You see, we're having guests today. I told you that, didn't I, Ellen? And we wondered if you could get us 6 nice, juicy steaks.
For nobody else, Mrs. North. But for you especially, I open up at the shop on a Sunday. I got it a piece of sirloin. It's a melting in your mouth like a hunk of porterhouse.
Why don't you give us the porterhouse?
The sirloin is better. You wait here. I come back before you can say something. Like a Dominique.
See, Mrs. North, your butcher certainly is obliging.
He should be. He's wearing my best suit.
Oh, darling, let's not start that again. It might be your favorite suit, but you know how I hate it. We don't have that trouble. Harold's best suit is his only suit.
Look here, Harold. You're not a communist, are you?
No, I'm an architect. I design houses if somebody will let me design a house.
Houses? Oh, Jerry, don't you want me to help you pick out your tie to match your socks?
To match myself. Here we go again. Excuse us, Harold and Ellen, just for a moment.
Yes, just keep right on with that peanut brittle.
You don't want to spoil our appetite.
Well, smoke the cigars, then.
Well, I'm prepared for anything and hoping against the worst. What is it now?
Something terrible. I forgot that I invited Harold and Ellen to brunch this morning.
Oh, that's not so terrible. They can come to the picnic.
Yes, I know, but you see, I also invited 8 other very nice people, including Mr. and Mrs. Willoughby.
Mr. Willoughby? You mean that writer from Texas the firm's been trying to get under contract for the last 4 months? Oh, Pam, why did you do this? He hates people. He hates crowds. This is going to cost me the biggest contract of my career.
Well, I thought that you could close the deal over a nice, quiet brunch.
Quiet brunch.
And that's why I invited Harold, because I thought since Mr. Willoughby was from Texas, he must like houses and would want to build one, and Harold could design it for him. Everything will turn out beautifully. Don't you see?
Oh, sure, I see. Now, look, there's just one chance. We've got to call off that picnic mob right away. They're the ones I'm afraid of. Anybody who's crazy enough to go on a picnic today, I don't trust.
All right, dear, you call them. Anyway, the picnic people would never mix with the brunch people.
Look, you're taking this very lightly. Pam, just see if you can understand what I'm trying to tell you. Now, if anything happens and I lose that contract, I'll lose my job. Then we won't have any money, so there won't be any place to live. No roof over our heads, no clothes to wear. How would you like that?
But, Jerry, that's what you've always wanted.
What do you mean?
No responsibilities. Harold and Ellen, it was all a mistake. Jerry's calling off the picnic right now, and we're going to have the brunch after all. We'll eat pretty soon. I hope you're not too hungry.
Oh, no, we had the peanut brittle, didn't we, Ellen?
Yes, it was very filling. Now, Harold, I think we'd better talk about how you should handle Mr. Willoughby. I don't think you should start the conversation by mentioning houses. Sort of sneak into it.
Sneak into it?
Yes, you see, Mr. Willoughby is a Southerner, and you might talk about something that will make him feel at home, like cotton or hound dogs.
Mrs. North, I don't know anything about cotton, and I never went hunting.
Oh, well then try something else. Maybe Fort Sumter or Southern Fried Chicken. You're smart, Harold. It'll come to you.
Ellen, pass me some peanut brittle.
Well, my darling, get your fertile mind working again. If you can wriggle out of this one, you'll get time and a half.
Anything wrong, Jerry?
Oh, not much. Only that your picnic friends don't answer their phones, and that probably means they'll be here any minute. Well, Einstein, what have you got to say? Neat little problem, isn't it?
No, Jerry. It's not so difficult. I think I can handle it.
Wait a minute. Don't look at me like that.
But it's quite obvious, darling. You have to suddenly become very, very sick. Lie quietly, or nobody will believe you're sick in bed.
Yeah, well...
Stop squirming. Ellen, hand me that bandage, will you please? Here you are.
Pam, at least tell me what's supposed to be wrong with you.
No, I can't tell yet, dear, until I see how much bandage we have.
Pam, in another minute, I'm going to explode.
Jerry, keep that expression. Looks just like the Mom.
Oh, Mom.
Here, I wonder who that is. Harold, you and Ellen had better come with me and wait in the kitchen. Oh, Jerry, do something. Get a temperature. We'll be right back. Well, where is the kitchen, Pam? Right through that door there at the left. Now, hurry.
Okay, Pam, you can go right ahead. We're in.
Oh, fine. Oh, Pierre Dubois. Hello, Pierre.
Mrs. North, bonjour, bonjour. It is wonderful to see you again. May I kiss the hand?
Kiss my hand? I don't think so, Pierre. I've some new nail polish on it and it may not agree with you. Come right in.
Wait.
By the way, Pierre, have you noticed the weather out?
Oh, oui, it is getting nastier. But you are always right, Pamela, and you say the weather will clear. So what difference does it make?
Oh, I see. Well, it's not only that, Pierre, but Jerry is very ill.
Oh, man, no. But how terrible. What is the matter?
We don't know yet. The specialist and the surgeon haven't arrived.
Oh, but this must have happened since you telephoned. What are the symptoms?
Well, he's shaking on one side like he has a temperature and shivering on the other side like he has a chill.
That's bleu. What are you doing to relieve this?
Temporarily hot and cold water bottles.
Oh. But he must want his friends at this moment. I insist. I go to him.
Oh, just a minute, Pierre. I better ask him first. I'll call in to him. Oh, Jerry, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Pierre Dubois would like to see you.
Yes, go!
All right, Pierre. The doctor will be here soon. You see how it is, Pierre? Delirious.
Well, is there something I can do to help? Something?
Yes, there is. You see, excitement would be very bad for Jerry right now. So if you'll go outside and wait in your car until the picnic crowd arrives, why, you can tell them how sorry we are and they'll just all go away.
Oh, naturally. I will do this immediately.
Oh, thank you, Pierre. Thank you. I'll show you to the door.
You can depend on me, Mrs. North.
Oh, dear, I wonder who that is now. Wait a second, dear. Oh, Mr. Willoughby.
How do you do, my dear? Of course you remember my wife, Mary Bell.
Yes, of course. Nice to see you again, Mr. Willoughby. Won't you both come in? Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Just let me have your things. I see it's still raining.
Yes, indeed. Mighty hard.
Oh, I beg your pardon. This is Mr. Pierre Dubois, Mr. and Mrs. Willoughby.
Delighted,
How
I'm
do you
too.
do, sir?
It is most unfortunate that you have arrived at this time.
What do you mean, sir, unfortunate?
Oh, it's nothing. That is...
What do you mean, nothing? The condition of Mr. North, he is most terribly sick. He's shaking and quivering.
Mrs. North. I'm afraid we've come at the wrong time. But if there's anything we can do... Mrs. Willoughby, there is. You can stay. Another woman can be such a comfort at a time like this.
In that case, I will stay also.
Oh, no, Pierre. No, you could... Well, you know, outside.
Oh, mais oui, I remember. I will do this immediately. Au revoir, Mr. and Mrs. Willoughby.
Au revoir.
Won't you come into the living room? Sit down.
Thank you. But, I rather feel, Mrs. North, that Mary Bell and I are in the way.
Oh, no, you're not. I may need some help if Jerry gets one of his attacks. And we're going to have brunch, too. Yes, don't worry. We'll be glad to stay, my dear.
Pam. Oh, Pam.
Just a minute, Jerry. Excuse me, please.
Oh, certainly.
Yes, dear. Are you having a pain?
What pain? Where did you put my sock?
You see, the attack is starting again.
What are you talking about, Pam? Just tell me where you hid my clothes.
Oh, dear, it's getting worse. It's the cold weather. The cold weather? But the cold weather hasn't started yet. I know, but I guess he feels it coming. Excuse me just for a minute. I'll be right back.
Certainly.
Jefferson?
Yes?
Is this Mr. North, the gentleman who's been trying to contact you for his publishing company?
Yes, he's the one. Acts mighty strange, doesn't it?
Yes, indeed. I'd think twice before I had any business dealings with him.
Well, as far as I can see, Pam, everything's swell if Pierre just heads off the picnic bunch and we carry right on with Willoughby. The only thing I don't like is you telling him I have fits.
Well, you can always explain that, dear, or have one. Now, hurry and get dressed. I'll tell them you're all better. That'll fix things.
Yeah, that'll fix things. Good. Oh, well, go on out there and confuse somebody. I'll come in as soon as I'm dressed.
All right, dear.
Well, Miss North, you look much brighter. Your husband all right?
He certainly is, Mr. Willoughby. He's as good as new. Better. He made a rather quick recovery, didn't he, Miss North? Yes, it's that new drug Jerry takes, sulfur-singamicide. It does everything. Oh, that's the door. Excuse me, will you please?
Certainly.
Busy around here, isn't it? I'll be right back.
Hello, Mrs. North. I got something for you. It's going to make your mouth water all over the kitchen.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful, Mr. Moscone. Here, I'll take them. Thank you so much.
Wait a minute. We go inside. You look at them all. Let's go into the living room.
Well, all right. Go right in.
Okay, I want to tell you, Mrs. North, these are steaks. Oh, excuse me. You got a company.
Yes. Mr. and Mrs. Willoughby, I'd like to have you meet a friend of mine, Mr. Moscone. He's an expert on food, especially meat.
Why, is that so? Well, I'm very happy to know you, sir. Matter of fact, I'm preparing a book right now about food. Almost finished. I call it Cooking for Men Only.
Why, Mr. Willoughby, I thought you wrote serious books about cowboys and cattle.
Yes, he does, Miss North. But this book of recipes has been Jefferson's hobby for many years. He only needs a few more to complete the manuscript. And I might tell you he's insane on the subject.
This is most exciting, Mr. Moscone. Meeting a gourmet like you. Say, I've been looking for something for 10 years. Maybe you've got it. A great recipe for a steak sauce.
Steak sauce? I got it the best. You like it to taste?
Well, I wonder if I could have it for my book, if you don't mind.
Sure. These recipes are great. I only give it to people I like. Either hand it down from my great-grandfather to my grandfather to my father to me. But I don't hand it to my son. He's the biggest crook. Wait till I put a piece of steak in the kitchen. Then I'll give you this steak recipe. Come on, Mrs. North.
We'll be right back, Mr. Willoughby. Isn't that nice about the recipe?
Sure is.
Jefferson,
Yeah?
something's puzzling me. Do you think this Miss Moscone is a tradesman?
Why, that's absurd. It's Sunday, for one thing. No tradesman to wear such a perfectly tailored imported tweed.
Well, that's what I thought. This brunch we're here for. Well, maybe the custom is different up north here.
Huh?
Evidently, one's supposed to bring some food.
Oh, I think you're right, my dear. What'll we do about it?
Well, why don't we go out quietly and come back with a pie?
Yeah, but I don't want to take the chance of losing Mr. Moscone. I want that recipe. If it measures up to expectations, I want it for my book.
Now, Jefferson, you'll be able to talk to him all afternoon. Now, let's go while we have the opportunity.
Pam, I'm all dressed now. Let's... Hey, Pam. Mr. Willoughby. What's the... Pam, where are you?
Why, Jerry, what's the matter?
Hello, Mr. North.
How's your headache, Mr. North?
Never mind that. Where's Mr. Willoughby, Pam?
Well, I left him and his wife right here in the living room just a second ago.
Harold. Ellen, did you see them?
Oh, no, Harold and I have been hiding in the kitchen.
Pam, please try to remember. Did you do anything? Did you say anything that could have upset them? Think, Pam. Concentrate.
I don't know what to say, Jerry. Maybe they went for a walk.
Walk. They probably walked out on us. What a wonderful surprise you planned. I was going to get the contract, and Harold was going to design the house. Well, won't you be surprised tomorrow night when I come home and tell you I've been fired? Well, folks, I'm going to leave you to fight. That's very healthy. I'm going to take the wife and the kids to a farm in Indiana, 2 weeks on occasion. So long, and thanks again for the brown and sweetest food.
Goodbye, Mr. Moscone. And thank you very much for everything.
Now, this is the end. First, in the middle of a rainstorm, you start to arrange a picnic. Then you have to call off the picnic because you arranged the brunch. You give away my best suit, you drag Ellen and Harold down here from the Bronx, and finally I lose the best writer I ever hoped to get. Pam, I don't know why I married you.
Jerry, you were in love with me.
What makes you so sure?
Well, it was before the draft, dear.
Gone for over 15 minutes. The last of the Willoughbys, I guess.
Oh, don't feel too badly about it, Mr. North. I don't.
That's right, Jerry. There are other writers. They'd be better than Mr. Willoughby.
Oh, yeah? I'll buy all you can find. Oh, hey, maybe they came back.
I'll go, Mr. North.
Hurry, Harry.
Yeah, it must be Willoughby. I've got one of my hunches.
Oh, Pamela, I've been sitting in the car for half an hour.
Oh, it's you, Tom Hunch.
Jerry, you are all better. Oh, my friend, this is wonderful, merveilleux.
That's pretty good.
What's the trouble, Pierre? Something happened outside?
Oh, but no, that is the trouble. Nothing at all happened. But now that you have recovered, Jerry, we can go on the picnic, yes?
Yeah, you said it. Look, yeah, you go and wait in the car, see? When that gang comes, bring them up in a body. Sure, we'll go on a picnic. Of course, we'll go out in the rain. What do we care? Come on, Pierre, I'll take you to the door.
Jerry, are you sure you're feeling all right?
Oh, Jerry, my friend, I'm very glad to see you so happy. We'll have some fun, yes?
Yes, I'll say we will. Pierre, who do you see coming up the front steps?
Why, your friends, Monsieur and Madame Willoughby.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Willoughby, what happened to you? We thought you'd left.
Oh, no, Mr. North, but why aren't you in bed? We thought you were seriously ill.
Why, I never felt better. Just recovered. It was miraculous. Pierre, forget what I just told you. Do what Pam told you in the first place.
Yeah, but why is this? I go, but I don't understand. I'm confused, but I go.
Yeah, I'll leave the door unlocked. When it's all over, you come back, Pierre. Come right in, won't you?
Thanks.
Let's go right into the living room again. I want you to be very comfortable.
Oh, we're very pleased to see you out of bed, Mr. North, and fully recovered from your sick.
Oh, there you are, Mrs. North.
We're awfully glad you returned, Mr. Willoughby. Awfully glad.
Well, my child, in honor of your brunch and to show our appreciation for your hospitality, we wanted to accept this little pie.
Why, Mr. Willoughby, isn't that sweet?
Nothing.
Oh, thank you both so much. Oh, by the way, here are two more friends of ours you haven't met. Ellen and Harold Adams.
How do you do?
Harold is a wonderful architect. Designs houses, you know. You do need a new house in Texas, don't you, Mr. Willoughby?
Well, frankly, we are going to build a new estate, but I'm surprised. I thought Mrs. Willoughby and I were the only ones who knew that. For me. But I'll talk to you about that later on in the day, young man.
Oh, that'll be swell, Mr. Willoughby. Swell.
Well, now, Mr. North, I've got some news for you.
Yes?
In return for that marvelous service you did for me today, I talked it over with my wife, and I decided to let your company handle my publishing exclusive.
Really? Well, I don't know how to thank you, but what's the service I did for you?
Why, it was through you all I met your friend, Mr. Moscone. Now, if you'll bring him out, I'll take down that recipe. I want to test it out right away. It might be just what I've been looking for so many years.
Mr. Willoughby, do you have to have it right now?
I can't wait. This little book of mine's going to the printers in 2 days. Where is Miss Moscone?
Well, he left, and he won't be back for 2 weeks.
What? Well, can't you catch him? Well, where did he go?
Went to a farm in Indiana. That's all he told me.
He told you? You mean to stand there and tell me you let him get away? I never heard of a thing like that in my life.
Mr. Willoughby, we didn't know you wanted the recipe right away.
If you spend less time having fits and pay more attention to human welfare in general, you know those things.
I know, but
Come on, Maribel. I don't think these people are my friends.
Wait a minute, Mr. Willoughby.
Well?
Oh, I just remembered. I've got the recipe. Mr. Moscone once gave it to me as a special favor, and I... Oh, the only thing is...
What?
I can't remember where I put it.
Oh, Pam, can't you find it someplace? Look, don't you have any idea where it is?
No, I haven't the faintest idea.
Well, that settles it. I never heard of such a crazy household in all my born days. Come on, Maribel. Let's get out of here.
And everybody's around downstairs, and they insist you have this picnic.
Oh, Pierre, go away.
Go away, but they're all waiting. Herb says we haven't much time.
Oh, wait a second. Herb, time, herb, darling, that's where it is, the recipe. In my herb book under time, spices. I've got it right here on the shelf.
But this is no time to talk of recipes. Are we going on this picnic or not? They're waiting. Well, I don't know, Pierre. Mr. Willoughby doesn't like crowds.
Nonsense. I want to try this recipe right away on one of Mr. Moscone's steaks. We love picnics, don't we, Maribel?
Yes, Jefferson, I think we love it.
Mr. Willoughby, here it is, the recipe. And I've got all the ingredients right here in the house. And if you don't think it's the best steak sauce you ever tasted, why, well, you will.
Well, then everything is settled, and we will have a wonderful time. Yes? No?
And, darling,
Yes.
look out the window. The sun is shining. I told you it would be a beautiful day. Remember?
Yes, I remember. Look, you all go down to the cars. I'll be along in just a minute. There's something I have to do.
Well, hurry up now. Don't take too long.
No, I'll see you in a minute. Hello, operator. Let me have the Weather Bureau. Hello, Weather Bureau. What are you planning for today? Fair and warmer? Very sunny? Would you recommend a picnic? Well, you would, huh? Well, why don't you guys make up your mind?
Be sure to tune in next week at the same time for another visit with Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Peggy Conklin. Original music for this program was under the direction of Don Voorhees. This series is written and produced by Howard Harris and Martin Goss. Dan Seymour speaking and bidding you all good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Command Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world.
Command Performance!
Presented this week and every week till it's over there. Hello there, men. It's Command Performance time again. Time to dig in and answer your requests by presenting the stars you want to hear. I guess we've had almost 100 letters requesting the appearance of a certain Hollywood personality. We're going to read just one of those letters. It's from a corporal in the United States Marine Corps somewhere in the South Pacific who writes,
"Would you please call up my kid sister and tell her I'd like to hear her voice?"
Well, fella, here she is. Your kid sister and the sweetheart of just about everybody back here at home, Miss Shirley Temple.
Thank you, Mr. Paul Douglas, and a great big hello to my brother Sonny and all the other fighting nephews of Uncle Sam. I hardly know where to begin, because tonight's command performance is really sprinkled with stars. Let me see. Starlight, star bright, first star I see tonight. Don Sir Sunday best regalia for a soldier in Australia. His command is answered now as Martha Tilton takes a bow.
Mother dear, when you go, mail this letter to Joe for me. He's far across the sea. He's far away from me. I hope that he remembers how to say no. And this is what I wrote, my precious Joe. Listen here, Joseph, don't sit under the apple tree with anyone else but me. Anyone else but me. Anyone else but me. No, 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 don't sit under the apple tree with anyone else but me. Till you come marching home. Don't go walking down Lover's Lane with anyone else but me. Anyone else but me. Anyone else but me. No, 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 don't go walking down Lover's Lane with anyone else but me. Till you come marching home. I just got word from a gal who heard from a gal in Waikiki. The fella she met just loves to pet, and it fits you to a T. So don't sit under the apple tree with anyone else but me till you come marching home. The boys around town have got me down. They won't stop bothering me while you're busy slapping Japs. I'm busy slapping chaps. So don't forget that the girl you left behind has priority when you come marching home. You're on your own where there is no phone, and I can't keep tab on you. Be fair to me, and I'll guarantee there is one thing that I'll do. I won't sit under the apple tree with anyone else but you till you come marching home.
Now, for a Red Cross nurse in the Canal Zone, Gordon Jenkins and the orchestra play Blue Skies. Now, here's a letter from way up north in Iceland, signed by Lieutenant MAG.
Dear Command Performance, I'm very proud to be a pilot in the best Air Force in the world. I'm also pretty proud of a little bundle of mischief back home in Georgia. You know, she'd be right here beside me for a moment if you'd put on that famous star with the same nickname as my kid. And I do mean Baby Snooks.
Your wish is our command, Lieutenant. Here she is, Miss Fanny Bryce in her famous characterization of Baby Snooks with Hanley, Daddy Stafford, and Mr. Frank Nelson.
Find Snooks and Daddy on the golf course, where Snooks has insisted upon being present despite Daddy's protests. So let's look over on the first tee and sort of see what's cooking.
Move back a little, Snooks.
Why?
If you don't move, I won't be able to swing my club.
Excuse me.
Oh, yes?
Have you seen a ball?
No. We just walked on the tee.
Oh, okay.
The nerve of that guy. Looked at me as though I'd picked up his ball.
Maybe he's seen you do it, Daddy.
Did you see me pick up a ball?
Uh-huh.
He did not. I took this ball out of my bag.
Oh, Daddy.
Well, it isn't his anyway. It came from the other direction. And you mind your own business. If a fellow's too cheap to hire a caddy, he deserves to lose his ball.
Why don't you hire a caddy, Daddy?
Because I don't need one.
Well, I'm tired from carrying this bag.
You haven't started yet. Oh, I'll carry it myself. Put it down.
Look at all the people waiting, Daddy.
I see them. I'm going to start right now.
What are you doing?
I'm putting the ball on the tee.
Is that tea?
Yes.
Looks like dirt.
It is dirt. This tea isn't the same as the tea you drink.
Why?
Because one is a beverage and the other is ground. This tea is ground.
I thought coffee was ground.
Coffee is ground. But this is a different tea and a different ground. Does that answer your question?
I didn't ask you nothing.
Well, don't.
Hurry up and hit the ball. I haven't got all day, brother.
Take your time, brother.
Is he your brother, Daddy?
No, he's not my brother. I wouldn't have him for a second cousin.
Never mind those wisecracks, fella. Just drive off and keep moving.
Okay. Broken down public courses.
Hit the ball, Daddy.
All right, just you keep quiet.
All right.
Back slow. Head down.
Daddy!
What is it?
Where are you going to hit it to?
To that thing waving down there.
What thing?
The flag. That flag indicates the position of the green.
Why?
Because that's where the hole is. Wherever you see a flag, there's a hole.
Why don't they fix it?
Fix what?
The hole in the flag.
There isn't any hole in the flag. The green has a hole in it.
Why?
Oh, so I can crawl in and pull it over my head. Oh, stop the yelling. Will you let me hit this ball?
Where are you going to hit it to?
I told you. To the green.
What for?
Because that's where the hole is.
What hole?
The first hole. Now move back.
Well, why don't you hit it to the second hole?
Because this is the first tee, and you must hit the ball to the corresponding hole.
Where is it?
Where that flag is waving. That's the hole.
What hole?
The first hole. And that's where I'm going to hit it.
Where?
The first hole! Why don't you tee that kid up and clobber her into a trap?
You stop meddling in my affairs, mister, or there'll be plenty of trouble.
Listen, fella, you've been on this tee for 20 minutes. Now, why don't you be nice and let me play through?
Oh, all right. Get out of the way, Snooks.
Why?
I'm letting this man go through.
Thanks. I'll be out of your way in a second.
Wait! He really hit it, didn't he, Daddy?
Just a bunt.
Yeah.
Wait till I get a suck at it. I'll show you.
Let me see you do it.
Okay, get out of the way while I tee up again.
I'll get out of the way.
Now, don't make a sound.
I'll make a sound.
You just watch where the ball goes.
All right, Daddy.
Now, head down, right hand over, bring the club back slowly.
Daddy!
Oh, what is it now?
Why don't you hit the ball?
That's what I'm trying to do.
Will you hit it good?
Good enough to qualify for the Open, I guess. I'll probably shoot a par.
Whose pa you going to shoot, Daddy?
I said par, not pa. The object of the game is to shoot par.
Why don't you shoot Ma?
Don't give me ideas.
Huh?
Nothing. Will you let me hit this ball?
I didn't do nothing.
Well, don't utter a sound now. Here I go. Knees relaxed. Left shoulder down. Eye on the ball.
You missed it, Daddy.
Tough course. Look out. Head down, eye on the ball.
Daddy!
Now what is it?
That man in the sand pit just missed the ball, too.
That's fine.
You know what he said?
No, what did he say?
Shall I leave out the bad words?
Yes.
Then he didn't say nothing.
Watch me and keep quiet. Eye on the ball, firm grip. Right hand over. Come back slowly.
Right, slowly.
Well, go ahead and talk if you're going to.
I'm going to talk, Daddy.
Fine. Now, eye on the ball.
Did you hit it, Daddy?
And how? Carried 30 yards, straight as an arrow. Except it's a little out of bounds.
Is that good?
Oh, not bad. Come on, I don't want to lose that ball.
Let me hit one, Daddy.
In a minute. Let me find my ball.
I want to hit it.
I'll hear it. Holy smoke. Nobody but a professional could make this shot to the green.
I want to try it.
All right, you little smart aleck. I'll bet you won't even move the ball an inch. I'll take this club.
Which way shall I hit it?
You see that flag on the green?
Yeah.
Aim for that. Now keep your head down and your eye on the ball.
Don't tell me. I want to do it all by myself.
Now go ahead.
Come on, stand back.
Well, I'll be... What a shot! Dead to the pin.
No good?
Why, it's a miracle. Come on, let's see how close it is. Oh, boy. Snooks, look at this ball. 4 inches from the cup.
What do I have to do now, Daddy?
Make it go in that little hole. Well, what are you yelling about?
Why didn't you tell me when we was back there?
Oh, come on. We're going home.
Thank you, Miss Bryce and Mr. Stafford. You know, I used to play parts like that myself. I outgrew them. Now, a letter from the city we mustn't mention in South America.
If anybody is tops with this man's army, it's Dorothy L'Amour. Could you persuade her to sing a chorus of Moonlight and Shadows just for us?
You bet we can, Sergeant JWC. And we'd have done it before, except that nobody in Hollywood has been traveling more miles to sell more defense bonds than the lovely lady I give you now, Miss Dorothy L'Amour.
Thank you, Shirley. And hello there, Sergeant. I'm very happy to be here to answer your command. After all, you are in America's armed forces, the only army that we here at home will ever take orders from. Here is your song, and with it my deepest respect for the greatest fighting men in the world.
Moonlight and shadows, and you in my arms, and the melody in the bamboo tree, my sweet. Even in shadow, I feel no alarm while you hold me tight in the jungle night, my sweet. Close to my heart, you always will be. Never, never, never to part from me. 'Cause you are my sweet. Close to my heart, you always will be. Never, never, never to part from me. 'Cause you are my sweet. Close to my heart, you always will be. Never, never, never to part from me. 'Cause you are my sweet. Close to my heart, you always will be. Never, never, never to part from me. 'Cause you are my sweet. Close to my heart, you always will be. Never, never, never to part from me. 'Cause you are my sweet. Close to my heart, you always will be. Never, never, never to part from me. 'Cause you are my sweet. Close to my heart, you always will be. Never, never, never to part from me. 'Cause you are my sweet. Close to my heart, you always will be. Never, never, never to part from me. 'Cause you are my sweet. Close to my heart, you always will be. Never, never, never to part from me. 'Cause you are my sweet. Close to my heart, you always will be. Never, never, never to part from me. '
you belong to my
gratitude to Miss Dorothy Lamore, and greetings to a couple of gentlemen answering a whole flock of requests, including one from a former baseball player and his friends at the U.S. Naval Station in Puerto Rico. Here they are with their famous baseball sketch, Abbott and Costello.
All right.
Hey, Abbott.
No, what's the matter?
My new baseball suit. Oh, boy, oh, boy.
All right, now don't get
Are you the
excited.
manager of this baseball team?
Yes.
Well, now that I'm down here for spring training, I would like to know some of the guys' names on the team, so when I meet them on the street or the ballpark, I'll be able to say, hello.
Well, naturally, I'll introduce you to the boys, and a regular bunch of boys we have. But you know, strange as it may seem, they give these ball players nowadays very peculiar names.
Funny names.
Strange names, nicknames, pet names.
Well, tell me the fellow's name.
Well, now, let's see. We have on the bags, we have who's on first, what's on second, I don't know's on third.
That's what I want to find out.
I'm saying who's on first, what's on second, I don't know's on third.
Are you the manager?
Yes.
You know the guy's name?
I should.
Well, who's on first?
Yes.
I mean the fellow's name.
Who?
The guy on first.
Who?
The first baseman.
Who?
The guy on first. Who is on first? Oh, what are you asking me for?
I'm not asking you, I'm telling you who is on first.
I'm asking you who's on first.
Yes.
Well, go ahead and tell me.
Who?
The guy on first.
Who is on first?
Have you got a contract with the first baseman?
Yes.
Who signed the contract?
Well, naturally, you wouldn't expect anyone else to sign it.
But who?
Yes.
So who signed it?
Yes, absolutely.
Look, when you pay off the first baseman every month, who gets the money?
Every dollar of it.
Who gets it?
Absolutely. Sometimes his wife comes down and gets it.
Whose wife?
Yes. After all, he's entitled to it.
Who is?
Yes.
All I'm trying to find out is what's the fellow's name on first base?
Oh, no, wait a minute. What is on second base?
Who's on second?
Who's on first?
One base at a time, please.
Don't change the players
I'm
around.
not changing anybody. I'm only asking you what is the fellow's name on first base.
No, wait a minute. What is on second
I'm
base?
not asking you who's on second.
Who's on first?
I don't know.
He's on third. We're not talking about him. Now, wait a minute.
How did I get on third base?
You mentioned his name.
If I mention a third baseman's name, who did I say is playing third?
No, who's playing first?
Never mind first. I want to know what's the fellow's name on third base.
No, what's on second?
Who's on second?
Who's on first?
I don't know.
He's on third.
There I go. Back
Can't change
Look,
the names.
will you stay on third base and don't go off it?
What do you want me to do?
I want to know who was playing third base.
Why do you insist on putting who on third base?
Now, who am I putting on third base?
Yes, but we don't want him there.
You don't want who there?
No.
So what's the fellow's name belongs there?
No, what belongs on second?
Who's on second?
Who's on first?
I don't know. Third base. Look, please, have you got an outfield?
Naturally.
The left fielder's name.
Why?
I don't know. I just thought I'd ask you.
Well, I just thought I'd tell you.
So tell me who's playing left field.
No, who's playing first?
Stay out of the infield.
Oh, don't mix your names out here.
What's the left fielder's name?
No, what's on second?
I'm not asking you who's on second.
Who's on first?
I don't know. Third base. And the left fielder's name?
Why?
Because.
Oh, he's center field. You know he plays as well as I do.
You gotta have a pitcher on the team.
Naturally.
The pitcher's name?
Tomorrow.
You don't want to tell me today?
I'm telling you.
Go ahead.
Tomorrow.
What time?
What time what?
What time tomorrow you're gonna tell me who's pitching?
Now listen. Who is not pitching? Who
I'll
is...
break your arm, you say who's on first.
Have it your own way. Go ahead.
I want to know what's the pitcher's name.
What's on second?
I don't know.
Third base.
You got a catcher?
Certainly.
The catcher's name.
Today.
Today, and tomorrow's pitcher.
Now you've got it.
That's all we got is a couple of days
Well,
on the
I
team.
can't help that.
You know, I'm a catcher, too.
I know that.
Now, I'll get behind the plate. I'll do some fancy catching. Tomorrow's pitching on my team, and the heavy hitter gets up.
Yes.
Home run, Paul Douglas.
All right.
What a home run hitter.
So?
Tomorrow throws the ball. Douglas bunts the ball. Now, when he bunts the ball, me being a good catcher, I want to throw the guy out at first base, so I pick up the ball and throw it to who?
Now, that's the first thing you've said right.
I don't even know what I'm talking about!
Well, that's all you have to do.
Just to throw it to first base.
So?
Who's got it?
Naturally.
Look, Abbott, who's got it?
Naturally.
Naturally. Excuse me. I pick up the ball. I throw it to Naturally.
No, wait a minute. You throw the ball to first base. Then who gets it?
Naturally.
That's it.
Well, I pick up the ball and I throw it to Naturally.
No, wait a
I
minute.
throw the ball to who?
Naturally.
Now you ask me.
You throw the ball to who?
Naturally.
That's it.
Same as you! Look, now I throw the ball to who? Whoever it is drops the ball so the guy runs to second. Who picks up the ball and throws it to what? What throws to, I don't know, throws it back to tomorrow? Triple play.
Yes.
Another guy gets up and it's a long fly ball to be called. Why? I don't know. He's on third, and I don't give a darn.
What was that?
I said, I don't give a darn.
Oh, that's our shortstop.
Oh, that's silly!
A very warm answer to a requisition from a very cold climate for Technical Sergeant DRW in the Engineer Corps up in Alaska. 6 hits in the midst from the Bob Hope Show, and begin the begin.
When they begin the begin, it brings back a sound of music so tender. It brings back a night of tropical splendor.
It brings back a memory evergreen.
Under the stars, here's that heavenly rhythm. And being with you seems too good to be true, dear. And even the palms seem to be swaying each time that I hear the begin. To live it again is past all endeavor, except when that tune clutches my heart, and there we are swearing to love forever and promising never more to part.
I'm so happy.
Moment divine, now who wouldn't be happy? So when you begin, don't you stop, just keep right on playing. And now when I hear people curse the chance that was wasted, I know what to blame, it's the begin. So don't let them begin the beginning. Let the love that was lost alive remain and remember. Let it sleep like the dead desire I only remember.
When they begin the begin.
Oh yes, let them begin make them play. Till the stars that with our love are not love you. Let you whisper to me once more, darling, I love you. And we suddenly know what heaven we're in. Time to begin the begin. Da doo da doo da doo.
Well, Big Brother, that just about fills up the package for tonight. a package of love, wrapped in devotion and sealed with a kiss. In your letters, many of you say, command performance is your thrill of the week. To us who appear here, it's a thrill of a lifetime. Keep writing to us, won't you? And when you think of us here at home, think of hands across the sea. And remember that behind those hands are lots and lots of arms. Arms of iron and steel. And we'll keep them rolling off the assembly lines until you've made the last of our enemies kneel down and say uncle to Uncle Sam. This is Shirley Temple saying good night and God bless you.
Okay, men, there goes Command Performance number 9. We hope you liked it because you built it. Now, please write to Command Performance in care of the station to which you are listening and let us know whom and what you'd like to hear. You'll get it, brother, because as big as one little spangle of the 48 stars in that flag you're defending. And so, until we shortwave at you next time, hit 'em hard, buddy. Right down to the last rising son of a gun.
Here it is, fellas. The AEF jukebox of the air, G.I. Jive.
Hiya, fellas. This is Jill sending greetings from the United States of America. The jukebox is standing on its sea legs today because this session of G.I. Jive is dedicated to the United States Navy. Hiya, sailor. Just lean that swab against the nearest bulkhead while I square some of these records for you. And right on the top of the deck is the Benny Goodman Trio with Honeysuckle Rose. Boy, it was a great day in the morning at St. Albans Naval Hospital when Joseph Libben decided to do something for the entertainment of the wounded sailors there. New radios were almost impossible to get, so he went out and gathered junk and scrap from every backyard and junk heap. He took all the stuff to his cellar, and he turned over 325 radios made from the junk to St. Albans Hospital. Thanks a million, Joseph Libben. You're a member of the home front and 4-0 with the Navy. Right, fellas? Right. Now stand by, Navy 140, 'cause here's Skinny Ennis with the bugle call rag. was the bugle call rag, and what should come next but Oh, What a Beautiful Morning. Bing Crosby and Trudy Irwin sang the words for Sergeant Robert Bursuta and the communication section at APO 37 and Albert Bodner of the United States Navy. Come on, Bing and Trudy.
There's a bright golden haze on the meadow.
There's a bright golden haze on the meadow.
The corn is as high as an elephant's eye.
And it looks like it's climbing clear up to the sky.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day.
I got a beautiful feeling. Everything's going my way.
All the cattle are standing like statues.
All the cattle are standing like statues.
They don't turn their heads as they see me ride by, but a little brown maverick is winking her eye.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I got a beautiful feeling. Everything's going my way.
All the sounds of the earth are like music.
All the sounds of the earth are like music.
The breeze is so busy, it don't miss a tree.
And an old weeping willow is laughing at me.
Oh, what a beautiful morning.
Oh, what a beautiful day. I got a beautiful feeling.
Everything's wonderful. Everything's beautiful. Everything's going my way.
Say, fellas, here's a new one on adding insult to injury. Navy airmen found a very unique way of returning empty bottles which had contained Japanese beer. And the Nips got quite excited when the bottles were dropped on the decks of their ships. Pilots of 15 Marine scout planes dropped the bottles at night to trick Jap gunners into firing and revealing their positions. Then United States PT boats scurried in close and unloaded their deadly tenfish by the light of Jap gunfire. And that's not all you can do with a bottle of beer. After it's empty, of course. On the Russell Islands, the Marines use them as insulators for communication and power lines. And I'm talking too much when I ought to be playing Glenn Gray's record of Birmingham Special. Here it is now. Well, darn it, it's time to put this session in dry dock. I hope you'll be on our beam next G.I. Jive time, and meanwhile, let me know what you want to hear. Just write to G.I. Jive, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Till later, this is Jill saying good morning to some of you, good afternoon to some more of you, and to the rest of you, good night.
This program was produced by the Armed Forces Radio Service.
And listen to the folk songs of tomorrow.
A sweet slice of heaven for just you and I. When we're alone from all of society, we'll stay aloof and live in propriety there on the roof. To heavenly thrills we will be in tune. See life's mad pattern as we view Oh, Manhattan, then we can thank our lucky stars that we're living as we are. In our little penthouse, we'll always contrive to keep love and romance forever alive. In view of the Hudson, just over the drive, when we're alone. beats my heart for you. For just as constantly as sea meets land, so beats my heart for you. I'll always be true, faithful to you. Skies have been blue since you came in through, as beats the rhythm of a mighty pen, so beats my heart for you,
Today's program in the series At Ease brought you You Tell Me Your Dreams, We Just Couldn't Say Goodbye, Rock and Roll, Penthouse Serenade, Rika Pulpa, How High the Moon, You and I, So Beats My Heart for You, Dream a Little Dream on Me, Wrap Your Troubles in Dreams, and Sweet Leilani. The Armed Forces Radio Orchestra is under the direction of Major Meredith Wilson. Your featured soloist, Martha Mears, Les Paul on the electric guitar. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Hello, fellas. Glad to see you. My name's Beverly. What's yours? Well, welcome all of you to our KNX Victory Bells All-Girl Jamboree with Mabel Todd, Martha Mears, the Music Maids, Wilhelmina Gould, Bea Turpin and her 8 Jills of Jive, yours truly, Beverly the Reveille Girl, and our red-headed mistress of ceremonies, Maureen Tuttle.
Thank you, and you too, Beverly. By the way, fellas, if we girls all sound a little goopy tonight, it's not our fault. We did one of our camp shows last Monday night, and we're still feeling the effects of our ride in a recon car. Brother. For you folks that don't happen to know, a recon car is sort of a solid-top Jeep with its jitters.
Say, Maureen.
Yes?
Can we do our number now? It's for a soldier who goes on sentry duty at 6:15. And we promised we'd let him hear it before he leaves.
Well, Pat, we've only got 8 minutes left, so you better get started. The Music Maids... Oh, wait a minute. Just a minute, girls. Hello?
Hello, Lorene. This is me, Mabel Todd.
Oh, I know.
Hey, I'm sorry I ain't down there at the studio yet, but I fell.
You fell? Did you hurt yourself?
No, I fell asleep. I'm on my way down there now, though. I'm phoning from a drugstore in Pomona.
Well, Mabel, I can hardly hear you. Will you get a little closer to the phone?
I can't.
Why not?
The drugstore is closed.
Mabel?
Yeah?
Mabel, tell me something. What were you doing sleeping this time of day?
Oh, I was just taking a nap. Aren't lately at night, I just can't sleep.
Insomnia?
No, but just can't sleep.
Well, why don't you try my cure? I sleep on my stomach.
What's the matter? Can't you afford a bed?
Yes, I can, Mabel. I sleep between the sheets like anybody else.
Not me. I sleep between my sister and a window. Gee, ain't it wonderful just to lie in bed and ring to your maid?
Oh, have you got a maid?
No, but I got a bell. I think I'm going to get a maid, though. I'm getting too old for my mother to dress me.
Yes, I think so, too. Now, stop being so silly and get on down here.
Okay, but well, wait a minute, Lorene. Before you hang yourself up, I want to tell you about a swell game that I got that we can play with the soldiers at our camp show.
Oh, well, good. How do you play it?
Well, you take a picture of Hitler, and you put it on the floor, and then you all join hands and dance around it.
Well, what do you call that game?
Ring around the rodent.
Bring on your 10 little soldiers, girls.
Listen to the story of a girl who had $1 million. She made a hit with all of them, and this is how the story goes. There were 10 little soldiers on a 10-day leave. All loved the colonel's daughter, Genevieve. Each little soldier led the other to believe
that he was going home to spend his 10-day leave. Some took a taxi cab and some a train. Some bought a ticket for a southbound plane. Some took a trolley to the west side of town. The 10 little soldiers, they were homeward bound. Each took a different direction, each one in search of affection. Imagine their surprise and the shock they received when they bumped into each other calling on Genevieve. The 10 little soldiers went from bad to worse, 'cause 10 little sailor boys had got their berth. They crowded her door like a pack of sardines when out walked Genevieve with 10 Marines. Each took a different direction, each one in search of affection. Just imagine the shock received when they bumped into each other, calling on Genevieve. 10 soldiers went bad to work, 10 sailor boys got their fur. They crowded her door like a pack of sardines when out walked Genevieve with 10 Marines, tough Marines. Now instead of wearing stripes, they wear their hearts on their sleeves. The 10 little soldiers on a 10-day leave.
That was swell, gal. Well, and you're not kidding about the boys really having fun during their leaves. You should have seen them over at the Hollywood Canteen the other night. It was so crowded, I danced for 3 hours and my feet never touched the floor once.
You know, Lorene, I was out with a soldier on leave last night, and he was wonderful.
Oh, really, Martha?
You know, he has that certain something that everybody just cries for.
A charming personality?
No, a sea book.
By the way, boys, say hello to a swell gal with a voice to match. Martha Mears. Now, Marthy, what cooks with you in the music department?
Well, I've got a number that's based on a famous quotation.
Oh, what quotation is that?
It's what Premier Molotov of Russia said to President Roosevelt. I came here to talk for Joe. I came here to talk for Joe. He wants me to let you know he can't keep that date with you tonight. I came here to talk for Joe. Gee, that kid sure loves you so. When he gets the chance, he said he'd ride. That guy has so much courage. I've seen the things he can do, but he never had the courage to tell you how he feels about you. He's got a perfect alibi. He can't be here and in the sky. So I came here to talk for Joe. That boy has so much courage. I know the things he can do, but he never had the courage to tell you how he feels about you. He's got a perfect alibi. He can't be here and in the sky. So I came here to talk
Sorry Joe couldn't show up, but we're glad you did, because that song was lovely.
Thank you, Louise.
You know, fellows, Martha doesn't only sing, but she also plays the piano and is quite an accomplished musician.
Oh, that ain't nothing. I taught music.
You taught music?
Yeah, I thought music was easy, but it's hard.
Oh, well, she's here, fellows. Our cracked victory bell, Mabel Todd.
Oh, hello.
Well, Mabel, you certainly got down here in a hurry from Pomona.
Yeah, well, you know them fast trains and them swift automobiles and them speedy buses.
Yes?
I walked. I would have been here sooner, but I stopped by to see my girlfriend, Elsie. You know that doctor she works for?
Mm-hmm.
Poor soul, he's in the hospital.
If he's such a good doctor, why doesn't he treat himself?
Gosh, no, not him. He charges too much. He's the doctor that fixed my head when I was up on the roof of our house and a car came along and ran over me. Gosh, it sure did hurt.
Mabel.
Lucky was my head or I might have
Mabel.
hurt myself. What's that?
How could a car run over you if you were on the roof?
Well, you know them California drivers. No sense of direction. Incidentally, I told Elsie I'd do a recitation for the doctor to kind of cheer him up. So I'll do it. Go ahead. Thank you. This one is for all the mothers.
All mothers? Oh, that's nice.
Yes. When children are naughty and cranky, don't put o'er your knee and spanky. Or without supper, don't put them to bed. Just take a crowbar and give them a hit in the head.
Lovely, Mabel. It was so sentimental.
Yeah, you know, speaking of mothers, my sister Beulah sure is worried about her little boy, Melville. In fact, we all are.
Why?
Well, at the age of 5, he started smoking. And at the age of 6, he started drinking. And now he's 7, and yesterday he shot his school teacher with a machine gun.
And you're worried?
Yeah, we're afraid he's going to grow up to be a bad boy. My poor sister Beulah, though, she sure is having grief. Besides Melville, she's having trouble with her husband and the furnace.
Her husband and the furnace?
Yeah, when she watches one, the other goes out. See, you know them two, they don't get along any too good, Lorini. She says they was married by a justice of the peace, but the way they fight, I think it must have been the Secretary of War. It ain't very encouraging to a girl like me who's so romantically inclined, Lorini. About getting married and all I'm talking about, yes.
Most married people get along fine. You mustn't let that make you a, cynic.
A what sick?
Cynic.
What's that got to do with marriage? A cynic is where we wash the dishes. A kitchen cynic.
That's a sink.
Oh, no, sink is when you make music with your throat. You sing a song.
You sing a song.
Sing a song? Sing is when you make music with your throat, you know. You sing a song.
I said you sing a song.
Sing is when you break your arm. You got it in a sing.
That's a sling.
What's the matter with you? Sling is when you don't talk good grammar. You talk sling.
You talk slang.
Slang is when you're saying goodbye to somebody. You know, you say, so long, see you later, hit the road.
That's slong.
So long is what Dorothy Lamour wears in the movie.
Mabel, she wears a sarong.
You're wacky. Sarong is what Kay Kaiser says. That's right, sarong.
Right or sarong. Just sing your song, Mabel. My good.
Poor Lorini. I guess she ain't very bright. Poor soul. I feel sorry for her. I wander today to the hills of McGee to watch the scene below. The creek and the creaking old mill, Maggie, as we used to long, long ago. The green grass is gone from the hills, Maggie, where first the daisies sprung. Love songs were sung, my old man was hung. The creaking old mill is still, Maggie, since you and I were young. Now, Maggie, you're so different from the way you used to be when we pledged our love beneath that dear old apple tree. Maggie, you're getting baggy, though you won't admit you're not the chick you used to be. Now when I see you boogie woogie, hands me a laugh. Any minute you'll collapse, you can't stand the gas. Oh Maggie, you'd better stop swinging, stop singing things like a bleeder-dee, a bleeder-dee, bleeder-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Stop getting hot while your health you still got. Bleeder-dee, bleeder-dee, bleeder-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Dee-dee-doo-dee-dee-doo-dee-dee. Why, Maggie, at your age, you know this jive is really kind of silly. Stop dancing around in the hills. Maggie, we'll just watch the scene below. You've been fooling around. Now act your age. Settle down. Oh, Maggie, I still love you so.
Oh, here comes Beverly with the mail.
Beverly, got a letter for me? Gee, I ought to have one that Marine said he'd write.
Oh, you and your Marine.
Oh, well, I got
Beverly,
one right to
wait
me.
a second. There's mail for everybody here. But first I want to tell the boys in answer to some of our mail that we'll be at a Navy training station this coming Monday night. And lots of other places that we'll tell you about later. By the way, the Fricadette at Lukefield, Arizona. And it was a request for Bea Turpin and her all-girl band to play I Found a New Baby.
But, Beverly, the girls are all set to play their new arrangement of Dinah.
Now, look, honey, if the Air Corps would like to hear our command. So come on, girls. Switch on. Contact. That was ginger peachy with sugar on it. With
Hey, Lorini.
Yeah.
Beverly just gave me my letter from my brother, and he got the dog I sent to him and his buddies to be the mascot of their company.
Why, Mabel, that was a very nice thing for you to do.
Oh, he's a wonderful dog. Remember that movie Dog Strong Heart?
Yes.
Well, this is his brother, Weak Stomach.
What else does the letter say?
It says here, he is a fine dog. Bless you, brother, bless you. He is a fine dog, like you said. He is a cross between a pointer and a setter. But that's the trouble. He never sets where he points. I think he's more of a cockeyed spaniel. I'm glad you like the picture of me in my uniform. that I sent you. No, that is not a flower pot I'm holding. It is a GI coffee cup. We have a new cook at the mess hall. Our old cook is in the hospital. By mistake, he ate some of his own food. The new cook is a little better. At least he tries to keep us happy. He even fixes spinach so the boys like it. Before serving, he dips it in beer. Signed, your loving brother, Lem.
Well, boys, now that we've had some music and a few laughs, I think it's time we get down to the serious part of our all-girl show. In these days of women doing men's jobs in defense plants and all along the line, we'd like to give you our version of what might happen if women took over the police department.
Oh, boys, can you imagine Hetty Lamar, Lana Turner, and Betty Grable as policewomen? What a crime wave there'd be.
Oh, you're not kidding, Martha. And now Victory Bells bring you their great dramatic epic, Ladies' Day at the Police Department. Or, if you can't make both ends meet, make one end vegetables, because there's a shortage of meat.
Our scene is laid in the office of the Chief of Police, Lorene Tuttle, and a certain person by the name of Todd is applying for a job.
So, Miss Todd, you'd like to get on the police force?
Yes, ma'am, I got all the qualifications for being a cop. I got big feet and I can sleep standing up.
Have you had any experience?
Well, I was out with a sailor once.
I mean police experience.
Well, once I shadowed a crook all day.
Did you catch him?
No, the sun went down and I lost his shadow.
This is my assistant, Sergeant Mears. She interviews the new applicants.
I'm glad to know you, kiddo.
Don't call me kiddo.
Okay, kid. Oh.
Don't be so impertinent. Let's see how much you know about the treatment of a captured criminal.
Yes, ma'am.
If you caught a thief, would you grill him?
Grill him? You talking about a thief or a hamburger? Just imagine barbecued burglars.
A fine policewoman you'd make. Why, you couldn't even run down a pair of heels.
You and who else?
You'd give me a headache.
What was that? What was you saying to me?
I said you give me a headache.
Go take an aspirin.
Well, Miss Todd, you're not exactly the type we'd like for a policewoman, but I'm going to give you a trial.
Well, thank you, ma'am. You're a dear, sweet, kind soul, and just remember, if you ever need a friend, go buy a dog.
Well, I'll see that you get your uniform and all your equipment.
Yes, ma'am.
Hat pins, a blackjack, and a sure-shot bean shooter.
What, no bulletproof girdles?
No girdles. And that's a movement that's going to become widespread.
You're telling me.
Now, policewoman Todd, your first duty is to take charge here for a while.
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Mears and I have to see the DA about a case.
If you get a cut price, I'll take a couple of bottles myself. Hey, wait a minute there. How can I be a lady cop if I ain't got no badge?
Oh, I'll get you one later.
Okay.
Meanwhile, you can wear mine.
Okay.
It's laying around here someplace.
Yeah.
Now, take my seat behind this disc.
Yes, ma'am.
Ouch! What happened?
I just found your badge.
Now, take good care of that badge. I'm very fond of it.
I'm stuck on it myself.
Goodbye, Officer Todd. I'll see you later.
Goodbye. Well, now I'm a lady cop. Small world, ain't it? Gosh, this sure is a quiet place. Some police station, nothing going on around here at all. Not a sign of life. Hey, maybe this is a gas station. Oh, well, might as well grab myself a little sleep. Oh, there goes the telephone. No rest for the wicked. Hello? Police Todd, officer station talking. Police station officer, police talking. Hello.
Hello, police. I'm calling from the old maid's home. Hurry over. The old maids have just caught a burglar and they're holding him.
Well, we'll be right there. Who is this talking?
This is the burglar.
Poor soul. Hey, I wonder what's doing on that police radio here. I'm going to take a look.
Calling car 32. Calling car 32. Go to Hollywood and Vine. Stunning chiffon evening gown in the window. Pick it up. That is all. Rose O'Day.
Oh, boy, I'm going to make a note of that.
Well, Officer Todd, I'm back.
Oh, hello, Chief.
Watch your diction.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything happened since I left?
Oh, sure did. The South Side gang is on the loose again. At 1 o'clock, they robbed the First National Bank. At 2 o'clock, they robbed the Second National Bank. So at 3 o'clock, I took a bunch of cops and I waited for them at the Third National Bank.
What happened?
They robbed the First National Bank again. You can't trust them dirty crooks.
Oh, I'll bet that's the same bunch that robbed a different bank every night last week.
Yeah, with them every night is bank night. Oh, me, there's that phone again. Hello.
Hello, this is Officer Mears. I'm in Chinatown. I just found a corpse.
Is he dead?
He sure is.
Well, we'll be right down. Don't let him get away now. Come on, girls. We got work to do.
Say, who's going to drive the patrol car?
Me.
Can you drive?
Nope.
No? Why, we'll all be killed.
Gruesome, ain't it? Come on. Last one in the patrol wagon gives up her nylon stockings. Well, how do I look in my bobby socks?
Calling car 13. Calling car 13.
Hey, that's us.
Calling car 13. Girls, wipe off your windshield. Someone is stealing your radiator cap.
There's no sense of wiping it off. It just gets fogged up again. Hey, our radiator is steaming. Guess we ought to stop, huh?
So we can put water in the radiator?
No, so we can take my eggs out of there. They should be hard-boiled by now.
Say, Todd,
Yeah?
that looks like the place over there. Pull over to the curb.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, everybody, unfasten your safety belts.
All right, all out, girls. Let's see if we can pick the murderer up.
If you hear a shot, pick me up.
What was that?
Must be Officer Turpin. She always takes a couple of shots when she's nervous.
Oh, this place gives me the creeps. Look at that ivy clinging to the wall.
That ain't no ivy, that's me.
Officer Todd, there's a suspicious-looking character over there.
I'll handle him. Come here, you. What's your name?
My name, Long.
What's your first name?
Also?
Oh, so long?
Yeah, so long. We go now. Bye.
Hey, not so fast there, bud. Who's that guy all tied up over there in the corner?
Him captured by tongue. But him no talk.
Oh, tongue-tied, eh? Good joke. I just made up myself.
Very funny, but we still haven't found the murderer. Let's look over here behind these vases and bric-a-brac.
Bric-a-who?
Don't you know what bric-a-brac is?
Sure, I seen him in the movies. Frank Buck and bric-a-brac alike.
I'm going to try the floor upstairs. You look into these doors here.
Okay, kiddo. Nobody in here. Nobody in here.
Well, what do you want, nosy? One peep out of you and I'll plug you.
Nobody in here. Phew. Gosh, it's getting kind of dark in here. Whew. It's kind of spooky. It's so dark and all. Oh, me.
Okay, we got him. Flash the light on his face, Butch.
Oh, me. Gangsters.
It's a lady cop, fellas. Well, there's only one thing to do. Shoot her. Men, get your guns ready.
Oh, no, sir. Just let me say 3 words.
No, get ready, men.
Just let me say 2 words.
No, come on, men. Aim.
Please, sir. Just let me say 1 word.
All right, yes, be brief. Just 1 word. What is it?
Help!
give you a rough idea anyway. Now I'm afraid it's good night to our listening audience while we go on with more entertainment for the boys down here at the studio. Some of them are going to make personal records which we will send to their folks back home. When you're in Hollywood, drop in and visit us here at KNX. And fellas, bring along your wives and sweethearts. And so for Mabel Todd, Martha Mears, the Music Maids, Bea Turpin and her musical Jills of Jive, Wilhelmina Gould, and Beverly the Reveille Girl, this is Lorene Tuttle saying good night.
Yeah, good night, fellers. Ha, ha, ha.
KNX Victory Bells is produced by Ona Munson and came to you from Columbia Square in Hollywood. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KNX, Columbia Square, Los Angeles.